It's going to be I believe, a high-scoring game.
High scoring.
34-30 type game.
Really? That
Wow.
much? So, Vic, you think this game is going to be, you said 34-30. You didn't say who had the 34.
Oh, man, it's a
Yeah.
Whoever
you were very,
has the ball.
you were very
Let me
specific with the score, but didn't say who was doing the scoring.
Let me make it easy for you. Whoever has the ball last, and when I say last, you can't have the ball with like 3 seconds left. Last is in a threat to win the game last.
Like what, a $1:30 to go or something like that?
Whoever has the ball with a chance to win the game last will win the game. That's what kind of game this will be. Anything different would surprise me.
Vic, nailed it. I thought he was nuts. And if the game went that way, that the Broncos would be in big trouble. Now, guys, I know there's a million things that we have to get to because it was the most bizarre sort of elation of a win. And I got to be honest, it was, by the way I reacted, I guess unexpected. You know, one of those, you don't really know your emotion until you're just kind of in the middle of it. That's how I was with the Broncos. Like, when they won the game, and I think it was the way that they won it, I was pretty shocked. But you go from this high of you beat Josh Allen, you sort of get revenge for the year prior when you played against Buffalo in the postseason, get the dub, do it at home in front of your home crowd. Now a game away from the Super Bowl. And Sean Payton goes out to the press conference for a second time and says, yeah, by the way, our quarterback busted up his ankle. He's out for the year. When I first saw it, I thought it was fake. I thought somebody was getting a darn Scheftered. I had people over at the house. Somebody showed me. I was like, nah, it's not true. I just watched him produce the game-winning drive in overtime. And for that to happen, I guess, what is it, technically the third to last play of the game? Sickening. And I think there's plenty of time to talk about Bo Nix and the ramifications of him being out and Stidham being the starter for the AFC Championship game, doing that against the Patriots. Like, there's plenty of time for that. I just want to focus here on the win, but also, man, the way you got there. There was, when Josh Allen was able to hang on to the football, an ease in which he was moving that didn't always exist with you. But for Bo Nix to play the way he did, there's no question about this. He outplayed Josh Allen in a playoff game. We're wondering, can you be a guy who elevates? Can you be somebody who, when the postseason hits and pressure's at its highest, can you rise to the occasion? There's no question for him he did. And to do that in that moment, to have that, end of game situation, can you go out and make a play? And doing that multiple times. It felt like second half, I believe with 2.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, you had 47 total yards in the second half. And now we're just talking about how did you collapse and give this game away? But you get the ball with 4 minutes left, down 4, need a touchdown. It's almost the exact scenario we were talking about heading into this game of what would you rather have? Your team up 4 with 1.5 minutes left, or your team down 4 with 1.5 minutes left. But either your defense on the field or your offense on the field. And Bo Nix, once again, finds a way, 8-play, 73-yard touchdown drive, puts the ball in the end zone, gives you a 3-point lead with 55 seconds left. Yes, the Bills go down. They get a score. They force OT. Should have had Dawson Knox for like the walk-off touchdown, but Josh Allen missed them. And I'm just letting you guys know right now. Don't you dare even think about turning that radio station to somewhere else. Because I have like a 12-gauge shotgun fully loaded on the loser attitude and the loser mentality and loser DNA that's coming out of Niagara Falls, okay? Because those guys, from everybody from their fan base, which was to be expected, but their head bleeping coach and the way they reacted in the postgame, ridiculous. So we'll get there in a second. But to be able to force OT in that way, you bust up your ankle, and yes, did you get some PI calls that were in your favor? You did. But that last one, there's no question. Hey, Tre'Davious White, throw your helmet all you want to. You can't tackle a guy when the ball's in the air. Sorry. That is against the rules. And I am very much a let them play at the end of the game guy unless it's egregious. Guess what? Egregious just rang your doorbell. Like, you can't do that. The unbelievable play by McMillan. And I've watched that a million times, and what I've come to the conclusion to, and I did this in the moment. If that play happens at midfield, and it's the middle of the second quarter, and nobody ends up with the football, that's an incomplete pass. People using screenshots to try and justify what's a catch and not is the most disingenuous thing I've ever heard. By the way, here's Sean Payton in the postgame on that interception.
The last one? Yeah, it's perfect. Two things happened. There's actually a hold in the end zone.
Oh, hang on a second. I don't know if that's a dig or not. I don't think it was. But that kind of tells you the story. He was asked about the interception. Obviously, the McMillan one in overtime is the biggest one of the game. But did you hear the first thing that came out of Peyton's mouth?
The last one? Yeah, it's perfect. Two things.
The last one? Saying this. Oh, which one of the 5 turnovers would you like to discuss again? Just a side note for what's coming later, but here's Sean Payton.
The last one? Yeah, it's perfect. Two things happened. There's actually a hold in the end zone. That would have been the first time the game would have ended with a safety.
True.
When DJ just gets completely. But the throw's made, the catch is being made, but the catch isn't secured. If the catch was secured, it wouldn't have been an interception. So as it's not secured and we get it, it's our ball. It was an amazing play by DMac.
It was an amazing play, and it's good of him to note that. Isn't that funny? You know, I even if the Broncos lost, if Josh Allen went out and on that drive, you know, let's say that play ends up being a catch for Buffalo, they kick the game winner and the Broncos lose. I'm promising you something. And I think that I have enough of a track record here for the people who listen to the show as often as you guys do, and we love you for it. Thank you very much. That I would not be the guy here because I saw a lot of this. They didn't call a hold. Was there a hold called the entire game on Buffalo? Because I don't think there was, despite the fact that there were multiple instances in which there should have been, including on that play, which if they threw that flag, would have ended the game. Like that, you got Jonathan Cooper on the inside of his shoulder pad as maybe that was going to be a strip sack, and they didn't call it. And I promise you this, had that play turned the other way, and that's ruled a Bills catch, I would not have come on here and been like, guys, the refs screwed you. I would have told you you had a 10-point lead at halftime. You were gifted 4 turnovers. We're not including that last one. 4. And you blew it. Like, that would be it. You couldn't move the ball in the second half. That would be the story. But instead, you kept making plays. Your defense, despite the fact that Josh Allen is really good and is capable of putting up points in a hurry, which is what happened in the second half, they made plays when they had to. They kept pressure on Josh Allen. They made him feel the moment. And I think all that stuff is a credit to your football team. And it's what they've been all year. Again, so, like, we're going to try and navigate this, discuss the game, discuss Bo Nix's injury and how to deal with that moving forward. I think a lot of that can be saved for the rest of this week. But we'll dive into a little bit of it today. The reaction from people and I can't believe the attitude that's coming out of Buffalo. So we'll get to all of this as best I can. But there's 8 billion things I need to talk about, including, hey, Nelly, you've been doing this show with us for, 3 years?
It was May 20th, 2024 was my first show.
Oh, 24.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that you think I have that much time, but it's like a year and a half.
It feels like we've been brothers forever. But you've been on this show long enough. Does this sound like something I've said before? Just listen. Get Marvin Mims involved in the offense because he makes things happen.
Common sense. Common sense.
Does that sound like something I've said before on this radio show? Maybe every week?
It sounds like something you guys were saying on Friday.
And it's almost like if you target him 8 times, he gives you 8 catches and looks like the most dynamic player on the football field. I love it. And thank God they did, because the fear that I had for the Broncos in this game was they would have nothing in the run game. And guess what? You know what's funny, Nelly? Is that I'm watching with a whole bunch of people. I had a bunch of people over at the house. And early in that game, Jaleel fumbles. Remember, he fumbles, but it's negated because of the offsides. And I looked at everybody and I go, guess who's never touching the ball again the rest of the game now? Is Jaleel McLaughlin. And then Harvey fumbles. That play was weird because it looked like it was supposed to be play action because everybody was running routes. Maybe it was an RPO. I have no idea. Either way, it's in the belly of Harvey, and then it ends up on the turf, and the Broncos get it back. And I looked at everybody, and I said, guess who's never getting the ball again? R.J. Harvey. And then I realized, oh, that's the end of running backs. You don't have any more. That means this is going to be a pass fest. And they ran the ball at their running backs 10 times. I had that fear heading into the game that there's nobody that Sean Payton trusts in the backfield right now. And if they don't get early success in the run game, they're going to leave it immediately. And they kind of did. But Bo did try and supplement that with some scrambles. It just so happens that he busted up his ankle on the last run that he took off in overtime. But you talk about guys stepping up to the moment. There were some guys who didn't. There were some guys who shrunk that we'll get to a little bit later. In the case of a guy like Lil Jordan Humphrey, you miss the big catch early in the game just to make a big catch late in the game. You try and make up for it. Bottom line is, guys, the Broncos are in the AFC Championship game. And I think even with Bo Nix being out, they got a decent shot to win, and there's a bunch of reasons for it, and we'll get to all of them as we go along today on a Rally House Victory Monday, Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Again, this show could be 12 hours, and I would have stuff left over. So we're going to try and plow through a million different details. And I'm going to do my best to table the Buffalo part of this because, Nelly, We live in Denver. I want to talk about the Broncos. I'm gonna last as long as I can without discussing the absolute loserville that Buffalo's putting on display right now. The refs blew it for us. What about 5 turnovers? Does it matter? Insane. So we'll get to all of this as we go along today. Again, Rally House Football Monday, back after this. Rally House Football Monday, Nelly. It's. I feel it bubbling inside of me. I just want to yell at Buffalo. I want to so badly. Because every time I check my phone, I have, I don't tweet all that often. But I sent
now
one
Hastings wants a piece.
I sent one out that's just getting a lot of run from a lot of people in Buffalo. And I just like to yell at them. We'll save it. Again, I'm going to try and hang on. This is an exercise in like self-restraint. How much do I have? We're going to find out this morning. The Broncos winning that game, and we have a bunch of people we're going to talk to today. Adam Schefter is going to be at 9 o'clock. Steve Berline, we're going to talk to at 9:30, by the way, as well. Long-time QB in the NFL. To win the game the way that you did, where you felt like let's be honest here, early in the game, by halftime, it was a little bit like the Broncos are playing pretty good, and a lot of it about how Buffalo was just shooting themselves in the cojones. I mean, think about that play by Josh Allen at the end of the half. They're trying to drive down the field to get some sort of score before halftime, and he carries the football not like a loaf of bread. I wouldn't even carry bread like that. He carries it like his car keys. Gets that knocked out and gives the Broncos the ability to snatch an extra 3 points at the end of the first half, turning what was a really close game into a 2-score game. And I don't even know what the plan really was. He takes off and runs. There's 22 seconds left when that drive started. I don't know where you're trying to go. But fumbles. Broncos get the field goal before half. It's 20-10. And then they open up the second half. And here's what you're thinking. Broncos get a stop at the beginning of the second half. You're going to be in unbelievably good shape. Nick Bonito comes essentially untouched because I don't know what they were thinking. They had a wide receiver lined up on the offensive line. He gives what was supposed to be a chip, turns out to be a total shove of Bonito, but the shove allows him to get around the left tackle unimpeded, gets to Josh Allen, strip sack, Broncos recover, and then all of a sudden they got to drive the starting at the 17-yard line. Unfortunately, they don't get in the end zone. If they did, it would have felt like the game was pretty close at hand. It's a 23-10 game. But then you kind of start the march. And the Bills offense find a little bit of jam. They do what they do under Josh Allen, which is continue to score and put pressure on you. And all of a sudden you're feeling nervous as hell. Because the ease in which they were scoring it didn't feel quite right. But you hang on, you get the tie heading into overtime, and then you make plays to win it. There are guys I think played really well in this game. There's guys who I think didn't. Like for this thing to be billed as like Josh Allen versus the Broncos defense, there was moments in which the Broncos defense played fantastic, and then there was moments in which they got beaten up. And that's going to happen against a really good quarterback. Cortland Sutton uncharacteristically had some big drops in that game that felt like it cost you. You had the plays in which, little Jordan Humphrey on that opening drive drops, the easy touchdown. Easy. But it felt like for every moment that happened like that, you got something on the back end. And I'll give you an example. I just got to go straight to the Buffalo stuff if I'm going to do this. For all the belly aching coming out of Buffalo, I've hit my limit, Nelly. Sorry, going to happen. everybody talking about how do you call those pass interferences in overtime of all things and 50-some yards of penalties. And I've said forever, hand up, I don't think there should be anything beyond a 15-yard penalty in football. I understand why that they have the spot foul on pass interference calls. I still think it's insane. It's hard to get 15 yards in this league. It's even harder to get 40. And if you have a penalty that's a spot foul, a 40-yard penalty, I think it's insane. But those are the rules. I thought the first PI in overtime was very, very ticky-tack, especially for how they were calling the game. They were kind of letting a lot of things go. The second one was so blatant and obvious and had to be called because you can't allow people to tackle wide receivers before the ball gets there, okay? You can't. By the way, I think that Bo Nix and Marvin Mims, that plays a touchdown if Nix doesn't break his ankle 2 plays prior to that, or the play prior. I think he can step up into the throw, make it. Mims had the guy beat. Should have been a touchdown. But they want to focus on that stuff. They want to focus on, well, how could that be an interception when look at my screenshot? He's got the football and his knee is down, totally ignoring the fact you have to survive the ground afterwards. Look, it's a weird call. It's always a tough rule when we're talking about catch, non-catch. He didn't survive the ground. If that ball, instead of going into McMillan's hands, pops up in the air, is that an incompletion or a fumble? It's an incompletion. But because of that, it ends up in the breadbasket of Jaquan McMillan, who makes a fantastic play and clutch play in the most insane of situations. Broncos football. It's called correctly. Tre'Davious White and everybody else in that team after that, where you get the PI call, can chuck a helmet or do whatever they want. Those were very obviously the right call to me. By the way, speaking of Tre'Davious White, here you go.
I thought that, I didn't interfere with the guy. When the ball got there, I swiped through, knocked the ball down.
Okay, hang on a second. Sorry. I'm going to play this back. I didn't get to the guy early, he says. Someone get my man an access to some sort of iPad and show him the play. In fact, I know he's probably seen it by this time, by the time he's talking to the media here, because they have them on the sideline.
I thought that, I didn't interfere with the guy. When the ball got there, I swiped through, knocked the ball down, and fell on top of him. I just think that the crowd probably played a big-time factor in that. And also, referees are human, man, and people make mistakes. I just think that it should be up to the players to decide the game, man. With a game that's fought so hard, come down to the wire, plays like that. I mean, that's a professional bang play. As a defensive back, man, that's what you want. Take the guy to the ground and finish the play. And referees, they just don't know ball, man.
Referees don't know ball. Of course, Nelly, you should be allowed to physically assault and tackle a receiver when the game is tight and the game is late. That's what he's arguing here. Is that the rules of football should not matter anymore. It is now prison rules. You get to do what you want.
By the way, I think I need to add that to my board. Just referees don't know ball, man. We get a lot of run out of that one.
It's such a... And here's my problem. Now we'll officially start. The Bills' Twitter account is propping up this nonsense. Sean McDermott after the game. Find this for me, Nelly. I didn't send it to you. I apologize. Sean McDermott after the game. He goes to the podium. What does he start with? Is it we turn the ball over 5 times and that's unacceptable in a playoff game? No. Is it our quarterback didn't play better than the opposing team's quarterback? No. Is it I made some bad decisions and some bad play calls in the middle of that game? No. He says, I got to stand up for Buffalo because what happened at the end of the game is ridiculous. Like, you want to talk about a masterclass in not taking responsibility for your own actions that led to a loss. That is on behalf, like the fact that it came from the guy in charge of the team. If I was owning the Bills, would have fired him on the spot. If your first reaction as a head coach after that game is to blame everybody else that's not in a Bills uniform, you failed. You don't get it. Every year, it can't be the ref's fault. Why were you in the position you were in? Because I watched the second half of that game where they moved the football with ease because they have the best player on the planet, or one of them, under center for you. And he turned the ball over 5 times in that game.
You get nothing. You lose.
You know who didn't?
Good day, sir.
Bo Nix didn't do that. That's why the Broncos were in the position they were in, because he hung on to the football. Even in the second half, he had one mistake where he tried to hit a short pass. It gets picked off by a D lineman. Good play by the D lineman. And then it was a lot of punts and a lot of very inconsistent play on behalf of the Broncos. And with all the things that took place late in that game, if Josh Allen, how about this one, Sean McDermott? If Josh Allen hits a wide open Dawson Knox with 10 seconds left in the game for a walk-in touchdown, none of this is an issue. But that's not your focus. Your focus is on the things you can't control. Guess what? Bad leadership. Hey, loser fans who are out there talking about refs and calls, have you considered? And I love Josh Allen. I think he's a great player. I thought out of everybody that resides in whatever Buffalo's area code is, the person who took the most responsibility was him. He's the only guy that reacted properly. He said, I blew it for my teammates. And you know what? He's probably right. Now, are you going to go out there and blame your QB in a postseason press conference? Probably not. But you could do a hell of a lot better than I'm going to stand up for Buffalo because what took place at the end of that game is ridiculous. Let's hear from this dope. Go ahead.
It's hard for me to, and I've had a chance to look at, it's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled. If it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down? Just to make sure that we have this right. That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. Right. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
Slow this thing down for what? They got the call right. They weren't going to switch it. Does it matter if it takes 10 minutes or 30 seconds to get a call correct? Is that what he's talking about? Is it reviewing the interception by McMillan? They need to slow it down? For what? It wasn't changing. Your boy didn't survive the ground. That's part of the rules. You might think the rule is stupid. It's the rule. It's just, it is such. Say what you want about Sean Payton. Never would I imagine him doing something like that if they lost that game. And maybe he did in New Orleans on that insane, was it Roby Coleman or whatever his name was when he had the most blatant pass interference ever that would have sent the Saints to, I think, the NFC Championship game. That wasn't called. Maybe he did it then because it was so egregious. I have no idea. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah. Don't you remember the Saints were even trying to take that to court
to
get it overturned?
That one was so egregiously bad that perhaps that's the case. But I'm telling you right now, if your coach in a game in which you turn the ball over 5 times, 5, goes to the press conference and one of the first things out of his mouth is about, I'm standing up for Buffalo for what the refs did to us, nonsense, I'm not even kidding. Fired on the spot. How do you not take responsibility for what you did to blow that game? Credit to the Broncos for the way that they just stuck with it and continued to fight and got the win. That's how they've won all year. But the reality of the situation is this. Guys, the Bills almost won the football game with 5 turnovers. Imagine if they didn't. They probably win pretty easy. Now, it's a credit to your defense, making plays, getting pressure on Josh Allen, speeding up his clock in his head. Like, it's a credit to you. But the reality is this. If you didn't make insanely boneheaded mistakes consistently throughout the game, Buffalo probably wins it. And their reaction, their head coach's reaction in the postgame is, I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. Where, refs? Unreal. You know, again, had things gone the other way, could we, let's say that ends up being a catch, Bills kick the game winner, they move on. Could we get here this morning and talk about, hey, Jonathan Cooper was held in the end zone for a safety on that exact play that he's complaining about, by the way? The game should have ended right there. Yeah, we could do that. Hell, we could do it right now because your quarterback is now hurt for the rest of the year and is not able to play in the AFC Championship game. We could do it now. And I wouldn't because I'm not a loser. Because I'm not a wuss. Because I take responsibility for things that I have caused. Or in this case, the team I'm rooting for. Complaining about the refs is, I think, the weakest, most mentally soft thing you can do in sports. I literally had somebody that said this, Nelly. He goes, well, the game was 30-30 at that time. Anything that happened prior doesn't matter. And I go, what an insane thing to say. The Titanic, before it hit the iceberg, was in perfectly good shape. Anything that happened previously to hitting the iceberg doesn't matter. Never happens that way. So Buffalo, eat this one. And here's what's funny now. I got sympathy for people in Buffalo. It's got to feel awful to consistently lose a game the way that they've been losing over and over again. But God, you don't make it easy. The refs, really. The amount of people, by the way, and I'm a big Josh Allen guy. I like Josh Allen. Nelly, could you believe? I've never seen this before in my life. And I'm somebody that I will defend quarterbacks who have the quote, loser tag attached to them where they can't win the big game and everybody throws out the quarterback win stat and all that stuff. I defend against that because I think a lot of that is just there is so much context that's baked in the cake that nobody takes into account. Oh, yeah, if he's such a great quarterback, then why hasn't he won a Super Bowl? Well, I don't know, because the team's not good enough or the organization's bad or maybe he's got a bad O-line or a number of 8 billion things could be the case. And I lived through this when I told people for years, I'm like, I don't think you guys understand how good Matthew Stafford is. He's just in an incredibly awful organization. And I think I've said this on the air before it actually happened. If he went anywhere else, he would win a Super Bowl. And the first opportunity he got, he won with the Rams. And might very well be on his way to winning another one here. Because the quarterback wins thing is incredibly lazy. So I feel for quarterbacks in this. But I couldn't believe the reaction after the game. You got to feel bad for Josh Allen. He did it to himself. We don't treat any quarterbacks with the kid gloves that he gets. It's insane. And I think it props up sort of the mentality that you see coming out of Buffalo. Gosh, I saw Chase Daniels do a breakdown on that missed throw to Dawson Knox. Guys, that game was on a silver platter. End of the game. You're just trying to get a stop for a field goal. It's third down. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's got Dawson Knox wide open for a walk-in touchdown to literally make that throw. You tip your cap and you walk off the field. And he misses him. And I saw Chase Daniels go, God, you got to feel bad for Josh Allen here. What do you mean? Could you imagine if that was Lamar that made that throw? Like, imagine that. Who missed him? He would have been crucified by people. See, this is what we're talking about. Can't win the big game. It is such a weird thing. I guess I'll stop. I have more, but I'll stop. Rally House Football Monday. Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning. Steve Berline at 9:30. A whole lot to break down. Stick around. Rally House Football Monday. Texture. Brett complaining about Buffalo complaining is horrible radio. Make him stop. Well, Nelly, first of all, that's your job to make me stop. Second of all, I'm going to tell you something right now. This might be a unique thing that you haven't heard before. I kind of just say what I want, and I don't really care.
No, shut him off. Shut me off.
I mean, it's my show. It's 6 in the morning with Brett Kane. I'm just saying what I think. And there's plenty that don't like it. But but I will say exactly what's on my mind. If you listen, the first day I was on this radio station, as I do the first day I'm on any radio station, I make a promise to the people listening. I will say exactly what I think. I'm not going to say things to rile you up or some fake thing to get you outraged. It might be stupid, but everything that I say is exactly what I feel. And if it's for you, it's for you. If not, then it's not. But make no mistake, I will complain even more about Buffalo throughout the course of the show. That is a promise I will make you. You will hear me talking about what a loser Sean McDermott is for a while. Okay? It will happen. Yeah, man, it's a hell of a day for the Broncos to win this. And I'll give this to you in a minute. I still believe, even with Bo Nix going down, they got a decent shot to win on Sunday or Saturday. When are they even playing? I don't even know. Do we know yet? Has that been set in stone? Sunday, 1 o'clock. I think they got a decent shot. I'll explain in a bit, but I want to get a couple of calls in here. Ramos Law Hotline's open for you guys. 303-504-0925. Tyler's up first. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, good morning, Brett.
Good morning.
Well, first off, I just want to say I love your tone this morning.
Thank you.
I usually would say, hey, I'm bummed for the Bills. I want them to win. I love Josh Allen. Obviously, I don't want them to win against the Broncos. But now, after all the complaining, I really feel like suck it.
It's
Buffalo.
insane, right? Like, just crazy.
I can't believe it. And you know what? In high school, I lost a game because of the refs, and I had to get over it. And I was 18, and these are professional athletes who can't stop complaining. Sean McDermott's a loser. I'm 100% with you. By the way, they roughed Bo Nix on the first PI call. Don't like the PI call, but you punched Bo Nix in the head.
Oh, the Bosa? You're talking about Bosa?
Yeah, Bosa roughed the passer. So even if they don't call the PI, they called a roughing the passer.
Yeah, exactly.
So why are we complaining about that? And
exactly.
Yes, I understand the pick, but the refs sometimes have a hand in the outcome of a game. And we learned that in high school. So get over it. The Broncos beat you and own it. Yep. So I'm totally with you this morning. Buffalo can suck it. But for going into this week, my take is, you know what? Pressure's off. Jared Stidham, go in. If you lose, then maybe that's what people expected. If you throw 2 picks, that's what people expected. But go in and play loose and go win a football game. Yeah. And I really do think they have a shot.
Yeah, Tyler, thank you, buddy. So just to piggyback off that, and I appreciate the call. I mean, this is going to be weird to say, and let me be clear about this. You don't win that game over the weekend without Bo Nix. Like, Bo Nix was incredible. So I'm going to say that first. But here's why I think you got a shot. I don't think this team is built as a totally quarterback-reliant position. I'll give you an example. The team you played over the weekend, for them to win a football game, Josh Allen has to be great. And he wasn't. And that's why they lost. You are built in a way, you have a good defense. God, it would be such a difference maker, too. If I get the news that J.K. Dobbins is going to be back in this lineup, it would be so massive for their odds and their chances to win. But they aren't built upon Bo Nix has to go out and throw for 400 yards to win. They just aren't. And that's why I think uniquely the Broncos have this. It's a different thing. It's different than most teams. If you tell me the Rams don't have Stafford, I think they're screwed. If you tell me, take other teams in this playoff, if obviously the Bills don't have Josh Allen, if the Chargers don't have Justin Herbert, like you can take all these different teams, and if they don't have their starting quarterback, they're in really, really bad shape. I don't think the Broncos are like that. Obviously, this doesn't help you, okay? It hurts. It puts you at a massive disadvantage. But I think they're still capable of winning in spite of it in a way that's unique to them and really it just doesn't apply to most other teams. Let's get another quick phone call here before we get out. Nick is up next. Hi, Nick.
Good morning, Brett. Love the tone as well.
Thank you.
Obviously, the complaining it's getting obnoxious, but I think there's a little context to that. I'm honestly less nervous. I mean, Bo played amazing, and if Stidham plays a steady game, I think we do have a serious chance here.
Yeah.
I'm less worried about that than I am our lack of an ability to cover a running back or tight end. I think
Sure.
that's something we really have to explore. But I really think McDermott's taken this angle because he knows that the Buffalo crowd is restless and has been restless. And with how many chances they've had at this, that likely something's got to change.
Yeah.
I don't know if he even truly believes that they got screwed over, or if this is just a weird angle he's taken trying to save his job, which is where I think it is, because even like Mike Sanford said, this is the biggest game for many guys on both teams,
Yep.
but none bigger than Sean McDermott.
Yep.
And I think this is him scraping and scratching at whatever he can hold on to save any amount of faith and maybe not save his job, but at the very least prop himself up for the next one, because I think he knows he's on the hot seat.
Yeah, to provide some static. I appreciate the call, Nick. I think you're right. Like, he knows that game was huge for him being on the chopping block. And so you're grasping at straws to try and make excuses, like maybe that's it. So a lot more to discuss with this. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Hey, man, Broncos, AFC Championship game. That's a huge win. Huge. And we'll get into a lot more of this Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
It's going to be I believe, a high-scoring game. 34-30 type game.
Really? That
Wow. Yes, I think every damn possession is going to be 4-down territory, right? Every series, 4-down territory.
Yeah.
From the very get-go. So get used to it. And the Broncos defense at times are going to have to make some plays via the turnover. You're going to have to take the ball away to stop them. 34-30. High-scoring game.
So, Vic, you think this game is going to be, you said 34-30. You didn't say who had the 34.
Let me make it easy for you. Whoever has the ball last, and when I say last, you can't have the ball with like 3 seconds left. Last is in threat to win the game last.
Like a buck 30 to go or something like that?
Whoever has the ball with a chance to win the game last will win the game. Anything different would surprise me. And I sure hope that the Broncos have it last.
So Rally House, Football Monday, Rally House, shop every team in town. Vic, I thought you were nuts when you said that. Nuts.
So did I.
Crazy. Cuckoo. And you damn near nailed it. I got to tell you, there is a million things that we could do today. I've yelled about Buffalo already and the loser mentality coming out of there. I can't believe the narratives that they're sort of surrounding their loss with. But we could talk about how the Broncos won, and we will all day today. Obviously, there's that next step of Bo Nix is not going to be playing anymore, so what do you do moving forward with Jarrett Stidham? But first and foremost, Nelly, I know you're busy. Go get Gary.
Oh, wow.
Go get Gary. We're in the
What?
AFC Championship game, boys. We got to do it.
Even without Bo?
You won a playoff game against Josh Allen. You got revenge last year on the team that knocked you out. You're heading to the AFC Championship game. You're a game away even without Bo.
Moj, did Brett and did these guys get clearance on this?
Executive decision.
I
made an executive decision.
I must be.
Well, you have to be an executive
completely
to make an
yeah.
executive decision.
Give me that music, Nelly. Give me that music, Nelly. Come on.
What?
Don't you have to have executive status?
Yeah, Gary. Yeah, Gary.
Well, where is he? Oh, there he is.
I can
There
only
he
see his
is.
torso. Yeah.
Get
Oh,
it.
there he is.
Get it. Yeah, Gary. Yeah, Gary. Yeah, Gary.
The guy is drunk.
We haven't
He's
seen Gary
bare-chested
for
and
years.
banging his chest.
How long has it been since we've seen Gary?
He's still pretty upright,
Since
man.
the Broncos made the playoffs last year.
Wow.
I forgot. Whenever he's in the room with Nelly, it sounds like a wind tunnel's going through, like he's sitting behind a 747. So, again, listen, the way that you went about winning that game, me and Moser were just talking before the show started.
It was nuts.
I don't know what that game looks like if Buffalo doesn't turn it over 5 times, but you forced them to turn the ball over 5 times. You forced it. There are moments where things look great. There are moments where things weren't looking great. Bottom line is, they won this football game the way that they've won basically the entire year. Just by the skin of their teeth at the very end, they find a way to pull it out with a couple of huge plays from your better players on this roster. I don't care what anybody says. That Jaquan McMillan interception is one of the greatest clutch defensive plays you're going to find in recent postseason memory.
First off, even I was surprised, and I predicted a 34-30 game with a bunch of takeaways, and that's exactly what happened, and I'm still sitting here stunned that the Broncos were able to pull that off, okay? The Jaquan McMillan play, for longtime Bronco fans, I want you to remember another name. It will live forever in the annals of Broncos history alongside Jeremiah Castile, who in 1988 stripped Ernest Biner of the Cleveland Browns when Ernest Biner was about to score and tie the game against the Denver Broncos here at home. And Jeremiah Castile comes in and makes a play. And it was a controversial play at the time, very controversial, just like the Jaquan McMillan play was. Those two players and those two plays changed the course of history.
Pretty much. That pretty much is the case. In real time, I thought it was a catch. In real
So
time,
did I, in real time.
Yeah, in real time, I'm like, well, he's got the ball, then he's touched, his knee is on the ground, so on and so forth. But the rules, listen, if this was 1995, hell, if this is 2005, that's a catch.
Yeah.
But the way the rules have been rewritten over the years, and this, you've got to survive the ground stuff and all this kind of thing, it was the correct call. Now, again, times change, things change, so on and so forth. And Jaquan did a great job to stay with it and get his hands in there and come up with it. The ball never touches, and there you go. It was awesome.
If that ball pops out and it's not in Jaquan's hands, it's an incomplete pass. And I think that they ruled that the correct way. Whether, like, you can hate the rule, but by rule, it's right. And Jaquan to stick with that play and make that in that moment, I mean, it felt like the game was going to be over. I mean, they had the ball, the 20-yard line, if that's ruled a catch? That's
it is over.
Chip shot field goal, and it's done.
That's what I was thinking in my brain. I was thinking, well, the game's over now because they're in field goal range. And then I saw, it was weird because I was angry because Cooks was wide open, right? You saw the play. He's wide open. And first of all, the play call by Buffalo was perfect because the Broncos were in zero coverage. They had max protect on the call. Buffalo did. So they blocked everybody. Josh Allen took one of those Elway drops, Moj, where he took like 18 steps back, not just 5. Like, he just kept going back, but he's got the arm to get it there.
He wanted to find himself all kinds of room.
Yeah.
And because he knows his arm can fire it.
So he's back there forever, and you're seeing this unfold, and you're seeing Cooks run across the middle of the field, and you're thinking, oh, God, the game's over. That's what I was thinking. The ball arrives, the game's over. They're on the ground, the game's over. McMillan gets up off the ground with the ball. What just happened? What did I just see? What did I just witness? What's going on right now? I did not know what was happening. In fact, I thought for sure once they went to replay, I thought they would overturn it. I thought they would give the ball back to Buffalo because I had not seen the angle. And there's one obvious angle that shows it was indeed an interception.
Yeah.
But I don't think those angles, guys, I don't think they exist 20, 25 years ago. I don't think we're having this conversation. I think that's a catch, very much so a catch.
And well, Vic, the rule is different 25 years ago. The rule is different.
Look,
this whole surviving the ground, all these different kinds of things, it's different. But nonetheless, hey, this is today's NFL, dude. And Jaquan did a great, great job to stay with him.
I want to say something. From all the games that I watched over the weekend, divisional round games, Bo Nix played maybe the cleanest game of any quarterback that was in there.
He had one bad play. That's it. One bad play, and that was a pick at the line of scrimmage. Other than that, I thought you're exactly right. Well, Darnold played clean because he didn't have to do much.
Correct.
He just handed it off.
But out of all the other quarterbacks, I mean, you looked around, the amount of turnovers between all the different ones that were still left in that postseason. And Josh Allen had 4 of them. And I'm going to yell about Buffalo. I did it already in the appetizer. I'm going to yell about it more, about those losers in the way that they're discussing this game as if they were robbed of something instead of having 5 turnovers in a playoff game being, I don't know, somewhat of a factor. In
I know, but I think you're being a little hard on them because if the shoe was on the other foot, we would delve into that play much like they are. And it didn't make matters any better last night when Devontae Adams had a similar play that went the other way.
I don't think that was similar at all. He wasn't going to the ground.
What do you mean it wasn't similar?
He wasn't going to the ground making the catch. I mean, that's the biggest difference of all of it.
But to say it wasn't similar is, are you crazy? I mean, the ball was taken from him as he's in the middle of a catch. Now, the difference in my eyes was that he made a football play before the ball was taken and his knee was on the ground. However, to the naked eye, without replay, those look like the exact same type of play.
He wasn't making a catch falling towards the ground. He had the catch while he was upright. I mean, that's what's different, and that's what changed the entire perception of the Cooks play. Now, the reason I mention all of this is because there's one main thing you can't do in the postseason, and every team that lost found out in a hurry. You got to hang on to the damn football.
You can't turn the football over.
And they turned the football over 5 times, and me and Moser, before the show started, Moser said to me, and I think he's right, if Buffalo doesn't turn the ball over, they might blow you out. Like, they very well might have.
Well, when you look at all the stats, top to bottom, the first downs, the third down efficiency, the total plays.
All of it's great.
The total yards.
Yeah.
I mean, everything.
They ran the ball. They threw the ball. They did everything.
Right. They ran for 183 yards. I mean, everything they did, virtually everything, was better than you or even way better than you.
Except the most important
Except the most
statistic.
important thing is hanging on to the dang football, and they simply couldn't do it. And you know what? The Broncos, I'm going to give them full credit. They took advantage. And I'll say this. The Bo Nix pass to put the Broncos on top late, right? It was, I don't even know how to say it. It was that one touchdown pass. I'm going to get the exact.
Which one are you talking about? The one to Mims?
Yeah, the one to Mims.
Yeah, it was perfect.
That was one of the prettiest passes. The 26-yard touchdown pass to Mims was one of the prettiest passes I've seen in a long, long time.
I thought the one to Lil Jordan Humphrey was better.
You did?
Which one? The one he caught or dropped?
The one he caught. The one he caught because he throws it across the field a la Elway.
Yeah, that was
the one he dropped on the first drive.
That was pretty too.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Listen,
but
Bo
to go
balled
over
out.
The shoulder,
Bo was
he did.
amazing.
Bo balled out.
Vic, to go over the shoulder though like that and drop it in a bucket.
Yeah.
In that situation, when you got to have points. You got to.
Can I erase a narrative very quickly?
You're losing the damn football game when he drops it in a bucket in the end zone right there by the pylon.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. That was an unbelievable throw.
Allow me to erase this narrative because we have built a narrative in this NFL for these, legacy quarterbacks who are treated like royalty and everybody roots for the quarterback and not the team. And I understand Josh Allen got the bulk of that coming into this game, the sympathy, the empathy, we love Josh. Josh made critical mistakes and he was outplayed by Bo Nix.
Yes.
Did you just hear what I said? Last year's MVP, all right? Big bad Josh Allen, Wyoming's finest. The Broncos should have drafted him in 18. Everybody keeps talking about that. He was outplayed by a second-year quarterback, and it was obvious to all who watched the game. He made the critical mistakes. He also made great plays, but at the end of the day, 5 takeaways for the Bills. The overthrow to Kincaid when the game could have ended right there.
My God.
Awful.
Wait, was that Kincaid or Knox?
One of the tight ends.
Knox.
Okay. The underthrow to Shakir. I don't know if you guys remember on 3rd and 8 that led to a field goal. That could have been a touchdown. That could have put him up by 8. Underthrow to Shakir on a simple little pass that hit the turf. The 2 picks, the one to Locke was especially bad. The fumble at the end of the first half was unacceptable. To run around with the ball like that at the end of a half, being greedy when you didn't have the time. So you know what? I feel for Josh Allen. He cried afterwards. Bills fans cried.
He was one of the few that took responsibility, by the way.
He got outplayed. And if you're a Buffalo fan listening to this show right now, and you don't look in the mirror and say that, you're lying to yourself. Josh Allen was the second best quarterback on that field. You know what else he had? He had a run game to help him. He had a running back who ran for over 100 yards. Do you know who the Broncos' best running back was? Bo Nix.
You know
he
what?
led the team in rushing.
And there's going to be a lot of this that goes around today, and I understand there's going to be a lot of back and forth. What Vic is saying is 1,000% correct. Bo Nix was better. And the bummer of all of this is I thought that Bo, and I guess in fairness, look, my expectations for Bo Nix are much lower than they are for Josh Allen. And so maybe it's easier for him to hit the bar that I have set for him in a game like that. So when I say I think that he played fantastic, maybe it's because I'm grading a little bit on a curve. But make no mistake about this. This is a guy in year 2 that, they've had fits and spurts as an offense. They have times where they look great and times where they look downright terrible. And in the second half, guys, with 2.5 minutes left in the game, you had 47 total yards in the second half in a game that you were trying to close out. That's not great. But making a play when you have to make a play, the biggest bummer in all of this is that he fractures his ankle on the most nothing play at the end of the game.
The most nothing play.
And I'll tell you this much. If he didn't do that, I think that he hits Mims for the game-winning touchdown in OT, but he couldn't drive his leg into the throw, which underthrows and then ends up being the PI.
It was a PI anyway. I mean, it was a total PI.
But the whole thing to this is the biggest bummer is I thought this could set up as, man, if you're a quarterback as young, and people are like, he's 30 years old already. I mean, like, as far as his NFL experience, second year in the league, to win a game like that would be such a massive confidence boost moving forward, and now you can't capitalize on it because you can't play for the rest of the year.
Well, I think Brett, it should pay dividends far into the future.
It should.
It should. But right now, they've got to look to a guy who's got 4 career starts. And you've got, and this is where, as we get further on this week, the lack of a consistent running game is going to hurt.
Oh, I hope JK's back this weekend.
I do too. I don't think that he's going to be.
Thinking that same thing. I mean, he was off to the side last week.
And he's the one. He said to Broncos fans, now, I mean, this is what he said, and take this for what it's worth. I think it was before the Chargers game at the end of the year. Somebody said, are you going to be back for the Super Bowl? And he said sooner to him. Well, there's only one more sooner, and it's this Sunday at 1 o'clock. So, look, a ton to break down from this game. We have Adam Schefter will join us at 9. We have Steve Berline, longtime quarterback in the NFL. He's going to join us at 9:30 as well to break all of this down. Stick around.
I mean, look at me right now. I just had to put on my reading glasses to read this. Are you having trouble reading menus, commercials, reading at night, driving at night, looking at your computer? Vic Lombardi here with the solution. It's called refractive lens exchange from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. RLE. Say goodbye to reading glasses, and you will never develop a cataract. It's part of the deal. Over 90,000 procedures. Dr. Cudarelli is the most experienced in Colorado. No readers, no glasses, no cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Some breaking news from Adam Schefter on ESPN. Sean McDermott has been fired as of right now. So, Buffalo.
That was fast.
Makes that decision. Well, yeah.
At least, you got to ride home.
This
Had
one's
a
for
day to
Buffalo.
think about it. Yeah.
Dude,
This one's for Buffalo.
I fight for Buffalo.
I'm not kidding. Again, as I tried to in the appetizer, I'm going to contain myself as much as I can to keep the focus on the Broncos and not yell about that guy in particular and a lot of people from Buffalo and their reaction to the game. I'm going to do as best as I can. But the fact that he went to that post-game press conference and did this.
It's hard for me to, and I've had a chance to look at, it's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled. If it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down just to make sure that we have this right? That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. Right. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
What the hell are you talking about? If the call's right, what does it matter if it takes 30 seconds or 10 minutes? The call's right.
Well, let me stand up for Denver, Sean, because 8 plays before that infamous play, 8 plays before the interception that you don't think is an interception, there was a play that took place in the Buffalo end zone, in their own end zone, in which Josh Allen went back, pulled up in the pocket, and you've seen it all over Twitter now. I tweeted it. Did you see DJ Jones basically tackled in the end zone area? The game should have, would have, and could have ended right there, which would have made all of this moot. Listen, calls are made all day. I get it, man. They're missed. They're made. That was a blatant hold, boys. Blatant.
Well, can I just say something real quick? Let's say that was ruled to catch. Cooks caught it, which means they're probably hitting a chip shot field goal and the Broncos lose. I guarantee you, this morning, will we talk about that not being a hold in the end zone? Yeah. You know what I would say is the reason why the Broncos lost? You had the lead. You had all this momentum. You forced 5 turnovers, or I guess in this case it would have been 4 if that wasn't an interception.
Because your offense fell asleep for 2 quarters.
And your offense produced 47 yards in the second half, up until 2.5 minutes left. That's why you would lose the game. I wouldn't be saying if it weren't for the refs, and that's what all of these people, including him, have been doing after the game. And I'm like, it's a masterclass in not taking responsibility for the reasons why you lost a football game. Yeah. And the only guy, ironically, that did it was Josh Allen, which made me have even more respect for him. He's like, I lost the game for my team. And it's like, I know that's tough to say out loud, but he's right.
We've become an excuse society, and case in point, I'm going to raise my hand. I did the same thing when the Nuggets earlier this season lost to Portland in Portland on that ridiculous call. Remember the jump ball call? Sure. Remember that? Yeah. I spent 2 days just going crazy about that. But, you could build another argument. You can build the argument, Brett, maybe the Nuggets shouldn't have blown an 11-point lead.
Of course. It should always come down to what actions did you do that caused yourself to be put in that position? And it's like there is no self-inventory from a lot of people in Buffalo today about why they got to the place that they got to. And it's like they're talking about the second pass interference call, by the way, on Tre'Davious White where he chucked his helmet was so blatant and obvious that it had to be called because you can't tackle somebody before the football gets there.
Would you agree with me on the PI call?
First one was weak.
The first one was a weak call. The first one very much like the Riley Moss call that went uncalled.
Hold on, though. The first one was weak. There was 2 penalties on the play. And if they didn't call PI, Joey Bosa hitting Bo Nix 50 seconds after he threw the football was an obvious roughing the passer, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Right. The second one, though, that caused all that unrest on the field was just silly. That was the guy got tackled. I mean, give me a break. Mims got tackled. That was stupid to even argue that one. And for people that I trust in this business to say you can't make PI calls in overtime, really? You can't? So it's all bets are off? Evidently, you can't call a hold in the end zone in overtime. Can't make that call because nobody called it. Listen, I understand the anger out of Buffalo fans. I understand the frustration because we're an impatient society. We're going to blame somebody when you lose. I've done it. We've all done it. Sometimes you need time to assess everything. Go back and look at the game. Your MVP quarterback lost that game for you. The end.
There's no question. Like, even if you don't want to break down just the turnovers of it, you know when that game could have, should have ended? 10 seconds left. Wide open Dawson Knox for a walk-in touchdown. You get to leave throwing up the deuces being like, I just pulled off a game winner at the end of the clock.
Yep.
And you missed him. Straight up missed him.
By a lot.
By a lot. And that's why I am not here for any of these crocodile tears from anybody in Buffalo. I'm like, you blew the game. They very obviously, I mean, Moj, we said it before the show started. If they don't turn the ball over, if they don't make a million mistakes, they probably win that game going away. Like,
well, I mean,
not close.
It's not they don't probably win the game. They do win the game, and you're right. Most likely it's going away.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to win that game. They were the better football team overall, top to bottom. As we start to go on here, I don't know how you guys are feeling about it, but I'm still – look, at this point, I can look at the raw numbers and go, oh, boy. Here come the damn Patriots into town. Are you serious?
They're good, man.
By the way, they're 0-4
really
all-time in playoff games in Denver, which is a good thing. But, Vic, you gave up 450 yards of total offense to the Buffalo Bills. Now, you may say, well, it's Josh Allen. Well, Drake May's played his butt off, too. I'm a little nervous. I know we have plenty of time to get to all of that. But, by the way, that one Josh Allen fumble where he's scrambling down the field –
at the end of the half?
Yeah, I thought he threw it backwards.
Like an option?
Didn't you think he turned and threw it backwards? It looked.
Credit Nick Benito,
he
who
got
calls
a hand
both
on
of those.
Right, he got a hand on it, correct. But I'm like, did he just throw that ball backwards?
Hey, you want another reason why you lose a football game? You give up 3 points for no reason at the end of the half.
Yeah.
That makes that a 10-point lead. The following possession, they get the ball to start the second half. What happens?
Another fumble.
2 plays in, Nick Benito smokes him. It's another fumble, and the Broncos get a field goal again.
Yep.
And again,
That's
you want to point to ref calls?
6 free points.
Yeah. By the way, and the frustration from the Broncos side is you're causing all these turnovers. How the game isn't already over at that point.
Yeah.
How you're not in total control at that point is, it's damning for the Broncos. Now, we got all week to get into Jarrett Stidham. And by the way, I got a story for you guys that I uncovered yesterday about Stidham and how he's going to prepare for this game. We'll get into that. I am weirdly, and I say weirdly, all right, I didn't put that last prediction on my loins. I am weirdly confident going into the AFC title game.
I kind of am too. I am. And here's the
thing.
thing.
You know why? Because they've been living and dying by the skin of their teeth, and all they're doing is living.
Well,
but even with a new quarterback who has not attempted a pass, listen to this, guys. Listen to this. Jarrett Stidham has not attempted a pass in 2 years.
Yeah. In a regular season game, yeah.
In a regular season game. So it's not like he's going to come in on fire, and he doesn't have a run game to lean on, because most coaches would tell you, it's okay, just run the ball. So, yeah, really? Have you seen the run game?
So, I don't know. Do we want to save the AFC Championship stuff for later in the week? Do we just want to focus on the game today?
Well, we can get back to it a little later, because it's important. It's obviously the game. I just want to start with New England. Let's just start there. Outside of the Lakers, who come to town tomorrow night, this is my list of most hateable teams in all of sports. The Lakers are number one, and they will always be number one on my list. The New England Patriots are a very close number two.
Really?
Outside of the New England area, is there anyone on earth, anyone in this microphone, hold on. Hello? Is there anyone in this microphone that likes that franchise? Because I hate them. I hate them.
Yeah, my hate for the Dodgers might be a little bit ahead of the Patriots. Although
can't stand them.
Although, Vic, you're not incorrect. Yeah, you're not incorrect, because nobody really likes the Patriots except Patriots people, period, end of story.
That foghorn that they sound off, all of the crap they got, that tough guy image, that Dave Portnoy. How about Portnoy's? Did you see that stunt he pulled after the game that I went off on him?
Yep.
Yeah.
Laughing that Bo Nix got hurt, laughing, mocking Bo Nix's injury.
Yep.
I mean, what kind of crap is that, man?
Hey, Brett, I don't know if you know this or not, but that Vic and I almost got in a fight with Patriots people.
I've heard this before.
You've heard that
yeah.
story? Oh,
I've
you heard
it.
that story?
Just, I think a couple times. Yeah.
They are the absolute worst fans in sport.
I mean, completely.
They call themselves by a derogatory name, and they do so willingly and gladly.
I reckon they do.
You know, there's
Brett, you can't believe how this guy was not even involved in the conversation. This Patriots guy, and then injects himself into the conversation.
Yeah.
I was mad. I was so mad at that guy.
Let me tell you something, though. I don't want to get too far into this. And yes, textures, people listening, Sean McDermott has been fired. So the Broncos, with their win, have ended his tenure. I think it was 9 years he was in Buffalo. He's been let go this morning. I don't know how much we want to get into, like, the upcoming game, because I do want to spend a lot of today focusing on how you got this dub. But to Vic's point, he said he's weirdly optimistic about the game coming up this weekend, even not having Bo Nix in the game. And I am too, because the Broncos are not built around a quarterback having to win a football game for you. Like, they're Hang on. Let me finish this. I understand that Bo Nix. Hang on. You gotta let me finish this first.
Yeah, well, your initial statement's false.
Let me finish the statement.
Okay.
Their team is not built around a quarterback carrying you for 400 passing yards a game.
Sure.
That's not what they do.
That's fair.
Bo Nix, in his defense, has done the consistent thing all year long of making plays at the end of the game to close it. He has done that, which is a hard and rare quality for a quarterback. But as far as being in a game with a chance to win, this isn't the same thing as if Matthew Stafford was out for the Rams, they're in some trouble.
Yeah.
Because you just can't replace what Stafford does. If Josh Allen was out this last game, you can't replace what Josh Allen does.
Yeah,
for
but
him.
you know what, Brett? But you know what, Vic? Let me interject here. What did we want out of the Denver Broncos in the offensive side of the football? What did we want?
We wanted big plays.
We
got big plays.
We did. We also wanted to see Bo Nix use his legs.
Yeah, and he did.
And while it wasn't a crazy total amount of yards rushing, man, did he keep things alive with his legs.
He led the team in rushing, Mose.
Yeah, he led the team in rushing.
They don't have a run game. Everybody who keeps saying, well, commit to the run. Commit to what?
Yeah.
Commit to what run?
Dude,
Quit. You know what? You know what, Broncos country? Stop it. Stop trying to say commit to the run. Because presently constituted, who they have back there, they're not going to run the ball. And the Denver Broncos won that game with one part of their offense tied behind their back. Bo Nix won the game. He had to do it without a run game.
And so now it's going to be on Jarrett Stidham, and I don't honestly remember how good of a runner he is.
Well, he can't do what Bo does.
He's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, mamma mia.
But do not discount what Sean Payton has planned.
Agreed.
Game plan-wise.
Agreed.
To even the count a little bit. I disagree with your whole tenet there, Powder, about Bo Nix. What was your argument? Raise that argument again.
I just said the Broncos are not built. They aren't a quarterback solely dependent team. That they have a lot of other things that is a more holistic style, and it's not just hey, go win a game for us. Like they aren't built that way.
Okay, I guess my counter argument would be Bo Nix made some amazing plays to keep drives alive, and again, we talked about the throw to Mims, the throw to little Jordan Humphrey. Heck, the what was that? Tackle eligible touchdown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a bunch of plays that he made that you wonder, can somebody else make those plays? I guess we're fixing to find out.
We're fixing on the other side of the football again. You forced 5 turnovers, or were the beneficiary of a couple of boneheaded turnovers too. You force some, you got some. And that defense that we all love, still tied at 30 going into overtime, having given up 450 yards of offense.
You know what?
And I'm like, crap, man. That makes me nervous, Vic.
You know what? By the way, Buffalo fans, in all your tears, and I understand you should be tearful when your team loses the way it did. You should be upset. I'd be just as upset. But as you wipe away those tears, understand something. The Buffalo Bills management team, their ownership group, they just answered your question for you. While the head coach wanted to blame a specific call, and you wanted to blame calls, and you wanted to blame PIs, and you wanted to blame, you know who they blamed? The head coach.
Yeah.
And you know the head coach can blame? His quarterback.
Sure.
Because that's how it works. If you take care of the football, at least mildly, you win that game. You win that game pretty handily, by the way. If you tell me Buffalo doesn't turn it over 5 times, they didn't punt, guys. Guys, think about this. The Buffalo Bills lost a game in which they didn't punt.
Yeah.
Blame your coach. Blame your quarterback.
A lot more to get to here. Rally House Football Monday.
Well, you can't fire the quarterback, but you can fire the coach.
Keep in mind, it's Martin Luther King Day, so happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody out there. And with that, the Avs take on Washington with a special 2 p.m. start time. You can tune in AM 950 starting at 1:30 for pregame, powered by Ramos Law. Back after this.
How's your low testosterone treating you? Is it happening for you? Do you know that it's happening for you? Went to my regular doc one time, had all my blood work done, you know, the full exam, the whole 9 yards. And he goes, yeah, your testosterone's getting a little bit low. I said, oh, what do I do? He's like, you're just getting older. I said, no. I want to feel like I used to feel. So I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because guys in their early to mid-30s, they start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you just don't feel the same way you used to feel. Maybe a little energy, maybe a little not sleeping well situation, not seeing the progress in the gym. So do yourself a favor. If that's you with bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, and so on, give them a call at 720-440-7900. They've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Maybe you went and got your physical and you found out the same kind of thing. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help because most guys wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait. Don't go another year with low T. We're in the month of January. Get yourself set and ready to go for the spring and the summer ahead. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. So again, give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a Rally House Football Monday. Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning. Steve Berline at 9:30.
Can I give some love here? I want to give some love. Well, there's a big old offensive lineman, 6'7" and 315. Big old tackle, Frank Crum, 25 years of age, catching that tackle option pass, rumbling into the end zone. Got pasted by a linebacker, by the way, and still held on to the ball.
How about the catch? He had to catch that with his hands.
Dude, I like a 25-year-old named Frank. To me, that's it's like, you know what I mean? It's like Harold. If his name was Harold Crum.
Yeah.
Like that's like a 25-year-old. Hey, what's your name? Frank.
Walter?
I want to thank your Detroit Lions for installing that play because Johnny Morton, according to Sean Payton, came in last week and helped develop that play for the game.
Couldn't pull any of those off for my team this year, but it's nice that he pulled it off for yours.
The recently fired Johnny Morton comes in and installs the play into the Broncos offense. But it was terrific. I mean, it caught me by surprise. I didn't even hear that he reported eligible.
Me neither. So coming up at 9:30, we're going to hear from Steve Berline, a friend of mine who is a longtime backup quarterback in this league. He's had many, many runs where he's had to fill in. He filled in very admirably for Troy Aikman during their Super Bowl seasons.
Yep.
If anyone knows what it's like to come in and play that position and be the subject of a ton of pressure, Steve knows, and maybe get some insight about what is going through the mind of Jarrett Stidham this week, because it's not going to be easy. Now, my original idea, guys, I wanted to actually get Ben DiNucci. Yesterday, I was like, how do I get a hold of Ben DiNucci? Because I know he lives in Denver. He did a video playing in a flag football league. He's still here somewhere.
And then all of a sudden,
he's doing CBS stuff, too.
And then all of a sudden, the Broncos sign him to the roster.
Yep.
You know what's funny? Go back. He tweeted something during the game about those PIs, and he said just unnecessary PIs, he called them. As soon as he was signed by the Broncos, he deleted that tweet.
Good for him. Good for him. Super smart. I got to tell you, there's the Stidham entering for Bo Nix thing with, hopefully 2 games left to go in the season. And maybe this is a better way to put it. This offense has... I mean, Mose, you read a text earlier saying the Broncos are having like the luckiest season ever. And I would say there is certainly luck that's baked into the cake here. There's also like when you see an opportunity to capitalize, they've capitalized. Like there is a create your own luck and be clutch and that sort of thing too.
Sure.
But I remember last year when the Chiefs were, what were they, like 12-0 in one-score games or something like that? I go, there's luck that is involved in that because you need everything when a game's close to go your way at the right time. And the Broncos have had the sunshine shining on them for really this entire season in
that about any team.
Situations like that. Sure. But in this scenario, the reason why I think that you have a chance at surviving this with your backup quarterback is because of the way you've been winning. The one X factor is, can you make plays in the clutch like Bo Nix can? And that's something we don't know. But do I think that Jarrett Stidham will be able to keep you in a football game? Absolutely, because you've been keeping in football games with 11-8 scores all year.
Yeah, but it's your defense. Your defense can keep you in any game.
Yeah.
Someone on the Twitch feed said it perfectly, and it's exactly what I was thinking watching that Houston-New England game yesterday. All Jarrett Stidham needs to do is avoid what C.J. Stroud did, and that's just give the ball away every series. Just, here you go. Hey, here, you want this? Here you go. C.J. Stroud, his performance was one of the worst I've seen in a clutch situation in a long time.
Dude, in both wild card games, he was miserable. Both of the games.
I mean, he was bad. So all Jarrett Stidham has to do, here's the problem, though. All right, so Houston could not establish a run game. New England snuffed out the run. So they had to throw the ball. He lost all confidence throwing the ball. We don't know what Jarrett Stidham can do in this situation. He's never been in it. Now, here's what you're going to hear this week. Well, Patriots have no film on Jarrett Stidham. Don't be silly. Stop right there. He was drafted by the Patriots, number 1. His best game as a pro came in 2022 when he played for the Raiders. He threw for 376 yards, 3 TDs, and an overtime loss to the Niners as a Raider. His coach was Josh McDaniels. You don't think Josh McDaniels knows what Jarrett Stidham can do and do well? They know each other. It's fine. You just got to find another level with Sean Payton at the control.
You want to hear something crazy about Jarrett Stidham, by the way? Do you know he threw a touchdown pass to DT in New England?
Did he really?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, he got one of those starts like towards the end of the year. He threw a
Really?
touchdown pass to Demarius, yeah.
Wow.
That's
actually really kind of cool.
But, you know, I want to save a lot of this, like, looking ahead at the Patriots stuff for later, because I do want to highlight a couple of guys that Hufanga is one of the most fun and exciting players. The amount of plays that he made in that game. Dude, when he hit, I don't know if it was Kincaid or Knox, it was one of the tight ends.
Oh, my goodness.
But when he blew him up,
Ragdolled him.
he's everywhere.
Yeah.
All the time. Constantly making plays.
How about Malcolm Roach and Zach Allen up front making plays?
Yep.
Now, listen, I thought as a whole, the front seven in the first half, they got beat because the Bills ran the ball pretty easily. And then they figured it out. They started plugging those holes. And at the end of the day, Josh Allen gave it up. He gave the ball up, and that's why they lost. I still got people on the text line. 7512, a Colorado Springs area code. Defending Josh Allen. Calling the Broncos lucky all year. Saying, quote, come on, guys, Josh had a beat-up team and 5 turnovers and still almost won, LOL.
Okay.
Get out of here with this beat-up team crap. Because you know what? 1 quarter into this game, Bo Nix lost 2 of his top receivers. He lost Pat Bryant on the opening series. Dude caught the first 3 passes of the game.
Yeah.
He lost Troy Franklin, one of his sturdy receivers, out with a... Get out of here. He has no run game to lean on. None. At least Josh Allen had a run game to lean on. Get out of here.
Was it the final drive where they scored a touchdown to go up late in that game? Wasn't the third string Mustafa playing center? Right?
I don't want to hear that crap because both teams are going through it. And you better give Bo his flowers because he deserved them. And all this, TJ Ward said it best. He said, everybody's crying for Josh Allen. Cry for Bo Nix. He played his butt off, won the game, and he can't even play in the next game.
And
he deserves your sympathy.
This is a real bummer. If you're just talking about being a football fan, not even necessarily a Broncos fan, although maybe you wanted to see it. Hey, man, the denial of seeing these 2 same draft class quarterbacks going head-to-head in the AFC title game, that's a real friggin' bummer to me.
Can I ask?
That's a real bummer. Look, I don't like the Patriots at all. Zero like with them. Although I respect the heck out of Drake May, though, man. Vic, this young quarterback's pretty damn good. I hope the Broncos make his life miserable.
Can I say something about the Josh Allen thing, too? And I like Josh Allen. He's crying in his press conference post-game. He's one of the few that actually took personal responsibility for their performance. And so I respect him for that. The narrative surrounding him is very weird. And I am somebody that I say this all the time, and you guys know this about me. That quarterback win stat and saying a guy can't win the big game, I think a lot of that's nonsense. I think there's a million different factors that go into why a quarterback's team wins or loses. Like, I don't think Dan Marino was a bad quarterback because he never got to or won a Super Bowl or whatever. But for Josh Allen to have that game in which he turned the ball over 4 times, he misses a wide-open Dawson Knox for the game-winning touchdown at the end of the 4th quarter. He missed on a couple of other throws. He has the terrible fumble that led to a field goal before the end of the half, which was just, it's mind-numbing. For the narrative surrounding him being like, a majority of people are doing the, God, don't you feel bad for Josh Allen thing, as opposed to what we usually do with quarterbacks in this scenario. Do you think anybody is saying, what I feel really bad for this morning is C.J. Stroud? We're like, no, he played like ass, and he deserved everything that came his way. I don't get how Josh Allen has sort of skirted how we usually talk about quarterbacks.
Well,
in that way.
I think it's partly because of this, because people recognize how good he is as a player, okay?
But doesn't that make it even more intense?
Yes. Listen, and he's been there, and he can't get over that hump. He had every opportunity to get over his own private hump yesterday, 2 days ago. He had every chance to get over his own private hump, and he didn't do it.
At some point.
So, and Vic, this is, again, it's starting to feel very much Elway-like as time goes on here.
What do you mean? Elway got to the Super Bowl 3 times.
Understood.
No, don't even compare that to
hold on a
Elway.
second.
Got a
Hold
team
on.
of
You're right.
of nobodies at times.
You're
he got
right.
him to this guy can't even get past the AFC title game.
But
I don't want to hear that.
Okay, hang on. Can you just settle down for 1 second? It's the very, 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 very good quarterback just can't get it done. Although just can't get it done. Now, yeah, Elway got you there, and he was the reason that they got there. But they had no chance in those games. They got smoked, bro. So it's feeling the same kind of thing, and maybe that's why they have sympathy for him, Brett.
But you couldn't have handpicked a better route to try and get your first Super Bowl than
Agreed.
all of the quarterbacks
Agreed.
that are previously standing in your way are out.
In fact, had they won that game, I think they're in the Super Bowl. I think they beat New England in Foxborough.
They could.
I really do.
Very well
Probably.
could.
I think they do. I just think they've done it before. They did it earlier this season. They overcame a 21-0 deficit to beat the Patriots in Foxborough. But listen, he's had multiple runs at this. He's had the ball in his hands on 3 occasions to win the game.
Yeah.
3 occasions.
Like if this game played out the way it did a few years back where he played against Kansas City and the end of that game that was like 28 points in 2 minutes on both sides or whatever, right? Like that's when we're like, I feel bad for him. Like he did everything he could to win the game. He did everything he could to lose this game.
Sure.
Everything.
And that's enough of Josh Allen anyway. You may be fascinated by the narrative surrounding him, but he's sitting at home, dude. This team is moving.
Well, we never discuss quarterbacks the way that he's being discussed right now, where he basically blows the game for his team and everybody's got sympathy for him. It's weird.
Let me say this, though. What did he do in his postgame? He had his gear on.
No, that's what I'm saying. He took personal responsibility.
And what else did he do?
He cried.
Yeah. Dude, he feels, I think, to people like a wholesome person.
He's a good dude.
A good,
He's
caring,
a good dude.
wholesome dude.
It's nothing personal.
Yeah, I'm just saying that this is why, Brett, it all plays into that sympathy factor.
Did anybody, did Bo Nix talk at all to anyone after the game, or did he just boogie straight out to Alabama? Was there anything from Bo Nix after the game?
No, he didn't speak to the media one bit. He has surgery tomorrow. In Alabama. So I'm sure he's already there, getting on it, maybe with the outside chance. Listen, surgery. You break your ankle. I don't know what. I'm very interested to find out what part of his body. First of all, this all unfolded. We're doing the post-game show on Altitude, and we're about to wrap it up. We got 5 minutes left in the show.
I saw it, Vic. I saw it, and I'm like, I was watching you, and I'm like, no way.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I thought it was the Luka Doncic thing all over again. I thought it was fake news. I'm just reading my Twitter board here as I'm talking to Coach Sanford and Rachel Vigil. We're about to wrap this puppy up. And then I read a couple tweets about Sean Payton returning to the podium to address the media. And then I read Bo Nix out for the season. And I double take and I'm like, wait,
yeah,
is this fake news? What is this? And then again and again and again. I couldn't believe my eyes. The reason why it was so shocking, so stunning, the reason why we were left flabbergasted is because there were no signs of injury. Nobody noticed that. You may have seen him limp. Guys limp all the time. They have knick-knack injuries, right? He didn't say anything. They didn't say anything.
No, I mean, he talked to Tracy Wolfson after the game, for crying out loud. She tweeted out that she thought it was a knee. She mentioned the knee, right? Like, is your knee okay? He's like, yeah, it's fine, But she's like, you're not smiling. He's like, well, that was a really intense game. Well, he was in pain, standing on the field doing his interview. I'm sure all that adrenaline running, he had no idea how bad it was.
Injuries are so crazy. I went back and looked at the play over, and I must have looked at it 100 times.
Agreed.
I just can't see it.
I can't.
Everybody who says, well, there it is right there. What do you look? I can't see it.
So benign.
ESPN, I watched yesterday. ESPN before the early game, they showed the replay. It was from behind Bo Nix, and then they do that. I don't know what that thing is, but it's like the circle magnifier thing.
Yeah, they blow it up, yeah.
And they showed his right foot, and he went to take a step and literally stepped on like the point of his foot, and it looks like you just sprained your ankle.
Yeah.
But that's the only one that I saw that's like, oh, I actually can see what happened. But
Hollywood already did a movie about Sean Payton. All right? They already did this movie. Who's the guy that starred in it again? Kevin James. If Sean Payton can coach up Jarrett Stidham and lead this team to a Super Bowl appearance, not even the Super Bowl win, a Super Bowl appearance, I think a sequel should be made immediately.
Could we get somebody else to play him? I love Kevin James. I have no interest in seeing the movie he did, and I never will.
I've never seen it either.
I haven't seen it either.
Who do you want? Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise?
Well, if he wins the Super Bowl, I want somebody with some namesake.
You want Steve
to it.
Buscemi?
No. If Sean Payton, he's like, I think George Clooney should play me. Yeah, I think we should get Clooney or Pitt. Yeah, one of those guys.
Do that.
Yeah.
303-504-0925. Rally has football Monday. Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
I know a lot of Buffalo Bills fans are still upset about the call, and they think they have a case against the NFL. Well, if you really think you have a case, hire the guy. Go get Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Caplis Law wins. They win in record-setting ways. Now, if you think you have a serious case, hire a serious firm. Dan Caplis Law accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up, dancapleslaw.com. It's going to be I believe, a high-scoring game. 34-30 type game.
Really? That much?
Yes, I think every damn possession is going to be 4-down territory, right? Every series, 4-down territory.
Yeah.
From the very get-go. So get used to it. And the Broncos defense at times are going to have to make some plays via the turnover. You're going to have to take the ball away to stop them. 34-30, high-scoring game.
So, Vic, you think this game is going to be, you said 34-30. You didn't say who had the 34.
Let me make it easy for you. Whoever has the ball last, and when I say last, you can't have the ball with like 3 seconds left. Last is in threat to win the game last.
Like what, $1:30 to go or something like that?
Whoever has the ball with a chance to win the game last will win the game. Anything different would surprise me. And I sure hope that the Broncos have it last.
Rally House Football Monday. Rally House shop every team in town. That was Vic on Friday, heading into the weekend, where he damn near nailed it. If you're just tuning in this morning, the Bills have fired Sean McDermott after that loss. So the Bills are the 10th team, I believe, in the NFL looking for a brand new head coach this offseason. We'll get to Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock to talk more about that. The play of the game, though, not just for controversy's sake, just for making a play when you absolutely had to. Jaquan McMillan ripping the ball away from Brandon Cooks. Here's Sean Payton postgame on that.
The last one?
Yeah.
It's perfect. Two things happened. There's actually a hold in the end zone. That would have been the first time the game would have ended with a safety when DJ just gets completely. But the throw's made, the catch is being made, but the catch isn't secured. If the catch was secured, it wouldn't have been an interception. So as it's not secured and we get it, it's our ball. It's an amazing play by DMac.
I love that Sean had to throw in. By the way, there was a hold in the end zone, too, that was missed. Just if we're keeping track of missed calls or bad calls. But Jaquan, I mean, you saved the season. You kept Super Bowl hopes alive. Like, if he's not there to make that play and to really just not give up on the play, that's a chip shot field goal for the Buffalo, and you lose.
Two things. I don't think we take into account how big a player, big play player this Jaquan McMillan really is.
He's
Do you
awesome.
realize how many games he's helped save this season?
Yeah.
We can go all the way back to the first game of the season. Do you remember who hit Cam Ward to force that fumble to end the game? And remember, it was a close game. Too close.
Yeah.
And Jaquan McMillan comes in on the blitz, forces a fumble. There are two other plays during the course of the regular season that he helped save. Dude is a big play machine. Remember, his position was in doubt at the draft. Well, they got Jahdae Barron. What are you going to do now? Jahdae Barron's going to take his time. Nope. I go back now and I look at that draft, taking Jahdae Barron at 20, and it could turn into a great pick. I'm not criticizing the pick. I am this season, though, because Travion Henderson would look pretty damn good in a Broncos uniform. He went 6 spots later to New England.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird that you were, I mean, I don't know, in their heart of hearts, did they think that they're going to be like making a Super Bowl run this year? I don't know, maybe they thought that. But to use a first round draft pick on a guy who doesn't really play for you, tough. That's tough. But at the same time, it's like DMac has held him off. I mean, part of the reason he doesn't get on the field is because he's played so damn well. I mean, and there's something to be said about that too.
It's a play, Mark Moser, years from now, and if the Broncos go on to do something special here, if they even appear in the Super Bowl, they will talk about the Jaquan McMillan play the same way we go back and talk about the Jeremiah Castile play for long-time Bronco fans. If you were around back in '88, when the Cleveland Browns came to town, and the Browns already had their hearts ripped out by the drive, they come to town and they called it the fumble. Ernest Biner at the goal line stripped by little-known, little-used Jeremiah Castile. Saved the day for the Denver Broncos. That kind of play. That's how I'm going to remember this one.
Also, on the other side of things, we'll always call it the Raheem Moore play, too. That kind of thing. Vic, I completely agree with you. I mean, to stay with it, I guess you could. I'm not saying he's going to ever give up on the play. But to follow him to the ground and to strip whilst they're contacting the ground to come up with that football was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Can I mention one other guy here? And Vic, you were
I know where you're going because I was about to just say it.
You were a point off on your correct prediction of a 34-30 ball game. It was 33-30. I'm going to say I've been right for 3 straight years now.
I know where you're going because I said it before the game. When I was talking to Sanford, those guys on the pregame show, it's double M, right?
Get Marvin Mims the football.
They were almost forced
good.
to. You know, it's funny. It's funny. They were forced into Marvin Mims because
of the injury.
2 receivers go down early.
Yep.
Pat Bryant goes down, and then Troy Franklin goes down. Guess who's lining up on the outside? It's Marvin Mims. Guess who's running that deep corner pattern to the end zone at the pylon? It's Marvin Mims. Use him.
Common sense.
He had 8 targets. He caught the ball 8 times for 93 yards. By the way, just in all honesty and in fairness, I thought Cortland played bad. He had a couple of huge drops in that game that were costly.
2 drops in overtime that could have easily cost them dearly.
It's almost like Marvin Mims is super athletic, and if he gets out in open space, he can make guys miss and get open in the pass game. It's like we've been saying that for 3 straight years about him. And however they had to do it, because you're right, he probably doesn't get the football at all if Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin stay healthy in that game. But in some weird, I don't want to say luckily they did get hurt, but just he found a way to get on the football field, and he's impactful. Like, it's impossible for me to believe. And I know this used to be a thing back in the day when you had designated guys who were just special teamers and return guys, like Dante Hall and Devin Hester and Mel Gray and a whole bunch of different guys. It's impossible for me to believe now that if a guy is that good in open space in the return game, that can't translate to something offensively. And thank God he saw the football field, because without him, you do not win that football game.
I'm not saying that these other guys, talking about Franklin and Bryant, wouldn't have made that catch, because maybe they would have. But Mims did.
But do they even get open?
I don't know. That's an excellent question, because he's able to get behind the DB. Excellent question. And by the way, great route, great everything, better pass from Nuggs. I mean, Vic, he dropped it into a spot like this. Look at me. Look at the size of this spot. Are you looking?
He impacted the game in so many ways, too. It wasn't just running routes. Do you remember when they lined him up at tailback and they ran that little wheel route to the left and Bo Nix led him perfectly? And they desperately needed that play at that point because they weren't moving the ball. Again, I don't understand why this guy isn't a centerpiece. Now they're forced to. Right. I don't know, guys. This week, for example, Pat Bryant, it's his 2nd concussion in a month. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if he can play. I don't think he plays. My bet is he doesn't play. He left really quickly, and I don't think he plays. That's one. Troy Franklin, hamstring. You guys know hamstrings. You think you're going to come back in a week on a hamstring?
No, you're not.
He's out.
Yep.
He's out. So you got 2 of your top
Feature Mims again. Do it again. But he was excellent. And I think, again, a huge reason as to why you won. I don't think you win the game without Marvin Mims having the game that he had. And it's going to be even more important heading into next week with no Bo Nix, that you just need to have guys who can go out there and make not just plays, big plays for you, explosive plays.
Can you imagine? And this is why I believe deep in my heart, and again, I'm not going to make another crazy prediction until Friday. I am weirdly at peace with Jared Stidham at the controls this week. Not that I don't think Bo Nix would have been better, obviously. Bo Nix is your quarterback. But for some reason, I think if there's a guy who can coach him up, a guy who looks forward to this. Sean Payton is that mad scientist who, when he got the news, he was disappointed. But in one blink of an eye, he goes back and goes, watch this. If there's a guy who can get him ready,
I get what
Payton.
you're saying. I get what you're saying, that he's confident enough in his own abilities and his playbook and his game plan that he can make Jarrett Stidham into a guy that's going to beat a now really good Patriots team in the AFC title game.
He did not look, and again, we'll play the audio once Nelly finds this. he did not have the demeanor of somebody that felt like his season ended.
You know what he didn't have? He didn't have our demeanor. When we got the news, it was woe is me, season's over type of demeanor. It was shock, dismay. Sean Payton's demeanor when he's announcing this to the media was almost one of opportunity.
Sure.
So listen, here it is.
I love you guys so much, I wanted to come back. Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle. He's scheduled to have surgery Tuesday of this week, which will put him out for the rest of the season. Stiddy's ready to go. And it was the second to last play before he threw the pass to Mims. Birmingham is where he'll have the surgery with Dr. Waltrip. And I don't really think there's any other questions. In other words, this is what it is, and we felt like it'd be best to just tell everyone now.
Okay, part 2 to this. Somebody on the text line just reminded me, Ant, thank you very much. Great memory. Look at Sean Payton's history with backup quarterbacks. Do you remember what he did in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Do you remember what he did when Drew Brees was temporarily out? Do you remember what he did? Who's our guy that we love that went like undefeated? Teddy Bridgewater looked great in New Orleans.
Jameis
Winston
Hill
looked great in New Orleans. Taysom Hill, a tight end / whatever, looked great in New Orleans. I'm telling you, I am weirdly at ease with this. It sucks to lose Bo, but if there's anybody who can fix it, I believe Sean Payton can.
So this is the cut I was talking about where, he did have, when you're announcing your starting quarterbacks out and you're heading to the AFC Championship game, you're not going to have a smile on your face. But there was like a determined look to him and tone when he talked about Jarrett Stidham getting this start coming up. Listen.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. Like I said this at the beginning of the season, I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams, and I know he feels the same way. So watch out, just watch. And he's experienced. He's played in games. They're different type players to some degree, and yet they're very close friends.
You can stop it right there. That one right there. That watch out. Just watch. I don't think that Sean Payton is sitting there doing the woe is me thing right now. I think he feels confident. Jarrett Stidham, just for the record, I'm not going too crazy on this. He's a good backup. Like, he's a solid backup to have on your roster, but he is a backup. He is that. The question is, can you just keep things together? Can you do that? Can you have good defense? And I said it to start today's show. Damn, do I want J.K. Dobbins back. Because if he is, I think that changes a lot about how I feel about this offense heading into this weekend. There's something else that we could say for later in the week. I don't know what this is about the Patriots, and maybe it's just because they have a year 2 quarterback who doesn't have all that much experience. There's a lot of people that I think are still doubting New England. I am not one of them.
Me neither.
I'm bought in.
It's
New
a good
England
team.
has everything.
I agree.
They have a run game. They have a pass game. They have a great defense.
Great coach.
They do it all.
They play strong. They play tough. They can go up top. They can go up the middle. They got 2 running backs. They got an interior defense that can pound you and smash it. They got it all. But you know what they don't got? They don't have the home field.
No.
And you know what? They run into trouble. They run into trouble playing these games here. Their history of the AFC title game. They can't win here. I know that they've had good teams come here. They can't win here. It's cursed them for years. That's the one thing they don't have. And hopefully that trend continues. Moj, I want to ask you a question. We live in this era, especially in hockey, as you well know, where coaches and teams, they hide injuries, hide them, they mask them. They don't reveal anything. Somebody on the text line asked this question. It's a great question. Why do you think they announced Bo's injury right away? Why didn't they wait? They could have easily waited.
It's probably going to be kind of hard to hide that your starting quarterback is on an airplane to Birmingham, Alabama. You know what I mean? The word's going to get out one way or another before too long anyway. Might as well.
You don't have to reveal injuries until Wednesday.
No, I understand that, but if You don't think Bo Nix going to Birmingham, Alabama to get his
Second
foot
opinion
repaired?
on something to see if he could play. I mean,
Okay.
come on.
Well,
Come on.
whatever.
You
might as well just get over the shock of it and then get looking forward right away.
You just ripped hockey guys for not revealing injuries when they come out and stuff like that.
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Okay.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I think they did the right thing. I think it's smart.
Yeah, I think there's no point. Yeah.
I just wonder how some of these decisions are made. In fact, I applaud the Broncos for being adults and coming out and stressing, here's the deal, here's where we are, let's go.
There's no need to hide it anyway. I mean, look, the guy, Mike Kliss tweeted out.
Moj, in hockey, they hide this till the very end. We still don't know what Gabe's injury is. We still have no idea what Gabriel Landeskog's injury is.
I'll tell you this. I think I was shocked when Peyton just came out and said it in the postgame. I was really surprised.
I wasn't.
I didn't think Sean Payton would do that. Be like that specific of he's hurt and he's out and it's an ankle and he's going to have surgery and...
Okay, I don't want to get into this discussion with you. I refuse to get into this discussion with you.
Because you don't like it.
Because it's the rule of the league. What do you want me to do about it? But number two, Landeskog is going to be back.
Not the rule of the league. You can choose to reveal whatever you want. It's just the way the league operates, not the rule. There's no rule. There's no collective bargaining rule in hockey that says you can't disclose injury.
The rule says you don't have to. That's
exactly
my point. Landeskog will be back. Bo Nix is done for the year. Why not just rip the Band-Aid off, tell everybody, and let's go? That's what it is. And you're all getting all hot and bothered about it for God knows what reason.
At all. I'm praising them for the decision.
Just real quick, a texter says Sean actually addressed that. He said he wanted the players to hear it from him and not from the national media or through their agents that Nix was out. That is a weird, I don't know how the locker room dynamic works after a game with guys who are hurt. Did Bo Nix just was he just not in the locker room?
Well, no.
Did they not see him?
He went straight to the X-ray room.
Kliss.
And then what? And then he just left?
Kliss said there's a black SUV that Bo Nix is loading into at the Broncos locker room.
So he couldn't even celebrate with his team for 10 minutes?
Not really. You're gonna
Sucks.
You're gonna go take it to get it really, really looked at. Then you're gonna make the decision. Gone.
He knew the adrenaline's a crazy thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Again, we went back and looked at it, and was he limping a little bit? Yeah. He still throws that ball to Mims with a fractured ankle. He threw that ball on a ankle. The snap after that, when he got into field goal position, fractured ankle. The interview with
Tracy Wolfson.
Tracy Wolfson, fractured ankle, walking around the field. I would have never guessed it.
I still remember my buddy Zach Miller when he said he had Liz Frank, that his foot just snapped in half, essentially, right down the middle of his foot.
Yeah, Liz will do that to you.
And he ran over to the sideline, and he goes, "My foot feels weird," is what he told the trainer. And they said they took his shoe off, and his foot went like this.
Yeah.
And he goes, "I didn't feel any pain because your adrenaline was just pumping." 303-504-0925. Shot Moss text line. By the way, all injury reports powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos, as it is a Rally House Football Monday. The Avs play at 2 o'clock because it is Martin Luther King Day, that special midday game that they have.
Happy
2
MLK
o'clock.
Day, everybody.
Happy MLK Day. That's going to be on AM 950. Stick around.
I mean, look at me right now. I just had to put on my reading glasses to read this. Are you having trouble reading menus, commercials, reading at night, driving at night, looking at your computer? Vic Lombardi here with the solution. It's called refractive lens exchange from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. RLE. Say goodbye to reading glasses, and you will never develop a cataract. It's part of the deal. Over 90,000 procedures. Dr. Cudarelli is the most experienced in Colorado. No readers, no glasses, no cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at ColoradoRLE.com. That's Colorado, RLE.com. DMac.com.
Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is your home for every game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. And you can tune in Sunday for local pregame and then the Westwood One national call of the AFC Championship between the Broncos and Patriots, and it's only on 92.5.
Pretty cool. Our boy here's got to give up the ghost, by the way.
What?
Vic, you got to give up the ghost. The Natties tonight. Give up the ghost.
At
Stop
some point, you have to speak
Stop.
English to us. This is a radio show, and I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
You've worn Notre Dame gear virtually every single day since they did not get into the playoff. And
Because
you're
every
doing
day Miami wins is proof in the pudding that this is a team that should have been
bro,
in this situation.
bro. You got to give up the ghost here, bro.
No. No. And to all of you who continue to say, "Oh, give it up," no. Listen to me. Ain't never gonna happen till the day these hands are 6 feet under. Ain't happening.
those oddly
Shaped
misshapen, bulbous thumbs of yours.
Not happening.
Inbred bunion thumbs.
Yeah. I will be
Inbred
leading the
bunion
charge.
All right, let's move
Till
on.
the day I die.
All right, let's move on. I'm tired of looking at your Fighting Irish crap.
Can I tell you something? As I'm watching the games yesterday, this play almost broke me.
It's 4th and 4 at the Ram 14. And in the gun is the quarterback, Caleb Williams. Looks into the nickel. Arms outstretched. 4th down and 4. 14 of the Rams. Shotgun snap. Goes back 4. 4-man rush. He's chased. He's flushed. He's all the way back to the 40. He's backpedaling and throws a pass into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Chicago has caught a touchdown pass with Cole Kmet open in the corner. If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it.
Westwood won on the call. That play almost broke me. Josh Allen. Caleb Williams runs 30 yards backwards, heaves up a throw, and you're like, oh, well, this is ball game. It was 4th and 4. There's no way. And Cole Kmet's all by it. I thought Kobe Durant had money on the Bears for how far away, and he was running in the wrong direction. I saw a reverse angle. I guess he got pushed.
It was a push-off.
It was the most unbelievable. Like, how did that guy end up that wide open? How?
All I can think is that, listen, even if it was a push-off and he's jousting and everything, there's plenty of time to recover if he doesn't think the play is over.
Yeah.
Moj, you'll appreciate this.
He thought the play was over. He got pushed off, and all of a sudden, Kmet catches it, and he's like, "What just happened?" I mean, it was the DB's fault entirely. Yes, Vic.
You'll appreciate this last night Nuggets game, which very much like your last Avs game, you just want to forget them.
I watched the whole thing, and I watched you the whole time.
Nuggets game last night. We're upstairs, Colorado Social, that little bar area, and the Nuggets are getting blown out. The game was over at halftime. Nobody really paid attention. Everybody's in that bar area. I mean, it was jam-packed. And I'm like, why are there so many people up? Oh, I got it. Because they're watching Bears-Rams. And the loudest the arena got was when Caleb threw that touchdown.
Yeah.
It exploded. I'm like, whoa. And a Nuggets game was going on at the same time.
Right. It's ridiculous. No business did that play have being successful. None. But just to quickly go around the rest of the league and what happened over the weekend. So the Bears end up losing that game. It goes to overtime. Caleb Williams, it's weird, man. He'll make the greatest throw you've ever seen.
I kind of need our music. It's hard for me to function.
Well, it's just going to be quick.
I understand, but it's hard for me
to dig in. You need that
you
sense
need
of
the goodness of the goods. I need horns.
Right.
I need.
It's important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Caleb Williams goes from.
And by the way, I think if you ask the audience, they need the music
that's
too.
Fine.
Okay.
That's fine. He will make like the greatest throw you've ever seen, followed by the stupidest "what the hell are you thinking" throw right afterwards. If you look up his numbers in the postseason, they're terrible. Like, he's not been good, but he's had moments that have been brilliant that have made up for him. He threw 3 picks, including the backbreaker. I mean, they get a punt from the Rams to open up overtime, and then he throws that pick to Cam Curl. You're like, where is that going?
A lot of that is Ben Johnson, too. A lot of that is his coach who plays that role, that let's open it up. We never kick field goals. How many field goals did they just pass up yesterday that could have helped them in that game?
Sure.
Yeah, they had a few.
And again, they turned the ball over. They turned the ball over big time. Look,
listen, I love Caleb Williams. I really do. I think he's going to be great in this league. I am not a Ben Johnson guy after that handshake episode. And the fact that NBC didn't show the handshake last night is criminal. NBC.
Oh, they should.
What the hell are you thinking?
God, I know so many people that are pissed about that. I just don't get it. I'm like, whatever. That is the biggest nothing to me.
Well, humility is interesting when you get beat, isn't it?
No, I'm with you. I think they should have showed that. But I'm saying, like, the handshake with LaFleur. I'm like, whatever. They don't like each other. Big deal.
That's why I wanted to see the handshake last night.
Yeah.
Because LaFleur comes from what coaching tree?
Shanahan's, right?
And he's friends with McVay.
Yeah.
And there was a storyline going in.
Wait, LaFleur's brother, isn't he the DC there or something like that?
Yes. for the Rams.
Yeah.
Back to the Caleb Williams interception in overtime, which was bad. Why are you throwing it down? Why even that play call there?
Well,
you're moving the ball.
Why
readily.
is DJ Moore not running a proper route?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you need 8 more yards to be in field. What are we doing here?
Yeah. So the Bears season ends as the Rams win 20-17 in OT. Good Lord, Seattle, and what they did to the Niners. I mean,
that's the best team left, isn't it? That's the
yeah,
best team left.
It sure
has
feels
to be.
like it. That defense is, dude. That defense is so legit.
That
it's
run
so
game,
legit. That run game is so legit.
Darnold didn't throw a pass for like 2.5 straight days before that game.
Can we please stop hiding behind this? Oh my gosh, he's not going to be ready. Toradol is a magic drug, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying they didn't even have to throw it. If they wanted to play that whole game without throwing a passing attempt, they still would have won by 30 points.
Yeah.
Still. They are so uniquely built in that their defense, first of all, is amazing. Michael McDonald is a hell of a defensive coordinator, along with being a head coach. And they can run the football at will. Like, they have everything you need.
How good is KW3?
Well, what's weird is that, like, he had times during the regular season, they featured Charbonnet more than they did Kenneth Walker. And I'm like, I guess it's nice to have both.
When they signed the speedster from New Orleans midseason, that changed a lot for them, too. That dude is just a baller.
It certainly helped their return game. That was fast. Opening kickoff, you're like, yep, we're just going to beat you. How's that?
Yep.
You know, I really quickly, I read this thing online, people criticizing Darnold and the Seahawks for forcing Darnold to get the shot, the Toradol. And I'm thinking to myself, I said, have you ever played organized sports? Just imagine for a second if Sam Darnold says no to the Toradol shot. Nope, not going to do it. And how does that go over in the Seattle locker room?
Poorly.
Yeah, really bad.
How does that go over for his career?
Poorly.
Really bad.
I mean, come on, man.
And then the other game, the score ended up being closer than the game actually felt. I mean, the Patriots just ripped apart Houston. C.J. Stroud, I'm done with you. Sorry. Can't do it anymore. I don't know what this is. He throws 4 picks in that game, and that's on top of the wild card round. He had a pick and 5 fumbles in that game.
Luckily, Pittsburgh sucked, and that's how they won that game.
I mean, we're talking about damn near what? I know he didn't lose every one of those fumbles, but like 8-9 turnovers in 2 games.
I read something where he could have spiked the ball in that game yesterday. Could have spiked the ball on every snap and had a higher passer rating than when he finished.
You're kidding.
Yes.
Wow.
He just, man, this is 2 straight years. He had that amazing rookie year. He had 20 touchdowns last year. He had 19 this year. And now he's turning the ball over at this rate. Like, he's just, I don't think he's very good.
I want to see if I can find the exact quote. Let's see. Here it is right here. Troy Aikman talking about C.J. Stroud. He said, I will say this. They've got some tough decisions they got to make about this offensive side of the ball. Anyway, Stroud has been chasing his rookie success for the last 2 years. He's not been the same player. We've not seen the development from him. There's a reason for that, and it has to be addressed.
Is he talking about the coaching staff?
I think that's what he's talking about.
Well, on top of that, I don't know why people are continually doubting the Patriots. The Patriots are really good, guys. Like, there's no question. Drake May is really good. They have a really good rushing attack. They have really good players on offense. Their defense is insanely good. And now with a head coach who knows what he's doing, Vrabel, how was he on the shelf for a year? How did somebody not throw a Brinks truck at him?
You know, fit matters, right?
Yeah,
the right fit matters. He goes to New England. He's given the proper tools. He develops Drake May. By the way, I like Drake May. Did you hear his comments regarding Bo Nix afterwards?
Yeah, I got him.
He was very supportive. He's
got
a good
trained with
dude.
Bo before the pre-draft and got to know him well, him and his family and his wife. And first off, they're just great people, great Christians. Really enjoyed being around Bo Nix and his family. Obviously, the news is heartbreaking for what a player he is, the guy he is, and praying for Bo. I know he's going to bounce back. He's a great player in this league, and look forward to matching up with him. We had one in college, and he got the best of me, so I know he'll bounce back. But now they got a good team, and it should be a tough one next week.
And Vic, you may feel, would you say remarkably calm,
weirdly confident.
Weirdly confident. That's what it is. Weirdly confident. The Patriots this season, and it doesn't make me happy to say this, they're 8-0 on the road this year. And they're a 5.5-point favorite as we sit right here.
I mean,
they're facing
the Broncos lost their starting quarterback.
Well, you're the one. Sean Payton said he could be starting for half the teams in this league.
I don't think he said half, but I thought it would be worse, to be honest with you. In most cases, if you say a backup quarterback is facing against a team that won 14 games and looks the way that New England looks, you're only a 5.5-point dog. I think that actually speaks to Jarrett Stidham being okay.
It makes me uncomfortable, the fact that I like Drake May, because I hate everything about New England.
Agreed.
You know me. You know my back. I just don't like Boston sports to begin with. I don't like New England Patriots. I hate them. The fact that I like Drake May is making me very uncomfortable. I like Christian Ellis, brother of Jonah Ellis, who played big yesterday.
Yeah.
There are certain parts of that team I just like them. I have to come to terms with that. I got to change that. I got 5 days to figure that out.
Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. The Avs take on Washington today with a special 2 p.m. start time. Tune in AM 950 starting at 1:30 for pregame, powered by Ramos Law. Again, Adam Schefter in 20 minutes. Stick around.
You know, the stock show is a staple of Denver. And for 66 years, Silterhar Motors in Broomfield has been as well. And there's a reason I work with Greg Larson and his crew. They don't cut corners. They keep their word. They treat customers like neighbors. They earn that trust. They don't ask for it. It's Colorado's most trusted dealership. And right now during stock show season, get this, 0% financing and leases under $300 a month on the best trucks and SUVs in Denver. They've got over 1,000 vehicles on the lot right now. So do yourself a favor. Shop online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Or get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth. You'll be happy that you did, because it's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
First and 10.
They're going after him.
Going for the end zone, over the shoulder. Oh, Mims hauls it in. 26 yards to Marvin Mims, who was injured as he was falling to the ground after making the over-the-shoulder catch.
Moj, can we agree on something?
Sure.
In the first segment, our talented co-host attempted to make an executive decision. He doesn't have executive status, but he tried to bring back Gary without.
I didn't try. I did.
Without advising or counseling us, and it just came off terribly.
What do you mean?
No pomp, no circumstance. Nobody was into it. It was bad, and it was embarrassing. Usually when Gary makes an appearance on this show, he does so with gusto, with a lot of people involved. It didn't hit. Moj, you agree with me?
It just didn't. I mean, I don't mind it. It just didn't feel like the right time.
Yeah, it did. It just didn't work.
Didn't feel like the right time.
Good try. Good effort.
Why?
Just didn't work.
I don't know. It's just, I can't.
They're going to the AFC Championship game.
I know, but
I can't articulate why it didn't feel like it was the right time.
I'll tell you exactly why.
It's a gut feeling.
Because you guys are control freaks, and I did it without consulting you first, and you got heard about it.
No. I mean, it doesn't hit the same.
Soft.
Doesn't hit the same. I mean, you tell me. I mean, there are a lot of people out there. People talking about Gary right now. Usually, when we bring Gary out, the entire city's talking about it. People
pretty
stop.
much, yeah. Everybody wants his autograph.
Yeah.
They come by.
People stop working.
They come by to get blown by Gary and bring him. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, sorry, to get high five him with his arms waving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have a trivia question for Vic.
Sure.
Because I already told you. Can you name the longest tenured coaches in the league now that Sean McDermott has been let go?
God, that's a great question. Andy Reid.
Andy Reid's number one.
Sean McVay.
Sean McVay's
number 2.
He's tied for 2 with somebody else.
Okay, hold on. Let me think this through. Now you fall off a cliff. Now you got dudes that
Matt LaFleur is gone.
No, he's not.
I know, but unless they get that deal done,
he's third. He's third.
Yeah, well, I mean, are they good? I've heard
he's fourth, I guess.
I've heard they want to extend both him and the GM.
Sirianni?
But until I see it.
So here's the list. Andy Reid is first.
Yeah.
Then it's McVay and Shanahan, who came in the same year.
Wow, okay.
Then it's LaFleur and Zach Taylor, of all people.
Wow, at Cincinnati.
And then after that, tied for 6th, Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni.
Wow.
Who just feels like they just got there. That's the longest tenured coaches in the league right now.
This is the age we live in. I mean, it's the shelf life of a coach has never been shorter.
Are they going to extend LaFleur or are they not?
Don't know.
Well, it's a little bit late to start looking for a coach, so they better extend him.
It's not that late.
There's
10 different openings right now.
Yeah, if Matt LaFleur wants to go, dude, he will be paid over the moon if he wants to leave Green Bay right now. I'm not saying that he does.
Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline. We'll talk to Brendan, who's been waiting patiently. Hi, Brendan. Brendan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. What's going on?
Hey, what's good? Hey, I appreciate you guys taking my phone call. Hey, so I really quick is just kind of want to turn it back around to Marvin Mims and what we were talking about earlier. Brett, man, you and I have been on the Marvin Mims hype train since this dude came into the league. I mean, since when Russ was still here the last couple of years. Right. When this guy gets the ball, we win games. I mean, it's plain and simple. I just think back to the game last year against Cincinnati. I mean, that was baller of him. I mean, but as far as Mims goes, just kind of going as far with Stidham as well, too. Kind of leaning back to what we were talking with him, before Bo came into the year and before Bo was actually drafted, were we not talking 2 years ago about how Jarrett Stidham should start? And even in interviews with the guy, I mean, when Knicks got the job, Stidham was pissed. Stidham said, I can start, I should be the starter, and this should be my job. So, I mean, why not us in this type of situation? I love the Carson Wentz comparisons. I love the Nick Foles comparisons. But, I mean, I love everything that Sean Payton was saying there, too. You know, I mean, he's ready. We've had a number 2 that can start for a handful of teams, and I agree with him. I mean, there's a handful of teams right now that can definitely start.
Hey,
But,
let me stop you right there. Let me stop you. Now, listen, I'm oddly confident about this, like you are, but it's asking a bit much, in my opinion, for the casual observer to take a guy who hasn't started an NFL game in 2 seasons now, 2 seasons, has not attempted a pass in 2 seasons, and just put him in the AFC title game. That's the problem. It's not that no one's down on Jarrett Stidham. We know he could throw the ball. We've seen it. It's the fact that he's thrust into this situation, which is not normal.
I think we'll talk to Schefter in a few minutes, but I believe he said it's the only other backup quarterback to get his first start of the year in the championship game was Roger Staubach back in the day. Yeah, it's a rare thing that you're just kind of thrown into this situation. Here's Sean Payton's thoughts on Stidham getting the start, though.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams, and I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
Okay, I love his near. It's almost arrogant. I love it. His confidence. I love everything about how Sean Payton talks. But you also have to understand, Sean Payton will say some things to make himself believe it when he doesn't. I'll give you an example. Do you remember? Do you remember what he told Tracy Wolfson at halftime of the game in the halftime interview?
I do.
What'd you think about that? As soon as he said that, this is my opinion. I said, "Ooh."
Look, Vic. If they lost that game, I had that in the chamber as a yep. That's not looking good now.
Let me tell you what he said. Quote, regarding the Bills, quote, "They're a good second-half team, but so are we. We felt like coming in the bye week doesn't help you in the first half, but it helps you in this half." What happened after that?
They had 47 total yards of offense.
Miserable half.
Yeah, miserable half.
Yep. I thought the exact same thing as you did when I heard that.
Hey, by the way, people are saying that LaFleur is extended in Green Bay. I haven't seen the actual sign of the dotted line yet. But people are saying that it came out that they've agreed. Okay, cool. Good for him then.
Look, man, it's a bummer that Bo Nix kind of is doing the story arc that you want out of your quarterback, and he's doing it early in his career, which is, I mean, all I was asking for this year at the Broncos was take an incremental step forward, which is you made the playoffs last year, win a playoff game, and then I'll be happy. But you now have this rare chance at you're a game away from the Super Bowl, and you get this news that he's going to be out for the remainder of the season. I know that putting Stidham in a position like this because he's forced to is not ideal. I do think if there's somebody that is made to try and draw up a game plan with a backup quarterback and with the way that this offense runs just to start with, I think Sean Payton can make it viable, is what I'd say. I don't think it's going to be good, but I look at all these different playoff games so far. You guys tell me, does the cleaner team, the team with less turnovers, usually end up on top?
Yes.
Like, it feels like a lot of teams' offenses are self-destructing every single weekend.
Mm-hmm. I don't think, Brett, I think it has a chance to be good. I don't think it has a chance to be great, but I think it has a chance to be good.
All right.
Which that might be enough.
Absolutely. With that defense, you're absolutely right. But, Vic, partly because, listen, Stidham, if he doesn't know that playbook inside and out by now, he ain't never going to.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the off-schedule plays and throws and using your feet to extend drives. I'm worried about the stuff that Bo made look at times natural, and you expected out of Bo Nix. I'm going to give you a stat about Bo Nix that, again, is going to blow you away because I didn't know this. Did you know that Bo Nix has 8 game-winning drives this season? 8, including the playoffs, which you saw yesterday. That's the most in the Super Bowl era by any player 25 or younger, ever.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. But, again, yesterday I looked at it. The Broncos sacked Josh Allen how many times?
3.
3 times. How many times was Bo Nix sacked?
0.
0.
Yeah.
Absolutely none.
But he's a big reason why.
No, and that's my point, too. I mean, listen, they're not the same player. And I'm not saying that Stiddy can't run out of there and find run out of trouble and so on and so forth. What I am saying is that things change. When number 10 is out of the game, things are going to change, and this is going to be on Sean Payton to make it happen.
Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win one of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avs and the Ducks this week. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. Adam Schefter is going to join us. Yes, Vic,
Can I give
quickly?
you one more
Quick.
Bo Nix stat? Because everybody says Bo Nix, just sort of throws short, doesn't go for broke. Since the start of the 24 season, no quarterback has thrown more deep touchdown passes. That's 20 yards or more than Bo Nix, 19 of them.
Adam Schefter joins us next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined, as we are every Monday, by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, my first question. Does John Harbaugh consider pulling a Josh McDaniels and just go straight to Buffalo now?
No, that's not happening. I mean, this is a highly attractive opening in Buffalo with Josh Allen being there, but John Harbaugh has a deal with the Giants. He's not going to back on that.
So I'm curious. We all were kind of watching the game. You see it end. You have this elation. The Broncos win. They're going to the AFC title game. And that quickly to get the news that Bo Nix is going to be out for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Is this something that you think with Sean Payton's experience, he's got a good record with backup quarterbacks, can they survive this? Can they have their own little Nick Foles Philadelphia moment?
I think they believe they can. And I think Sean Payton revels in this right now. This, by the way, hold on.
Something happened.
Hold on.
Something happened. Do your thing.
Yep,
do your thing. We'll talk amongst ourselves.
Cut him off.
We'll talk amongst ourselves.
Cut his mic.
Put him down,
Yeah, he's got somebody of importance on the other line, so we'll let him do his thing. You know, somebody high in the Broncos food chain told me that Sean Payton is gleeful about the opportunity of coaching up Jarrett Stidham to win this game. And he is treating this like the mad scientist that he is. The pressure's off. Think about the pressure, guys.
Yeah.
All the pressure's on New England now.
Well, and it's also a chance for him, like, this is where a coach shows his worth, right?
Yes.
Like, this is where you can prove how great you are at what you do.
Yes. And this is where Sean Payton's ego is actually a good thing because he believes coaching matters more than some. He believes he can coach this quarterback into winning an AFC title game, even though he hasn't attempted a pass in 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, I mean, think about it. He's wanted to steer him around. He kept him around because he believes the guy can play.
Paid him $10 million, Moj.
Absolutely. And so he's also been talking up Jarrett Stidham since day one. Even though Brett, we know that Bo Nix was his guy.
Yeah.
He likes Jarrett Stidham. So the idea is, look, now I can finally show what this guy can do too. I like that attitude.
So it looks like Schefter got some news. We're waiting for him to join us again. Oh.
He's typing it up right now.
Yeah. No, it's all good. So here's the deal. I started to tell you, Sean Payton, basically, he would become the first head coach ever to lead 2 franchises to Super Bowl wins. Never happened before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now, obviously, you would think that losing Bo Nix, they take a hit. But you asked me how he feels about that. And I believe that if Sean Payton were to become the first head coach to ever lead a franchise to 2 Super Bowl wins.
And do it with a backup?
Well, hold on. He'd punch his ticket to the can. Like he's Hall of Fame coach. But to do it with a backup quarterback, like they should put him in this offseason.
Yeah.
Okay. If somehow he gets it done, that would be incredible.
Adam, do your thing.
Do your thing, Adam. Do your thing.
We'll just, Adam you had a nice feature where you sat down with Sean Payton earlier last week. You came into town, you interviewed him, you talked about the ultimate low and giving up 70 points to Miami and how they rebounded from there. I wanted to ask you, what do players in that locker room think about Sean Payton? Because a lot of people outside the locker room are like, oh, this brash, obnoxious curmudgeon. But players love him. There's a connection there. What was your impression?
I think he connects with his players. He understands players. He's great at building culture. Like all those things that you're looking for. There's a reason that the Broncos once gave up 1st and 2nd round draft picks to get him. And this is exactly why you want somebody like Sean Payton. Like on Saturday night, Bo Nix breaks his ankle. Sean Payton's already done his press conference. The word is out, right? Like that he's going to be Sean holds a second press conference. And by the way, sets the tone for the entire week. Okay? We could have waited. We could have people want, hey, you hearing about Bo Nix? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true? Like, what's going on there? Oh my God, they're doomed. They're doomed. Instead, he gets up there. He is as transparent as he could be. He then goes on to commend how they're going to play with Stiddy, and they feel like they're in good hands. Look, that was one of those stories that when it comes down, like there have been a handful of stories that I have worked on over time that when you post them, people are like, is this real? Like,
Yeah.
there are
Is
people
this a darn Schefter?
whatever it is. And so there were people reaching out to me like, did you post? Yes. He's out. Yes. When did this happen? Yes. I saw some videos online of people like, yeah, it's one of those, you don't believe it. You don't believe it when it happens, right?
Yeah, it looked incredibly benign to me. But again, this is the National Football League, Adam, and those are big men who are running fast and so on. Hey, we're not going to get a chance to talk to you until after the AFC title game. Could you give us your idea of the feeling right now with Vrabel and company, because they've got to feel pretty good about where they are getting ready to come on in here?
Well, they've been unbelievable. And he's gone in there and turned around that franchise. In a way, it's a different version of what Denver's done, right? They go out and get the coach, Sean Payton. The Patriots go get Mike Vrabel. They have a quarterback from that draft class, Drake May, 3rd overall pick. Broncos have Bo Nix. They had Bo Nix. But it's similar to what's going on. Transformations in both places. Look, the head coach and the quarterback, to me, are the most important members of the organization. The owner's right there, too, I think. But I think that quarterback and head coach are the most important people. And New England got the head coach and quarterback right, just like Denver did.
Adam Schefter with us. All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. The coaching carousel now with McDermott being fired. I mean, we were up to, was it 10 openings in this offseason?
Well, we're at 10, but we're down to 8 because
right.
Oh my God, just doesn't.
You're right. You're right, Adam. But yes, it was 10 total. Now it's down to 8. Do you know off the top of your head what's the most head coaching vacancies we've had in one offseason? Do you know?
What's happened? Happened in 2022. It happened, I'll give you the exact years. 10 before the 2022 season, 78, 97, and 2006 seasons.
Wow. I mean, it's a ton. And you start to think, like, you're looking for quality coaches. Is there enough quality people that's right for these jobs? Obviously, you're going to have to hire somebody, but it's crazy to think you got over a quarter of the league, a lot more than a quarter of the league, that are looking for new head coaches this offseason.
About a third.
Yeah.
I think owners pay attention to what other owners are doing. And when the Falcons fire Raheem Morris, when he's at a 4-game win streak, and the Ravens fire John Harbaugh after 18 years, then you could fire just about anybody at any time.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the plum job that's left? What is it right now? What's the one that most of the...
If you go coach Josh Allen, that's a home run, no-brainer. Like that, like he's the best player in football. He is free. Mm-hmm. I'm not making an argument for Baltimore because it's been such a strong organization and they have Lamar Jackson. But I think if you polled available coaches and candidates, what would be the number one opening? I believe it would be Buffalo over Baltimore right now.
Can I make this argument? You watch the game like the rest of us. As much as we all admire Josh Allen, what he's done, what he represents, the kind of man he is, all that. Love it. I thought he got outplayed by Bo Nix. I thought Bo Nix was the better quarterback on Saturday.
Well, he turned over the football multiple. And I said this on Get Up this morning. Basically, you can't. Everyone's going to remember the Brandon Cooks McMillan play. Everybody that play is going to be associated with that game the way that people say Dez caught it. Dez caught it, right? Like with the Cowboys playoff game where the Cowboys didn't get the call. And in this particular case, that is going to be the play that people remember. What people should be talking about just as much is that Buffalo turned over the football 5 times. Can't go on the road, turn over the football 5 times, and think things are going to work out because they're usually not.
Adam, on the other side of the ledger, the Seahawks, we know they're for real, and they obviously busted the 49ers in the mouth. And the Rams had a tough one, but they come through again on the road. Now, this is the third game between those two teams. And both the first two games were different games, but they were very, very tight. What's the scuttlebutt around with your peeps about how they're looking at that particular football game?
The Rams-Seahawks, if you look at it, it's been a case where they've played 4 times the last 2 years. And here, I'll give you the exact numbers because I got them together this morning. In the 4 games that they've played the last 2 seasons, the Rams have scored 109 points. The Seahawks have scored 107 points.
Wow.
Rams have gained 1,599 yards in those 4 games. The Seahawks have gained 1,589 yards.
Wow.
So 2 points and 10 yards separate these teams over 4 meetings.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's wild. Maybe you have an answer to this. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just don't know. Have you heard anything about the status of J.K. Dobbins? Because I think a lot of Broncos fans feel like if he could return for the AFC Championship game, it would help their offense tremendously.
It's a good thing. I got to check on that. I saw it
Can
floated
you do that
out
right now at this very moment?
Okay, let's do that right now.
Let's do it. Let's get Adam Schefter on the J.K. Dobbins watch, and if we get an answer within the rest of this segment, we got something brewing here because every Bronco fan I talk to, when's J.K. coming back? When's J.K. coming back? As if, and I want to ask a more general question. Do you think he's the answer to the run game, guys? Do you think by putting J.K. Dobbins back there again, coming off a major injury to his foot, that suddenly they're going to revive this run game? I think it's bigger than that.
Well, Vic certainly wouldn't hurt because they couldn't run the football at all. It's funny. Beginning of that game, if you remember, Jaleel fumbled, but it was negated by the offsides. And they go, that's his last carry of the game because Sean's not going to do that again. And then RJ fumbled.
They tried some weird flea flicker. They got kicked to Bo Nix.
Well, if your quarterback,
we can get some.
If your quarterback is your leading rusher the past couple of weeks, man, that you've been playing football, that's an issue, Vic. I mean, that's a big time issue. And again, I'm not going to poo-poo Jarrett Stidham because I think that Sean Payton can coach him up, but he's not the same guy. Bo Nix's ability to run the football has been underused, in my opinion, but it's been remarkably good.
So we'll see if Adam can get us a live update on whether JK is trending to try and play or not this weekend.
I sent out a few texts. Let's see if anybody responds.
Gotcha. In the meantime, Adam, the championship weekend now being set, it's featuring, now with Bo Nix being out, 3 quarterbacks in which, Stafford is sort of the only proven commodity, but it kind of feels like, can Seattle win? Let's say this oblique injury for Sam Darnold is so bad that it lingers into this week. Is Seattle? No.
Well, why would that happen? He played Saturday night.
No, I'm just saying it affects him. Is all I'm saying. Not that he's out. That it
Keep
would still
shooting
affect
him up. Shoot him up. Shoot him up.
He took his Toradol shot. Took some Indocin. Threw 17 passes. Played fine. Like no issues.
No, the thing is, does it even matter for Seattle because they're so good everywhere else running the football and playing defense?
Well, that's that you want Sam to do what Sam does, manage the game, not turn it over, be smart. Like that's how you were hoping C.J. Stroud would have played yesterday. That you rely on the defense and you don't make mistakes that are going to cost your team the game, and that's what happened with the Houston Texans yesterday. So,
Adam Schefter with us. He joins us every single week. All conversations with Adam brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
I got one quick one. I saw that on your feed that Eric Bieniemy is interviewing in Kansas City for their OC job. Where is Eric now? I lost track of him.
He's with the Chicago Bears, assistant head coach, and basically – Vic, you said interviewing. I don't think you interview in Kansas City. I think you just get hired. Like they don't need to Eric Bieniemy. They know.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just like we're going to go through the process here of interviewing him, but you do that with the idea that you think you're bringing him.
Do you want to come back? We want you back. Patrick needs you. Yeah, one of those deals.
Yeah. Adam Schefter joins us every week. Text Vic if you get an update on this. We want that J.K. Dobbins news.
I'll tweet it.
Oh, yeah. Do that.
No, let me tweet it. You just text me.
Okay.
Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Guys, thanks so much. Have fun this week with the game. Should be off. By the way, one final thing: the Denver Broncos, 5.5-point underdogs.
That's crazy. Yeah.
At
I
home.
know.
At
Not
home.
surprised. Not surprised. Hey, the Patriots are 0-4 here in Denver in playoff games.
Yeah, well, this is different, though. It's a different Patriots team.
I don't care.
It's a different Patriots team.
I don't care. They're 0-4.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
Numbers up. Thank you, guys.
That'd be
All
good.
right. So hopefully we get some sort of update on Dobbins here soon because I don't know how you guys feel about it. If Adam tweets out news that he's good to go this weekend, I would feel a lot better. I'd feel a lot better.
I feel better, but not secure. Again, you're coming off a horrible injury. Anybody that knows that Liz Frank, it's not like you're 100%. It's going to be choppy waters to begin with. And now you're asking a guy who hasn't played in 2.5 months to go full-blown in an AFC title game behind a backup quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, that's asking a ton here, boys.
Well, unfortunately, desperate times call for desperate measures. And Dobbins, if your foot's in half, but you can get me 4 yards of carry, I'll take it.
Hey, Big Val played Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final with a foot that was in half.
That's right.
Dang right.
You folks, stick around for the bottom of this hour because we're going to talk to a backup quarterback who shined during his backup quarterbacking days, Steve Berline, who played here in Denver. He backed up Troy Aikman with the Dallas Cowboys, played very, very well. In fact, some people in Dallas still say that he should have been the starter at some point. We'll talk to Steve Berline at the bottom of the hour, get his thoughts on what it's going to take for Jarrett Stidham to prepare himself this week. Won't be easy.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Steve Berline in a couple of minutes. Thank you to all 1,400 people watching on Twitch right now, by the way, if you guys haven't been looking.
Wow.
1,400 people. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, Steve Berline joins us in just a bit. Stick around.
Vic Lombardi here. My furnace, if it goes down, I have no clue how to fix it. I have no clue what to do. What I have a clue is who to call, and that's AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Right now, they have a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection. It prevents those breakdowns. It improves the efficiency, and it ensures your furnace is safe to run all winter long. It's starting to get cold. Finally, winter has arrived. So give them a call. Leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
I'm going to need everybody to calm down a little bit. Calm down. I say
I've been calm.
Vic goes, hey, man, it's an Patriots are 0-4 all time in Denver in the postseason. They are. And I was there for some of those games. And I said, well, it's not the same Patriots team. And people are like, well, if there's no Belichick, there's no Brady. There's no guff, Chet. I get that. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not saying they're better than the Belichick and the Brady Patriots
they're good,
teams.
Bro. They're
but
so
what I'm
good.
saying is they're totally different. Totally different.
So
in fact, is there any personnel?
Their defense is better than I thought.
Where's your camera?
Oh, sorry. Their defense is much better than I thought, guys. That's the one thing that I pulled from that last game.
It's really, really, really good. And by the way, I'm going to give credit to the Houston Texans in the second half of that game yesterday.
I'm not.
Let me finish your thought.
I could have had Steve Nelson playing quarterback yesterday with the same result.
I'm just saying the Houston defense yesterday played pretty damn well in that second half, okay? But the point is that it's just a totally different team. There's not anybody on that team that has any recollection whatsoever the last time the Patriots lost in the postseason here in Denver. So that's what I meant by that. It's a totally different team. And they're unbeaten on the road this year. So maybe you say, well, are they due to win a game in Denver? Not necessarily. Are they due to, finally get defeated on the road this year? Not necessarily. I mean, you got to play it out, baby. Play it out.
If I'm New England and I'm game planning for the Broncos this week, two things that make me smile. Number one, hey, man, in that first half, the Broncos struggled against the run. They got it together, but they struggled. The New England's got a 1-2 punch in their backfield that they can utilize, all right? So I'd be they're already run heavy. I'd be run heavy, play action heavy. That's what New England's going to do. And number two, the Broncos cannot run the ball. I would sell out in cover two and make them run the ball. I would sell out. If you're their defensive coordinator right there, what do you do against the Broncos?
I'm not worried about the run. I'm not. Are you worried about Stidham's arm? I don't know that you have a whole ton of worry, period. I know that sounds crazy. I know it does because you're talking about a team with a lot of prideful guys, but you have an offense right now that's in tough shape.
Every rational thought about who should win this game, every rational person would look at the New England Patriots and say they have every advantage right now. But there's something about Sean Payton, the mad scientist, having a backup quarterback. And when he was in New Orleans, take a look at his stats with backup quarterbacks in New Orleans. Not only did he thrive, he loved it. He proved people wrong all the time with this backup. There's something about it that excites me, guys. I don't know what we're going to see. I don't know what he's going to do, but I can't wait to find out.
I have faith that Sean Payton can cook something up to make a viable offense. I don't think the offense is going to be great, but here's my fear. New England put up 28 on Houston's defense. Houston has a very good defense. They put up 21 in the first half. Now, they were aided by 4 turnovers from C.J. Stroud, which helps. And if you stop that, maybe it becomes a little bit easier. I've been, not that I haven't believed in them, but I've been skeptical about the Patriots all year just because the Patriots they didn't play anybody. They had 3 games this regular season against playoff teams, and I think they were 1-2 in those games. They lost to Pittsburgh once, and then they went 1-1 against Buffalo. I can't doubt it anymore. Like, they're really good and really solid everywhere. But what feels like the overwhelming theme to this postseason, if you don't make mistakes, you're going to have a massive advantage against your opponent because people are turning the ball over like crazy. And maybe that's a byproduct. Remember we were talking about this is a weird playoff run because there's not a lot of great quarterbacks or what we think of traditionally great quarterbacks, like maybe Drake May and Bo Nix should be in that discussion. I don't know. But as far as your Lamars and Burrows and Mahomes, those guys weren't there. And guess what? It's been a turnover fest by these quarterbacks.
It's a new age, man. The class of 24 came this close to having 3 quarterbacks in conference championship games.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yep.
So this romance we have with the Lamars, the Joshes, the Patrick Mahomes, I get it. I understand it. The Joe Burrows. There's a new class, and these kids are knocking on the door saying, we can ball too. Let's go. And the game has changed. For those guys, they're surrounded by a much deeper team.
Yes. Like, that's what this entire thing has felt like. Is it team or is it quarterback that you're going to trust more? And I think in every instance, the better team has come out on top. The team. We saw it, Moj. Josh Allen in the Bills, had they not gone mental with all the turnovers that they threw at Denver, they probably win that game going away. It felt that way. Because, guys,
I feel like if I say that though, I get jumped on.
Here's why.
Because they were the better football team overall.
Here's why.
I mean, in terms of chunk plays and first downs and efficiency and everything.
If
they turned the ball over.
If the Bills ended up winning in overtime, there is a huge discussion to be had of what the hell did you do to allow that to happen? Because they gave you every opportunity to put that game away. They gifted the field goal at the end of the half. They fumble at their own 17-yard line to start the second half, and you couldn't punch it into the end zone. You had to settle for a field goal again. You had 47 total yards of offense until 2.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. That would be the story of the game if
the Broncos lose.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that would have been the story.
The ease in which Buffalo came back to tie that game was, that was pretty clear. It didn't feel like they worked that hard to get there.
They didn't punt. And now here we are. We have a week to prepare, less than a week, for the AFC title game and a backup quarterback. And I thought it would be great to talk to a guy who has that experience, who has taken over for star quarterbacks and shined in that position. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Bronco, former Cowboy, former NFLer, former Domer, Steve Berline. What's up, Steve?
Vic, what do you say, buddy?
How you been?
I'm doing pretty well.
Well, we thought we'd get you on the air because I want to know if you're in Jarrett Stidham's shoes right now. Steve, this guy hasn't attempted a regular season pass in 2 years. What's going through his mind as he approaches the AFC title game?
Well, if he's a true competitor and a true, professional football player, this is the opportunity he's been waiting for, his whole career. And I remember now, I started over 100 games in the NFL.
Yep.
He's only started 4, so it's a little different situation there. But when I was young and had my opportunities to play with the Raiders early in my career, and then with the Cowboys, in the early 90s, very similar. Still trying to prove myself, still waiting for that perfect opportunity, and I can definitely tell and relate to what he's going through now. Obviously, making his first start in his, whatever you said, however long it's been, in the AFC Championship game is a little different animal. But what an incredible opportunity, and I'm sure that he himself and the people that are around him are building it up to be this is what you've been waiting for. This is your opportunity. This is not a time to be sitting there worried about the stress and the magnitude and the overall significance of this game. It is your opportunity to show that you belong and to step up for your teammates and to really take advantage of this opportunity. So that's the way he's got to spin it if he's not already doing it that way. And I'm really excited for him. Who knows how it's going to turn out. I think a lot of people, including myself, would be very excited or very surprised if it goes really well. But if he goes out there and plays a clean game and just protects the football and doesn't really do the things that quarterbacks can do to lose ball games, as we saw yesterday, that happened a lot of times in both of the games yesterday. So, but if he just avoids those big mistakes, because that defense is going to keep the game close, we all know that, they'll have a chance to win it. If he just can handle that one part of it, don't make the big mistakes, and then hopefully, he gets a chance to make a play or two, and he'll step up and take those opportunities.
Steve Berline with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. I was going to ask you about exactly that. What's the balance he needs to find between, look, you don't want to go out there and make mistakes, but you also don't want to play scared. How do you battle that?
Well, it's a fine line. It's a very fine line. It's situational football. You hear people talking about it all the time, and a lot of times it's not really explained what you mean by that. It's if you're backed up in your own end zone and you're looking at 3rd and long, it's not time to try to make the great throw. it's time to if the coach is showing confidence in you to throw a pass in that situation, you know the only thing you can't do is take a sack for a safety or, a negative play that way, fumble the ball, and you can't throw an interception. You can't try to force it in there. So if he calls a pass, your only job is to try to give your team a few more yards, a field position game, get it away from the goal line, and just live to see another day. But you got to know that. You got to think about that. You got to say, I cannot, force the football in this situation. Now, if it's a first down situation, kind of the same thing. First down, the coach is giving you a chance to take a shot at like maybe you're around the 40-yard line, and things are going well for you. He calls a play action on first down because he wants to try to take a shot at the end zone. Well, if it's there, you take the shot. But if it's not there, take the check down, and you got 2nd and 5. And instead of trying to force the football and come away with an interception, those are situations where he's going to have to really understand why the play is being called, what is the mentality he needs to have. And it's very difficult a lot of times. Obviously, if the game's on the line, if you're at the end of the game and you've got to make plays, that changes everything. But during the course, the normal flow of the game, you just have to consciously understand, what does this situation call for? Is this a situation where I can take a chance, or is this a situation where I got to be smart and protect the football no matter what?
I think they're going to have to matriculate down the field, Steve, and here's why. The Broncos running game has not been good all year long. And obviously yesterday it wasn't, or 2 days ago it wasn't either. Bo Nix was the leading rusher on that team. And so if you're a backup quarterback coming in, and I believe Sean Payton's ability to coach this guy up, he loves him, obviously, wanted to keep him around, paid him big bucks to be the backup quarterback. I mean, what do you do if you're a quarterback and you can't rely on a running game that's going to get you not even, 100 yards in a game?
Well, it's the same thing, really. I guarantee you that Sean Payton is putting this on the offensive line and the running backs and telling them, hey, this is not going to happen if we can't run the football. And we saw how difficult a time Houston had running the football against New England yesterday. They're playing really well on that side of the ball, New England is. But if they're not able to at least sustain and generate some type of a running game, then that's asking too much out of Stidham in this situation. Again, he may surprise. He could step up and have one of those games that people will be talking about forever, But generally speaking, that doesn't happen, and that's not going to be what Sean Payton's expecting. He's going to put it on the offensive line and those running backs, tight ends, to get that running game going and show some life and at least be able to help them play that field position game that's so important in these games, where you get a couple of first downs. You got to be able to produce on the short yardage and goal line situations when you have those opportunities, and that's going to be where the focus is. And, if they're not able to run the ball, then Stidham's going to have the game of his life if they're going to have a chance to win this ball game.
Steve Berline, final question I have for you, and frankly, the main reason I decided to give you a call for this show.
Here we go.
Here we go. Notre Dame not being in the college football playoff, is it the greatest criminal act in the history of organized athletics? Yes or no?
Well, that is a very bold proclamation there. Can you guys hear me all right?
Oh, we got you perfect.
We got you.
Okay, all right. The greatest. Yeah, I'm not even sure I can even repeat how you phrased that, but I would say as a Notre Dame alum, supporter, fan, everything else, I would say it has to rank right up there with the absolute travesties, the most significant travesties in the history of the game. I mean, there's no logical argument, but you could see it coming, though, Vic. I mean, we all saw it coming when Alabama got bumped ahead of Notre Dame the week before. It was like, how could you do that?
Yeah. In the history of the world, Steve, not just sports, history. This will be talked about in centuries, like world history. It'll be taught in classes.
Sparta,
and it'll
Notre
just
Dame
be Vic.
Right, pretty much.
It'll be AP U.S. history.
Yeah. Sure. Hey, Steve, I'll say this though. This morning, Vic's got his little Fighting Irish shirt on. In protest, ever since the field was announced for the playoff. And obviously the Irish didn't get in. He's worn a piece of Irish gear every single day in protest. And I told him this morning, I said, dude, the Natties tonight, you got to give up the ghost. He said, I ain't giving up nothing.
I'm not doing it.
I ain't doing it.
That absolutely is shocking to me. I find that very hard to believe. that
Yeah.
Vic would do something like that.
Right, exactly.
Steve, you're the best, man.
Here I am carrying around my playing like a champion keychain.
Exactly right, baby.
Love it.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the insight.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, guy. Hey, anytime. I'll jump on anytime with you guys. Look forward to the next time.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Steve Berline joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
He raised a very good point. He said, look, when I had to come in, not necessarily with the Cowboys, Vic, but he'd gotten some time with the Raiders before that. Right? That's where he started his career. But he said, I'm coming in as a backup quarterback and winning games and whatnot. He goes, but I started over 100 games in my career. You got that experience. So if you're needed in that situation, like he was even here in Denver, Vic, in the early 2000s, right? You're coming in with that experience behind you. This guy doesn't have a ton, and so you're going to have to draw some stuff up for him. You're going to have to be incredibly creative.
It's such a good point. People are going to bring up Nick Foles. Well, Nick Foles started a couple games before he got to the playoffs. They're going to bring up Jeff Hostetler. Well, he got to start a regular season game before the playoffs. These are quarterbacks, I get it, backups who shined, but they had a runway. This guy doesn't have one. It doesn't exist. It's showtime on Sunday. His first start in 2 years is the AFC title game.
Yeah. By the way, I have some breaking news. Here's the tweet from Wade Phillips.
Oh, boy.
I was very surprised the Bills fired their head coach after a playoff loss. Wade Phillips.
Is that like a Magic Johnson tweet?
Yes, exactly.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
I can't describe how much I love Wade Phillips and Magic Johnson sports tweets.
I love them.
Magic's always like, the Los Angeles Lakers lost the basketball game today. It's like, thank you, Magic, for that insight. I really appreciate it.
And it's funny because Wade, he wasn't fired by the Bills after he lost a playoff game, but he got fired after he went 8-8 the year after the playoff game. Funny stuff, man.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Reminder, special 2 o'clock start on Martin Luther King Day. Happy MLK Day to everybody out there. Tune in at AM 950, starting at 1:30 for the Avs, as they will be on, and that pregame is powered by Ramos Law. Back after this.
I want to thank the good people at Flatirons Fire and Design because this day is a perfect day to jump in the sauna and do some thinking. Hot, sweaty, humid. It's where I do my best thinking. Turn that sucker up to 180 degrees. My thought process will go to how do the Broncos win with Jarrett Stidham. So thank you to Flatirons Fire and Design. If you want a sauna, if you want a fireplace, if you want outdoor kitchen stuff, whatever you want, they got it. Showroom is beautiful. 5353 Bannock, North I-25. Stop by or check it out online at flatironsfire.com. That's flatironsfire.com.
To Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. And even though it's a football Monday, there is a game at 2 o'clock today, which means...
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Matinee today, 2 o'clock. Avs and Caps at Ball Arena. Moser.
It's hard to believe the Avs have lost 3 out of the last 5 games. Does it sound crazy? A team that's 33-5-8, and they've lost 3 out of the last 5. One of those, of course, was the overtime loss to the Toronto Maple Leafs, but they're coming off getting stomped on Friday night against the Nashville Predators. In a game that Jared Bednar said what, Brett?
Nothing good about that game.
He said, I hated everything about that game.
Hated everything.
Hated everything.
Hate your face. That kind of comment. No, I love it.
Okay. Copy. It's going to be your own zone. That is the key. Take care of your own zone. It doesn't even matter. I don't even want to talk about the Caps and their injury problems right now and their goals for and goals against, which are pretty close. The Avs are almost double, in between goals for and goals against, all that kind of crap. None of that matters to me. Defend first in your own zone. Everything will come out of that. Offensively, the Avs they weren't bad against the Predators, but defensively, they were not good at all. Nothing about that was good. Defend your own zone. You're going to come away with 2 points and snap this little tiny skid.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So again, a lot more to talk about throughout the course of the day today with all the other shows that come after us. I do just want to mention this again.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
Stood up for Buffalo, and then he got fired. He's out the door this morning. I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. Well, sit down on this plane. Be gone! Take it somewhere else.
You know what? Is it fair to say if his quarterback doesn't turn the ball over, he's still the coach of the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah. I also think that just wasn't working with him there. It just wasn't working. I mean, it was 9 years, and they can't figure out how to advance.
But Vic is completely correct. If they call that a catch, I mean, let's say it was a catch. The Bills kick a field goal and win. Yeah. At the very worst for them, right?
Yeah.
And he still's got his job. Back in Buffalo getting ready to go on the road to the Patriots.
Yes.
But you know how I knew he was on? He knew it was going to go down just by the way he reacted after the game. I could tell. And let's quickly, one more time, and this is the last time we'll talk about it because it's on to New England. 8 plays prior to that controversial interception. What happened 8 plays prior to that should have ended the game? Holding in the end zone. Should have ended the game.
That is correct.
On the 2 controversial PIs, the one to Cortland Sutton, that was iffy. I'm not going to lie to you. That was an iffy PI call. But what happened on the very same play? Joey Bosa got stupid.
Roughing the
and
passer.
He hit Bo Nix about 80 seconds after the ball was thrown. It would have been 15 yards regardless. So that erases that. The next PI, the one to Marvin Mims, that was a PI in every country in the world.
Yeah.
Every galaxy.
Sure. Absolutely.
So what's the problem then?
It's I'm not even kidding. The frustration of Knicks being lost immediately after the game and how much of that dampened what was a really cool moment. I found myself getting more and more upset with every one of these yahoos in Buffalo trying to tell me about the refs. And I'm like, do you not take any inventory on what happened in a football game? Or is it just the last thing that you saw is the worst thing that you saw? Is that all that matters?
But it's what happens when hope is fleeting. What happens to everything happens to all of us. Happens to me. You start to grasp at things like that because another opportunity lost. You said it best. What an opportunity for the Bills. No Patrick Mahomes, no Joe Burrow, no Lamar Jackson. It is Josh Allen against the world in this playoff run. What an opportunity. And they lost it away.
You don't think that's a huge reason for it too, by the way? Like, think about this. There's 2 options of what Buffalo fans can choose. And here's what most of them are doing this morning. Boo, refs, bad call, no interceptions, 50 yards on an overtime drive. That's what they're doing.
Look at your quarterback.
Look at your quarterback. Well, this is why, Moj. Because the alternative is this. The guy that they've been propping up as the best player in the league and that he's been held back by his team and all that different stuff. all flies out the window because you would have to admit Josh Allen just wasn't good enough. And he was the reason why you lost.
Here's the bitter truth, and I will look into this camera, and I challenge any Buffalo fan to counter this argument. Josh Allen, reigning MVP of the league, the great Josh Allen, as much as we all love him,
Josh
was
Allen
outplayed by second-year quarterback Bo Nix.
No question.
He didn't turn it over as much as Josh Allen. He made the critical throws when he needed to, unlike Josh Allen. He didn't have the running game that benefited Josh Allen. He won the game for his team. He outplayed Josh Allen. That's the truth.
It is the truth. I'll tell you what's interesting, too. How do you guys feel about trusting the betting public and the odds makers? How do you feel about that?
Yeah.
Why? Okay. Well, the Broncos opened right away as a 1.5-point favorite, right? Over
In
the
Buffalo?
Patriots. No, over the Patriots.
Okay.
Immediately after the game.
Okay.
Then the word comes down that Bo Nix is going to have surgery and he's gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And all the money comes into the Patriots. So
Sure.
right now it's at 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's 5 Patriots minus 5.5. If that line holds, Vic, New England will be the largest road favorite in a conference championship game since the merger in 70.
Well, you can understand why.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, but does that give you any sort of
Does it give me pause? Of course it gives me pause.
Well, you're the one that said you were comfortably, what are you?
Well, I am.
Comfortably
because
numb?
my counter, well, a lot of this I'm doing just to reassure myself. My
Comfortably
counter
numb.
to that argument is I think the Broncos have the perfect professor in place to fix up a quarterback in 1 week. You got to understand.
We're the overdogs.
What's the proper word? Uncharted waters? We are in uncharted waters. Never in the history of the National Football League.
Hold it, stop.
Yeah.
You just said both.
I said uncharted.
You said first uncharted, then you said uncharted.
We are in uncharted waters.
There you go.
Never in the history of the league has a quarterback entered the AFC or any championship game having made his first start in 2 years, having made his first playoff start ever. This has never happened.
Here's also a correct summation from the 4315. Say what you will about Josh Allen, and he was again that one fumble he had. I thought he threw it backwards. I'm like, I think he just threw that ball backwards, but that was a Benito hit.
Yeah,
good. Dude, they put up over 450 yards of offense.
Great,
man.
Great.
I mean, against the defense that's supposed to be your bread and butter.
Great.
Hey, somebody mentioned it.
He turned the ball over. It's the most important thing
and if he doesn't,
that a quarterback can do.
Agreed. I'm just saying, dude, you got some things to worry about on
He
your own.
underthrew Shakir, which could have been a touchdown. He overthrew Nuggs.
Yep.
How about that hook and ladder they pulled off?
I know.
That's
hey, how about the play of the game that we're not talking about, that we haven't talked about all day, that I wrote down in my notes, second biggest defensive play of the game? They had all the momentum in the world, boys. They were up 7-3. The Broncos had just gone 3 and out. It looked like the Broncos had nothing this day. Sutton dropped the pass. Bills get the ball back. Allen goes for 26 yards, escapes the pocket. What happened on the very next play? Alex Singleton rocks James Cook, forces a fumble. Changed the momentum of the game.
Yep. You know what? It's what's really a bummer in all of this is that Bo Nix did play better. And you can throw whatever stat you want to at me. Like, the main thing is Bo Nix didn't cost his team. He had one mistake. The pass that went right into the defensive lineman's hands, which hell of a play by him, by the way. Have the hands to actually make that pick. But he made the plays that were necessary and more importantly, didn't make the mistakes that were killers. And God, would I love to see him try and do that again this weekend. But now it's going to turn into, look, being an underdog at home to go to the Super Bowl is pretty good motivation. And I think everybody understands why. When you don't have your starting quarterback, that thing's going to flip. I will maintain this, though. I still believe that the way the Broncos are put together, this is survivable. And it'd be different if this is week 7, Moj. It's 2 games. Can you do it for 2 games? I don't need a 3-month stretch of good football. I need 2 weeks. That's it.
You're totally right, though, Brett. Survivable. But my question is, for how long?
Well,
and without a running game, how long?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't survive. It's been a season of survival. And for those of you, the Broncos are lucky. Do you not read the script? They've done this all year.
Yeah.
This is who they are. This is what they do. I'm so tired of hearing that. This is what they do.
303-504-0925. Quick fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
That crazy touchdown pass that Caleb Williams had late in the game where he's scrambling backwards. He has like 5 defenders in his face.
It was a 51-yard pass for 14 yards.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth.
You just stepped on his fact checker.
Well, I got a bonus one, too. So, as you said, Moser, officially in the record books, it will go down as a 14-yard pass in the red zone. But according to Next Gen Stats, Caleb Williams was 26 and a half yards behind the line of scrimmage. And, as you said, he threw it 51.2
Off
yards
his back foot
in the air to get a 14-yard touchdown pass.
To a wide open player.
And then he
How? How, Sway?
Then he threw a pick, and then the Rams kicked the field goal and won.
And then he did that too.
And then everybody cried.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and
it's tricky.
Kane. Look up the podcast. It'll be on there shortly.
Tricky
Have
to
a
rock
wonderful Monday. Yes, it is a Rally House Football Monday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Kind of curly.
2nd and 12. Oh, they're going to take a shot. And he's got a man wide open, and it's incomplete. White is flagged, and the Broncos are right at the doorstep of the AFC Championship game.
I love you guys so much, I wanted to come back. Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle. He's scheduled to have surgery Tuesday of this week, which will put him out for the rest of the season. Stiddy's ready to go. And it was the second to last play before he threw the pass to Mims. Birmingham is where he'll have the surgery with Dr. Waltrip. And I don't really think there's any other questions. In other words, this is what it is, and we felt like it'd be best to just tell everyone now.
It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. We welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryan, alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, and you guys at 303-504-0925. We want to hear from you this holiday morning, coming off of a 33-30 overtime win against the Buffalo Bills. For the first time in a decade, the Denver Broncos will not only be back in the AFC Championship game, they will host the AFC Championship game a mile high. So much to get into today. At 10:20, we will have a Broncos playoff victory, big play replay. We'll get into everything that happened in that overtime thriller. We'll talk about the rest of the divisional round. We will get into Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham. It's a big old Stiddy city here in the Mile High City. But Coach Sanford, we start with an absolute heart stopper in the divisional round. Bo Nix in overtime, throwing balls up with a broken ankle, getting the PI call, and Denver walks off with big nuts, Lutz, and a field goal.
They sure did, and I tell you what, man, I have looked forward to this program this morning here on an MLK Martin Luther King Jr. Day here on Monday to be able to break down what happened with the Avs and the Nuggets this weekend.
Yeah, that's the biggest news out there.
Huge
What happened on
news,
the ice
man.
in
What's
Game
going
47?
on, man? What's happening mid-season for these two outfits on a weird weekend? But no, I'm excited, man, to break this thing down. And my biggest takeaway from everything that transpired on Saturday is that's as emotional of a football game and subsequently the 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes following the football contest that frankly I've ever been associated with. I've been around teams that I've coached where a very significant member of the football team that might even be the face of that team gets injured in game, and you see it happen. But I have never seen a heroic fourth quarter and overtime quarterback performance where Bo Nix walks off the field triumphantly with his arms raised to the sky, thanking Broncos country. But really deep down, I think Bo knew all along when he was leaving that field and when he was interviewed post-game by Tracy Wolfson, something wasn't right.
The hug that he gave Davis Webb at the end of the game when Will Lutz hit, what was a 23-yard field goal to end this thing? I thought I said it was going to be a 37-yarder to walk it off. Ends up being a 23-yarder in overtime.
You know what?
The hug that he gave Davis Webb.
Tre'Davious, I appreciate you.
Yeah, you can't tackle a guy.
You can't tackle a guy, and also, you know what else you can't do? Is look at an NFL referee square in the eyes and remove your helmet and slam it in the turf. You know what? The Buffalo Bills deserved what they got, but neither near here nor there. I hate that franchise. I hate their fan base. You know what I couldn't stand is there was a lot of friendly, the Bills are awesome, and their fan base is so cool. I love Rob Trujillo. What a great dude. No, you know what? Screw all of Buffalo. You know why? Because we learned your real metal, and that's how you've handled this loss. Take your damn L on the way out. Huh, Buffalo? And I'm not taking this, woe is me, we're the victim card. You know what? Everything about how you all, including your former head coach, Sean McDermott, everything that you guys did in the minutes hours and days after you lost yet again in a playoffs that doesn't have Patrick Mahomes, doesn't have Joe Burrow, doesn't have Lamar Jackson in it. And guess what, Josh Allen? You didn't even make it to the AFC Championship game, buddy.
Take that L on the way out.
I tried to tell you on Friday.
I hate that.
I tried to tell you on Friday. And I do love that area of the country. Again, went to school out there. Know it well.
I hate it. It's disturbing. Nobody had ever moved there on their own accord.
I tried to tell you. Right before we got off air, we were given our game predictions. The city of Denver, remember who you are. You're a city of champions. You're a city of winners. Pretty much everywhere except the Rockies. You're a city of winners.
They're the champions of cold beers, though, on a glorious summer afternoon.
Remember who Buffalo is. Remember what that city is. While, again, I have a soft spot in my heart for it, I hate to say it, it's a city of losers. Haven't been able to get it done. Haven't won anything. And you had to know that going into the weekend, is that when it comes down to it, Josh Allen with his head in his hands, I feel bad for the guy. He took complete ownership over that, and he had to. 5 turnovers is insane. But going into that game, you knew exactly who you were, and you knew exactly who they were historically. I tried to tell you how great of a day January 17th was in Broncos history. Remember 1988? Remember the fumble on the 3-yard line? Well, January 17 rears its ugly head again. Well, for the Broncos, this time looking directly at Bills fans. You got outplayed. I know there were a couple of calls in there. The Sutton PI, pretty ticky-tack.
Yeah, but it followed another non-call, right? There was, I think it was the pass attempt. The play before could have very easily been called a pass interference.
Sure.
When you stack near PIs, they're not going to let handsy play you're not going to get away with it.
There were a bunch of plays that could have been called. The holding call on the overthrow of Dawson Knox at the end of the game, right? That doesn't get called. I think it was Jonathan Cooper who was about to strip sack Jonathan Allen. Even if he doesn't, or Jonathan Allen, Josh Allen. He was about to strip sack him.
Who was
if
it?
he doesn't.
Who was it?
Josh Allen.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, VJ. Appreciate it, Vance.
If he doesn't strip sack him there, he takes him down. Likely Prater has moved out of field goal range, and you can win the game in regulation there. You have the Malcolm Roach holding call, right? It was either Roach or Tillman in the end zone.
It was Roach, and I could say, like, a lot of people said the game would have ended, and it could have, but the actual hold happened about on the 1.5 yard line. But it could have. That's a total judgment call because where the ref deems it to be a hold, it could have been at the 1.5, or it could have been 1 yard deep into the end zone. Either way, Malcolm Roach, who tweeted about it after the game, or no, it was DJ Jones, said, happened all day. And it did. You know what? The referees are not the reason that Buffalo's hanging out in Cancun right now, and Sean McDermott is figuring out what his buyout looks like this morning.
The reason why you're trying to figure out what bikini Haley Steinfeld is wearing is because, well, her husband had 5 turnovers.
That was a little uncalled for.
I'm thinking about that.
Okay.
His team had 5 turnovers. You cannot put the ball on the ground that much, cannot put the ball in the hands of your opponent that much and expect to win a game. Now, here in Denver, do you want to win that game by more than 3 and have to go to overtime? Sure. But this is who the Broncos are, right? Going into that game, 11-2 in one-score games. 76% of their games going into Saturday were one-score contests that they won, that they found a way to win 11 times. We knew this was going to be the way the Broncos were going to have to win this game. It was a monumental collapse from an MVP candidate. And what have I told you for the last month? I know Matthew Beauvais tried to tell me that I was an idiot, that if the Broncos won this game by 40, Sean McDermott wouldn't be fired. I told you for a month, if you don't win the AFC, let alone this game against Bo Nix and the Broncos, Sean McDermott, see ya! You get canned this morning.
Receipt Street is one heck of a place. And our guy, Matthew Beauvais, who I love having on.
Fantastic guest.
Awesome guest. But, man, remember what he said? He said the guy that could be in trouble if this result does not go the right way is Brandon Beane, the general manager.
Gets promoted.
He gets promoted, and now he's running the search for the next head football coach. And so, gosh, it is what it is, man. I hate when head coaches lose their jobs. I hate when assistant coaches lose their job. Guess what? I've lived that life before. But I also, because I've lived that life, because I have actual scars to show you on my body, Raj, from tire marks left on my back as a team leaves me to deal with everything and put it all squarely on my shoulders. Because I've lived it, man, I'm a little bit desensitized to it. And I'll say this, when I watched Sean McDermott in his post-game press conference manufacture tough talk, saying that I'm going to stand up here for the Bills organization because, damn it. And I'm like, this guy's so freaking fake, man. What a fraud. That's a fraudulent head coach. And you know what? I may or may not have worked with somebody in my college background that may or may not have worked for Sean McDermott. And all I'm going to say is he got what he had coming. Guy's a fraud. Fired. See ya. You know what? To the victor go the spoils, just like Jaquan McMillan. That's my bite, Debo. That's what Debo said on Friday. Did he not? And that's what I'm saying right now about the Denver Broncos. So, you know what? Hey, you beat the Buffalo Bills, but guess what? I'm not celebrating any third, fourth, second place parades. It's time to move on to the New England Patriots because you're hosting an AFC freaking championship game at Empower Field at 1 o'clock on Sunday. And I, for one, and all of you, for 2 and 3 and 4, and thousands of you that are currently listening right now, should be excited about Sunday. You should be fired up to watch Jarrett Stidham because Raj and I watched every single day of training camp. And what did we say this year during training camp? That son of a gun spinning the football. If it wasn't a first-round draft pick that has already great history in Bo Nix, you would have said, who's the starting quarterback talent-wise as a passer? It was that close this training camp in particular, and it showed up in the preseason games against both the Cardinals and the 49ers. Davis Webb, quarterback coach of the Broncos, is going to have Jarrett Stidham ready to play, and Sean Payton's going to call himself another great game like he did against the Bills.
Denver's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is your home for every single game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. Make sure you tune in on Sunday for a local pregame show with all of us, and then we'll have the Westwood One national call of the AFC Championship between your Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots, only right here on Denver's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's number one for sports talk. That's the Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan coming up on the other side. Oh, we've never done a Broncos big play replay like this. An overtime victory in the divisional round. Don't go anywhere. That's in 4 minutes. We do it every single week here after a Broncos game on the morning sprint. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys, 303-504-0925. It's the Broncos big play replay. Coach, when I texted you this morning and I did my all 22 watch through, I had 18 of these things.
You really could have about 35 if you wanted to, but we got to get rolling here. This is going to be the definition of the morning sprint, and because you are a coach of the great game of hockey, I am a coach of the great game of football, and KJ coaches somebody. I know he does.
Coaches us.
We have an acronym for everything, so let's hit it with the BPR, baby.
BPR. If we miss any of these, make sure you guys text into us the highlights or the plays that you remember from the game that you go, how didn't you guys talk about that? And we'll get into it a little bit later on the program, but we got to start with Frank Crum reporting as eligible.
They bring in an extra lineman, Frank Crum, on a 3rd and 1 snap coming at the 7.
Ready,
They fake the handoff to Harvey. They will sidearm pass. It's wide open to the lineman we just mentioned. Crum comes in as an eligible receiver. He reports and he receives and he runs it the rest of the way for the touchdown.
Frank Crum, 7 yards up and over the goal line, reporting is eligible. Sean Payton in his bag early.
Snarky Sean is my favorite Sean. And you know what, Sean Payton? He looked over at Joe Brady, and he looked over at now fired head football coach Sean McDermott. And hell, he even looked over at Josh Allen, and he said,
Josh Allen?
My Wyoming Cowboy is better than your Wyoming Cowboy. Frank Crum, legend forever, wide receiver 1 for your Denver Broncos.
It caps off an 8-play, 69-yard drive, 3 minutes and 47 seconds time of possession coming right after that James Cook fumble. We told you, James Cook, man, that's the #1 rusher in the league, but what does he do? He puts the ball on the ground.
You put the B on the G, guess what? Your coach is going to be looking for a new J. And it actually came true. My old acronym saying that I've been using. That was the biggest of the 5 turnovers. Because you were staring 14-3 down the barrel of an ugly gun.
So there we go. We already missed one. We'll get into that James Cook fumble a little bit later on in the program. That makes the score 10-7 Denver. After a Prater 33-yard field goal, we've got a 10-10 tie. Lil Jordan Humphrey dropped one early, but this one from Bo Nix was a dime from 29 yards.
I'd send someone right downfield if the safety's there to make the outcut.
On 2nd and 10, he's rolling, planting, going. Here's you go, Tony, to the end zone. They got it! What a call! It's Humphrey hauling it in for the Bronco touchdown.
Give me a little deuce right, 97 Wanda Pup for pull-up pass and a throwback all the way across the field. Little shout out to Ryan Koenigsberg for it looked a lot like an old John Elway throwback off of a hard play action pass, and Bo Nix threw an absolute seed on that. Great play design by Sean Payton.
11 plays, 70 yards, 1 minute and 51 seconds off of the clock. Denver takes a 17-10 lead. Missed play in there, 3rd and 10. Marvin Mims, little sit route on the left hash, 15 yards. Extends that, gets you into the red zone, or not necessarily into the red zone, but the red zone plus. Gets you into the area of the field where you can take that type of shot play against a backup safety. Denver takes the lead 17-10. We thought that was gonna be it, but Josh Allen, you said the Cook fumble was the costliest one. I think the one at the end of the first half, Josh Allen puts it on the ground. No time remaining, no timeouts. What are you doing, MVP?
No kneel down, no timeouts. Tried to load it up. Better head to the sideline if he wants another play. Oh, he lost the football.
That's why you never do that.
It is picked up by the Broncos, and there's time on the clock. It's picked up by Key, the first team All-Pro special teamer who was in as an extra defensive back, and they have chance to add 3 more.
I love seeing my former pupil from Western Kentucky University, Devin Key, snatching that football up.
Hilltoppers!
Because that was not an easy recovery. There was a lot of traffic right there, and he just came in there like the cunning first All-Pro player that he is as a special teamer. Big play there. You ever heard of the old middle 8? It's the 4 minutes right before halftime and the 4 minutes right after halftime. Well, that costly fumble from Josh Allen, well, it led to 10 points in that 4 minutes preceding halftime.
It led to 13 total for Denver, right?
I just said halftime.
Halftime. Will Lutz has a 50-yard field goal, puts Denver up by 10 going into halftime, and just 2 plays into the third quarter. We've been waiting for this almost all year for the best pass rusher on the best pass rushing team in the league. Nick Bonito does his best Von Miller impersonation.
Bonito.
It's a strip sack on second down.
And look at Cook. Line up right behind the right guard. Here they come, and they fumble again. They got to him from behind with Bonito. And the recovery belongs to Denver.
Rolling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Nick Bonito comes from behind and strip sacks Allen, and Roach, who's had several big plays, has a recovery.
3 turnovers in 5 drives for Buffalo. Denver gets the ball on the 17. They do stall out. They only get 3 points. However, 23-10 is the lead. A big-time strip sack from Nick Bonito. We've been asking for it all year.
Nick Bonito, legendary performance on Saturday. Legendary. And it wasn't necessarily just the pure pass rushing, make somebody miss, come through scot-free. It was the effort plays, the plays that we've been talking about that guys like Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, TJ Watt, that they make by using their athleticism to redirect. And one of the 2 fumbles, of course, that Josh Allen put on the ground came as a result of that type of effort from Nick Bonito.
Denver 23-10 early on in the third quarter. Buffalo goes on a 9-play, 73-yard drive. They take almost 5 minutes off the clock to get this back to a 1-score game. 23-17 is the score after the Hardman rather. Was that Hardman or was that Coleman? It was Coleman.
No, Mecole Hardman had a touchdown catch.
He had the first one.
First one.
He had the carbon copy play of the Kansas City Super Bowl.
Did that not one just kind of it was a knife to the chest and it just a twisting of an old Chief is going to do this at Empower Field? Really?
An old Chief on the same exact play that he won the Super Bowl on. Sorry, it was a Coleman 10-yard little bubble screen underneath Riley Moss that gets in and brings the score to 23-17. Bo does throw an interception 3 plays later. I don't know if I want to hear about it, but that's the one time that Bo made a horrible play.
It's a weird play. The D lineman just kind of pops out of nowhere. They were doing a lot of they were taking a lot of the game plan stuff that you've seen successful against Bo Nix, which is zone coverage behind a bunch of faux pressure looks, but Bo Nix still puts up 33 points.
Bo was fantastic in the game. The 1 interception, I guess it's a black eye right there, but the defense, as they have done all season long, they pick up where the offense has some slack, and it's your backup safety. It's P.J. Locke coming over the
backup
top.
No longer.
Josh Allen went through him when he was younger too. And now all of a sudden you're seeing him be the poised veteran after he had 2 turnovers of his own. You got to be able to put that aside and come back.
2nd and 14. Deep ball down the field, and he is intercepted by Locke. Locke jumps right in front of the receiver and takes it right back for the Denver Broncos.
Coach, you are a former college quarterback. You are a former college head coach and offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. What was MVP Josh Allen looking at there?
Well, I think Josh Allen did the old predetermined. Saw something down the field that he liked. Did not see the backside safety. Talanoa Hufanga was beating coverage, but guess what, man? A lot of times that's setting the trap because here comes the safety over the top and from the backside hash. And that was P.J. Locke, 9 tackles and an interception for Brandon Jones fill-in. Pretty awesome performance and really an unbelievable turnaround from what was a disastrous day at the office a year ago at Highmark Field for P.J. Locke. He had a great bounce-back performance.
Denver, unfortunately, for the first time all day, does not score off of the Buffalo turnover. They have to pitch the ball away on 3rd and 9. It's that weird, across-the-grain Bo Nix pit. I hated it. I thought it could have been picked off. It goes down to the ground. You end up punting into the Buffalo end zone. It would have been a 58-yard field goal. What were your thoughts there on Sean Payton deciding to punt it and not allowing Will Lutz, who he gave a brand new contract to and was perfect in this game, try one from 58?
Hindsight is always 20/20, and in this case, Sean made the right call.
I don't know if it's the right call.
You won.
You won the game.
That's all I got to care about right now.
You won the game, but Buffalo goes on for a 9-play, 85-yard drive. They score, and they take the lead off of that punt.
Yeah, but I mean, first off, I think Crawshaw did not have a good day.
Hold on.
Got to be down inside of the 10-yard line.
I agree. It's on the 15. It was a bad punt.
That makes Sean Payton look like a moron when, in fact, your freaking Australian punter who you drafted.
Hold on. Lil Jordan Humphrey had a big drop in the first half. He was able to come back and make a big play. Crawshaw punched the ball inside the 7 in overtime. I think I can excuse the bad punt, the 25-yard net punt that ends up losing you the lead.
All right, I'll forgive you.
I can excuse that because the dude had a coffin
Yeah,
corner
you're right.
in overtime.
I forgot about the Crawshank redemption.
That thing was Crawshank redemption's good. How long you been sitting on that one?
We used that this summer when he was awful during training camp in preseason football.
A 14-yard touchdown pass to Kincaid puts Buffalo up 24-23. Prater would hit a field goal to go up 27-23 after a 3-and-out from Denver, just their second of the day. That was a wild punt from Crawshaw all the way through the end zone. Buffalo takes over on the 20. They take 8 minutes off the clock on a 13-play, 70-yard drive. They go up by 4, so we know that Bo Nix, late in this game, has to lead a touchdown drive. And what does he do? He finds the man who Sean Payton kind of left off the offense the entire season. It's Marvin Mims on a dot the left side of the end zone.
Dane Jackson comes in, been little used. They just brought him back a couple of weeks ago.
Hasn't played a ton today. Now it's like go out there and save our season.
1st and 10.
They're going after him.
Going for the end zone, over the shoulder. Oh, Mims hauls it in. 26 yards to Marvin Mims, who was injured as he was falling to the ground after making the over-the-shoulder catch.
A little snag and go concept. So the snag concept, it's a sit route, which is what Marvin Mims has. It's a corner route, which I believe that was Troutman. And then you have a flat concept from the running back. So that is a universally common concept. But what you didn't get is you got Marvin Mims, because the Buffalo Bills are a zone pattern recognition outfit. So Sean Payton dialed this up. He held on to it, and he even cited after the game that was an audition route that actually Marvin Mims ran in practice in a good-on-good period during the bye week against none other than the best corner on planet Earth, Pat Surtain. And guess what the result of that was against Pat Surtain? The same thing that we saw in the biggest of moments. Great call by Sean, great execution by Marvin Mims, and a phenomenal throw by Bo Nix.
Some big plays of note on this drive that has Denver take the lead with just 50 seconds remaining in this divisional round matchup. Cortland Sutton on the right hash, 25 yards on 3rd and 11, his very first catch of that game. Sutton had a 6-yard catch on the right side on 2nd and 10, and that little quarterback design run on, was it 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4? That Bo Nix ends up getting that first down, runs out of bounds as well.
Something
doesn't take a hit.
I've been begging for all year,
Woo!
right? And then I got it, and it led to his,
We'll talk about the play that ends up breaking his ankle.
It's football.
It hurts.
I hate that about this game, man. It's the reason
That people get injured in football?
No, that Bo Nix's legs that I've been clamoring for Sean Payton to call design runs the entire year, that his legs and ankle and feet are the reason that the Broncos win this game. But now it's the reason that he's not available for the AFC Championship.
50 seconds left. 3 timeouts. Denver up by 3. Buffalo gets the ball back. Incomplete on 2nd down. Cooper jumps. 1st down for the Buffalo Bills. And then you know this play all too well from your days as a Boise State Bronco. It's the hook and ladder.
You still got the 2 timeouts, so you can work the middle of the field.
Yep, and they'll have a chance here.
There he goes to Shakir, who laterals it back, and they've got a big gain with Davis, and they're in field goal range. A hook and ladder call here in the final 30 seconds, and the Bills are all the way down to about the 32-yard line. The timeout call by the Bills.
I'm watching this as a Boise State football and coaching alum, and of course, to add insult to injury, It's
a Boise State player.
It's a Boise State player in Khalil Shakir. And the play call in Boise is called Circus. That would have been triple right, Cali Slam Circus. They actually did it a little bit better because they had a tight end as the lead blocker. And so you ended up getting, I still stand by learning moment for Jahdae Barron on that play. He needs to continue to leverage the football and not chase the cheese inside because I think he would have been in position to stop the play.
27 yards, gets the ball to the Denver 32. There's an overthrow to Dawson Knox that probably would have ended the game. However, a missed holding call on Jonathan Cooper there as well. So
yeah,
6 of one,
let me
half
ask you
does
this.
the other.
Did they call the holding call?
No, they didn't.
Was Knox open for a touchdown?
Wide open.
Is the MVP that postseason success has been eluding him? Is he culpable for that miss?
He sure is.
He is. Josh Allen, you want to be that guy? Then you got to make that throw in that moment. And yeah, Rob Trujillo, I hope you're listening right now. Postseason failures continue to be the storyline around Josh Allen.
Prater does bury a 50-yard field goal. We've got a 30-30 tie. We're headed to overtime. Talk about culpability. Josh Allen throws one deep. It's one-on-one. It's over the top. But Jaquan McMillan, the biggest play of his career.
Coming after him all out.
They pick it up, and they go deep down the field, and the pass is caught. No, it's McMillan has the football. How about that? Jaquan McMillan ends up in a wrestling match with the football.
Denver takes over with the ball on their own 20-yard line. Coach, simultaneous interception. What happened?
Well, let me ask you this. If you're watching that football game in 1991, Raj, or for you in 1996, and there's no instant replay where you have 4K cameras all over the entire stadium and you can't slow it down pixel by pixel in 1 out of 1,000th speed, is that an interception in the NFL game?
Yeah.
100%. It's an interception.
Survive the ground.
And you know what else, man? DMac, he was beat. The throw by Josh Allen.
What a throw.
It was a dime. But you got old balls, Brandon Cooks, and to the victor goes the spoils. And J-Mac does what J-Mac's going to do. And he told us earlier in the year, we should have listened to him. This is what he had to say.
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
And he was.
Jaquan McMillan intercepts the ball on the Denver 20, and Denver goes on a drive. Yes, there's a pass interference call on Cortland Sutton, but the big one, well, it happened on Marvin Mims just the play after Bo Nix breaks his ankle. He'll be out for the remainder of the playoffs. He threw a great ball here, though.
2nd and 12. Oh, they're going to take a shot. And he's got a man wide open. And it's incomplete. White is flagged. And the Broncos are right at the doorstep of the AFC Championship game.
You play to win the game. You said you got to take shots.
Number 27. Defense. Automatic. First down.
Turns out, Tre'Davious White, you can't tackle dudes when you're in coverage.
Can't do it. Can't slam your helmet right in front of a referee.
No, can't do that either.
Can't do that. I actually wish that helmet would have bounced right back and hit him right in the chin because that's bad football. That's bad sportsmanship. And guess what, man? It all catches up to you when it catches up to you, and it caught up to you, Buffalo.
Half the distance to the goal after that penalty. Well, after the second penalty, obviously it's a spot call with the pass interference. And we tried to tell you last week, man, it's going to come down to this, man. Big Nuts Lutz from 23 yards.
Lutz, who's always been clutch, has a chance to take his team to the championship game. Here it is on the way, and the Denver Broncos have won it in overtime.
I like big nuts, and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. How about that guy in that moment, man? Hey, how many kicks did Big Nuts Will Lutz miss on the day?
0. He was 4 of 4, a long of 50, and the game winner to send Denver to their first AFC title game in a decade.
And did not miss any of what ended up being unbelievably important points after touchdowns,
Good
which
point.
in the NFL, that is not a given.
It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That is your Broncos big play replay. What a game. 33-30 in overtime. Denver will host the AFC title game coming up on Sunday. That's the coach. I'm Raj with you guys. 303-504-0925 on Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude 92.5. If you guys are looking for the Avs and the Capitals later on today, we'll have a special 2 p.m. start time on AM 950 starting at 1:30 p.m. with your pregame show powered by Ramos Law. That's the coach, MC Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys know me better as Raj.
Hearing that, man. You ever listen, like, you're back in the 80s, 90s, some of you out there, when you would listen to your own voicemail or your voice recording at home and you'd hear your voice and you're like, God, that's bad. Hearing myself as a wannabe MC makes me realize I should never.
The hierarchy of people on this show that could do the MC deal, you're not last.
You think that's you?
Yeah.
KJ is definitely the best.
I think it was KJ, Coach, and Raj in that order.
I do all right, but no, Coach, he's got me. He's got me.
No, man.
You got more swag than me, Coach.
Nah, you know what I don't have? I don't got that. I don't get that, like, that real, like, voice for it. I sounded too high pitched there.
All right.
Hey, play that one more time, man. Let me hear that one more time. God, that's bad. Stop. Gosh, I hear my voice.
You did this to yourself.
I feel so bad for all of you that you have to listen to my voice.
It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude 92.5. If we missed any big plays in our Broncos big play replay, let us know at 303-504-0925. Any one of the 2,000 of you watching on Twitch, 1,000 of you watching or whatever it is on YouTube, let us know in the comments if we missed any plays that were consequential to this game. I know Coach already said that we missed the James Cook fumble. We'll get back into that a little bit later, but we do have to, we have to let the cat out of the bag. We have to talk about the quarterback situation going into Sunday's AFC Championship game, Broncos and Patriots. No, it's not Bo Nix. It'll be big old Stiddies.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Stiddy City time, man. And first off, I think sometimes in the life of a football player, life of a football coach, both of which I've spent truly like my entire life, even as a son of a coach, there's a natural tendency when adversity strikes, we're programmed inside of the buildings that we occupy on the teams as coaches that you can't dwell in the bad. In fact, that's actually one of my weaknesses as a person, and I've learned this 43 years on this earth. My wife, she tells me, like, there are times where you have to just let things kind of just suck for a while. I don't know what you're talking about, because all I know is how do you respond and move on to the next thing in order to best equip your football team to be successful. But I am going to sit in the suck for a second right now and acknowledge how awful it is to have a moment at Empower Field that this city will not forget anytime soon. And that is what I predicted on Friday, is that Bo Nix, sophomore quarterback, at times much criticized, oft-criticized quarterback Bo Nix for not having all the great stats, didn't finish the season on a heater against the Chris Oladokin Chiefs or the Trey Lance Chargers, and the stats didn't look right, and the offense was bad. You remember that? Just a week ago, Bo Nix led this offense and this Broncos team to 33 points, to a fast start, to a resilient finish at the end of the fourth quarter, and an awesome signature overtime drive by way of his legs, by way of his arm, by way of his grit. And Bo Nix, you're a Denver icon. You are a Denver sports icon already. You've already surpassed anybody's expectations of who you can be, and you will continue to get better. You're going to continue to get better as a result of this.
I don't know if the touchdown that he throws at the end of the game, whether it's the Mims touchdown or throwing Mims into PI, is a top 5 moment in Broncos history. It's a top 5 moment in my viewing life, right? So I remember the Broncos as early as 1996, right? That is a top 5 Broncos moment for me, is that Mims throw with 50 seconds to go, and it feels like the game is either over or like you can't possibly lose. He's just Superman when it comes down to clutch time. And to have that high followed immediately by a there's no way this is true type of low when Sean Payton re-enters the media room and he gets a chuckle out of the media. I just wanted to see you guys again. We all thought it was a joke. Gets a chuckle out of everyone. Little did everyone who was sitting in that room know that he was about to shatter an entire city.
Yeah, and I think there's all moments in our lives, and I know sports are sports, and it's supposed to be entertainment. For me, I look at sport a little bit different because it's been my life. It's been the highs of highs. It's been the lows of lows. It's been seeing my dad get fired and me not be able to stop crying for a month as a 8-9-year-old child trying to learn the game of sports. For me, it's life. Okay. So I was emotional. Being there with, I felt like 2,000 or 3,000 of my closest friends there at number 38. It was awesome, Raj. I mean, you want to talk about a great environment and moment. If you were in that building, I know our good friend Kevin was there, and I appreciate he gave my son a felt recreation, a handmade recreation of the D, the Denver Broncos D. I wanted to clarify that. I did. So that's good. The old school D. Anyway. And then to be on
your boy.
To be on the post-game show, I'm sitting there literally as the news breaks and Vic Lombardi interrupts me. So rudely, by the way. I have a massive smile on my face. I'm walking around right there on the river, in the River North area, because it was so dang loud inside of number 38 for hours after the game. I couldn't get a broadcast in. And so I'm doing it from my phone, and I'm smiling, and I'm actually talking about that everybody's darling to go to the Super Bowl out of the AFC just got 33 hung on them by Bo Nix. Smiling. And Vic interrupts and says, whoa, guys, stop everything. Stop everything. Bo Nix has fractured his ankle, will be out for the rest of the season. Where were you? Text us at 303-504-0925. Where were you / how did you hear the news and what was your reaction? Text us. I would love to get that because there are moments in time in our world's history where you don't forget where you were and how you found out about the information. And there's there's about 3 of those moments in my lifetime. O.J. Simpson. First of all,
you're putting this up with the Bronco chase?
Yeah. It's
I love that for you. That's insane.
You what?
But you know what?
Crazy.
You know what's weird about it for me with the Bronco chase? My elementary school that we were watching it from was on literally right next to the freeway.
Hear him just buzzing by you.
I heard, hey, there's OJ.
People cheering on the overpasses.
You got this, Juice.
How old were you when that happened?
What was that? Like 90? I think I was like 10.
I think it was 93.
I was in middle school. I think.
That's unreal.
Yeah. It was right next to the 405, 22, and 605 interpasses, right where OJ went through from Orange County.
I was shooing people out of my house for a watch party. I had my in-laws, my parents, my best friend came over with his son. I was kind of getting people out of the house. We were getting ready to have bedtime with the baby and all that stuff and get her ready to go down. And I come back down. I see the news on Twitter. There's no possible way that this is true. Coach, this has happened in Colorado before. This exact thing has happened. In 2001, on a May evening, the Colorado Avalanche were in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs in Game 7 against the LA Kings. The LA Kings, who formerly had Rob Blake. The Avs trade for Rob Blake, and they've got him on the team that year. What happens in that 5-1 win for the Avalanche? One of the greatest players in the history of the sport gets lit up. Peter Forsberg. The Avs win Game 7. They move on to the conference final. And what do we find out later that night? Peter Forsberg ruptures his spleen and will be out for the remainder of the playoffs. And that feeling, when it happened to Peter Forsberg, I went, and I was a kid when this happened. I went, it's over. There's no way you can win a cup. What do the Avs do? They find a way to get it done in 7 games, 2 rounds later. He fakes it. He takes it. He scores. Joe Sakic over the glove hand of Marty Brodeur, and the Avs raised their second Stanley Cup championship in 5 years. It has happened in the Mile High City. I tried to tell you guys on Friday, Buffalo's a city of losers. Denver's a city of winners. They find ways to get this thing done. Jarrett Stidham will bring Denver an AFC championship on Sunday against Drake May and the New England Patriots. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Lutz, who's always been clutch, has a chance to take his team to the championship game. Here it is on the way, and the Denver Broncos have won it in overtime.
The Broncos! Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for your chance to win one of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avalanche take on the Ducks later on this week. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. That is all day tomorrow, every single hour. We will have keywords for you guys to win tickets to get inside Ball Arena to watch some Avs and Ducks stuff, but we continue on with reaction to the divisional round win, 33-30 in overtime. You heard the call right there with Jim Nantz. Will Lutz, 23 yards. Sends the Broncos to their first AFC.
Broncos!
Thank you very much, Jim.
I like that Jim added Denver for that one when Will Lutz. You know what we also need right there is we need to get an AI version of Jim Nantz where he throws in a big nuts Will Lutz. I think it would just hit.
I think Grok can do that for us.
I think so.
I'll effort to make that happen later on today.
And then we could probably have Jim on and ask him what he thinks. Hey, what do you think about this, Jim?
I can probably find a way to do that.
You're good at the computer stuff, man.
I'm going to do my best.
You got that big tuna Apple MacBook Pro that's like the big tuna, the big daddy. That's cool things.
Broncos! Coach, you asked a bunch of people, where were you when you found out that Bo Nix was not playing in the AFC Championship game? Where were you? What were you doing?
We got about 1,000 texts and Twitches and YouTube. It was unbelievable.
Monique, I was making celebratory tacos. You have to throw the tacos out. You have to spike the tacos into the ground. I was just getting in bed, opening up Facebook and Instagram, saw a news article, broke my heart. Hold on, Eric Sims. Nix was never the reason why the Broncos won? What are you talking about? What? The defense was fantastic. We have gone into this. And Eric, I appreciate you listening, man. 303-504-0925.
Don't yell at Eric, man. He has an opinion. I love this country because we're allowed to opine. Raj,
you can have wrong opinions.
I disagree with said opinion.
I'm sorry. We have a text that is just absolutely just throwing me off.
What's that?
The 303-514. I was at our company Christmas party? Huh?
I don't know. Sometimes you got to find a date later on in the year.
Oh,
it's January 19th today. Christmas party. It's like a month ago. Call it a
New Year's party.
Call it a staff party. Call it a company party. Yeah.
Bo went 26 of 46 for 279 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. You won the game because you took the ball away from Josh Allen more than they took the ball away from Bo Nix. But that is because Bo Nix was good with the football. He responded when he needed to. He went toe-to-toe with an MVP and straight up outplayed Josh Allen. If you don't believe that Bo Nix was one of the main reasons why you won this game, I don't know what you're watching. He was good enough. That's the reason why today feels so devastating, is because that dude who gets it done in the clutch when it matters the most. And it wasn't even like that, right? It wasn't even like the regular season where Bo sucked for 3 quarters. Bo was good from the beginning of the game pretty much until the end of the game. He had one bad play. One.
Raj, one of my favorite texts I've ever read. You and I have had a pretty caffeinated show to start this thing off, right?
Sure.
Would you say that probably my watch experience at number 38 was a little different than a normal Saturday evening in Littleton with me and Anne-Marie sitting and watching the nightly news? It was a little bit more lively. Would you agree?
Yes.
Well, this is exactly where I'm headed in life, is the 720388 says, I was sitting with my wife watching 60 Minutes when my wife sitting next to me scrolling on the phone says, Bo Nix broke his ankle. That's awesome. It's so awesome.
On my couch in Charlotte watching the post game, only to get a text from my good friend who was at the game. It was a gut punch. I feel horrible for Bo. We do have to turn the page. Can Jarrett Stidham get this thing done? He was excellent in the preseason, but that was the preseason. He hasn't thrown a football in the regular season in 2 years, right? In 2 games played, he had 30 completions, 38 passing attempts, 376 yards through the air, 4 touchdowns, and a quarterback rating of, get this, 143. I know it's the preseason, and it was only a couple of games, but I'll take that stat line any day of the week. There's a reason why Sean Payton paid him $10 million to be a backup.
I know a lot of people are tuning in to whichever dial, wherever you want to go on the dial in terms of, our station, which I would strongly recommend you keep the dial right here, or you have obviously other choices, and we appreciate you choosing us and listening to us right now. And a lot of you probably tuned in because you need answers, right? And I've been there. I was a San Francisco Giants fan my whole life growing up, still am. And, no matter where I was living, I could be in literal BFE, Kentucky, or in Connecticut, coaching at Yale. And I would always find a way to tune into 680 KMBR in the Bay Area after everything that happened, especially during the San Francisco Giants 3 World Series in 5 years run between 2010 and 2014. And along the way, there were a lot of bumpy roads. There's a lot of big moments that you don't know. And so you tune into your local radio talk show hosts. And I hope that this is a place that you have tuned in today to find out the answer to the question. Can Jarrett Stidham have a statue put outside of Empower Field or maybe even Burnham Yards? He only has to win 2 games, guys, to become an all-time top 10 Denver Bronco in the history of this franchise.
Is Nick Foles a top 10 Eagle?
He has a statue.
There you go.
He's got a statue. And there's an opportunity right in front of you. And the cool thing about it is I don't want to be the guy that talks myself into this. And I was listening to Vic, and Vic has some very good points. The difference with Jarrett Stidham right now from some other quarterbacks historically is that there really is no recent precedent to say how he's going to function in this moment. His starts for the New England Patriots, his starts for the Las Vegas Raiders, and then, of course, his start for the Denver Broncos when Sean Payton, and now it looks brilliant. Remember when I was screaming into a microphone that Sean Payton's an absolute idiot for saying you need a spark by benching $100+ million quarterback that is a Super Bowl champion in Russell Wilson for Jarrett Stidham, the spark? Remember Sparky? We all talked about Sparky back then. You know what's different now? Sean Payton, at every mile marker along this path of being the head football coach, caretaker of the quarterback position in this offense, he has always spoken glowingly about Jarrett Stidham. This is Zach Wilson comes in, and I myself and Moj and you and
Scotty,
we're watching like that right there is what it looks like.
He
man.
can zip a football.
That's what it looks like. Stiddy, this guy is mid as all get out, man. And Stiddy, when he didn't win the starting job in 2024, we all knew that Bo Nix was going to be the starting quarterback of the Broncos. When he didn't win the job, it was a real competition where Stiddy got a lot of the first-team reps.
Yeah.
Through, 5 weeks of training camp?
As he should have.
And including the preseason games?
Yeah, Bo was an unknown commodity at that point. Sixth quarterback
potentially
taken.
Overdrafted.
Stidham had started games for the Patriots and the Raiders prior to that.
And it started the last game of the season for the Broncos, right? In 2023. At the time, do you remember what Jarrett Stidham said when he didn't win the starting job? Instead of saying, what I wanted him to say as a former coach, quarterback guy, I wanted Jarrett Stidham to say, hey, man, it was a great competition. Bo Nix deserved this to win the job, and I am going to be his greatest advocate, and I'm going to stay ready. No, you know what he said immediately? I'm disappointed because I'm a starting quarterback in this league. And he really, really meant it. And I thought it was dumb at the time. There are 2 things that I thought was dumb. I thought it was dumb that Sean Payton said that we're benching Russell Wilson because we need a, quote, spark in the form of Jarrett Stidham. And I also thought it was dumb at the time for Jarrett Stidham to say, I'm a starting quarterback in this league. But right now, 2+ years later, at least in the instance of 2023, I'm ecstatic that Sean Payton put that into the universe. I am fired up for the Broncos franchise that they have a backup quarterback that has aura, that has belief. And guess what, man? I evaluated him, the player, coming out of high school in Texas. That son of a gun could spin the football. One of my favorite pure throwers in my evaluation that I've done over the last 20 years. The guy is a good, solid, clean pocket quarterback. That's why he was drafted where he was drafted by the New England Patriots.
I guess to go back to Eric's text, if you are part of the Broncos fan base that goes, you win in spite of Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham is good enough to get it done then, isn't he? Am I wrong?
Well, you've also compensated
if you are that group of fan that you win in spite of Bo, that Bo wasn't the reason on Saturday that you got to an AFC title game. Now, the defense was, but Bo was excellent from start to finish in that game. Sure, there were a couple of plays that he wasn't great. The interception was bad. Second and third quarter was not as electric as the first or the fourth. But in terms of his overall book from Saturday, the dude gets a B+ or an A-, and you get to grade it on a curve because of how great he was in the fourth and in overtime, right? If you're part of that contingency that doesn't love Bo Nix, this injury shouldn't scare you at all.
Do you remember there was a pretty big contingency that was show me your Stiddies? There were a lot of people who were asking for it.
Yeah, the big Stiddy committee.
There was a lot of that going on in 2024 at times. Even in this preseason, during training camp, the first couple games when you watched Bo Nix come out pretty flat against teams like the Titans and didn't really kind of get buzzing until about week 4, week 5 of the season. There has been a part of this fan base that has said, I want to see Jarrett Stidham. Well, guess what? Here's your Stiddy committee. It's here for you.
Is there anything that Jarrett Stidham does better than Bo Nix?
I think he's a better natural thrower of the football. I think Bo Nix is elite athletically. There's a reason that back in the 247 rankings of Bo Nix, the high school player, he was the number 1 dual threat quarterback in America. This is Bo Nix is not the story of a overcome all odds. The guy was extremely accomplished coming out of high school and was a highly regarded prospect, and largely because of his legs, largely because of his ability to make 15, 20-yard runs athletically. And what we've learned about Bo Nix, the one thing that we don't know about Jarrett Stidham, that we do know about Bo Nix, is Bo Nix has that dog in him when the game is on the line. Bo Nix can be the reason that you deliver the goods in the fourth quarter and the overtime. But I do know this. When you watch both of them just throw routes on air, and you get into some of the advanced nose picker stats that have hated Bo Nix for 2 years, frankly, probably still do, right? It's the completion percentage over expected. What are you laughing about?
I love our text line so much.
Are we getting some getting some play on words with Stidham's nickname?
This one from the 256. This test will really raise the bar for Stiddy. A Stiddy bar, if you will. It's so good.
Oh my God.
I love all of you. I love all of you so much. Oh, I'm crying. It's so good. Therein lies the one piece that gets me nervous about this, Coach. You mentioned, we know that Bo's got that dog in him. We know that Bo in the fourth quarter can get it done. He has the most game-winning drives in the NFL this season. Through 2 years, right? He's got the most wins. He's the only quarterback to have 25 wins and show, or at least get his team to an AFC championship game. The only quarterback to do that in his first 2 seasons. Winning in those situations, in clutch time, close games, we learned this year, it's a taught skill. It's a learned skill. Bo didn't have that last season. He had to go through last year and fail at it.
We actually had the question going into this year. The Philadelphia game for me was the one.
Right.
And I even cited that this week. That you can go against a team with a Super Bowl winning quarterback, or this week that you just achieved against an MVP quarterback in Josh Allen. Can you stare that ugly son of a gun across the sideline right in the eyes and say, I'm going to beat you? Bo Nix did that multiple times this year against some of the big ones in this sport, including Patrick Mahomes, might I add.
You have to learn how to win close games. You have to learn how to win coming from behind. You have to learn how to win with the ball in your hands when the clock hits 0. And Jarrett Stidham, through no fault of his own, he doesn't have that experience.
I recently read a tweet from one of the national, I think it was Albert Breer or one of these guys. I don't want to improperly cite it, but it was during the game. So I caught it as a live tweet after the fact this morning. I was up early. I was at On 9 News, and I was just kind of looking through, and obviously Sean McDermott news breaks. that he had been let go. But I saw this tweet from during the game that said, Bo Nix plays a very caffeinated brand of quarterback, which I think is actually, in hindsight, it's kind of like the morning sprint. It's kind of like listening to your and my show. That's why it was kind of like on my mind when I mentioned that, is that at times it looked frantic, but it always looked energetic. It never looked lethargic. It never really looked flat. It didn't always look good. Sometimes it was like misfiring, but it didn't look like, oh man, they're just bleh. Because Bo Nix is a high care factor. I would say over the top football lifer, man. Son of a coach. Dad is completely invested in him. Like the guy just wants it so freaking bad that it comes across in his play style. I think that's going to be a little bit different with Stiddy. I think Stiddy is like a high confidence aura guy. He's got the flow, man. He's got the vibes. He walks into the stadium, you're like, that guy's kind of got that thing. And so is this going to be the moment for Jarrett Stidham that so many other quarterbacks over the course of history have had the chance to become that guy in a big moment? This is about as big as it gets in terms of NFL history, to be the first time of a real meaningful start.
So what you're trying to tell me, Coach, Jarrett Stiddies aren't flat. Before I get fired, go to break. Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes and so much sound to get through from the Broncos divisional round win 33-30 over the Buffalo Bills. We're going to have a bunch to react to. Tomorrow we'll have an NFL rewind of all the divisional games. Sure, the New England game was a snoozer, but we had overtime last night late in the NFC. There's a college football national championship later today. Forgot about that.
If you have any emotional hangover letdown from everything just coming off of the mountain, you get to get Kurt Cignetti's smug face for 3.5 hours, doing absolutely nothing when his team is obliterating yet another team. Although
he's up 49-7, just looking.
I've got Miami winning this game. Yeah, I do. You know why? Because trenches matter. Just like the Denver Broncos were the number 1 rated PFF offensive line, and the Bills were the 7th rated offensive line. I like my chances.
KJ, what's first?
Sean Payton had 3 press conferences in less than 24 hours between Saturday and Sunday. But let's focus in on what Sean said yesterday during his Sunday Zoom presser. Here's Mike Kliss of 9 News and Sean Payton. I'll call it a coming to an understanding about why Sean announced Bo Nix's injury right after the game.
Normally, we don't find out about injuries until Wednesday when we watch practice. This one, you came right out. I was wondering what your strategy was as far as
there was no strategy.
We appreciated that you came back out, but
no, I know. I wasn't trying to send you guys cakes or flowers. But here's what I thought. All right. I would have liked to have talked to the team first, but like half the locker room had left. There's no way that story survives until Monday when I talk to the team. I don't want the team to hear from you all first or any national media first, because that story is going to break in 24 hours. Now, if we were meeting this morning at 9 a.m., I wouldn't have come back to see you. I would have addressed it after the team meeting. And we just discussed it. And I said, well, why don't I just go in and tell everyone what happened? And that seems to me like the smartest and easiest thing to do, and just be straightforward with it. And at least then the players are going to hear that from me on the podium and not from, some national insider that gets it from an agent or that gets it from a doctor. You guys know the routine. And so I showered and then just came back in and said, we just felt that was the best way to handle it, relative to really the thinking being our own club, our own players.
Sean did everything right in that moment.
Crushed it.
For this franchise, for his relationship with the media. But most importantly, what really matters is turning the page, unfortunately, from the high of all highs of Bo Nix to the news that you just got that Bo Nix was not going to be available for the remainder of your Super Bowl championship run. And yeah, I'm gonna throw that out in the universe because I know that's what Sean Payton's been throwing that out in the universe since training camp. You remember that? One of 6 teams that I've coached, this is one of them that I feel like can go win a Super Bowl. He feels that way even more today than he did then. You're right there. You've got the opportunity to do it. And as how you handle crisis as a leader is going to make or break this run. And Sean Payton has absolutely crushed it from communicating to his team through the media immediately. Not allow any type of weird rumors to fly around. Don't do that at the expense of a human being in Bo Nix. Don't try to use Bo Nix as an opportunity to go Belichickian style. Screw that. He's a human being that you care about deeply, that is the face of this franchise, will be for decades, a decade plus. And he handled that right. I think he preemptively handled this crisis right.
Wonderfully.
By glazing Jarrett Stidham for the last 3 years since he's been here in Denver.
Last 3 years, talk about postgame.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams. And I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
Just watch out. That is a head coach that exudes confidence in his backup quarterback. There's a reason why you gave him another deal. There's a reason why you're paying him $10 million to be the backup to Bo Nix when you know that you've got your guy for the future. You brought back Jarrett Stidham for a reason. I saw a text come in saying, do you really believe that Sean Payton can get Jarrett Stidham up to speed on the crazy convoluted play calls that come into the quarterback's helmet? Jarrett Stidham's been in this system for 3 full seasons.
Longer than Bo Nix.
Jarrett Stidham knows the offense. He knows the play calls. He knows what Sean's going to tell him. He probably knows maybe even a little bit better than Bo Nix at this point. Now, it all matters whether or not he can translate that to the field and through his arm, but I don't think that's an issue of like, is Jarrett going to be swimming in the play call? I'm not nervous about that at all. KJ, what's next?
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
Earlier in the show, we had some fun with that drop right there. J-Mac is going to be J-Mac. The reason we did is because J-Mac made probably the most important play of the game with his interception in overtime. Here's J-Mac after the game talking about that said interception.
We was in zero. We was in cover zero, so which means none of the DBs have help, no post safety or nothing. And the guy ran the – let me talk about the pressure. They actually picked it up good. I think they checked into something to protect, and, you know, he was sitting back there for a while. I didn't see. I was chasing my man. He had a step on me, and I just fought through the hands, you know, finished the play. He actually had the ball coming down, and once I had my hand on the ball, I was able to take it from him. I fell on top of him and, you know, just held the ball up and showed the fans some love.
It's my back. He deboed him right there. From here on out, we should call it J-Macking him. You just swipe something, like you get the phone swiped right out of your hands by your wife or girlfriend. You just got J-Macked.
Did you miss the play 3 snaps before the interception? It was on 3rd down and 7. It was that little Ray Davis screen to the right side that Allen walked up to the offensive line, made some alert call, some change, and then threw a very quick screen to the running back. Davis gets the first down, and then that opens up the possibility of going deep. At that point, you were like, crap, you didn't get off the field on 3rd down yet again. It was the 2nd time in overtime that they had gotten the first down on 3rd and 5 or longer. Jaquan McMillan was coming hard off the right side. Dude, it was the exact same look.
Spider-Man.
It was the Spider-Man blitz that he got Patrick Mahomes on. Allen saw it, switched up the play, threw the screen to the right side, and the Bills were moving. Jaquan McMillan has been sensational this year.
If you can take out the minor detail that Josh Allen gave the football to the Denver Broncos 4 times,
crazy.
He was so good, man. Outside of the 4 turnovers he's responsible.
That's how good he is, man. It is. It's how good he is. I saw another text come in today. Again, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Do you think the Broncos broke Josh Allen like they did Cam Newton?
No, because the Bills are they're gonna hire right. They are, and somebody's gonna want that job because you do have a tremendous talent and a real
Tried to tell you. The Bills are going to miss out on the best head coach by 48 hours.
You called it.
And they missed out on him by 48 hours.
Has the ink completely dried on the Harbaugh?
Ari Meirov had a tweet earlier today where it feels as though it's not completely done. Here's the tweet via Ian O'Connor, who is with the New York Times and The Athletic. The contract holdup between John Harbaugh and the Giants, this is 39 minutes ago, centered on reporting structure. Harbaugh needed it in writing that he would report directly to owner John Mara, not to the GM Joe Shane. Harbaugh reported directly to ownership in Baltimore. Shane recused himself from the negotiations over the last couple of days. I think it's completely done, but it wasn't as cut and dry, he's a Giant no matter what. I don't think he's going to Josh McDaniels this thing and back out. But you think Mike Tomlin is rethinking his I'm going to step away for a year? I'd go coach Josh Allen in a heartbeat if I was Mike Tomlin.
Apparently, there's a little rumorville happening around some of the Mike Tomlin action.
True.
I don't know.
I don't want to. I don't want to report that on our show yet.
Well, having been in the high levels of football and knowing some of the things that I became privy to with some very famous people in the landscape of football. None of it surprises me, I'll say that, unfortunately.
KJ, keep it going.
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
Well, since you guys covered the Sean McDermott story, let's skip down to the Kevin Stefanski story. Atlanta Falcons decided to go with Kevin Stefanski as their new head coach.
Good hire.
That is a really good hire. And also, let's make sure we acknowledge this at least. This was Matt Ryan's first hire as the new president of football for the Atlanta Falcons. So that'll be interesting to see.
So a reunion of Kirk Cousins and Kevin Stefanski? That's interesting, is it not?
It is. It is. I never even thought about that.
Yeah, Kevin Stefanski got the job in Cleveland coming off of being the offensive play caller and coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings. Well, actually, when I was in Minnesota, I was the offensive coordinator for the Gophers. He was the offensive coordinator for the Vikings in the same town, just about a mile from each other building-wise. I think he came out a little better than I did.
Who are you hiring if you're Buffalo?
Wow. I think Joe Brady. Build this thing all around Josh Allen. And I think Joe Brady did a marvelous job as a play caller in that game.
Hire from within.
Yeah, because I think the problem, and I think the indictment was twofold on Sean McDermott. Remember when I told you that I thought that his decision-making at the end of the wild card round game where they won the game and he was bailed out by the Trevor Lawrence tip ball as a pick ball?
Yep.
And he's like looking to the sky and he points to it 500 times. I was like, that's weird. It's because he got bailed out by a bad decision from Trevor Lawrence or just the football gods. He was thanking them. I think that Sean McDermott, you know what he came into becoming a head coach? Because he was the defensive play caller for the Philadelphia Eagles in their first Super Bowl run, or their more recent one. His defense sucked. The defense is awful. It's a bad defense. We've been talking about the Broncos offense the entire season, not delivering in big spots. Of course, it was a great moment for Bo Nix. Of course, it was an unbelievable moment in Empower Field history.
They showed up.
You scored 33 points against Sean McDermott's defense. He's known for being a defensive guy. When your side of the ball sucks and you lose in the playoffs, it's on you, pal. You know what didn't suck on Saturday? The side of the football that Sean Payton, head coach, is responsible for.
Great
and that's
point.
what I said. I said that this past week. If Sean Payton's side of the ball delivers, I think it's inevitable that he's going to be a Hall of Fame head coach. And I now believe that, without question. Especially now, not only will he cement his legacy as a first ballot Hall of Famer if he goes 2-0 in the next two football contests.
I think if he wins the AFC Championship with Jarrett Stidham and gets to a Super Bowl, he's
not only that,
shoo-in.
But the sequel of his hometown movie, they're not gonna cast Kevin James to play Sean Payton. It's gonna be some sexy dude like
who's the In Vogue guy who was with Sydney Sweeney in a bunch of movies recently?
That guy.
That good-looking fella.
He's going to play Sean Payton.
I don't know his name. What's his name?
He would take, I think Sean would take Bradley Cooper at this stage.
Glenn Powell.
Glenn Powell in Hometown 2.
Glenn Powell.
And it's not going to be done by Lionsgate. It's going to be done by like Paramount Pictures.
What you got against Lionsgate?
I don't know. They make good indie films, but this is going to be a high-budget film.
KJ, one more.
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
Well, let's go back to the second best game from divisional round weekend, and it was Rams versus Bears. The Rams, they obviously relished in what was a just bad moment last night for Caleb Williams, and he acknowledged that it was a bad moment in their 20-17 OT loss. Quote, "In these moments, you feel like you let your team down. It's a good lesson for us. First time being in this situation for me and for us as a team. I'm excited for what's to come," end quote. But I kind of want to throw it up to you guys. That final interception there, was that more on Caleb Williams or was that more on DJ Moore?
Okay, I have a great breakdown of this.
I'm very excited to hear you because I think it's 50-50.
Who did Caleb Williams play for in college? Who's his head coach and play caller?
Lincoln Riley.
He comes from what tree of football? Mike Leach and the air
raid offense.
The air raid offense, which is all 5 eligibles can run to open space, and the quarterback anticipates that you are going to be abstractly able to run to open space. That's
a lot of hoping and praying.
But that's Caleb Williams' training. And this is a nature-nurture situation. Ben Johnson, almost 90+% of the offensive play callers in the NFL, not named Cliff Kingsbury, come from a background where a route like DJ Moore had, which is a sponge post, meaning that you are responsible for turning the head and sponge up, literally accumulate the moisture, sponge up that single high safety, and whatever you do, do not cross his face. What in that moment, because what you're doing, you're opening up the route for the dig, which is coming right behind it. Just like Bo Nix's touchdown that he threw to Troy Franklin. Same concept. Caleb Williams, in his moment, reverted back to his training, which is his muscle memory of playing an air raid football, and he saw space. And he threw a ball to DJ Moore towards space, where DJ Moore was doing what very detailed offensive play caller Ben Johnson was asking him to do, which is keep it thin and run over the top of the safety no matter what. And that's where the lack of communication happened. And an unbelievable interception, by the way, in snow and precipitation and moisture for Mr. Curl.
Fantastic game. We will get into the rest of the divisional round tomorrow during our NFL Rewind. Cage's NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That's Mountain High Appliance. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We will wrap up a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, hand things off to PhD, Kreckman and Lindahl. The Avs will be on 9:50 a.m. starting at 1:30.
That's fun. And also, while we're here, Glenn Powell as Sean Payton is going to feed families.
I don't know if I'm going to go watch the movie, but someone will. Wrap it up on the other side. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude.
Glenn Powell as Sean Payton is going to feed families.
I cannot believe they did this.
Who is that?
That is my ex, Jonathan.
What is he doing here?
My Black Hawk helicopter parents have been trying to get us back together for the past 4 months.
They flew him halfway across the world to your sister's wedding?
You know what? If Sean Payton wins this game with Jarrett Stidham against the Patriots coming up on Sunday, and they want to make another movie and they cast Glenn Powell as the lead, I won't see it unless Sydney Sweeney is somehow shoehorned into that film. I don't know how you get Sydney. Can Sydney Sweeney play Frank Crumb? There's a lot of blonde going on there. There's some jiggling on both sides of the equation.
Can't she just play Skyline?
Sure, you know what? Sure, okay.
Are we ready for that? I don't know if we're ready for all that.
I don't know.
Sydney Sweeney reports as eligible.
Well, who's what? Ryan Reynolds is Jarrett Stidham. You like it?
Sure.
Who plays Bo Nix?
No clue.
Gosh, that's wild.
You guys tell me who plays Bo Nix in this game. Who does it? Who plays Bo Nix in a film about this playoff run if they get it done? I do feel confident going into Sunday. I love that New England is overconfident because of this. I love that New England fan looks at the quarterbacks that they've played thus far in the postseason and gets to go, well, this is an easy run. We used to have to go through Peyton Manning. We used to have to go through all of these Hall of Fame quarterbacks en route to a Super Bowl. We get Jarrett Stidham. This is going to be simple. I do love that. Is it an advantage for the Broncos to not have Bo Nix? Absolutely not. But I think the drop-off is far less than what the rest of the nation is kind of expecting right now. It sucks. My heart dropped deeper than I could have possibly imagined after how high I was on Saturday evening. To see that text come through in terms of my emotion.
Gosh, Raj, I thought you'd cleaned it up, man. I thought there was a new year, new you, man.
It is. It's very much a new year, new me.
Okay.
Trying to get off the baby pounds from the belly.
Did you have a libation during the game?
Nope. I did not.
Okay.
I'm proud of myself.
I'm not going to answer that
Yeah,
question.
you can't do that. It's okay. Restart.
So when we're talking about Bo Nix, players in NFL history that have had 7,500 plus pass yards, 750 plus rush yards, and a playoff win before your third NFL season. That list has one player, and it's Bo Nix. That's it. How wild is that statistic? 7,500 pass yards, 750 rush yards, playoff win before you even begin your third career NFL season.
2024 NFL Draft. Who leads the quarterback rankings? Is it Bo?
It's Bo.
Is it Drake? Is it Caleb?
It's Bo today because Drake hasn't had a chef's kiss performance in the postseason.
No, but he is as far as Bo's team is.
They have won more in spite of him and some of his sack taking and at times turnover worthy plays.
Yeah, he was the least worst quarterback in the game that they played.
Dude, CJ Stroud is so bad right now.
That was terrible.
He has become, and I like CJ Stroud.
He was so bad.
That offensive line for the Texans, that's deplorable. They're bad individually and they're bad collectively. They're poorly coached. It's poorly constructed, and as a result, CJ Stroud has the very unique distinction of being in his third season, just having completed it, with a playoff win in every year, and he is the butt of everybody's joke right now.
Houston's 0-7 in the divisional round in their franchise's history.
History. Speaking of history, how have the New England Patriots fared in Denver?
They've never won.
Mm-hmm. In a postseason game, correct?
Correct. I think they're 1-4 all time, but 0-4 on the road. And Moser's like, oh, those are different Patriots teams. Yeah, they were different Patriots teams. There were Patriots teams that 3 of the 4 of those games were quarterbacked by the greatest winner in the history of sport.
This is Denver's.
Yeah, it was a different team. It was a better version of them.
Do you realize in the last...
What are you talking about, Moj?
Raj, in the last 2 decades, 20 years, all of you, how old were you 20 years ago? Well, in the last 20 years, the Denver Broncos have been to 3 AFC championships, and they've hosted, all of which have come against who? The New England Patriots. In the two matchups that precede this, Denver Broncos 2-0. Welcome to 5,280 feet, New England.
I don't know if they're going to win this game. It's going to be close.
They all are, man.
The defense is good enough to keep this thing close. Houston's defense was good enough to keep it like within shouting distance, right? It's a 12-point differential at the end of the game, but it's because New England gets the fourth quarter touchdown there. Their quarterback threw 4 interceptions in that game. They had a lost fumble from Woody Marks in that game. And you still found a way to be within 12. Like, it's amazing that Buffalo was within 3 points, having 5 turnovers against Denver.
It's playoff football, though, right?
It's going to be close,
It's
dude.
crazy. It doesn't even fully make sense to me. Frankly, I didn't feel like the Chicago Bears played a game from start to finish worthy of being as close, if not in position to win the game against the Rams.
No, but much like we knew who the Broncos were going into this game, they play close games, they win close games. We knew who the Bears were.
Oh, I have something for everybody out there.
The Bears play crazy games, and they have some wild Caleb Williams throw at the end that somehow goes their way. That's what played out.
I got something for you, Raj.
What's up?
Remember myth number 1? Sean Payton saying that home field doesn't really matter. It kind of mattered for all but one game this divisional round. Am I right? Patriots home field advantage 2-0. The number 2 seed. Do you think home field advantage mattered in Seattle at all?
Holy smokes.
That building was on fuego.
Brock Purdy had one of the 10 worst performances in terms of EPA per dropback in the last 35 years in the sport.
I'll tell you who else had a pretty bad performance was whoever the heck San Francisco's special teams coordinator is.
Smoked.
Because that wasn't good. And then, of course, the other, so you get Patriots win, Seahawks win, Broncos win, and then the one outlier is the team that I think is the only remaining awful matchup for the Denver Broncos.
LA.
And that's the Rams. And we've said that since week 6, right? When you see the machine right now that is Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua with Matthew Stafford threading the football, although I will say it looked like Kyron Williams got dinged. He looked like he was concussed. I watched him walk off the field like where he was intending to walk straight, but his body was going right. It's usually not a sign that you love. Blake Corum, pretty big drop off right there from Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, but I like the fact that this game's being played at Empower Field. I love the fact that this, although a week ago, I screamed at DMac for an entire week because he brought up the stupidest idea, the dumbest concept ever, which is the, quote, team of destiny. And Buffalo being the team of destiny.
We talked about it on the show last week.
Yep, and I don't believe in teams of destiny. You know what I believe in?
I got the heebie-jeebies over that for a second.
I believe in football. I believe in executing, blocking, tackling, throwing, catching, and having fewer mistakes than your opponent. And the Denver Broncos did it in game 1. However, I do believe in the power of a galvanizing force for a locker room. I do believe in that. And I think that this moment, this crisis that all of you listening to this had some type of an emotional reaction to when you found out that Bo Nix was not going to be available for a freaking AFC championship game, man, that you've been begging to have. This has only happened 3 times in two decades. There are people that were born and are now out of high school that have only experienced this twice before today. You've got that opportunity now. You've got Jarrett Stidham as your quarterback. He is beloved in that locker room. He's loved by the quarterback group. This is a great opportunity for a galvanizing force for the Denver freaking Broncos. Sunday can't come here quick enough. But you know what does matter? Been through it before, had to get backup quarterbacks ready. I'll talk about it tomorrow. At a situation at the University of Notre Dame where a backup quarterback had to go in and start, had never played. His name was Deshaun Kaiser. The week of practice matters. Just spinning it and everybody around you seeing we're going to be okay. That guy's that dude. Jarrett Stidham's got a really big week ahead of him. The Broncos have a big week ahead of them. But what we can control as fans here in Denver is that we can control the ability to galvanize behind one common thing, and that is the itty-bitty Stiddy committee. And I can't wait for it.
Big week ahead of us as well. We'll get into the NFC and AFC divisional rounds tomorrow with our NFL Rewind. We'll give some reaction to the Avs as they take on the Washington Capitals and Alex Ovechkin. You can listen to that game starting at 1:30 p.m. on our sister station AM 950. If you guys want to keep it right here on 92.5, and I suggest you do, PhD has more reaction to a stunning overtime victory over the Bills. Broncos 33, Buffalo 30. We tried to tell you, you're a city of winners. It was never in doubt. PhD's next.
I like big nuts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny.
A few moments later.
Glenn Powell as Sean Payton is going to feed families.
Here you go, Tony.
And with that, the Denver Broncos send the whining, crying Buffalo Bills back to Western New York, where Sean McDermott, who was trying to stick up for Buffalo, he was doing what he could for Buffalo. And they did what they could to him by firing him and promoting Bean. Their general manager is now the president of football operations. So much to get into. Tyler, Scott, what are your overall thoughts? Here we are.
Hi, boys. That was fun. That was a blast. Gosh, that was a blast. I was blessed enough to be there in person. It was probably one of, if not the coolest, like in-person sporting events I've ever watched as a fan. I mean, that place was nuts. By the way, also really cool. It felt like another reunion weekend for me.
Is that right?
Up in the Bud Light Champions Club. There had to have been 15 or 20 guys there, you know, and probably 7 or 8 from my team, and then, you know, a bunch of the old heads and all that. So it was just what an electric environment, dude. That was so much fun. What a weird deal. What a weird deal to get to win the game. You go to the AFC Championship. I don't know how you guys digested the information about Bo Nix after the game, but I went out to eat after the game, and I'm looking down at my phone, and I see something from Dan, and I'm like, dude, Dan got caught by fake news. There's no way that Bo Nix actually broke his ankle. I didn't even believe it.
Scott?
Well, let me everything. Saw a cool video of Stink and Shannon hugging up in one of the suites, and DeMarcus Ware came over, and the three of them are doing a hug, and I'm thinking, how many teams, and all three of those guys obviously have Super Bowls with the Broncos, but how many teams, and listen, DeMarcus Ware spent most of his career in Dallas, and he is a legend in Dallas, but he won a championship here. He's like Ray Bork, I guess. He's our Ray Bork, the Broncos' Ray Bork. But how much they all are invested and still bought in to the Bronco family. I found that, first of all, one of the coolest things that I saw over the weekend. That was Manny was in there with him, I think, also. So I thought that was cool. And then how I digested the injury. We kept the TV on, and also they hit my internet first. That so-and-so broke his ankle, and I'm telling Julia, the warden, I go, no, that's got to be fake. I said the same thing. It's got to be fake because I'm watching the broadcast and they haven't said anything, you know, in any of the post-game shows. And then Sean comes back out to the podium.
Yeah.
And I went, uh-oh, it's real, because now Sean's addressing it on the podium. I'm like, whoa, okay. And We'll get into it. We got a little chance to get into it. I thought the play that I think he got hurt on was a stupid play call at that time of the game anyway. But here we go. You know, you paid Stidham a lot of money. I've seen a lot of guys. I sent you guys a video of Jake Plummer talking about what it means to have the backup come in and what he's going to do. I thought that was pretty good. Darren was calling for Stidham in about week 4 or 5. He said, should they maybe just sit Bo down for a little bit and start Stidham? I'm not sure you wanted that to happen in week 19 or week 20. but here we go. We get to go. Jarrett Stidham, your quarterback, and a chance to send your team to the AFC.
Well, let's just jump right to it. What do you think? How do you like Jarrett Stidham and the Broncos against the Patriots?
Oh, I'm sure we all more or less had the same roller coaster of emotions. When you heard the news, it's hard to not immediately feel like that balloon got popped. Like it you just won the game. You just moved on to the AFC Championship, and then you hear the news, and it was like the equivalent as if you had lost the game. That's the way that it felt when you process the information. And there's no denying the fact that you lose Bo Nix, and it changes things greatly. But I do feel really optimistic. I don't know if it's blind faith. I don't know if this is just pure orange glasses that I'm wearing or whatever it is. But, I mean, Jarrett Stidham was phenomenal in preseason. He was good in all the practices and the games. We were out there. No, he doesn't have a lot of actual in-game experience. No, he hasn't thrown a pass in 2 years. But I do feel like Jarrett Stidham is as qualified and competent of a backup quarterback as you're ever going to get. And we've got a defensive team. So I remain optimistic that you can at least get to the Super Bowl.
Other than Kirk Cousins, might be one of the higher-paid backup quarterbacks in the league, right? At $5 million. So
could be.
You know, if that means anything. I love when Nick Foles just took over X right after the game. Hey, a quarterback going into the conference championship game, a backup quarterback. I've seen it happen.
Yep.
You know, I've seen it work. So let's hope.
And you know what? Sean brought up some good examples today. You know, he's talking about the Houston Texans this year. Did they fold up when Davis Mills had to take over? Nope. Davis Mills didn't lose a football game. You know, they lost Drew Brees. I forget what year that was that Sean was talking about. Teddy Bridgewater had to go in there. They won 5 straight games. I can't think of any other.
But there's a big difference. The AFC Championship game and you know, Brister did the same thing for Elway in the 98 championship season.
No question.
Started 5 games, but right in the middle of the year.
Yeah, no question.
You know.
And I don't know about you guys. I can't think of another backup besides Nick Foles that actually went on and won the dang thing. Can you guys think of another one?
Tom Brady, Jeff Hostetler.
Okay. Tom Brady's a unique one. He didn't remain a backup, right?
He was a backup. Bledsoe got hurt. Brady led him to the AFC Championship game. He got hurt. Bledsoe came in the AFC Championship game, won that. And then Bill Belichick, I guess – maybe his days as a backup were over once he started the Super Bowl. But he was a backup that entire season. Jeff Hostetler filled in for Phil Simms and won a Super Bowl as well. So
but they got more than just one game.
They did. But you just asked about backups winning Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And
didn't
Nick Foles as well.
Wasn't Roethlisberger's first year? Didn't he come in for somebody his first year?
Oh, I don't think so. I think Big Ben was a starter once he got established.
I thought he came in as a backup his first year he started playing.
The truth is it's happened before. Now, with such little game playing before it had to happen, of course, is a little bit of a different story. But like you said, too, it's not like the Broncos have to play an entire season. They have to, I mean, you know, Matt Castle's a backup, got the Patriots to 11 wins and they didn't make the playoffs, which was extraordinary that didn't happen. But there's a history in the NFL of backups on certain teams doing all right.
Yeah, not much, but there's some examples. But I'll tell you this, like and again, maybe this is the orange glasses, maybe this is the homerism take, I guess. But there was something intoxicating about the way Sean Payton was speaking at that podium after the game. I mean, the confidence that he walked right up there with. He goes back to the podium. You know, he addresses it. He doesn't dance around from it. And then, you know, I don't think you can fake the type of belief that he has in Jarrett Stidham. And he's like, just watch. All right, just watch. We're good. We got this covered. Just watch.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams, and I know he feels the same way. Watch out! Watch! Just watch.
I mean, there's something intoxicating about that kind of belief, So it's hard to not buy into it when you feel like the coach actually believes that.
With the defense,
Tommy Maddox was the starting quarterback Ben Roethlisberger's rookie season. Now Roethlisberger did end up starting 13 games because Maddox, I think, tore something, right?
You could be right.
But a backup got you the conference championship game at least.
Listen, you got to beat the Broncos defense has to be better than the Patriots offense. Here's what Jarrett Stidham can't do. He can't play like C.J. Stroud, which might have been – I can't believe C.J. Stroud didn't get pulled.
But to that point, DMac, if he could just be marginally better than C.J. Stroud had 5 interceptions, and they were still in that football game in the fourth quarter.
True.
Yep.
Well, that is true because their defense is pretty extraordinary, and the Patriots made mistakes. And the Patriots' offensive line is okay. It's okay, but Drake May doesn't run around. He's a bit of a statue, talented, no doubt about it. But the Broncos defense did something extraordinary. For a defense that couldn't get any takeaways to save their lives. 5 takeaways, plus 4 on the day. That's the difference in the game, no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they do that to the Patriots?
Well, they may have to. Listen, here's what I'll say. I don't think Stidham moves as well as Bo, but I think he's got a better arm than Bo. And I don't think they'll do anything different. I think Sean Payton will not change a thing, and everything you see and what he wants to do offensively will be done by Stidham. There will be no difference other than an easy scapegoat if the offense doesn't play well.
Well, respectfully, we'll disagree just a pinch. We talked ad nauseum last week how they're going to have to call some scheduled runs for Bo, and they smartly did. Now, unfortunately, he got injured on one of them.
Too many.
Yeah, but you don't know, and you got to do what it takes to win, and that was consistent with what they were doing all game, and they did need to do that. That did need to happen, and that won't happen with Stidham. But we'll dig into the Patriots and look at their defense. It's a different defense than the Bills. There's different strengths and different weaknesses, and we'll take it from there. But I'll tell you this, guys. I'm watching that Texans-Patriots game, and I'm like, why should the Broncos be afraid of either of these teams? I think the Broncos just got over the biggest challenge they were going to have until they get to the Super Bowl, and that could be a different conversation.
Yeah, but it's a different challenge now without your starting quarterback. So why should they be afraid? They don't need to be afraid per se. I think the Texans, I saw what Mike Sanford tweeted out, and I agreed with it. Initially, I wanted the matchup with the Texans. But now with the backup quarterback, I prefer that Jarrett Stidham not have to go up against the Texans defense. So I think it's a good thing that you're playing against the Patriots. But the Patriots are a dang good football team, man. I don't dismiss the Patriots at all. I think that team is every bit as talented as they've been billed to be.
Well, let's dig into it, boys, because we have an AFC championship, which is the greatest game a town can host. Because you don't get the Super Bowl here, not yet. And maybe in 2031 or 2032, a good old Burnham Yard. But this is the biggest game you can have as an NFL team, and the Denver Broncos will host it Sunday at 1 o'clock. Let's dig into it. Love it, man. What a day. It's PhD on 92.5.
Coming after him all out.
They pick it up, and they go deep down the field, and the pass is caught. No, it's McMillan has the football. How about that? Jaquan McMillan ends up in a wrestling match with the football.
It's hard for me to, and I've had a chance to look at, it's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled. If it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down? Just to make sure that we have this right. That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered. I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
And they fired you. Ah, well.
I thought that was Mark Stout for a while.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
Thought that was DMac.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
Guys, I never, the consternation with if this was a catch or an interception, give me a break. Clearly an interception. If McMillan wasn't hanging on him and say he went to the ground and the ball popped loose, it's obviously an incomplete pass. You got to survive the ground. That's the rules. Them's the breaks. That's the way it goes. What a play by Jaquan McMillan, you know.
The last one? Yeah, it's perfect. Two things happened. There's actually a hold in the end zone. That would have been the first time the game would have ended with a safety when DJ just gets completely. But the throw's made, the catch is being made, but the catch isn't secured. If the catch was secured, it wouldn't have been an interception. So as it's not secured and we get it, it's our ball. It was an amazing play by J-Mac.
Couple of points there. What's your take?
Sorry, Buffalo. I mean, you keep blaming the refs all you want. The reality is your quarterback, your Godson, blew the game. I mean, Josh Allen had every chance to win that football game, and he blew it. So I think I'd be ticked off if I was Buffalo. I do think it was an interception. If it was the other way around, I'd be fighting the same thing that they're fighting. But I do agree with you. It when you really break it down, and there was a difference in the game last night that everybody's pointing out that looks like the same play. It was not the same play. You did not survive the ground, and it was an interception. But, I mean, if we really want to play this game of, like, all the missed calls, okay, yeah, you missed the safety call. You know what else you missed? On that wide-open throw that Josh Allen, by the way, you missed a wide-open touchdown throw to Dalton Kincaid. Sorry about that. That would have won you a football game. On that same play, there was an egregious holding penalty by their tackles. So, you know, there are missed calls all over the place. Josh Allen did not win a football game, and that's the tough reality the Buffalo Bills fans have to swallow.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, there's a couple more calls that would have been just as big. But when I saw the video from the sideline, and he's diving with his hands, and then when McMillan and him both have a hand on it, the ball's down below his waist. So obviously there's no control. If the ball is here, face high, shoulder high, and it ends up getting stripped from you around the crotch area, you haven't had control of it. And at that time it was one-on-one. And probably fortunate McMillan had the inertia and everything rolling his way, that ball just came into his hands. Great play. Decide the game.
Unbelievable play.
If it's ruled the other way, you lose the game.
You lose the game. I mean, most likely you lose the game. Comes down to a field goal probably. But who knows? Maybe a field goal. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe they stick it in the end zone too. I don't know. I mean, you'd be on your heels. You'd be in a terrible position. And, yeah, you should have had a all right, I went back and forth with Sanford on this a little bit. What is technically the rule? Josh Allen was in the end zone. DJ Jones was held. But is it where it's
where the holding penalty happens?
Like where it begins?
What do you mean?
All right, so if he's held at the 1 yard line and then he goes into the end zone and he's still being held,
Is it where the holding initiates, so it'd be at the
God.
1 yard line, not the
I
end zone?
guess that's getting into some weird semantics that I technically don't know the answer to. If the holding penalty happens in the end zone, then it's a safety. I think it's just a safety.
For example, if Josh Allen was at the 1 yard line.
It doesn't matter where Josh is. It's where the holding penalty
It's where the holding penalty happens. Well, it happened both. He was being held, at the 1 yard line and in the end zone.
Josh could be on the 4 yard line. If the holding penalty was in the end zone, then it's a safety.
Okay, so would the referees, even if they had called that hold, have called it in the end zone if it initiated originally, at the 1 yard line?
I mean, probably, because you're never going to see it the second that it begins. So when you see it, you would see it when it's in the end zone.
So whenever you see it, you call it, that's it.
Yeah. Listen, they're mad. They're mad, and rightfully so. I'd be upset too. They're mad on that interception call. You imagine if they'd have lost on a safety call?
Well, it was damn close, and to the credit of Nance and Romo, they had it. They were talking all about it when it was going on. So, and that never had happened.
Well,
by the way, Sean Payton brought it up multiple times. Like, it definitely was on Sean Payton's radar. So never mind about, was it a catch, was it not a catch? We had our own little moment here that we had to get over too.
Yeah, it's funny when you're at the game, you miss so much of this, because you don't see the TV, you don't see the replays. I didn't know that any of this garbage was going on when I'm watching it live, So I don't see the missed holding penalty on the safety. The interception, honestly, quite frankly, in real time, I thought that ball bounced up in the air or something, because I just couldn't explain how it happened when you're watching it in real time. And then you get home and you see all this stuff that's going on. It's like, wow, there were some missed calls. But that's where I just keep going back to. It don't matter. If you got Josh Allen and he's your quarterback, and you got a wide open Dalton Kincaid, and that was not the only throw that he missed, by the way. Josh Allen, if you're what you're built to be, you make that dang throw, and it doesn't matter what the referees were doing.
The mistake
I'll say this: I thought that was a pretty dang good throw, and I give McMillan a whole lot of credit for somehow catch it back up and getting it, because that was a great throw.
I will say some of the other calls. Okay, so the first pass interference on Marvin Mims. No brainer. I mean, you took his left arm and you held it down, and there's nothing that he could do about it. The second one was pass interference as well, but not nearly as egregious.
On Sutton.
Yeah, and I do think that the possession beforehand with Riley Moss, history would tell you Riley Moss generally isn't going to get away with that sort of thing. I like the no call, especially as a Broncos fan.
Mm-hmm.
I like the no call as an NFL just general football fan. I don't want those moments being overly refereed, but I'll give that to Buffalo. I can understand them being a little bit ticked off about Riley Moss's not getting called.
I mean, he'd been called on that all year. It's like, hey, Riley, you got away with one. Congratulations. Also on the Sutton pass interference, realize Bosa.
I don't think it. Listen, go back to when he went 2 or 3 games. Remember, he had a couple games in a row that were really iffy kind of pass interference calls. And all of a sudden, the internet guys, the podcast guys, just started killing them. Former players. Talib was big on doing it. And basically, when it started coming out, the only reason he's getting that call because he's a white boy. White boys ain't supposed to be playing cornerback. If you notice from that 2 or 3 week period, how many PI calls have been on Riley Moss since the internet blew up and started getting on him because of that?
Yeah, it slowed down.
Right, it almost went away.
What do you make of the whining and crying, literal crying, of the Bills themselves and the Bills fans about all of this?
I mean, I don't blame them. I really don't. I mean, it's fun as a Broncos fan to ha, like you fools keep crying away. We'd be doing the same thing. Don't lie to yourself. Do not lie to yourself for 2 seconds. If you're the Buffalo Bills and you're a Bills fan, you would be whining all day long. You'd be whining for the next week. You'd be whining all through the offseason that the referees took that away from you. So as a fan base, I get it. I don't judge it. It's fun to be on the other side of it.
No, I'm glad our coach ain't saying.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
He's got a great record. A bunch of AFC East championships, 9 years there. But that dude just can't get it done, man. I totally understand why they let him go today. I totally get it. Hey, didn't we have...
I feel bad for him. I feel bad for McDermott. His quarterback didn't get it done.
All right.
Hey, let me ask this. Is John Harbaugh's ink dried? Did that thing ever get dried?
Harbaugh's got to be checking that thing, isn't he, Scotty? Hey, we sure we can't invalidate this?
I know we agreed in principle, but, Belichick bounced on a couple teams, didn't he? And so did McDummy.
You know who Buffalo needs to hire? They need to hire Mike McDaniel.
That's what I thought.
That would be sick. Mike McDaniel with Josh Allen would be terrifying.
Well, it's a name that's been brought up quite often is Davis Webb here over the past 24 hours, by the way, who was teammates with Josh Allen for 3 years.
We've been down that route, hiring a best friend before. That usually doesn't work out too good.
Joe Brady, their offensive coordinator, obviously is in the mix, as is Brian Daboll so far.
I don't get the promoting from within thing with Joe Brady. I do know Joe Brady's well-respected, and I know that Josh Allen likes him, but why would you hire from within?
We'll see where it goes. It's just another... And by the way, after the interception by Jaquan McMillan, the Bills had many chances just to stop the Broncos. Just stop them again. And it's not like the Broncos had to do a bunch of things to get back into a field goal position. Bunch of stuff. And it was pass interference on Mims. There's no doubt about it.
And by the way, I know I might have had the score a little bit wrong, but how did I say this outcome was going to happen? A field goal in overtime. The Broncos going to win on a field goal in overtime.
There you go, buddy.
Well, the last team to touch the ball, and it was a higher scoring game, obviously.
Nailed it.
This game against the Patriots, I don't see it going in that direction. But I do see the Broncos winning. I can't believe the Patriots are 5.5-point favorites in this game.
What do you mean?
Oh, I can't.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Why?
I think the Broncos are a superior team to the Patriots.
Without their quarterback?
Yes, sir.
I mean, look, I got some blind faith going on here for sure, and I'm all for the optimism, and I genuinely do feel it. Like, I believe it. I feel the optimism. I feel like the Broncos could win the game. But oh my gosh, you're nuts if you think Vegas isn't going to give Patriots a pretty solid lead on that without your starting QB.
I think this is the easiest bet folks can cash in on in their lives right here, and I'm excited to watch Jarrett Stidham and the Broncos beat the tar out of the Patriots. By one score, of course. I mean, that's what they do is win by one score. But I am far less worried about this game.
In this, the two teams, they had the first and second easiest or something like that schedules, and here they are, number ones. 1 and 2 play each other. Let's go.
I don't think the Broncos did they? I mean,
I thought they were 3, and I think the Patriots were 1.
It sounds like a little bit of research for good old Dan Tanner to sort of scrape up the easiest NFL schedules. What are you talking about? Preseason? Like, what things were supposed to be or the way things worked out?
Well, probably how they worked out.
How the things worked out? I don't know. Do you think the two best teams are not in the AFC Championship game? Because I do.
They are.
I think they're the two best teams in the AFC.
I'm surprised to hear, I guess, what feels like a little bit of disrespect to the Patriots, because I think the Patriots, that's a complete football team. You can beat them. You can. But that's a good football team over there with a good coach.
Yeah.
And Drake May, that dude's stupid good.
Okay. Well, we'll see how stupid good he is with the Broncos breathing down his throat.
How about that, though, man? The new generation of quarterbacks. Isn't it wild? You still got, in the NFL, by the way, we're not just talking about the Tom Brady's and Aaron Rodgers of the world, Peyton Manning's of the world. You still got Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, who am I missing? Josh Allen in the NFL. And the new generation, the young guns, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, and what am I missing? Who's the fourth? Anyways.
JJ.
There you go. No, not JJ. Anyways, the new generation taking over the NFL. Pretty wild.
Listen,
Sam Darnold.
I'll tell you this with Sam Darnold. And that was the only really boring game that just the magic ran out for the 49ers, right? Like, they took it as far as they could. And Seattle stomped them. So there you go. The Rams.
The Rams game was fun.
Was Caleb Williams to that was insane.
Sure do wish the Denver Broncos would have drafted Luther Burton. Oh my Lord, is that guy explosive?
Okay, well
that might be the most explosive looking. Like, that dude looks like Devin Hester playing wide receiver.
It was definitely discussed. I mean, it was up there, and but Caleb Williams also threw that interception. In overtime.
I don't think that was his fault. I think that was on the receiver.
Really?
I do. I think that receiver is supposed to flatten that sucker out. I don't know. I mean, obviously I don't know, but that's just my thought.
It was a bummer. I it's hard not to just pull for some excitement and you're excited for the fans and everything. But
listen, that fourth down throw, you might not ever see anything like that the rest of your life.
That was pretty sick.
I mean, that's a once in a lifetime type of moment.
It was something else, man. How does he get so open too?
Well, there was a little push off.
There was, but yeah, that was a skillful play though too, to be able to manage that and timing wise and get that done. It was an incredible game. I'll give you a weird just overall Denver sports weekend moment though, and that was at the Nuggets game of all things. So they had the game up on the Jumbotron before the Nuggets were getting ready for the Wizards. They won that one last night. I don't think we'll ever discuss last night ever. We'll just leave that one alone.
Never have I been happier to be sick and laying in bed.
Oh, my Lord, Scott. That was... Listen, I'll tell you this. That Hornets team is a cool team. They are way better than their record. They've got a cool vibe with that team. I'd be kind of psyched to be a Hornets fan, to be quite honest with you. But whatever. Who gives a crap? But here's what was weird. Everybody was happy. They have the video of the Broncos winning. That's up on the Jumbotron. Everybody's pumped up, probably except for David Adelman, who said it was a catch. He said that after the game. What happened, though, what was weird, once the first quarter had started, the news came out about Bo Nix, and the crowd energy inside of Ball Arena during the Nuggets game sank.
Yeah.
It just went dead.
I believe it.
And Adelman talked about it. So did Tim Hardaway Jr., so did Jamal Murray. Because they had to, as they call it, generate our own energy because the crowd was so incredibly despondent.
I've never won a football game and felt like I lost before.
Okay.
Not like that.
So that actually had an impact on the Nuggets game. And then the fourth quarter came around and, there's a little bit more excitement and they won the game and all that. But it was really amazing to see the community just sink after being so high. So how are people feeling now, today? 48 hours later. Let's dig into that. It's Jarrett Stidham, not Bo Nix. Where are your emotions at now? It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With the new year comes the chance to make real positive changes in your life. And if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction and you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. There's few things in life more wonderful than intimacy. But when ED harms intimacy, it can have devastating impacts on a relationship. So with this new year, make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations, so they're really easy to find. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So simply call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I love you guys so much. I wanted to come back. Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle. He's scheduled to have surgery Tuesday of this week, which will put him out for the rest of the season. Stiddy's ready to go. And it was the second to last play before he threw the pass to Mims. Birmingham is where he'll have the surgery with Dr. Waltrip. And I don't really think there's any other questions. In other words, this is what it is, and we felt like it'd be best to just tell everyone now.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. The injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Well, that's the number one thing on the injury report. However, Adam Schefter, upon request from the morning show, was digging into J.K. Dobbins. 3 minutes ago, he posted J.K. Dobbins, who suffered what was thought to be a season-ending injury against the Raiders in Week 10, has a chance to play in Sunday's AFC Championship game. They're opening the practice window for him. Lot to digest there. Maybe we just start with the J.K. Dobbins news. How optimistic are you that he will be available for Sunday?
Well, that'd be a game changer, right? I mean, without QB1 to get RB1 back, that literally changes the game plan. You went from RJ Harvey only had like 6 touches in the whole game. It was something like that. There wasn't much. You're not going to do that if you got J.K. Dobbins back. Had I not heard J.K. Dobbins have that interaction with the fan, where the fan's like, "Hey, we'll see you back at the Super Bowl," and J.K.'s not, "You'll see me before then," I probably would have thought, we're just opening up the practice window here, and we're going to start the rehab process so we can get ready for the Super Bowl if you make it to the Super Bowl. I feel optimistic that they're at least trying to make it happen.
Scott?
Excuse me, this week will be no different than week 15, 14, 13, 16, 17. They will not, I think Sean Payton will address in the very first meeting with the whole team Bo's injury and said, that's it. And he said, now we go. He said, reason we hired the best backup quarterback in the league was for a moment like this. Just happens to be this game. It doesn't matter. Here we go. We're at home. And that helps. It helps you playing home. Are you glad Stidham's going to play this thing in Denver or New England?
Yeah, if we're just talking, and let's hopefully Dobbins can come back, that would change things. But in terms of the Jarrett Stidham stuff, I'm fine with Stiddy going. Of course, I'm not. I wasn't rooting for it. Bo Nix played fantastic. And I'm glad little Jordan Humphrey had a chance to make up for a touchdown pass he should have had earlier. But Bo had 1 interception, and maybe he missed a couple of other passes maybe he could have hit. But other than that, that cat was playing lights out and did outplay Josh Allen, which is truly remarkable that he was able to do that. So good on Bo Nix. Jarrett Stidham, different deal, but different deal if you got J.K. Dobbins, that's for sure. You asked about R.J. Harvey. Yeah, 6 carries for 20 yards, 4 carries for Jaleel McLaughlin. So your running backs had 10 carries for 41 yards. That's not an effective running game.
No, and if you would have told me the Broncos were going to throw the ball 46 times against the number 1 ranked pass defense and the Bills, I would have told you that sounds like a bad game plan. But that's how it ended up working out because Sean Payton doesn't believe in the running backs that he's currently got on the roster. So getting J.K. Dobbins back would literally be a game changer. Now we can take the pressure off of Jarrett Stidham because if you don't have J.K. out there, I'm telling you, the evidence would tell you that Sean Payton does not overly believe in the running backs on this field, which is going to put a lot of pressure on your backup quarterback.
Why short passing? We said this Friday short passing was going to be your running game, and they shot it 46 times. But he had how many of them? 25 of them within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. So that's their running game.
True.
I said a long time ago, I don't like Harvey running the ball between tackles. But, dude, that dog makes plays when he catches the ball. He made 2 phenomenal plays to get a first down on the outside.
Yeah,
That's where he's dangerous.
we should throw that in there. Yeah, 6 carries for 20, but 5 catches for 46 and a long of 24. Yeah, very dangerous there. And you're right. A short pass is like a handoff. And Jarrett Stidham can make that play as well as Bo Nix. No doubt about it. He's not as fleet of foot as Bo Nix, but I don't know if that would have been the game plan for Bo Nix against the Patriots defense anyway. The Bills defense was remarkably poor against quarterbacks running the ball. The same is likely not true for the Patriots defense. So, you were going to do something different one way or the other. What did you think of Sean's decision to just come right back out, have the second press conference, make the announcement, and just get it done with?
I think he made he had an intuition that I need to do this right now for my football team to believe it, to believe the confidence that I've got my backup quarterback. I'm not going to play the games that we normally would play because most teams would have taken the gamble that we could hide this thing for a few days. Maybe we could hide the fact that we're sending Bo down to Alabama to get a surgery. We're sending him to get a second opinion, whatever. But you play the game to get closer to game day, and you don't actually admit that your starting quarterback cannot play. Sean said, in my opinion, this was a gut reaction that he said, you know what, I'm going up there now so that my team feels the confidence that I have in Jarrett Stidham, and I like it. I think the passion that Sean showed is contagious.
24 or 48 hours of internet speculation would have stunk because the team would have known. I guarantee you the team knew coming out anyway. So I'm with Tyler in this. Get boom. Everybody talks about the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Shoot it. Boom. I just shot the gorilla right here before we even left the stadium.
But a lot of coaches would have played the game still.
It would have been very tricky to keep it a secret. For example, Bo Nix did not leave the stadium in a ambulance. He had a big SUV that pulled up right to the entrance of the locker room to have him get in to eventually leave. Yes, half the team was there, but only half. Half the team was gone by the time Sean got up because that's just the nature of the game. Some players change quicker and get out of there a little bit quicker than other players. There's nothing you can do about it. That's just the way life is after a game. People leave at their own pace. So there's no way you could have told the whole team. And Bo Nix did miss his KOA interview afterwards too because he was getting x-rayed. And initially, I talked to somebody, they were a little miffed. Not now, of course, because everybody knows what's going on. But it would have been noticeable that he missed his post-game interview that he normally does. All these things would have leaked out, guys. You realize that, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. There would have been all these little crazy breadcrumbs going on. And even Bo Nix's wife posted a photo on Instagram, which is a pretty powerful photo of Bo sitting there in his full uniform with his sock and shoe and tape taken off of his right foot, just sticking out there with his parents, mom and dad there, and a couple of others just sitting in a corner in a room. Not on a chair, just on the floor against a wall, as Dan's putting it up right behind us.
Now, listen, my heart does break for Bo Nix. I mean, he has accomplished something that very, very few quarterbacks have ever done in their career, getting his team to an AFC championship game in his second season. That's nuts. My heart breaks for the young man to be in that, and I'll give him all the credit in the world because although he didn't necessarily know he had a broken ankle when he was on the field, he knew he had a problem. He knew that he had a problem with his ankle, and he goes through that post-game interview, and he's doing the TV work. I know you said he missed KOA. He didn't miss TV.
No.
He did that post-game interview, and he's just fired up for his teammates, for the organization, for the fans. He didn't even give you a hint of personal concern.
I will say this, though, watching the TV interview with CBS, he was a lot more reserved than I would have expected, having won a game to send you in overtime.
Of course, yes.
To send you to the AFC. In hindsight, you look back, boy, he was kind of reserved in that moment. And I was just thinking, okay, that's a cool combo. That's why we like him. All right, but I guarantee you he was going, man, this time ain't right. And then the conversation that Sean shared that he had with Bo, when Bo said, my ankle. I did something to my ankle.
Yeah, Sean was like, you'll be all right. You're fine. You're good. Enjoy the kick. Bo's like, I don't know. Easy. I pound him in the chest. You're going to be good. Not so much, unfortunately, the way it goes. All right, so how are we all feeling about it? Overall, ups and downs. You probably know exactly where you were when you found out the news.
Well,
it's probably one of those deals.
I tell you what, you now have a built-in excuse, and I got to say this for Sean. I still don't like some of his play calls. Even in this game, I thought some of his play calling was just dumb, especially in that third quarter, but whatever. What they did at the end of the second quarter won the game for them. That just, I know that great interception, but what they scored 10 points in 49 seconds to end that second quarter, that changed the game right there. But he has handled, and I've given him props on this, emotionally and mentally, the back-to-backs, the trip to London. I've given him credit, and I will continue. I thought he said and did the right things. I thought emotionally he didn't give them excuses. They played a short week back against the Giants, almost lost it, but they came back and won it in that second half. He just, I thought, pushed all the buttons. This is his biggest button he's got to push. This is the biggest button, and I'm with Tyler. I think that's why right there he called back and had a second press conference, because he's already started pushing the buttons emotionally and mentally. And I'm gonna, like I said, I don't like his play calling. I'm one of those guys that fight this and bite my tongue every time I hear something. Well, he's a genius, offensive genius. Okay, whatever. But I tell you what, emotionally and mentally, as far as I've seen this year, he has pushed the right buttons all year long. And so because of that, and it's the only reason I have a lot of confidence going to the AFC Championship game.
We'll dig into it deeper, along with the breaking news from Adam Schefter. If you miss it, we'll have that for you once again. The Avs take on Washington today with a special 2 p.m. start time for everybody. We appreciate you listening, rolling down to the Avalanche game. You can tune into AM 950 starting at 1:30 for the pregame, powered by Ramos Law. It's PhD on 92.5.
you hear about the Bills?
Yeah, I heard it was a catch, but they said it wasn't. No, I'll be honest really quick. An amazing game and super happy for Denver, but I feel terrible for Bo Nix. Coming out of a game like that, it's just so classic and all-time. And that call could have gone either way. Either way, they made all the plays. They make the kick to win it. It's stuff like that in sports you hate seeing because it's not deserved after a game like that. You want the team that moves on to go with the momentum they have. So the next game is as good as that one was. So super bummed for my team, but really cool for the city of Denver.
That's David Adelman, who is just a proud Bills fan after the game on Saturday night. And yeah, it's a pretty cool statement from him and reflective as a coach. What's what. By the way, we do have some Nuggets news to pass along. Nikola Jokic is a starter in the All-Star game. So congratulations to the Joker on that. I know it's, no dub, but still, it's an honor. And Wembanyama's there, as well as SGA, Steph Curry, and Luka Doncic. So that's your starters in the Western Conference. Scott, a little comment on that? You got 2 cents on that one?
Well, 4 of them are foreigners, so they'll be starters on the foreign team.
Yeah, I thought it was. Is Western Conference, that doesn't have to do with it, right? Or is it? Am I confused?
I don't know. I just got an announcement. Those are the starters for the Western Conference. But
okay.
I know what you're saying. But those are the 5 dudes that are like the starters, I guess.
Maybe they do it. Maybe they just do like an announcement of what the team would have been.
I don't know. Who knows? It's the All-Star game. Them's the 5.
Well, how about this? Jason Tatum makes it and hasn't played all year.
Is that right? I didn't see what the East was.
Eastern Conference. Giannis, Jason, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Karl Anthony Towns, and Jason Tatum hadn't played all year.
Yeah, okay. Maybe that's why we don't take the All-Star game that seriously. But still, good news for our guy. It's a Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House. Shop every team in town. With the Broncos moving on to the AFC Championship game for the first time since 2015, you just got to absorb the news that it's Jarrett Stidham, not Bo Nix. How do you think Broncos country is handling this, fellas? What do you think the overall mood is?
Bummed.
I would say naively optimistic, and I'll throw myself in that category. I'm not making fun of anybody. Like I'm not calling you dumb for being optimistic. Why would you get this far and not be optimistic? But I do think at this point, Scott, bummed was the initial reaction and maybe utter disappointment on Saturday night. But if you're asking me what it is today, I would say the far majority of the fan base is naively optimistic that it's not going to matter that you lost Bo Nix.
Well, I'll just say this. If it doesn't matter, then how good is Bo Nix really?
If it doesn't matter, how good is Bo Nix really? Wow.
Yeah.
That is a crazy creative way to throw some shade at Bo Nix.
No, I'm just saying that for those people that say, it's no big deal, then you must not think Bo Nix ain't good at all. If you think a backup quarterback could come in having not played a snap, I don't think he threw a pass this year in regular.
I don't think he's thrown a pass in
season.
2 years.
2 seasons.
And you're going to expect him to play like the starting quarterback? To me, you're like, wow, you must not think he was very good this year.
Okay, that's.
That fair? Is that unfair?
I think there's a difference between doing what you have to do in a game or two and having to fill in for like the entire season. The degree of choices that you have to make are so much more
Scott's,
limited.
Like I get what you're saying. Like okay, it's just one game. Like certainly we should be able to survive that. But like to Scott's point, when we're talking about Teddy Bridgewater with the Saints when they lost Drew Brees, winning 5 regular season games against the Dolphins and the Browns and whoever else you got on the schedule, that is a little bit different than winning an AFC Championship game.
By the way, the Broncos did do something kind of fun, which was another wild Super Bowl story right now. They signed flag football superstar Ben DiNucci, who had been doing goofy videos on the flag football men's field and been working as a commentator for CBS Sports. And he gets signed off the broadcast booth to come and be the third-string quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Not saying that's a game changer or anything, but it's just
No,
it's funny how the world works. That's all.
That dude is an easy guy to root for. He's fun.
He
makes fun of himself all the time for the journey that he's been on as a backup quarterback, all the teams. He had to delete some tweets that he had in the middle of the game because he did not think that should have been an interception. He thought that was a reception. So he deleted a couple tweets as he should have. But welcome to the Broncos, Ben DiNucci. Easy guy to root for.
He actually tweeted out, this is the getting cut, an airport beer when you've been cut, 7th time. And then he goes, I wonder what the 8th one will taste like, which is a riot because he's theoretically talking about being cut like right after the Super Bowl. But he's got a shot. It's a cool little story. Nobody's depending on Ben DiNucci to do anything. Sam Ehlinger actually comes into play a little bit, guys. Seriously. If Jarrett Stidham was to go down in the game, it rings open the possibility that Sam Ehlinger might have to do something.
Yep.
So you have some crazy twists and turns. In terms of the Patriots being a 5.5 points favorite, fair or not fair?
Go ahead, Scott.
Fair, I think. I think New England's pretty good. I think if it were playing in New England with Bo Nix being hurt, it'd be 9.5.
Wow, that's a lot, but yeah, absolutely fair. Look, you just lost Bo Nix. You just lost your starting quarterback. You're asking a dude that has not thrown a ball, has not had a snap in 2 seasons to go win an AFC Championship game against a Patriots team that was darn near perfect all season long. That's a hell of an ask. So I'm a little bit surprised the line isn't even bigger.
I understand it. I don't agree with it. I'm fine that that's what exists because I know what the perception is. But I am incredibly optimistic about the Broncos' chances. Incredibly optimistic. Because I think Stidham will be a good game manager, and that's what they need. Now, Adam Schefter has put out there that J.K. Dobbins is set to return to practice. If he's set to return to practice, and we know he was working on a side field last week, Tyler, what do you think the odds are that he actually returns for the game on Sunday?
I'd still call it a coin flip. I don't know. He was working on the side a little bit last week were the reports that we saw, and he's going to have 1 day of maybe having pads on, and I'm not even sure if they'll put the pads on at all this week because some coaches don't put the pads on at all in playoffs. It's a coin flip, but I love the fact that they're trying to make it work. It would be enormous if they could get JK back for this game without QB1 to get RB1 back. The problem with our setup right now is that you would have thought the Broncos were going to run the hell out of the football against the Bills because they were terrible against the run. They were great against the pass. But Sean doesn't believe in the running backs that he's got to hand the ball to right now. So he's just not going to do it. If you could get JK back, that would take so much pressure off of Jarrett Stidham.
Well, what kind of credence do you just put into short passes being the equivalent of handoffs? I mean, R.J. Harvey did catch 5 passes for 46 yards while he only had 6 carries.
What did McLaughlin do in reception? Didn't he have one that was a pretty big reception?
He had 1 target, but he did not catch it, so zeros across the board there for McLaughlin.
My man Frank Crum caught that ball, though.
How about that?
My man Frank Crum with the fat man TD. Way to go, big boy.
I thought of you instantly. I was like, oh, my God, this is the Tyler play.
I was in the stands, and I jumped out of my seats because I saw him report eligible as everybody else did. I mean, I saw him. I didn't see anything unique. Everybody saw him report eligible. But then I noticed something unique.
What?
When he went up to the line of scrimmage, he was on the wrong side. He did not go to the strength. And I tapped the person I'm sitting with. So I said, hey, this is different. This is different. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, they roll that sucker out and they throw that ball to him. And I jumped out of my seat and was so fired up for it, man. It was a good catch. He had the ball security. He had the rumble. I mean, dude, that guy, good for him.
He looked incredibly fluid making that catch.
Yeah, he was great.
Very athletic. And Sean
and lowered his, and I guarantee that cornerback, when all of a sudden that 300-pound lowered his shoulders, ball secured like that, was going, oh Lord, this is going to hurt.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
This guy will not be going backwards on this hit I'm about to put on
the
him.
Genesis of where that play came from is another amazing story because it was brought to the fold by Johnny Morton, who just got let go by the Lions and was added as a consultant for the Broncos. Sean Payton said that Morton had seen this look before and sort of helped them put it in. And this play didn't really exist before Johnny Morton came on board last week.
Cool.
According to Sean Payton.
Cool.
How about that? And yeah, Frank Crum is like, quite a day for the University of Wyoming with Josh Allen and Frank Crum.
He made that look so easy, and I'm telling you, there are so many big boys that you dream of it, and you talk about wanting that moment. But when the moment comes, that's scary. A football, like I don't catch footballs. That's not what I do for a living. You're in a playoff game. You got you can score a touchdown. Anxiety starts going through the roof. He handled that thing beautifully.
Well, you got to sell the block first of all, right? So you got to make contact.
You got to not. So then you got to shed the block, right? Because here's what you're going to do. You're going to block. You're going to go 1,000, 1,002. So I'm actually engaged. Like I've got a real block going on right now. This is not a fake block. I've got a real block going on. Like I'm in a wrestling match. And then I got to shed this dude. So now I got to toss him to the inside.
I got to get my head around, too.
And I got to not lose my balance as I'm shedding this guy.
Right.
Got
to keep your feet. Can't trip yourself up, right?
Yeah.
Then you got to make the catch.
Good for him. That was so fun. And Frank, I don't know if you guys ever met Frank. I've only met him once. I don't really know the guy, but I could just tell you he's a yes sir, no sir guy, yes ma'am, no ma'am kind of guy. He's really.
He and Bo Nix are boys because I've seen him at the game with Bo 3 or 4 times.
He is Bo's guy. So is Frank Gargiulo, who isn't playing that big of a role here. But yes, you're right. Like he was like Bo Nix's puppy dog. For all of Bo's adventures, Frank Crum was with them. It wasn't just basketball. You're right about basketball, Scott, but it was also at the Avs games and the Rockies games. Like wherever Bo was in the offseason, Frank Crum was right next to him. So he's one of his guys.
That means that guy have a job for a long time, then won't he?
Well, and it's one of those moments that, you could speak to it, Tyler, when somebody like Frank Crum, who everybody loves, scores something like that.
Yeah, it's unifying.
The entire team was out there to congratulate him and get fired up.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do for a team when a moment like that happens?
To be honest, I don't want to oversell it. Any touchdown, if Marvin Mims catches a touchdown, the whole team's fired up. So I don't think there's anything overly unique to it other than this is just something that isn't supposed to happen, and so it's like a laughter celebration. It's oh my gosh, I can't believe that actually happened.
But how many times will they run that replay and film study when the whole team watches this?
Oh yeah, then everybody's gonna hoot and holler and go nuts.
They're gonna go back and forth, and they're gonna point out things. They'll try to make a little fun of him. And then Sean will say something. Running backs, this is called ball security, right? He'll get on him like that.
Hey, on the same end of things. And I'm happy for him because he seems to be a nice guy, and, I don't wish ill on him at all. Had the game gone sideways and the Broncos lost, how much was that drop going to stick with little Jordan Humphrey for the rest of his life?
Mm-hmm. Well, he got thrust into the lineup because Pat Bryant goes down, who had 3 straight catches to start out the football game. The dude was on fire. Looked fantastic. Troy Franklin's banged up, and now all of a sudden you're calling on guys that in a wide receiver room that isn't particularly deep. But I will say this, he made up for it, but it also allowed Marvin Mims to actually get featured and make some big plays.
Yeah, and Sean Payton was determined to get him the ball and on the double move for the touchdown and then, on the pass interference. And we have a little bit more sympathy for the balloon balls that were thrown up, considering that, Bo Nix didn't have a right foot when he was throwing that last pass to Mims.
But that pass to Mims on the double move was as good of a pass Bo Nix has thrown all year.
It was great.
I mean, it couldn't have been anywhere. It was absolutely on a dime, perfect. Couldn't have been anywhere else. It was going to be caught or not. It wasn't going to be intercepted. That was a great throw.
We'll get into how the crowd impacted the game. Let's look at the other games that happened this weekend. And a deeper dive as we start looking at the Patriots. Here we go again. You guys all realize the Patriots are 0-4 in the postseason in Denver, Colorado, right? We all know that, right? It's PhD on 92.5. Derek White went to Legend High School, didn't he, Scott? I think.
Yep.
Okay, so that's up in Parker. And Derek can be seen oftentimes in the offseason in the Denver area. He has been. And he's out there with the Celtics. So I give Derek White a lot of credit for being a Broncos fan. Here's a little of Derek White today.
What are your thoughts on Broncos, Patriots, and start breaking? Yeah. I like the Broncos. All right, I like the Broncos. I don't know how they're gonna win, but they're gonna win. It's in Denver. New England has struggled in Denver in the past. It'll be a good game though. Do you have like applications of, a lot of Patriots fans? Yeah, I've talked to her. We got a lot of Patriots fans around here, but I been holding it down for Denver, and we got a long week ahead of me. I want to jump to conclusion, but Jarrett Stidham, I've been watching highlights. I'm positive with it right now, and so should be a good game.
That's awesome, man. How great is that? Good for Derek White, Scott, right? That's awesome.
So good for Derek White, but just the other shoe on the other foot, you're killing Allen.
Hey, if Derek were playing here in Denver, he'd be dead to me. I mean, if he was saying that the other way around, like that's cool. That's cool because he's a Celtic and he's saying that about us.
New England, so Celtics fans, he's dead to them right now, right?
If I was a Celtic fan, he'd be dead to me. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's gonna have a rough week. He's going to have a hard time, but he has won an NBA championship for the Celtics.
It won't be as rough next week if New England wins. It might get rougher for him.
I mean, maybe, but hey, good for him for standing up for the hometown team. And I think he still makes his home in Denver, by the way. So I think that is a difference. Like, David Adelman does live here year-round. It is his home and stuff. It's a little bit different than a guy who just plays out someplace and lives somewhere else. But whatever. Hey, make sure to tune in tomorrow for your chance to win one of 5 pair of tickets to go see the Avs and the Ducks this week. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Taking Big Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. Let's go through the other games on the calendar. And the first one was probably the most boring of all the NFL playoff games, and that was the Niners at the Seahawks.
A ticket to the NFC Championship on the line between these two NFC West rivals. And we are underway in Seattle. Rashid Shaheed drifting to his right. He'll field the kickoff on the 4. Shaheed to the 15, across the 20, veers left to the 25, a hole at the 30, steps through a tackle at the 40, stumbles across midfield, down the right sideline to the 30, Shaheed to the 20, he's all the way home, a Seattle touchdown on the opening kickoff, 6-0 Seahawks.
I mean, this game was over actually in the first quarter, and that's Sam Darnold who barely had to do anything. So was this a moment, call courtesy of our great friends at Westwood One, where, guys, we will have the Westwood One call of the AFC Championship game right here on 92.5. So if you want to hear the Westwood One call of the Broncos and the Patriots in the AFC Championship game, just keep it right here to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Was this Seahawks game more that the Seahawks are great, or it was just the end of the road there for the beat-up 49ers?
Probably a little bit of both. I mean, the fact that the 49ers got as far as they did with the injuries is nothing short of a miracle, and one hell of a coaching job from Kyle Shanahan this year. It did feel like it was going to catch up to him inevitably, but that also was a beatdown. So I think two things are true there. It was probably time for the 49ers to lose, and the Seahawks are legit, man.
No, they're good, but the 49ers, I started watching that game, and even early when it was, they scored the kickoff, then they get up 17-3 or something like that?
17-0 in the first quarter.
And then it was 17-3, and I'm trying to watch it. I'm like, San Francisco looked like they were doing everything can we just keep this close?
Yeah, I mean, it was 24-6 at halftime, 34-6 going into the fourth quarter, Scott. I mean, it was a blowout.
They didn't have a snowball's chance in a pizza oven. They were done, and you could tell it early. I think the last straw was when Kittle rips an Achilles in the game before that you somehow win. I was sitting there watching thinking, boy, I tell you what, I think Seattle still wins, but that Philadelphia sure would have been a better game, Philadelphia and Seattle.
We move on to the Patriots beating the Texans 28-16. Let's go, Dan.
Shotgun single back right, trips left, 3rd and 5 at the Houston 33. Stevenson goes up in front of May. Blitz comes near side. May feeling it. He steps into it. He slings it deep right, one-on-one to the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots! Brought in by Mooney. A rematch with Stingley, won by the Pats. And it's 27-16 New England. 12:58 to go in the fourth. A 32-yard touchdown strike.
I couldn't believe that C.J. Stroud could play as bad as he did, and they still were within striking distance in the fourth quarter. That was remarkable to me.
Yeah, that's probably the most optimistic thing you could look at in terms of Jarrett Stidham getting a start for the Patriots. Well, if he throws maybe 2 interceptions, maybe he's in that game in a better way than C.J. Stroud was. I can't believe C.J. Stroud, the regression of that dude as a football player.
Yep,
Pretty amazing.
Did you think Davis Mills was going to get put in that game?
It's tough.
I don't think they were ever completely out of it, though. Do you?
No. Even in the fourth quarter, they were down, 12 points, I think, with like 8 minutes left. They were still in that game.
I was just concerned, with the mental health of C.J. Stroud, because, I don't know where he would get any confidence from based off how poorly he played. I mean,
he threw 3 interceptions and 7 passes.
Jeez, man. I mean,
well, your leading rusher had 14 carries for 17 yards.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Was that more of C.J. Stroud playing terrible or the Patriots being that good? Same kind of question.
I think a little of both. I didn't think C.J. Stroud played great the whole game, the game before, and they won on the road. I think I'm with Tyler. To me, I thought, okay, he's just having a little bit of a down year. He'll be fine, and he did not look like the confident guy that everybody saw the year before. So they got to get in his head in the off season. Intercepted 4 times, sacked 3 times, threw it 47 times. Here's another thing: you're struggling, a quarterback struggling, and you fire the ball up 47 times.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Texans stayed in that game because they've got a hell of a defense. They could get after that quarterback, and Drake May hadn't seen a pass rush like that all season long. Good news is the Broncos can do that as well. And I've got all the respect in the world for the Patriots. It's a dang good football team, but that doesn't mean they're a better football team than the Denver Broncos. And I do think the Broncos are capable of beating the Patriots with Jarrett Stidham at the helm.
No dumb question. The offense we saw, can they win with that offense we saw against Houston?
I'm sorry.
The Patriots offense?
Can New England beat Denver with the offense you saw against Houston?
No, they cannot, actually. That's a good question. They cannot win like that. They'd have to play better. And by the way, they weren't so hot in the first round either. Not really. They beat the Chargers relatively easily, but it was 16-3. No, I'm not blown away by the Patriots offense. I mean, Booty made a really nice catch and all, but Drake May was 16-27 for $179. His QBR out of 100 was 20.8. It wasn't something dazzling.
Hey, I don't understand this stat, but did you guys see that stat that was floating around that C.J. Stroud could have had a higher passer rating by spiking every ball for all his throws?
That's pretty funny.
I don't really get how that counts, but that's interesting.
His quarterback rating was 28.0 out of 153 point whatever it is. His QBR, though, was actually higher than Drake May at 21.1. So however you want to measure QBRs compared to quarterback rating, and he was terrible. I am not overly impressed by the Patriots offense whatsoever. I think they're going to get to Drake May. Drake May does not run around like Josh Allen does. And the
Drake
game's at home.
Hold on, Drake could run around.
Well, he had 4 carries for 10 yards. That's what he did in that game.
But Drake could run around.
All right, well, we can look at Drake May rushing this year. Hold on. It's going to take me a second to get to. I'll take your word for it, but it's not like he's a Josh Allen sort of situation. Or is he? Am I wrong on that?
He can run around.
So he's like Josh Allen? He's as dangerous running the ball as Josh Allen?
I'd put him very similar to Bo Nix.
To Bo Nix, okay.
I mean, what could Bo Nix run around?
I wasn't really comparing him to Bo Nix. I was comparing him to somebody the Broncos just played. Like,
What
I
do you
don't
mean?
really.
Well, I'm saying, but we all
Okay.
compliment the hell out of Bo Nix's feet. You complimented every single game.
How do you think the Broncos?
Drake May can absolutely run around.
How do you think the Broncos defense will handle Drake May running?
I think he'll have his moments just like Josh Allen did.
All right, I'm not as
Did Josh Allen run around on us up?
Yeah, because that's predictable and he's a good runner.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what Josh Allen does. If you're telling me that's part of, you're saying Drake May's running
DMac,
game is just as big as Josh Allen. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying he's better or equal to Josh Allen, but I'm saying he's equal to like a Bo Nix, and Bo Nix is not equal to Josh Allen either. But Bo Nix is a very effective runner with the football, and Drake May is a very effective runner with the football.
All right. Well, we'll have to keep that in mind as we break the game down as we go. Last one is the Rams and the Bears.
It's 4th and 4 at the Ram 14, and in the gun is the quarterback, Caleb Williams. Looks into the nickel, arms outstretched. 4th down and 4, 14 of the Rams. Shotgun snap, goes back 4-man rush. He's chased, he's flushed, he's all the way back to the 40. He's backpedaling and throws a pass into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Chicago has caught a touchdown pass with Cole Kmet open in the corner. If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it.
Put that in the Hall of Fame of legendary plays.
I don't know if you'll ever see it again. Like that's what that type of throw is, 4th down. And when you put into the context of he's sprinting backwards and you're like, oh, it's over. No chance on this one. Toss that sucker up. Oh my gosh, he caught it.
Should they have gone for 2?
Nah, you can't go for 2 there. No, you can't do that.
You're at home.
You can't do that, man.
2 yards for the win. 2 yards to go to the next round.
Well, didn't they have the ball in overtime also?
Of course. They had it twice. They had it on the opening drive. They had to punt. They stopped Stafford. They got the ball back, and he threw an interception, and then, it was over from there. What were your emotions watching that game?
It was fun.
Who are you pulling for?
I was confused on that. I mean, my loyalty is to Sean McVay. My loyalty is to the Rams. But the Bears are a fun football team, aren't they? I mean, that team is they got playmakers. They got 3 wide receivers that can ball. They got Caleb Williams doing nuts things. They're just a fun football team.
Scott?
The people who said Caleb Williams was a bust first-round pick a year ago probably have changed their tune a little bit. And they've got to be pretty excited with the new coach that they got this year, what they put in. Now you're going to have a full year together. You should be even better at what you do. They could have a rise in that division like Detroit had a rise a couple of years ago. Yeah, I really like him, but I found myself and I don't see how the Rams I can't believe they won that game. I don't see any way they're going to go into Seattle and win that game.
Really?
But I find myself cheering for Matthew Stafford.
Yep. It's easy to root for that dude.
Why do you think they have no chance in Seattle?
Because I think Seattle in that building, it's just a different place. You got idiots and crazies, and it's just a nutso place to play.
That looked pretty nuts in Chicago yesterday. That looked pretty insane.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to agree with Scott, though. I think the Seahawks are, and I thought the Rams were going to win Super Bowl for the far majority of the season. Now I think the Seahawks are a better team. By the way, just real quick on the rushing stuff with Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
So on the season for Drake May, 450 yards rushing. Bo Nix at 356. Josh Allen at 579. So yeah, dude, like you got to account for that dude.
Okay, but he's not quite the weapon that Josh Allen is. By your own numbers.
Holy cow!
Well,
he's
okay.
Every day you're roaring about Bo Nix's
if you're
feet,
watching that
and
game,
I just told you he's got more than Bo Nix.
Well,
he made a run in that game, and they talked about his ability to extend plays. So, and I went and looked it up,
he's
too.
dangerous.
I didn't say it was nothing, but Josh Allen had an almost identical amount of carries and 129 more rushing yards than Drake May. A little bit less than Bo Nix. What's that,
I
Scott?
bet he's a top 5 guy as far as
Easy.
NFL quarterbacks being able to extend plays.
Yeah,
Do you think Mike Vrabel will call design plays for Drake May against the Denver Broncos?
You may not have to.
Yeah, I mean, you really didn't call a whole lot of design for Josh Allen either, so maybe not, but it's still going to be a factor in the game.
How did you feel about the design play calls for Bo Nix running the ball? Because
I didn't love it, really. I didn't love the 19 sweep right there at the end of the game. I thought that it felt forced.
The one he got hurt on?
Yeah, the one he got hurt on, the 19 QB sweep. Didn't love that one. I don't think Bo is actually – I think Bo is a great running back off schedule. Yes. I don't think he's a tremendous weapon when you try to use him as a QB runner.
Well, then why do you think Sean Payton did it?
Because you have no running game, and he's trying to get a running back with your most athletic guy in the backfield.
Yeah, I agree with that, mainly because he doesn't love his running backs.
Yeah, and that's what the Bills give you. I mean, I think that's what Sean Payton's been doing all year, is just been taking whatever the team gives you and try to take advantage of it. And Sean Payton did claim that in the second half, the Bills actually changed their defensive scheme and made it less conducive to run. Sean Payton also said, very much on purpose, they, as the game went on, were more aggressive, including in overtime calling the plays, than they were in the beginning of the game. And he did that on purpose as well. Did you see that? Did you see evidence of that? And what'd you think of it?
What do you think, Scott?
That he actually had more design plays for him to run?
Nope, that he was just more aggressive, which means throwing the ball more, just being more aggressive, period. That was on purpose. Sean said, in order to win, if you really want to win, you got to stay aggressive, and you got to be more aggressive as time goes on in the game.
Well, you're playing Josh Allen and the Bills, so you're assuming you got to put up some points. You don't love your running backs. You don't love the style of play that requires. I don't blame him. He trusts Bo. He threw the ball 46 times. I wouldn't have thought that would have been the game plan, but hey, I'm happy Sean Payton's our play caller. I'm happy he's our coach, and I'm not challenging that dude right now because Sean Payton's riding high.
The Broncos were trailing with like 4.5 to go, whatever it was. What did you think the Broncos were going to do with Bo Nix with the ball in his hand?
I thought they were going to go down and win the game.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You had confidence the touchdown was coming?
Yeah.
Scott, how'd you truly believe?
I kind of feel good about it. I said I think this will define who Bo Nix is.
And he let him down for a touchdown.
I mean, sometimes watching like the experience of watching a game on TV versus in the game is radically different for a million different reasons. But it's hard to not get caught up in the hopium when you're sitting in that stance and you've got everybody else standing on their feet cheering as loud as they possibly can. Yeah, I thought he was going to go win a game.
What'd you think of that atmosphere at the end of the game? Or the whole game, really?
It was amazing. It was flat out amazing. It felt every bit like it reminded me of 2015 when I was out there on the field. And I saw so many guys. I mean, it did feel like an eerie flashback for me and my teammates. There must have been 8 or 9 of my teammates that were there, and then 15 or 20 of the older guys. We were all up in the Bud Light Champions Club, and at halftime, Nick Ferguson introduced all the players that were there for everybody that's in the Bud. And it took 30 minutes to get through everybody.
Wow.
I mean, it was amazing, and just the crowd felt the exact same. What's that?
Did Peyton show up in there, little Bud Light?
Peyton wasn't in there, but he was at the game in his own box.
Yeah, he made sure he introduced Marshall. Well, not introduced because Marshall's met Josh Allen. Josh Allen's like his son's favorite player, and he was down on the sidelines beforehand. Did you talk to Shannon? Shannon was there.
I did not talk to Shannon. Talked to Rod Smith. No, I didn't talk to Shannon.
Shannon was doing the flag waving, all that stuff at the beginning of the game, and he was there. Plenty of Broncos represented. Do you feel, Tyler, it's time that you guys can pass the torch, that enough time has gone on, it's been 10 years, that you'd be comfortable like saying, all right, it's your time. Like,
dude,
go for it.
I'm all in. All in.
Yeah.
I want the Broncos to win another so bad. It's a weird deal when you lose your quarterback. So, I mean, I don't know where I feel on if they could actually win a chance. I think the Broncos could win the next game.
I think yes.
Can you win a Super Bowl with the backup quarterback?
I don't know.
It's a different story.
I agree.
But I'm all in on the energy and the hope and the fun that is going on right now. It's amazing.
I think with the energy in the stadium, the defense that they have, the stakes that are in this game, which of course is the greatest game you can have. This is it. This is the Mount Everest of home games. This is the best you can do, is to have this game, which is so exciting for the fans again, right? I don't know how the Broncos don't sort of figure it out one way or the other. The Super Bowl, though, Tyler, you know better than anybody, that's a different beast. That everything about the Super Bowl, Scott, Tyler, is just different. And just because you got there doesn't mean you can win it. And let's hope.
And don't get it twisted. In 2015, as much as we loved Brock and as much as we loved and appreciated what he did for us and acknowledged that we wouldn't have gotten to where we were with all the games that he won, starting with that Chicago game. Don't get it twisted for 1 second. We're fired up to have our dude back at the helm, you know? And so that's the difference of what this team is going through. It's the only difference right now because you still got all the other comparisons that remain the same with the defense.
Do you think Bo Nix has as strong of a leadership position with this team as Peyton Manning did back in 2015?
Well, no, he's not Peyton Manning. He's not a gold jacket. It's not that. But I do believe there's a certain amount of weight that just gets carried on your starting quarterback, no matter who that dude is.
Scott on the text line. The hay is in the barn for 2025, my friend. There ain't nothing more that can be done. Are you a believer?
No, I'm a hobo.
You're still a hobo.
Yeah.
Why are you still a hobo?
Why not?
I actually don't understand why you'd be a hobo at this point. I mean,
I still don't think he's a great quarterback. I think he's really good.
Wow.
I think he's good now. If I will tell you what, you want me to give you a little secret? What I was going to do today?
Of course.
If they'd have lost that game, I was going to do a mock draft and look for the 3rd or 4th ranked quarterback and say you better go.
You are brutal. You are brutal. You're like, hey, let's look at Ty Simpson out of Alabama. Let's see, because he might be available at 26. Let's see what he's all of. Is that what you were going to do today?
All Beck does is win wherever he goes.
Carson Beck admitted he hasn't been to a class in 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
What a dummy. That was funny, though.
Hey, are you worried about...
If that didn't put a bow on what college football is right there at the end of the season.
No kidding.
And, hey, it's stupid. They still haven't played their championship game yet. Stupid. But if that didn't put a bow on what college football is right now, I don't know what did.
I haven't. I got my degree 2 years ago. I haven't been to class in 2 years. I'm
just taking certain classes
Yeah,
now.
what do you say? I'm working on other things. What would that be? Like, your graduate level basket weaving online class?
He's working on his bankroll is what he's working on.
It's PhD, no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, no dumb question. Somebody wants to know right off the bat where Luke Wattenberg is, because you want to talk about a cool little pickup for the Broncos. Sam Mustipher, as Forsyth went out, and we're still waiting for Wattenberg to get back. He could possibly return for the AFC Championship game. Like, he's cleared within that window, Tyler, to come back. We'll see. But that could be a really nice return, as you know, never mind J.K. Dobbins. So there could be a couple of guys that could be back that would be very much appreciated.
Sure. I'll tell you this. I've not noticed a problem at the center position, so that's good news, and we've had to go through a handful of guys there. Center, just generally speaking, is the easiest position athletically to play on the offensive line, the most challenging position from a mental standpoint. So, you put a lot on these guys mentally, but athletically you can kind of hide problems there if you got to play backups, but it'd be great to get Wattenberg back.
Scott, I mean, there's like...
Wasn't there a guy, hold on a second, wasn't there a guy in the last couple weeks that had to come in, Tyler, and play center who was like a backup tackle? On the team was like the backup tackle.
I think you might be thinking of Paul Chesky playing guard.
No, it was another team. It was another team. I was watching the game. It was in the last 2 weeks. And basically they had lost, same thing. They had lost their two centers. And some guy came in and said, this is your backup right tackle or something. Had to do that.
I don't remember that, but that would be tough living. Generally speaking, tackles do not transition very well to center.
No dumb question. Sean said after the game, Bo said he had this injury at Auburn and in high school. If I would have known that, I wouldn't have drafted him. Was Sean kidding or serious from XL? He was definitely kidding about that, no doubt about it. But he didn't know it either. And I think that's the reason why Bo's going back to Alabama guys, because there's somebody there he trusts with an injury like this.
I'll say this, though. Bo's getting dangerously close to habitual injury in the same spot, and that's not a good place to be. Do you guys? I'm sure you do. But you remember Russell Okung, left tackle?
Of course.
Russ. I was with Russ his rookie year in Seattle. Matter of fact, they traded for me because they needed a starter day one because Russ rolled his ankle. Russ rolled his ankle every year. And it just became a thing that thing just never, ever, ever got fully healthy. And I'm scared that Bo is getting dangerously close to that category.
Well, it does look like it was a non-contact injury. When you look at the play, it looks like where he hurt himself was the plant to cut back. Like he didn't get touched on that. So I can understand your concern. Yeah, perhaps. Or maybe it's an indication like, all right, the running days of Bo, or at least as much as we've had, have to be somewhat limited when he returns. I have no idea with a broken ankle what the expectation is for return. Do you? Timeline?
A lot of times they'll tell you if you're going to have a high ankle sprain versus a broken ankle, it's easier to heal a broken ankle than a high ankle.
Okay. All right. So
healing on a fracture starts at 6 weeks. So it's usually 6 to 8 is the thing.
So you guys don't anticipate any issues with him being ready for training camp?
Oh, God, no. No.
Okay.
Oh, no.
No dumb question. Would you rather have Stidham or Zach Wilson?
Scotty?
Well, no, Stidham. I'm all in. Stidham's my guy. Stidham's my guy. I'm a Stidham man. Stidham all night land.
No dumb question. Should they have considered doing something really wild, like seeing if Drew Brees could come back for a couple?
No.
Peyton Manning.
Cam Newton.
I would say if
Colin
Kaepernick. Is it crazy to think they should have at least considered a Phillip Rivers type of thing?
Yeah, it's crazy. And the main reason I say that is that Sean really believes in Stidham. Like, don't forget, when Sean brought him in from the Raiders, he thought Stidham could be a starter. And if you've got a guy that you believe in, yeah, it's crazy to talk about something like that.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready.
Bring in.
I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams, and I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
Hey, bring in Manny just to sit in the room and maybe put noggins together with Sean Payton. Hey, Sean, Payton, you ain't gonna play. We're gonna put you on there. You ain't gonna be activated. We don't see your fat gut. Which, by the way, them 3 quarters are starting to stretch out in the dad bod section all of a sudden. But let's go. That way you can stay in the building all week and we can go over schemes and thoughts.
You know, it'd been interesting if, and I know he's not eligible because he has an association with the Raiders, but Tom Brady, who's kept himself in great shape and has sort of reflected on things when Rivers came back. If you could have, this is a big if sort of world, and he was available, would you have tried to get Tom Brady back?
Mm-mm.
You wouldn't have?
Nope. You're better off rolling with your guy.
Okay. All right.
Tom Brady.
Tommy Brady.
Ask me that question. He always asks one guy.
Scott, what do you think? What would you do with Tom Brady? Heartbeats in a snap, in a jiffy. You would have brought him right back.
Hey Tom,
put him on there.
Hey, I know NFL that he's part on the Raiders. Sorry about that. I know he's going to take a more role on the Raiders. That's fine. But hey, Tom,
come on back. Let's go.
Hey, 2 games. I need you for 2 games, dog.
2 games.
I'm still.
That's all you need. 2 games.
Stidham, but we're going to immerse you, and Now I will say this. Stidham going to be looking over his shoulder probably anyway, but you got Tom Brady sitting there in a number 12 jersey for 2 games. Ooh.
You know what's funny? It probably would be.
You know what? If they signed Tom Brady, they'd win the Super Bowl.
It's funny because in 1 week it probably would be a bit rushed. But if you gave Tom Brady 3 weeks to play 1 game.
Oh, I'm sure he could do just fine. Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Are we positive, by the way, that he is ineligible?
I think he's ineligible because he's like a part owner of the Raiders.
That would make.
Well, you probably get some sort of dispensation or something going in, or dude. And this would be the scenario Tom Brady would take. Oh, talk about pissing the league off! If all of a sudden he came back and played.
All right, hold on.
All of a sudden he had to play, and you won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady.
Let me back up. Say the Broncos do win, and you got 2 weeks now. You got 2 weeks.
Oh, if you win, I'm definitely rolling with our guy.
Okay. All right. Okay. You wouldn't do anything else crazy? Drew Brees, Tom Brady?
You're talking to Mr. Conservative walking the corners of the room. Let's get out here in the loops. Let's get out here in the loops.
Right, Scotty.
In the 360s. I'm rolling with you. Dog, yeah. I'm rolling with you on this one. I'm making that phone call. I'm calling the league office and say, here's what we're doing. We're offering Tom Brady. You can't do it. I don't care what you say. We're going to do. And then we're going to blow up in the paper. And I'm bringing him in. Nothing more than it's a circus. And I tell him Stidham's going to start. He's starting this game. He's our guy.
Yeah.
But we want the circus around him. We want you in there, and we want you to work with him. I'm with you, dog. I'm telling you, if they sign Tom Brady, the Denver Broncos will win an NFL. They will win the Super Bowl this year, and everybody will be PO'd.
You can't tell me that Tom Brady wouldn't be interested in doing it.
Oh, I think he'd do it. Yeah.
Right?
I did look it up, by the way, and you're right. He would have to sell his 5% stake in the Raiders in order to play for another team.
Okay. That's too bad.
Hey, we can buy out that 5% and give him 5% of the Broncos.
God, what would he has a 5% stake of the Raiders?
It says approximately.
Well, that's got to be, damn. I mean, that's tens of millions of dollars.
Put it in escrow.
Not too funny. All right, big question of the day coming up next.
Hey, are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? If that's you, I don't want you to waste your time driving all over the state. Go to the best dealership, Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford has got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. It's one-stop shop, and don't waste your time at Phil Long Ford. They've got the vehicle of your dreams, and they've got it at the best price. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So if you're looking for a new vehicle, they got it. If you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, they got it. They've got it at the best prices, and they've got the best customer service. I think relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford. Every time I need a new vehicle, I bought over 5 cars there since my rookie year in the NFL. The only dealership that I ever need to deal with. Because they also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
And with that, chills. Absolute chills. And Sean McDermott.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
Okay, and they decided to fire you, and that's what happened. And they promoted Bean to be the president of football as well as the GM. And
yeah, no one cares. Let me ask you guys this question we haven't talked about.
Yes, I was going to get to it, but go ahead. Yes.
No, you were going to ask this. Good.
Go ahead.
We just played that replay. It was, or in that montage, it was in there.
Yeah.
See if you agree with this. They were running the football and creasing Denver, and it felt like after that hit and fumble that Singleton put on.
Oh my
Cook,
gosh.
Yes.
It changed.
Totally
It almost like they didn't run the ball for another 2 quarters, and then when they tried to in the third and fourth, or late third and fourth, the Denver was all of a sudden had the kibosh on it. But they were creasing Denver.
Yeah.
Did you guys not feel that way early in this game?
I mean, early in the game, they were getting outside the tackle box, and boy, that dude can run now. I mean, 'cause they got a dude that can run. But Scott, Alex Singleton laid the wood. I think that was a moment that both teams woke up.
Huge.
And then Talanoa, that dude continued to lay the wood. I mean, between Alex Singleton and Talanoa Hufanga, they must have had 3 or 4 monstrous hits on that running back.
If the Bills...
It's been so long watching TV and the announcers go, listen to this. You don't hear this. You don't hear that in modern football. That was 80s, 90s, 2000s football, and you'd always hear at least twice a game. Listen to this collision. They stopped that. They didn't stop it last Sunday. That one Hufanga hit was massive.
If the Bills, and by the way, who is the Bills punter? Nobody knows. It's like the Nate Bargatze, George Washington skit. Nobody knows. Didn't punt the whole game. And I don't think they were going to punt on that drive either. Now, they have a lot of turnovers, but still, the Bills were probably going to go down and score another touchdown. It'd have been 14-3. 14-3. And at 14-3, it would have felt like the game was over. Now, it might not have been. Who knows? Long ways to go. But I thought that was the turning point. I thought that was the wake-up call for the entire game, Tyler.
Yep.
With Singleton, what he did.
That could have been. I mean, it was just an absolute monstrous moment. I mean, number one, talk about physicality, making them feel your pain. But when you knock the ball out, it that changes football games. So, credit to Alex Singleton, who's been fantastic all season long, and really just an underappreciated football player.
Yeah, and what he's gone through this year. I mean, this guy missed.
I only lost one of them.
Yeah, the guy had testicular cancer.
I tell you what, he's a one-ball wrecking machine right now.
Ain't no doubt about it, man. There are a lot of great stories with this Broncos team. A lot of them. And Alex Singleton's story is right up there.
You know what I was just thinking about for Jarrett Stidham, since we're talking about random things right now?
A clacker?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I thought that was a question you wanted DMac and I to guess what you were thinking about.
I know. I didn't catch your answer. A clacker?
A clacker?
Do you get it?
No.
No, I don't get it.
Do you guys know what clackers are?
Like a remote? Is that what you're saying? A clicker?
No, clackers.
What is a clacker?
Is it like the paddle that you go back and forth and it goes clackety clickety clack?
What is a clacker?
Look up clackers.
Why don't you just tell me what a clacker is?
Oh, Lord. We're lost in Scottism.
Because if you got to explain your joke, then somewhere there's
you
people
want us
driving
to explain
off
your joke
the road
for you?
right now.
Scott,
They're
usually
driving off the road right now.
Scott, I'm usually pretty good with interpreting Hastings.
And as soon as you see this, you're going, oh, and then you're going to fall back in your chair with laughter.
Hey, all right, whatever.
Timing is everything.
Whatever a clacker is, I'm going to go with the ha-ha on it.
Okay.
No, here's what I was thinking about for Jarrett Stidham. I wonder, in the history of the NFL, the opportunity cost that is in front of Jarrett Stidham right now, I wonder if anybody's had a better opportunity to make more money off of 2 football games than what Jarrett Stidham has.
Is he a free agent? Is he a free agent?
It doesn't matter. Somebody will make a trade. Somebody will do something.
Okay.
But if this dude can find a way to win 2 football games, he's talking about immediately getting $50+ million. That's what would happen. If he can find a way to win the next 2 football games, that dude will put $50 million in the bank, and somebody will make a trade for him. I mean, if he's not a free agent, maybe what is he? Did you look it up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were looking it up.
Scott's showing me. I am looking it up, and Scott's showing me clackers, which are like balls that clack.
Okay. I still don't get it.
Because you asked, what would I get Singleton? I said Clackers.
Right. I get it now.
But I was actually talking about Stidham.
I do get it now.
Said Singleton, though.
No, but I said Stidham.
It's okay. We all
said Singleton.
We're all good with it.
Roll the tape, Dad.
Don't roll the tape. We're good. Jarrett Stidham is signed up for next year too. Actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 2 years. Signed 2 years, $5 million, $10 million total.
Yeah.
You go out, win 2 football games. Somebody will want Jarrett Stidham as their starter.
Yeah, his base next year is 5.9. How about that? Almost close to 6.
I mean, now I'm not saying it would be like $100 million commitment, like, or it'd be a $50 million average per year, like starting quarterbacks are getting. But somebody would go out and make him the next Sam Darnold. Somebody would go out there and give him a 2-year, $50 million plus deal.
What happened after Nick Foles?
He got paid.
I know, but where did he even go? Does anybody remember?
The Eagles.
Who, Nick Foles?
Nick Foles just went back to the Eagles after winning the Super Bowl?
He signed a big deal in Jacksonville.
It was Jacksonville? Oh, man.
Yeah, he signed a big deal with Jacksonville. And then, was it Tennessee?
Oh, I have
Something
no
like
memory of it. Listen, man, it's a great opportunity for Stidham, okay? I'll tell you this about Jarrett Stidham inside that locker room, guys. They love him. They really do. The players love him. The coaches love him. He is not new to this. He has
Daddy, family man. You got it. Yep. Everything. Good looking guy. Beautiful family.
Yeah.
Everything perfect. This is heaven can wait moment right here.
I'll tell you this. Sean really likes him. This is not if Sean didn't like him, he would have just been gone. And they would have moved on. And they really like Sam Ehlinger too, obviously. We know that as well. And, you just never know what happens, right? Pat Bryant catches 3 passes. It looks like it's going to be the Pat Bryant show, and then he's out for the entire game. Who knows what happens in this
second
game?
concussion of the year? Is that what they were saying
I think
on
it's
TV?
second in like a month, isn't it?
Oh, gosh, I'm not sure. I'm
So
sorry
he's
to hear that. I'm not holding my breath on that, which is too bad, man. He was looking great. And Troy Franklin, how about Marvin Mims almost getting de-ribbed by a TV camera? Like, hey, man, how about moving that thing? I'm glad he was okay.
If he'd have turned over just a little bit sharper,
Hello.
D-rib might have been the best of them.
We got some of those clackers going again.
It jumped them clackers right off board
You
right
know what
there.
I'm saying?
I tell you what.
All right, so the big question is, what do you think they do against the Patriots in this circumstance? What do you think? With everything that's rolled out, what do you think they're going to do against the Pats? Early guess, early in the week. Have all week to talk about it.
22-19, they win in overtime and a field goal.
You like a low-scoring Broncos win?
He's just doubling down on his same prediction, which I respect.
I like it. Yeah.
You go ahead.
I like the Broncos winning this one relatively easily. And when I say easily, it's still a one-score game, okay? I'm just saying I think there'll be some room to breathe in this one compared to what's happened in the past. I think the Broncos win this, and I don't think they have to come from behind to do so.
That's what you said last week. You said they're going to be a double-digit lead. They'll score a touchdown late, but it's going to be a pretty comfortable win.
Well, my friend, they were up by 13 points, weren't they? The Broncos were up 23-10 in that game yesterday, and that's the path that was going on. And then Josh Allen was Josh Allen.
And with that logic and thinking, the Giants and who else was that? Was the Giants and Washington say, "Hey, we should have won that game. We were up 33-0."
They probably both should have.
Here's what I know about the Patriots. Dang good football team.
Yep.
Here's what I know about Drake May. Dang good quarterback, right?
Yep.
I respect the hell out of the New England Patriots. I respect Mike Vrabel, the football team, the entirety of it. That's a matchup that with Bo Nix, I would be worried about. Matter of fact, it's a matchup that I would have preferred that the Broncos would have played the Texans over the Patriots. All that being said, I do know that the Houston Texans defense is similar to the Broncos. They're better. They're slightly better than the Broncos defense, but we've got a pass rush that's similar in nature. If our pass rush can contain Drake May, you got a fighting chance in this game. But I by no means do I think this is going to be some sort of easy victory with the Broncos. It is something that can be accomplished. I do know that. All that being said, the respect I've got for the Patriots It is a win that can be accomplished with Jarrett Stidham at the helm. The Broncos can beat this team.
Just one quick question here, and then we'll have Let's Football go in a little bit. But why did the Patriots only score 16 points at home against the Chargers?
I mean, I guess I'd have to go back and watch the game. I don't know off the top of my head.
Won't that be interesting to go back and sort of investigate?
Probably because they were scared and nervous. You got a quarterback in his very first playoff game, probably was a little bit over their skis to start the game.
And it took all
and I
those.
tell you what, you know what? It wasn't like we crushed the Chargers' defense late in the season, was it?
But I'm just telling you,
they didn't play nobody.
For Drake May, and you're at home, and everything is great. You scored 16 points against the Chargers at home. That's it. I mean, you won easily, 16-3. But that's all you did, 16 points. And frankly, look how many turnovers it took for you to pile up 28 on Houston.
Hey. You beat the Chargers 19-3 at home.
Yeah, I don't care about that. That's how the Broncos do things.
But when you look on a side of coin, you got to look at both. Maybe the Chargers defensively is pretty good.
We will take a deeper dive into it for sure. But I ain't scared of this Patriots team. Not at all. I was way more freaked out by the Bills. Way more. And yeah, it would have been great to play C.J. Stroud, but okay, fine. I'm pumped.
But let me ask you this, and let's be honest, and not just try to play for clicks and Marky to put you on a soundbite for some commercials.
Okay, all right, Scott. But I'll just let you know before you start ripping on me on that a little bit.
I'm not ripping on you.
I was the one that was the most hesitant against the Bills at the beginning of the week last week. But go ahead.
I picked the Bills to win the beginning of the week.
All right.
I picked Broncos.
Do we not feel, because you have lost Bo Nix and you got the hat on, you're a big Bo Lever, that really there's no pressure in this game and you're playing with house money in this game?
Oh, I don't know now, Scott. I don't know about that. I kind of lean towards what Tyler said, like this opportunity to have a number one seed in a home
you're
field advantage.
You're one game away, man.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. That's fine. But listen, I guarantee you these conversations will come up or have come up by the individual players.
So
what are we gonna do? We ain't got Bo. How we got a chance? And they'll talk themselves into it.
Well, all right. I mean,
see, I disagree with
all
that.
The fan base is sitting there going like this. Hey, well, if we could just hang in there, it'll be nice. All the pressure's off of you. The only pressure is you want to get to the Super Bowl. I agree with that. This is a great opportunity. Ask Dan Marino how many times he got to go, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? So this, from an individual player standpoint, I get it. But there ain't nobody around the media and fan base. There is absolutely no pressure on this team this week.
Oh, man, Scott, I don't know, man. I think at this point, I personally would be.
You're playing with a backup quarterback that hasn't taken a snap all year.
Look, there's truth to what Scott is saying in terms of what the media, what we would be saying about the Broncos the rest of the offseason. Nobody's going to be crushing Sean Payton. Nobody's going to be crushing the Broncos for losing this game if they lose it in the offseason. That's true. But I disagree with you, Scott. I'm like, when you're talking about players in the room, like talking about Bo Nix being out, I don't think anybody in that locker room is going to be talking about they're supposed to lose a game.
Oh, man.
I think they're going to be like, hey, boys, we got defense. Been doing this all year long. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, I think the defense is fine. I think the defense probably had talks and said, let's go. But I guarantee you they'll be number 47, 48, 49. I said, dang,
well, then we're going to get our butts whipped. I mean, if that's true, if the team is already feeling that way, then we will.
I respectfully disagree with you, Scott. I don't think there's one person in that locker room who has any expectation except for winning that game. Zero. I don't think there's anybody with the Broncos right now that is satisfied just to be in the AFC Championship game at this point.
Scott, why are you making me agree with DMac? I don't want to do that. I hate when I have to do
because
that.
You guys,
why are you making me do this?
Everything you're saying is correct in the sense that that's how this thing will be built up, and by Friday, what is the game's going to be? Sunday, right?
Sunday at 1.
But Friday, Saturday, this thing will be a frothy-mouthed team and I'll repeat what I said earlier. If anybody could coach a team under these circumstances, and again, I'm going to repeat, I do not like Sean Payton's play calling, but I like him in this situation, losing your starting quarterback. I'm all in with Sean Payton.
All right,
this guy will have him ready, but the pressure's off.
Ain't no doubt about it.
What was the point spread you told me again?
5.5. 5.5 right now.
Yeah.
Dude, you're talking about two different things, though, Scott. You're talking about how we would feel versus like what the team's expectations are, and you're right. Of course, I'm not going to crush the Broncos if they lose this game. You're not going to crush them. DMac's acted like he will, but I don't think he will.
I will be. I expect them to win this game, man. So yeah, I probably would crush them a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I know I would.
Hey, DMac said 2 weeks ago that the bye week counted as a win, and he'd be okay if they'd have lost against Buffalo.
He did say that. You're right.
Yeah.
That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Because that's how I felt about the Bills. Well, we ain't playing the Bills. We already beat them.
How do you
on to the next? It's a different scenario.
I can't believe you think
I think you're playing a better team.
I can't believe you think the Bills are a better team than the Patriots.
I
Patriots
absolutely
are
do.
a better team than the Bills. Start to finish all year long. Bills had problems the whole season.
I got you, but they got Josh Allen, and that guy.
Dude, Drake May was second in MVP this year. He might still win it. You can't dismiss Drake May like that.
I think he's less than Josh Allen for sure.
Why was it Josh Allen the second highest? Or second best odds to win the MVP than this year?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Because Drake May had that type of season.
All right. Well, listen, I'm more optimistic than you are about this game. Obviously.
No, I think the Broncos can and should win. But here's the difference between you and I. I can fully acknowledge that part of that for me, and I don't do this very often. I really don't. But I can fully acknowledge that part of my optimism right now. This is just like a blind faith. We got this close. I'm not giving up now. You know what I mean? Like we're one freaking game away. So what if we got to survive one with Jarrett Stidham, boys? We got a defense. You know, like I'm almost. This is where I feel defensive, like what Scott's saying. Also, like if I was in that locker room, I think that's what I would be saying. We got one stinking game. We got this.
I think the Super Bowl is going to be its own ugly monster, to be honest with you. And I'm not. We'll see about that one. But this one, with this crowd and everything we got going for us at this moment. I don't know how they lose. I really don't.
I told you the Broncos will win this weekend, but will get beat by 28 in the Super Bowl, you okay with that?
Yeah, I am. I'm definitely okay with that. I'd be sad.
You just want to go to San Francisco.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm dying to do. Go to San Jose again for like the 500th time. Yeah, that's. I was living there for the past 3 years. That's what I want to do.
I want to go.
Yeesh. It's not a great place for a Super Bowl, by the way, everybody.
I had a great time.
I can see why you had a great time. I can see why that was a bigger advantage.
Who cares about the place?
Oh my God. We're getting into Super Bowl conversations. Like what a great place is to be for coverage and fans and what's not. Santa Clara is like Highlands Ranch. You know, is the Cheesecake Factory at Park Meadows like the number one hangout spot? I mean, because that's where you go. That's what it is. You guys went up to San Fran one night, right? And had a good time. But San Fran's a tricky little city, man. I think it sucks there, in all honesty, compared to other Super Bowl cities. I like the win. There's nothing worse than New York. Dallas was a hot pile of garbage. As far as I'm concerned.
The weather helped Dallas.
Dallas might have been the worst Super Bowl of all time. There was an ice storm there, and getting around was an absolute disaster. It was awful. You guys were tucked away in a little like bed and breakfast nook in Santa Clara. Seriously, it was like living in Highlands Ranch for a week.
I had a great time.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure playing in the game was amazing. You know, but as a fan, it was. Listen, we had a great time, no matter what. And we'll have a party there like we did last time that can't be beaten, and it'll be an amazing sort of event, as we did in New York too, Scott. And you were there in New York. That thing sucked. Because it was like, did it get above 0 degrees the entire week there?
The only good day that week was the day of the game, and then it went right back to crappy.
Right.
The following day, right?
But it doesn't matter. Your team's in the Super Bowl. It's going to be freaking awesome. That's what we got to worry about. That's the only thing to worry about. And guess what? People should and can start making plans as far as I'm concerned, because that's where the Broncos are going. They're going back to the future. PhD. We'll have Let's Football Go going next. What's going on, CMAC, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? The year is here in terms of being new and 2026 and everything else. And look what good things are happening already for your teams. While improving your health, that might be one of your big resolutions. But when you're tired, low on energy, or not sleeping well, not seeing the progress in the gym, staying committed can be rough. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help with all of your resolutions. Those symptoms are often the sign of low testosterone. So here you go. What you need to do is get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is available at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, where you take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes, and you go from there. It's better than a Parker Kelly goal. 1-0 Avs, by the way. If you want to get down with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, don't wait another year with low T. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Avs up 1-0. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Wah. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. I don't know if they sell tissues there. Anyways, Mountain High Appliance is the best. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quinn Center. Let's football go.
All right, guys. Zach Allen talked to the media today. We'll hear from Zach here in just a second, but some potentially positive news for the Broncos in their AFC Championship game against the Patriots. J.K. Dobbins, this is from Zach Stevens from DNVR. J.K. Dobbins ran well last week at the Broncos facility per sources. There's legitimate optimism he could play on Sunday in the AFC Championship game. What if J.K. Dobbins is good to go for Sunday? What would that do for your guys' confidence level in the Broncos versus the Patriots?
Well, I got hopium right now that's pretty legit, and it's just hard to get over the energy in the moment of where we're at, that I think the Broncos could win. But if J.K. Dobbins were back and healthy, which are two different things, by the way, we could get J.K. back and he's at like 75%, and it just doesn't look like J.K. Dobbins. But if you got J.K. Dobbins back, that probably would put me closer to the DMac category of feeling like actually really confident that the Broncos can and will win this game. Because talk about taking pressure off Jarrett Stidham. If you can get RB1 back, that would be enormous for this team.
You're going to get to go the Tom Brady route when he was in Tampa Bay. No one believes in us. Lost our quarterback. We suck. This is going to be the whole week. Hey, listen. 72 is going to be even more. What was he calling the media? What did Bowles call the media? He had a funny name for him. A couple weeks ago, all you guys out there who didn't believe and blah blah blah. Dude, wait till you hear Bowles this week. Oh, he's gonna be the king if we have no chance because you guys all said so. And we stuck it up your can. Just
chip on the shoulder week.
Yeah, man. This would be a great chip on the shoulder week.
I love the chip on the shoulder thing. A home underdog after all this.
Yeah, that's great.
I love it.
Listen,
you're doing the Broncos a favor as far as I'm concerned.
Here's the difference between the Broncos and what the Nuggets are going to go through. And you said this a while ago, Darren. Nuggets are now having to live with it for weeks, and that's different.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can have moments where you say, yeah, don't believe in us?
Right.
All right, you don't believe in us? All right, Philly. All right, Boston. All right, guys. Milwaukee. All right. And you can have games. But then reality comes in, too.
Yes.
Difference, you only got to do it twice.
That's right.
You're only going to have to do it twice.
By the way, just on J.K. Dobbins specifically, I give it about a 40% chance that he's back this week.
Yeah, I'm not overly optimistic on it either. And it's a lot to just have all this time off.
Was his an ankle or a knee?
He had a Liz Frank, right?
No.
Oh, yeah, he's done.
Well, we'll see. All right, next story.
Listen, I should have had surgery on mine because I decided to go, I'm an old guy. What do I need a foot for? This thing will heal on its own. And it's been 2 years before it started feeling good, and it still creeps in nasty once in a while.
Hit it, Dan.
All right, here is Zach Allen, guys, from earlier today on the injury to Bo Nix and the confidence level the team has in Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, obviously, Bo was a huge part of us getting to this point. So, we feel terrible for him, and all of our well wishes go to him. And we know he'll come back, stronger than ever when he gets healthy. But at the same point too, we have full faith in Stiddy. He's the first guy in the building every day, and he prepares like a starter. So we're really excited to see what he does. And obviously he goes against the defense in practice all the time, and he's great and is definitely a really good quarterback in this league. So excited to see what he does this week.
All right, Zach Allen says they have full confidence in Jarrett Stidham. Do you guys have full confidence in Jarrett Stidham?
Yeah, I think he's the best option you could possibly have, to be quite honest with you, under the circumstances. I don't really know how you could be in a better spot with a backup, frankly.
You will not hear me call his nickname the rest of this week. Instead, I've got him a new one.
What's your new nickname for Stidham?
He is now the Nutcracker.
The Nutcracker?
Remember when he was Sparky?
I do remember when he was Sparky.
Yeah.
Sparky was a great nickname when he filled in
when we just needed a spark.
For Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Russell
Wilson. That's a game they scored 16?
Something like that.
They won one of them.
What will this offense under Stidham have to score to beat New England, though? Let's be honest.
23. Something like that. 22. Something along those lines.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not going to fight you too much on that. That seems fair to me.
I think this is a lower scoring affair. And I think both teams are going to be way more willing just to punt the ball and play field position. Both of them are going to be like that.
I will say this. Had little Jordan, and the game plays out like it played out, catches that one pass, then you're right, DMac, it wouldn't have been as close at the end, right? And you wouldn't have been sweating the game, and you'd have won,
Hey, let's face it. If we want to be fair about the game, Broncos stunk in the red zone again. I mean, it was not good. Where they needed to finish, and they were giving away points.
But they should have been 3 of 5, and everything we were predicting would have came through.
That is true.
If they were 3 of 5.
But what was impossible to predict, that the biggest difference in that game was being +4. And again, we go back to 2015 with Tyler's team, who was in the negative territory, -4 in the regular season, but +5.
But we fixed it in the playoffs.
You fixed it in the playoffs. And
the 97 team, the first Super Bowl team, same thing. Average defense, and all of a sudden they got nasty.
Yeah, man. I mean, that just is such a gargantuan game changer. And likely that'll come down. I just think both teams, the Patriots and the Broncos, I think both of them are going to come out with much more conservative game plans. Both of them. By the way, the early weather prediction is pretty good again. I mean, we got, I got sunny and 41. I mean, right now. So, I don't know, man. I think there was no factor with the weather on that game on Saturday.
No, it was
nothing.
Perfect.
All right, next one.
Yeah, I got a high of 20. Oh, Sunday, I got a high of 44, but sunny.
Yeah, man, it's going to be perfect. Yeah. Great weather. Weather is not going to be a factor.
Yeah, be happy you're not playing on Saturday.
Next up, Dan.
All right, guys, the Buffalo Bills have dismissed head coach Sean McDermott following another playoff defeat.
But he was sticking up for Buffalo.
That prevented a Super Bowl appearance, sources tell Adam Schefter on Monday. Their GM, Brandon Beane, will remain with the organization and lead the search for a new head coach. So who do you guys think would be the best fit to get the most out of this Bills team, and Josh Allen specifically? Who should be the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, my God.
I know who I'd hire, and it's not even close. People might think I'm nuts, but in a landslide, I'd hire Mike McDaniel. Get that offensive mind with Josh Allen, and you're going to have something special.
Small market teams do small market team things. That means it'll be Joe Brady or Brian Daboll that probably comes back and leads it because they're familiar with them.
They do have a stupid affinity with Brian Daboll.
Yep. Scott?
I would get a creative, wonderful, I'd get Russell Crowe and a wonderful mind. And I would find that for Josh Allen.
Well, that's Mike McDaniel. That's who he is.
He is a beautiful mind.
Yeah,
that's him.
That was the first thing I thought of when this happened. Can you imagine going from Tua to now all of a sudden you get to coach Josh Allen?
I know. Yeah, that would be like a legitimately exciting pairing. And I would have no choice but to become a Buffalo fan of that case.
Nate and Andy are coming up. The Avs do lead the Capitals 1-0. That game can be heard over at AM 950. And what's next for the Broncos as they go through the rigmarole for another AFC Championship game? And this is with Jared Sidham. We're here to talk about it all week long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, the Avs gave up a goal. Is that right, Dan? So it's 1-1.
1-1.
What's that? What do you mean one more?
No, I said it's 1-1.
1-1. Okay. Still in the first?
Yep.
Okay. So that's going on right now. So it's an affair. I'm going to bop on down there after the show's over and, what's up, hockey?
Hey, I got two things.
What's
two
that?
Things.
Yeah.
Number one, I got news that all Broncos fans are going to be fired up to hear.
Okay.
You get to hear Tony Romo again this weekend. That's going to be awesome.
He wasn't bad in this game.
Well, I didn't have to listen to it, fortunately. I'm like everybody else. I'm over that dude.
Yeah, I got it.
He wasn't bad.
I didn't think he was that bad, but
okay.
I thought he had a meltdown. Was it the week before and he got called out and he said he was on some sort of medication?
Yeah, or he was drunk. One of the two.
It's not so little now.
He said he was on medication. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
He's not my favorite though. That's for sure. I think he's and there was a big article about how the internet has been killing him this year, saying that they should find a replacement for him for Nance. But he'll be back. They'll be back.
Here's my other one, and it's more like a no dumb question. Now that we've seen the new overtime rules in place for a little bit, I wonder if there's enough information mathematically to have proper analytics on this. But I am curious what you guys would do. Now that we know the rules, we've been through this. If you win that coin toss, are you taking the ball or are you receiving the ball?
That's the same thing.
I'm sorry.
That's the same thing.
I meant to say it the opposite. Are you taking the ball? Or are you kicking the
football?
I'm kicking the football.
You're kicking the football because that gives you the information in the second drive of what you have to do.
Correct. And you can also have a defensive score for a touchdown to win the game.
I'm not so sure that's the right decision.
Why?
Now in the playoffs, it might be different because you're going to just keep going until time runs out.
Correct.
But I think there is value to that third possession. I do. And if you know that you're going to have time in the regular season, it's for sure. In the regular season, I think getting that third possession offensively might be the right thing to do because the clock's going to run out on you. In the playoffs, maybe kicking it is the right thing to do. But I don't know. What do you guys think on that? Because,
I know this. After they kicked off yesterday and the Broncos went 3 and out, were you feeling a little uh-oh?
Absolutely.
Well, yes, of course I was.
Absolutely.
And thank God our punter had an incredible punt. And,
yes.
Unbelievable
He did.
punt.
The only hope that we had was that we pinned them like 5 yards or in. And it happened.
We should give props to Crawshaw, man. That dude has been nails this entire year. He was a great draft pick and has really bailed them out in tricky situations. That dude he's one of those unsung heroes of this entire year.
I agree with that.
He's
been the best, most consistent rookie of the year.
Well,
you're probably right.
And if you want to really win ball games and if you really want to win a championship with the defense, you better hope you got a punter because field position matters.
Did you guys think Prater was going to biff the 50-yarder?
Nah.
You thought he was going to drill it?
Yeah.
I was
that dude's got ice running through his veins.
I was kind of low-key kind of happy for him, to be quite honest with you. Like, I was like, that'd have been
I was hoping.
I
was hoping he'd biff it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you want the Broncos to win, but I like Matt. Like, I just personally like him.
Me too.
And to have something horrible happen to the Bills in terms of a field goal.
Matt Prater is a nut job. He's a weirdo, but boy, is he a lovable weirdo. He is an easy dude to like.
Yeah, man, he did what he needed to do, And Will Lutz, great as well. I mean, it was hard to, screw some of that stuff up, but he was consistent with what he had to do.
I think I might take that third possession even in the playoffs because I would bank on my offense doing their job.
It's just when you have the second possession, though, it's such an advantage of knowing what you need to do and what you don't need to do.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy.
But if I believe in my offense that we're going to score a touchdown, then that third possession becomes the sudden death moment.
I'll tell you this: I'm glad they've changed the rules, though. The whole concept that I would get the ball to start the overtime, score a touchdown, the game's over—that is stupid, and I can't believe how long that lasted for. The fact that both teams get a crack at it, to me, makes the most sense in the world. I don't think there's much I would change about the overtime, frankly. It's not like college. You know what? I definitely would not do. You get the ball at the 25 or any of that sort of weird ass stuff. You know,
the only thing that I would change is in the regular season to not have it end in ties. I would keep everything the exact same, and then if you got to the end of the period, I would just do a 2-point-a-thon.
That's fine.
Until you got a winner.
That's regular season stuff. I'm talking about like in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The regular season, if you want to jimmy it up however you want to make it quicker. By the way, you notice, right, it wasn't 10 minutes. It was 15 minutes in the overtime, and you just kind of keep going. The overtimes have been unbelievably exciting in the NFL. Hey, maybe before the boys get here, just a thought. We do have Indiana against Miami tonight, by the way, boys. Any interest in that one? You got some curiosity about how that's going to go?
No.
God, are you kidding me? Really? You have no interest in this game, Scott?
No.
Man, I think this is as good of a national championship game as you're going to find. I love this game.
Oh, I'm going to be watching. I'm excited.
I'm down on college football. I'm down on it. So.
Oh my God, I think the Indiana Mendoza thing is unreal.
My only fear is that Indiana's just going to blow the doors off again, and I just want a good football game.
I could see that happening. I could definitely see that happening. Jeez,
that's pretty good though.
Listen, I understand where you're going with college football and all, but this Indiana story is unreal, man. And if you want to keep hope alive for schools like Colorado or other schools that haven't been as successful, let's go. Let's go Hoosiers.
You know what doesn't get talked about enough with Carson Beck? How ugly that dude is.
Wow.
That is an ugly human being.
Just going after people.
Yep. That doesn't get talked about enough. That is a weird, ugly-looking dude.
Okay.
Yeah. I just had to get that out there.
Well, thank God he's not bothering anybody with his bad looks at any classes. So
he seems to get over his looks with the ladies. I know it's weird how he pulls that off.
Does he? All right, dumb question. Does he have more time left in school, or is he done?
Oh God, he's not done yet.
I don't know.
I'm assuming he's done.
He's been playing 5,000 years.
I know, right?
All right. Well, that game is that tonight, the national championship game. So Scott doesn't seem to be interested whatsoever. By the way, Scott, I was at that Nuggets game yesterday. I was actually really entertained by Charlotte of all teams. I thought Charlotte was a really cool team. I do. I think they're fun. They're exciting. If you're a Charlotte Hornets fan, for anybody who is, I think you got a fun team to root for and pull for. A lot of good parts to that. The Nuggets.
And you know what? And I'm not sure Washington. I think New Orleans too. Charlotte is one to watch. I would agree with you. New Orleans, they've got pieces that should be a lot better than their record. They've got a bad culture there. Something's going on inside that building with that culture. That's going to change. Washington's got some fun pieces too. That Sarr kid's a pretty good player. He just got in foul trouble against Denver.
Agreed.
But he's pretty good too. So
we're watching the Nuggets play without a center. Like there's no center. We don't have
There's no
a center.
and then the guy that was playing and starting for your center didn't play in a back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean it's like I guess we should be grateful that we haven't had more games go in that direction. But whatever, man. We'll see the Lakers tomorrow night, and we'll take it from there. We'll see how that goes. Hope you're feeling better, Scott. Where are you at health-wise?
Well, today's my fifth day of kind of isolating myself. I will say this. I walked outside today for the first time since Friday, and it felt wonderful just to breathe some fresh air. I'm still a little congested in my chest, but I feel from Saturday morning to today it's night and day.
All right, well, that's good. Tyler's starting to get the crud now.
I don't know. It's either I'm getting the crud because I smoked a cigar watching the games with an old teammate yesterday, or I'm getting sick. One of the two.
You got a sore throat? Mine started as a sore throat and then sniffle noses, and then all of a sudden I was just coughing. The cough started coming, and then I was just ugh.
Well, we've all gone through it. Andy has rebounded nicely. How you feeling these days, Mr.
Whatever.
Lindahl?
I don't know. My voice is trying to give out again, so it's
Are
awesome.
you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
With that crap again?
And
did you ever truly get it back?
Oh, my Lord.
I did for 3 weeks, and then you guys were all on vacation, and it was Christmas, and so nobody knew, and now here we are back again. No, You know what drove it nuts the other day was, I'm not kidding when I say this, and you've been in the business a long time, obviously longer than me. I have never seen as many people as we got down to 38 for that watch party Saturday. That thing was insane.
How was that? What was the
literally
atmosphere?
insane. I can only imagine.
And
it was
packed
like
outside too, right?
Everywhere, the whole thing. You couldn't move.
It was a
in
little chilly outside, wasn't it?
Yeah, nobody cared, man. It was a great vibe. We had a lot of people.
Wow.
I mean, it was like New Orleans French Quarter bar kind of stuff in the middle of Mardi Gras.
I actually didn't think the weather of the game was that bad. Yeah, I mean, it was chilly, it was cold, but it wasn't.
You're in a luxury box, right?
No, Bud Light Champions Club. I mean, it's kind of similar, but it's like an enormous thing. But I was sitting outside the whole time.
Okay. In the sun or in the shade?
In the shade.
Okay, it wasn't that bad, huh?
It was cold, but it wasn't that windy. We're talking about like 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. I don't think we got the wind at all.
Did you get to wear your sportsman jacket?
You do have that jacket.
Oh, no. I gave that to Goodwill. Yeah.
Did you really?
Yep. Gave it up. The impulsive buy at the Sportsman Expo last year.
Wow.
Yep. It only got worn once in an entire year, and it was too short. It was a bad purchase. It's a great jacket.
It's a great jacket.
It just didn't fit me.
You can't go off rack at the Sportsman's Expo.
No, it was a bad choice.
Oh, that's
Guys, think about it. I am trying to remember all the AFC championships I've watched, and I'll go back to childhood. Now, one of them they had to play in Cleveland, the side of the drive. But it is amazing how many times the Broncos have played the AFC Championship here. There was one in Buffalo where they lost to Jim Kelly where John got hurt and all that. But I don't remember bad weather ever for an AFC Championship. The two that Manning played in, beautiful weather here. A little chilly, but beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Wait,
no
hold on.
participation.
Am I getting confused? Wasn't the Patriots game snowing? Or was that was the game in the regular season?
That was it. Yeah, that was the regular season one with Brock that went to overtime on the pitch play.
Let me give you one.
Yeah.
Ryan Harris cracks me up because I asked him, what do you remember about that play? And he said he got out there because he was pulling. You ran the play.
He got the touchdown block.
I know, but he goes, hey, that's Butler, the MVP of the Super Bowl. And then he cut his knee as CJ went by.
Hey, Ryan had a great play
Andy,
on that one.
Let me throw you this game. AFC Championship game. John Elway's last game at Mile High. Remember that first half, how windy it was?
Yes, good call, Scotty. That was 98 against the Jets, right?
Yeah, against the Jets. And I don't know if it was Ruin or their punter had a punt that went like 20 yards, Tyler. Went like literally straight up in the air and just froze there. And they were kicking from the 20. That was the nastiest weather ever, and Denver had to come back. Denver played a pretty good. Now the wind died down the second half, but the first half it was terrible.
Well, remember the one in 2005 where they lost to Roethlisberger, and they should have gone on. Scotty, were you still calling the games by then? They would have beat Seattle. Yep. Everybody was convinced they would have beat Seattle. That was a nice day. What was Pittsburgh like on the first Super Bowl victory when you won the AFC Championship in Pittsburgh?
It was cool, but it was an okay day. But it felt like an AFC, a playoff game in Pittsburgh in late December, January. What I guess it would have been. It was cold, but it wasn't miserable. Remember they played a game late in the year in Kansas City, and they had an ice storm the night before the game.
Yeah, was that the divisional round?
Yeah, that was we played him twice. We did beat him in the playoffs the second round, yeah. But it was in the regular season, like week 15. We played him in Kansas City. They had an ice storm, and there was icicles hanging down from the goalposts during the game.
Nice.
It is KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. What do you guys think about Broncos being 5.5-point dogs?
I mean, I'm not surprised, but like you guys, I heard you on the way in.
Opened at 4.5, and it got bet right up to 5.5. I mean,
immediately ate that up. Huh?
Yeah, sharp money was all over New England when it was at 4.5. So
here's what I think is interesting.
Little Stiddy doubt going on out there.
Do you think?
I feel like you're going to be able to do a couple different things with Stidham that you haven't done with Bo. But I'm going to tell you,
sweet wavy hair.
What Bo has convinced me of this year. He may be one of the most clutch quarterbacks at the end of the game in the NFL right now.
You better talk to your boy Hastings about that.
So,
he's not on board yet.
No, you see, you don't listen. I would agree with Andy 100%. I think he's one of the more clutch guys, and he's proved it. And I think this will go a long way to help him. But I think he's a little bit better than average quarterback.
But you
as far
still
as
got to
pure
get rid of
talent.
the weird lulls. That like
he was shaky the entire second half until the game-winning
I know,
drive.
but you know what? Here's the
exactly.
thing.
Exactly.
As soon as it was a one-score game, I'm like, well, Bo's got this.
Yep.
It was
Is that
just
how you felt?
yes. I'm like,
So
Bo, you're not beating Bo if it's a one-score game. It ain't happening.
That's how I felt.
Is that not? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
4.5 to go. You were like, Bo's got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt
He
that
was
way
terrible
too.
in the third quarter.
I don't know about terrible. He wasn't terrible.
Kreckman.
Sub-great. I'd go with sub-great.
Sub-great.
But he was also
he wasn't like actively hurting the football team.
he was playing with a lead. They didn't run the ball. They still didn't run the ball.
I know. We threw the ball 46 times against number one pass defense.
Maybe a healthy J.K. Dobbins, if that's the thing that could potentially happen this week, and maybe with Stiddy they'll actually run the ball this week. Who knows? Let's go around the room really quickly. What was the most important play of the game? Tyler, I'll start with you. What was the most important play of that game on Saturday afternoon? Because that game was a saga.
You know what? And I'm kind of stealing this from Scott, so apologies to Scott and giving credit to Scott at the same time. I'm going to go with the Alex Singleton hit and fumble that
on Cook, yeah.
That really felt like it changed the way the Buffalo was attacking that football game because they were kind of creasing us in the running game. So again, that's Scott's take, but I agree with it. Scott, I don't know. Would you still think that's the most important one?
I think that was huge. I think there was three massive moments. I thought that one right there. All of a sudden, Buffalo decided we're not going to run it as much. I don't know why. I tell you another play that because the interception at the end was the biggest play of the game, and boom, boom, boom. But the fumble by Josh Allen before half,
unbelievable,
was the. I mean, you already got momentum because you scored, and all of a sudden you're going to kick a field goal with 1 second to go in the half because your quarterback somehow doesn't decide to slide down and just end the half.
3 free points in a game that went to overtime. Unbelievable.
Yeah, a free 3 points in a game that ended up going to OT.
Yeah. No, that play was absolutely massive. There was no doubt about that. Next to Marvin Mims in the bucket.
Yeah.
Just one
stupid.
It's one of the best throws he's ever had in his football life. Mims catching that thing and then smashing his back into a camera.
Get out of the way, camera guy. We don't need any more injuries anywhere.
I know, but I've been by those guys. That stand that he's got, that's not something you just pick up and move, man. That
weighs like 400 pounds.
Dude. Yeah. I like a guy, I've been next to those guys so many times, and usually those are NFL Films people for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
Got a hell of a shot.
Because that's like the really sweet camera they want to make sure is on a steady tripod. That thing is not something you just yank out of the way real quickly. So
Jaquan McMillan, all-time clutch play in Bronco history.
Yeah, that was
all-time.
Epic. It'll go down in the history books.
All time. And I'm sorry.
It was
Survive the
interception,
ground,
by the way.
guy. Survive the ground.
Well, and again,
I don't know what to tell you. You didn't make a football move.
Here's the other thing about it. There's the rollover. He's already got a hand off the ball.
Yeah.
Like early on, I understood
the catch
what
was
you're
already
upset.
shaky.
But here's the thing. I will say this. This is yet another case, though, where the NFL just leaves its fans not sure what the hell the rules are at the biggest moments of the year.
And what was it? Was it the Rams game? No, it was the Bears game that they had to play that was very, very similar in nature, right?
But there was never dual possession.
That was
dual
a completely
possession
different.
Is the key.
That was an entirely different
It was.
play as
It
well.
was.
Like everybody was talking about it. To your point, Tyler, but man, that was a catch by Devontae Adams, upright, standing.
And only
then he
him.
goes,
Only his hands on
and he
it.
hit his knee.
Yeah, he goes down and hits his knee. That's different than using the ground as a possible mechanism while you're tussling with another player. The problem is, guys, is that video technology and the replay system has taken away from the simplicity of that play.
You're right.
If that play would have happened 25 years ago or in any backyard football game or even college, high school, and pro football in the early 90s, it's an interception. It's not even debated.
This is a big part of my confusion over some of Buffalo's reaction to it, though, and Sean McDermott's reaction to it, which, see you later, Sean McDermott. Nice knowing you. So he complained essentially that he thought the review process was rushed.
Which is why he took the timeout.
He took the timeout because he
can
wanted
you guys
it
tell me really
slowed
quick?
down.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I was at the game, right? So I didn't see what was happening on TV during that period.
Right.
Was it rushed? Was it?
It wasn't rushed because they immediately had a look where the guy's hand, his hand came off the ball.
They had the one good angle.
And Jaquan the whole time had both hands on the ball.
Okay.
So it's not a simultaneous possession anymore.
You're
once
just
the
saying
hand
it wasn't
is off.
rushed because it was obvious.
They had the angle they needed, and Sterator was adamant that that's the call.
And Carl Jeffers, et cetera, they got it right. Like, we're complaining because it didn't take long enough. Because essentially, you didn't get the typical, like, NFL, let's look at it 97 times. Let's show a commercial on half the screen, and then we'll show what's happening here. Let's make sure we long and draw this out, and then an announcement is made to the crowd. None of that stuff happened, but also they got it right. The conspiracy out of Buffalo is that they felt as though it was rushed because the NFL was trying to get the game over before kickoff of the next game between Seattle and San Francisco in order to end it for the television windows. They pushed the kickoff of that game
back
deep. 20 minutes, which that's fine. Well, they've had nothing but time to ruminate over all of this. But my point being is, what the hell do we care if it went quickly when they got it right?
It's old school thinking. It's old school thinking when they used to have to wheel out the machine, and it took 25 seconds just for the machine to load up, and it had the spinny wheel on it that we've had so many times on our damn computers. I lived that life in college football for about a decade, and nowadays with the new technology, that stuff's available the split second, and it happens right after, and they're looking at it.
Well, and again, this is another case, I think, where so many people are upset because an end zone play and an infield play are not the same. And I think people were trying to apply catch, knee, boom, he's down. No, play's not over in the field.
No, he's got to complete it.
I don't know why there's two set of rules for the end zone and in the field, but there are, right? And so, yes, you've got to complete it. You've got to show that you still have it. Yep. And by the way, Brandon Cooks at no point made it look like he thought he had caught that ball. Well, watch his body language the whole time. Yeah. He was down. He's beside himself. He knew he screwed that play up.
Because he knew he got his lunch money
to
stolen.
the refs at all.
He got deboed, man. That was Friday action.
And you know who else screwed up that play? His quarterback who underthrew the ball. He had 2 steps on Jaquan. If Allen lays that thing out, it's a touchdown, and we're having a completely different conversation right now. But the ball was underthrown. I don't want to hear this loss wasn't on Josh Allen. He made spectacular plays, but he also missed plays that were there that could have ended the game for his team.
Like the one to Dalton Kincaid that should have been a walk-in. Yeah,
at the end of regulation.
Like, let's keep it real. Josh Allen lost a football game. And
it's okay. It happens to the best of them. And he's one of the best.
And that's right. And I would love to have him. And if Mike McDaniel becomes his head coach, that's going to be a scary football team. I hope that happens. But also, like, if we want to play this referee game, we had the should have been safety holding penalty in the end zone.
Yeah, that keeps Bo Nix healthy for this week.
And then on the same play that Josh Allen misses a wide open Dalton Kincaid, did you guys catch the holding penalty on that one?
Oh, yeah.
That one might have been more egregious.
Yeah, the one where Cooper was like trying to fight for his life, and he was going to strip it on the reach back for the throw on the cockback.
Yeah.
And he was getting held so bad.
Sorry, Buffalo. Refs did not lose the game.
Let's really quickly. First off, I can't believe they didn't call PI on Riley Moss.
I know.
And it wasn't, but I can't believe they didn't call it simply because it was him. The first PI, awful call. I mean, horrendous call. The second one, Tre'Davious White.
You got to look back, though.
Come on, dude.
You got to look back.
Wait, are you saying the one on Mims was bad call?
No, you thought
the one on Mims
that's a
was
good call.
right.
Oh, okay.
The one that Sutton.
No, it was the one that Sutton.
What about the
drew.
call before that though? That didn't get called. I thought that could have been PI. The play before.
Oh, you're right.
Did not. So
yes.
It felt makeup-ish.
Well, and
then the last one was so
But
blatant.
don't forget, though, and also the first one that they called against Sutton, Bosa was called for roughing the passer. So that no matter what, they would have gotten at least a 15-yard penalty. The ball would have been on the other side of midfield, and the drive would have been continuing.
It was a difference of 2 yards?
What was
Bosa?
Right? What was Bosa doing? What are you thinking, dummy?
Being
what
a meathead?
What are you thinking?
Being Joey Bosa.
At that point of the game, roughing the passer.
Yeah, they were melting down.
Yeah. And the Bills, like, they lost composure. Their play calling got so friggin' predictable by the end of that game. Hey, it's first down. Josh Allen's under center. I wonder what they're going to do. They're going to give the ball to James Cook. And it stopped working because Denver knew exactly what they were doing every single time.
You know what ticks me off, though, is how easy it is to make the hook and ladder work.
Oh,
They
I know.
did the same freaking play last week, and it saved their season, and they did it again against us, and it saved their season. It should have saved the season again.
Did you see? Were you probably from where you were sitting watching or standing watching the game? Did you see if Jahdae Barron just had maintained leverage?
I did
and
not
not take the cheese inside.
Yeah, he whiffed.
I knew he was like, you almost could tell he instinctively was saying, you know what, something weird is happening, but I'm still gonna go inside because I think that's what I've always done in this moment.
Yeah, you trust your eyes of man caught ball, I hit man.
But if he just keeps outside leverage, like
then
that might have
ball's
been
gone.
that might have actually been a scoop and score the other way.
Yeah, an all-timer of a play. Unbelievable game. Unbelievable, surreal end to the way that it all went down.
It's still weird on Monday for me.
It's still weird.
I'm like, man, we really just saw that.
You watched Bo Nix engineer one of the great victories in Broncos history, and now today it's Stiddy City. This is the weirdest thing. The fact that it happened on the third to last play of the game after the game had been already, he got one more, he drew one more PI, but after the game was essentially won, and then it's like, oh, by the way, you now play an AFC championship game with Jarrett Stidham.
So, we normally get on Twitter all the reaction videos of like the Buffalo fans breaking a TV and losing their mind. All I've got on Twitter today is reaction fans of people telling their significant Bronco others that he's out and nobody believing it. I walked down to turn on my TV. I was turning my TV off in the basement as I heard Sean, and Sean's like, Stiddy's ready to go. Ellinger's going to be back. I'm like, what the hell's happening? Why is he talking this way? Because I'd seen Tracy Wilson's tweet that said he'd had a knee injury.
Yeah.
And then luckily they recapped it on CBS 4. This is like, dude, is this real?
I went out to eat after the game, and Dan Tanner sends our group text, and he sends it. I think it was Kliss that said that he broke his ankle. I literally wrote back, dude, you got. Like I didn't believe I didn't believe it for a second. I thought Mike Kliss either got hacked or Dan Tanner got by a fake account.
It was Russia again. Blame Putin.
I had
it was Russian
interference.
interference.
The bag at their house, and I had to call them, and I go, I know you're not going to buy me this via text, but I am telling you, he is hurt. And my one buddy, drunk guy voice, that's not right. Why are you doing this? It's not funny at all, man. It's not funny. I was like, all right, dude, I'm just letting you know. He's done.
Game of a lifetime. We got an unbelievable highlight segment coming up at 5:20. We got the high five today as we go into championship weekend. Broncos and Patriots. Jeff Legwold coming up today at 4 o'clock on this show. Kreckman and Lindahl. Sandman is with us here for hour number 1. We have so much to do on this fine radio program today. Avalanche in action over on AM 950. We'll keep you updated on that throughout the course of the show as well. But we'll take a break when we come back. Yeah, we gotta live in Stiddy City here for a moment, but guys, we got to smack rears because the Broncos won a playoff game.
Do you realize at the conclusion of Saturday's contest, the broadcasting gods met up with the football gods, and they gave us an updated Jim Nantz banger.
We got it, man.
Oh, I got that.
God, it's good.
I had people texting that to me.
Was fiery.
And he even threw a Denver in there now.
Damn right he did.
Let's go.
That man knows how to write a sequel.
Oh, does that mean I'm going to have 2 stupid years of Draft of the Year? I might have to quit before.
Oh, it's you can't stand the earworm, can you? You can't stand that the Macarena
can't stand
won the drop of the year.
I'm just glad that we know where the Broncos come from. We know now because of Jim Nantz that it's not just.
Hey, I also
the
love
Broncos.
I will tell you this. I love that everybody listens to the show because.
How long does it take you guys to go to break?
Bro, we're still on time. Listen,
man.
hey,
we're doing fine.
Listen, 3:30.
All I know is I took my headphones off about a minute ago because I thought we were walking out.
Hey, sometimes you're rapping and the conversation just keeps on going.
And by the way, your 2:15 break hit at 2:30, pal.
Yeah,
so, hey, I'd go find some stones somewhere else.
Hey, you think I'm driving that show?
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're smacking rears next. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends at Roller Auction. Their next government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is opening up a couple of weeks away from now. If you have been perusing the sites of used vehicles recently, you know that they'll cost you a pretty penny or several. Not the issue over there with the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction at Roller Auction. We're talking about well-maintained used city and county vehicles that you can get a fantastic deal on. SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks, plow vehicles, utility vehicles, and so much more. You want to make sure that you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude if you were in the market for a well-maintained used government or fleet vehicle. This is the auction for you. Again, sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And just for signing up at roller.bid/altitude, you are entered to win a pair of tickets for February 11th, Nuggets Grizzlies in a catered suite. So we're giving away tickets. We're getting you signed up to bid. Go to roller.bid/altitude and do it this instant.
Fake the handoff to Harvey. They able to sidearm pass. It's wide open to the lineman we just mentioned. Crum comes in as an eligible receiver. He reports and he receives and he runs it the rest of the way for the touchdown. No kneel down, no timeouts. Trying to load it up. Better head to the sideline if he wants another play. Oh, lost the football. That's why you never do that. What an idiot. It is picked up by the Broncos. The Broncos. And there's time on the clock. Here they come. And they fumble again. They got to him from behind with Benito. Deep ball down the field. And he is intercepted by Locke. Coming after him all out. They pick it up. And they go deep down the field. And the pass is caught. No, it's McMillan has the football. How about that? Oh, they're going to take a shot. And he's got a man wide open. And it's incomplete. White is flagged. And the Broncos are right at the doorstep of the AFC Championship game. You just move it right to the middle between the hashes. And you bring out a guy that Sean Payton had down in New Orleans. Has a chance to take his team to the championship game. Here it is on the way. And the Denver Broncos have won it in overtime.
I love you guys so much, I wanted to come back. Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle.
I think that's pretty well done by Mark Springer. That was the equivalent of going to a speed metal show and then getting a Simon and Garfunkel cover for the encore. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Mike Sanford with us here today. 33-30. The Denver Broncos won.
The Broncos!
But Bo Nix suffered a fractured ankle, and he is done. For the remainder of this year, Jarrett Stidham will start in the AFC Championship game on Sunday against his former team, we should add. The team that drafted him originally as a fourth-round pick, the New England Patriots, and the offensive coordinator for New England, Josh McDaniels, who coached Stiddy and then later traded for Stiddy. He liked him so much, he wanted him on the Raiders. And then Stiddy floated and then eventually came back to Denver to be Sean Payton's backup. And Sean Payton, first smack on the rear that I want to give, okay, is Sean Payton. Both for having a brilliant game plan, a very well-coached game on Saturday against Buffalo, and there was nothing surprising about that, even with him not running the football. But he still coached that game in a way that he got his team a victory. But, guys, I really do think him walking directly into that press conference room and saying, this is what happened, Stiddy is up, here we go. The fact that everything that he has said has not been, this is a bummer, but rather, this is now the opportunity. The fact that he is putting his foot down on the gas, he's pushing it. You know the Sean Payton propaganda machine is going to be going all week long. He's going to be hyping Stiddy. He's going to say, we can go to the Super Bowl with Jarrett Stidham as our quarterback. The fact that he is going to be pushing this the entire time, the same way that he pushed his team as a Super Bowl favorite, and they're one win away. I think what Sean Payton is displaying is he knows how to push the right buttons with this football team, and I think he's handling this Stiddy thing so far really, really well.
Yeah, and Coach, you can talk a little bit about it as a play caller. I bet you there's probably a small part of Sean Payton. Now, hear me right. I don't think there's any part of Sean Payton that's excited that Bo Nix is hurting out. But I do think sometimes, and we would see this with Michael Malone every now and again, you got to get through 2 games. And guess what? You are not going to have any tape on me. You have no idea what I'm going to do with Jarrett Stidham.
Right.
I don't have to run the same game plans anymore. Stidham can maybe make some different throws that you're not used to seeing out of this offense. I may start to put my tight ends and a couple receivers in routes you haven't seen all year. Your tape's going to be no good to you because you got no idea what I'm going to do with this guy. Now, again, I will reiterate, while I think there's room for improvement, obviously, in some of the middle parts of the game where this offense does nothing, and hopefully Stidham can maybe help get some of that out of here. I don't know if he will or not. Do not underestimate how clutch Bo Nix has been. And I'm telling you, that guy, he's not one of the top-rated dudes when it comes to quarters 1 through 3.5.
Sure.
That guy at the end of the game, tell me that I'm dead serious about this. Tell me there's anybody in the league you won in the last 2 minutes. I was so confident they were going to win when they kept it a one-score game because Bo doesn't lose in that situation.
Right.
I can't explain his superpower that way. He does not lose when it's like that.
Well, and it's even more surprising because that was not something that came with the scouting report out of Auburn and Oregon. What massive spots did Bo Nix win games in the fourth quarter for either one of those two college football programs?
I know.
That was the question mark I had. I was like, he never won anything of actual substance at two really significant college programs that have been in national championship games. He didn't even make a college football playoff.
And yet he saves in the NFL. He saves his best throws for the end. How about, again, to put the ball where he did, and I know it was a PI and all this stuff, that was going to be a caught ball. He just puts it right on guys at the end. It's unreal. And he did that one. Wasn't that throw with the bad ankle at the end?
His ankle was
if
broken.
To believe that he got it hurt on the play where he
100%
tried
was
to
broken
run.
at that point in time. And you could see it. When, of course, going back in hindsight, when you find out the news, you rewatch even the TV broadcast and you say, yep, he is playing with a broken ankle right now. Or he is celebrating the Will Lutz, they're perfect. The Will Lutz field goal to win the game and go to the AFC Championship, very subdued because he knew.
It is funny now, like when you go back and you look at it. At first, you were just like, oh, man, Bo Nix, cool customer.
Yeah.
No, that was Bo Nix knowing this is it for me.
I got floating
really
bone.
bad.
I have floating bone in my foot.
Yeah.
Not good.
It's crushing for Bo Nix. It really is. That if anybody deserved an opportunity to play in the AFC Championship game, it was him. Man, that dude has just, again, like, was he great? No. But you got enough good Bo in this game.
You don't think he was great?
No.
I thought he was absolutely great.
Yeah. It's again, I'm looking at the totality of, 70 minutes of football. And in that time, like there was too much where it was just like, oh God, he's floating again. He's doing the weird floater thing again.
Tell me who has been in this postseason has been great for the totality of a football game at the quarterback position. Totality.
If you
because even
whole
Stafford
postseason,
yesterday, he wasn't great for the totality.
Listen,
Caleb Williams sure as hell wasn't.
If you're talking this round, I'm with you. Allen was pretty darn good against the Jags.
But he also he hit his rough spots too. You always do, man. Scoring points in the National Football League is freaking hard.
Yes.
It is hard against bad defenses.
It is. Look, hey, man, Drake May, what did he fumble? 4 times?
Yeah.
4 times yesterday against that Houston defense. And again, if you want to talk about what is the thing that gives me confidence that Denver can go back to the Super Bowl, it is the same thing I've been saying all year long. If they're going to do this, it's going to be on the strength of their defense. And that continues to be the story with this team. If they're going to go to the Super Bowl, it's going to be on the strength of their defense.
Andy, I know we didn't complete the smack, but obviously you were talking about Bo and his
clutchness.
I'm going to give him a pat on the back. I don't want to hit the legs with the bad ankle. So we'll just give him the old smack on the backside.
Bones?
Yeah. Unfortunately, this time, Brett, it is.
It was bones. It was bones, Brett. Yes, unfortunately.
So you just gave him a body glove instead? Just the old big paw right on the
Honestly, I may just give the guy
skin.
a hug because I feel really, really bad for him.
Marvin Mims.
How about that?
8 catches, 8 targets, 93 yards, and he drew the final PI on Tre'Davious White that made it a chip shot for Will Lutz to be able to win the game. We talked about it last week. This looks like a good spot for Marvin Mims to go do a Parker Washington impression, and sure as heck, he went and did it. Marvin Mims was fantastic in that game.
And then this is the other part of this weird relationship we have with this football team. How many weeks have we talked about? Can we just please get Marvin Mims involved?
This time it was out of necessity. It was, Pat.
Yeah, he had no choice.
Pat Bryant, 3 catches on the opening drive of the game, and then he goes out with injury. You lose Troy Franklin to a hamstring. Certainly we're going to monitor those injuries all week long because Stiddy needs as many weapons as he can possibly get coming up here against New England. But Marvin Mims was unbelievable. No catch bigger, by the way. And yes, he had that touchdown, but that 3rd and 8 wheel route that he ran, that play was absolutely massive from Marvin Mims. He had a couple of 3rd and long conversions in this game. Mims was fantastic in that football game. And kind of to Vandy's point, it's just kind of like, maybe I should have used him more.
Oh, we kept asking for
He's
it.
pretty fast. Why
Yeah.
not get him the ball?
Well, and he just has great vision. You know, he sees the lanes. He knows where to go. He gets open. Now, he and Bo got to smooth out some timing. Well, I guess Stiddy now. But by the way, J.K. Dobbins has put up on his story.
Yeah.
Him running out of the tunnel in a uniform.
You got a JK story for us? All right.
No, he put it on his own Instagram story.
Well, I knew what you
Seems
meant.
to hint.
I speak 2026. I know
Well,
what
I
you
mean,
meant.
Speaking of
Seems to
2026, speaking of 2026,
yeah.
You remember a year ago when the Broncos needed better safety play when they traveled to Highmark Stadium against these Buffalo Bills?
The Denver Broncos!
PJ Locke was a big culprit in that awful performance, 31-7.
Yeah.
Run game, pass game against the safety or against the tight end play of the Buffalo Bills. PJ Locke spent the most time in tight coverage of any Denver Bronco or Buffalo Bill at the safety position. 9 tackles, 1 interception. And he had this to say, pretty close to being right after the game, talking with Scotty Gange.
Honestly, man, I don't even want to talk about my interception. I want to talk about DMac's interception. Okay. That play was so huge and so amazing. And, you know, the reason why we celebrate in this locker room right now, man, because, you know, we weren't very good on third down today. And honestly, like, we were in cover 0 in that situation. And they checked to a 20 look, which is like max protection basically. And we had 0 coverage. And they was able to pick up everybody. And back, Josh Allen's back there just patting the ball. And, like, my stomach was in my ass, man. I was just like, oh, my God. And I just seen him launch it. And I just seen him and DMac go to the ground. And he pop up with the ball, man. I was like, you probably won't see another greater interception like that ever in your life, man. Like, that was like a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing.
So with PJ Locke's stomach and his derriere being in the same spot.
Stomach in his ass.
I'm going to smack both PJ Locke's stomach and his ass.
See if he throws up.
That was another. That's another one, and it's a great play by PJ Locke. But Josh Allen had Curtis Samuel open. You lay that thing out.
Allen.
I mean, because Hufanga is beat on that play. If you put that thing out, it's a touchdown. But he underthrows it, and he lets P.J. Locke make the adjustment on the ball in the air, and boom, he makes that interception. That was right after Bo's interception, too. So it was a massive momentum play in that game, in a 23-17 football game, but that was P.J. Locke flying in and just making a terrific play. But that's another one where I got to point the finger, and I just got to say, look, Josh Allen, you're an MVP. You're an all-time great quarterback, but, like, if you're going to be one of those dudes, you make that throw in that moment.
Guys, you got to see the backside safety on any vertical throw. Like that is high school football 101.
Yeah. Hey.
Not even college and pro football. And you just have PJ Locke lurking, playing tricks coverage, which means that he is cross-key reading the release of the furthest inside receiver or tight end, and he's just lingering.
Yep.
And he's not super tall. He's not even that big of a safety. And he just did a great job. But Josh Allen can't make that mistake.
Well,
he made bozo mistakes in this game.
Well, and
the Broncos took advantage of it.
It goes to show you, again, I've had the John Elway comp with him. John Elway, every time they got into the playoffs in his early part of his career, they could not afford for him to have a bad day.
Yeah.
And Buffalo is no different. They could not afford for Josh to have it. Now, technically, they could have if they would have really just kind of kept running James Cook. Did you notice? What did they adjust that James Cook couldn't do anything?
They knew it
Other
was
than
coming.
that, they just committed to it.
It was a complete every single time that Allen went under center, and Romo was all over it, telling everybody every time he went under center on first down, they were giving the ball to James Cook, and the Broncos just loaded the box and they couldn't run the ball anymore.
I also think that James Cook all 190
wore down a little bit.
Yeah, he's 190 pounds, guys.
Yeah,
and he
wore down.
He doesn't have the body type of Ashton Genty, a very
Henry,
thick guy, Derrick Henry, and Saquon Barkley. He's built like a glorified wide receiver from a body type standpoint. And over time, those miles start adding up. And they did add up. And that was a physical game.
Hey.
Like the very first, guys, the opening kickoff return of the game,
yeah,
I thought there was going to be a death in the family.
Oh, that
maybe two
helmet to helmet was vicious.
It was insane.
Thank God Mims was okay. But that play was scary.
You asked me what was the most important play of the game. You were doing that in cross there. I'm going to give a smack on the rear to Alex Singleton. Because Mike and I were at the watch party.
That was some form
shout out to
tackling
everybody
right
that
there.
showed up. Hey, man, you don't get that fumble and go back ahead.
Could have been a 14-3 game.
That thing was on its way to all the horses are out of the barn.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So shout out to Alex Singleton for getting one of those big momentum plays that you absolutely had to have early.
Because they were marching down the field. Allen had just had a 26-yard scramble. Like, they were on the move. Again, that's a scary that's one of those moments where that football game can teeter on you a little bit. And
there's so many times I thought that thing was getting away from him.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, when they kicked the game-tying field goal, I was so I thought they were going to win the game. And I was like, oh, wait, it only tied it. I forgot.
Stupid Matt Prater, though. You guys remember. You were there with me on Friday when I told you this game would end on a Matt Prater miss. I was so annoyed that he made that final kick.
He looked good.
He did. He looked really good.
The elevation on his kicks wasn't exactly what I was predicting.
He was solid.
The Caleb Lohner block because of the quad injury to Matt Prater.
How about that?
Dead wrong. Guys, the best defensive player.
By the way, Caleb Lohner was inactive.
He was
so
inactive.
was Elijah Moore, both of them.
But they gave us two really good dumb segments on Friday. I'll
Sure
tell you
did.
that. But I think the best current player in the playoffs on the defensive side of the ball is on your Denver Broncos, and that's Nick Bonito. I want to smack him square in the rear because it was the effort plays. I mean, we talked about it on Friday on our show. We said
chasing down Josh Allen.
Chasing down Josh Allen. Was that a pass rush play? No. It was the Max Crosby, TJ Watt, Micah Parson, those types of players.
I'll just hustle.
That even when it's not going my way, when I'm getting double teamed and I'm dealing with chip help from running backs and tight ends, I can find a way to impact this game. And it was to the tune of 3 total tackles, 2 forced fumbles, a run stuff, and it had 1 sack.
Well,
it was unbelievable.
How does Allen not tuck that ball?
Bad football.
Well, and he doesn't think anybody's coming to get him. And
Yeah.
listen, it's, you know what about Bonito? You and I have talked about it a lot. He's now elevated to, I need to get turnovers.
Yep.
Sacks are cool. Turnovers are game changers.
Yep.
Sacks are not the same as they used to be. You and I talked about that years ago. Sacks can still hurt an offense, but it is not.
Game changers are when you get the ball out.
Yeah, you get these good throwing quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily care you cost them 5 yards. Didn't you even talk about that?
Yes.
Offenses are so good. It's just possessions ultimately are what can determine a game in a 33-30 game like that. And yeah, Nick Bonito went and got his team 2 of them. And they got field goals on both of those, by the way. So that was 6 points basically.
And you won by 3.
That Nick Bonito scored for you. And you went to overtime and you won by 3.
And to think of what Andy just said, that Nick Bonito is starting to come into his own, how scary is that for the rest of the league? Because that was the club in the bag that Nick Bonito didn't have compared to those other elite pass rush and Jessies that also are great run stoppers, is they find a way to impact the game even when they're not getting home.
So Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, you can shop every team in town. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for every game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. Broncos Seahawks. Tune in on Sunday for local pregame and then Westwood One national call of the AFC Championship between the Broncos and Patriots, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, it's Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's a new year. You know that. I don't need to tell you that. Matter of fact, we're more than halfway through the first month of the new year. And have you been thinking about maybe trying to get your erectile dysfunction fixed? Is this something that you've thought about going and at least having a conversation with someone about? The new year is a perfect time to get things done that you've put off in the past. So why don't you get on over there and have a conversation? And don't let erectile dysfunction ruin a relationship for you. You know, they've got treatments over there, and they've got more than just one. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90% and treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. So get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and make your New Year's resolution one of the easiest ones to mark off. Schedule your consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's going to be $99 for that first visit. It does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose is not working in the office, your visit is free. And if you're like a lot of guys, you can be ready for action the day after your visit. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Also, a great new revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Rally House Football Monday. Let's start here. The Broncos on Monday open the window for running back J.K. Dobbins to return to practice this week and potentially play against New England in the AFC Championship game. This according to a report from our own Jeff Legwald, who we'll talk to at 4 o'clock. Dobbins, who has been on IR with a foot injury, obviously is the team's leading rusher. Reports from last week were encouraging from those that saw Dobbins working out on a side field. The run game was once again suboptimal in that victory over the Bills. Jaleel McLaughlin, 4 carries for 21 yards. R.J. Harvey, 6 for 20. Harvey was not particularly good running the football. He had a very good receiving game. He made some big-time plays with the ball in his hands, none bigger than the 24-yarder in overtime on what would eventually turn out to be the game-winning drive. But J.K. Dobbins returning. Okay, looking for reasons the Broncos can win with Jarrett Stidham at quarterback. I think, Sandman, one of the biggest reasons would be having the services of J.K. Dobbins, if indeed he is healthy.
Boy, wouldn't that be good?
That'd be pretty good.
It'd be pretty good for the trust level of Sean Payton in any running back.
Yep.
Because after the early Jaleel McLaughlin fumble that you recovered, but still it happened. And Sean Payton doesn't like the look of that, nor does any coach that has any type of high demand and standard for their football program.
Good break for the Broncos there.
Very good break.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the fumbled exchange between Bo Nix and
another good break.
R.J. Harvey. There are two balls on the ground, and I've been around this before. You know who Sean Payton during that game was just in the kitchen of?
Right.
Your running back coach.
Didn't trust his backs.
And as a result of it, you didn't get at bats in terms of feeling the schemes against the defensive looks. J.K. Dobbins, if indeed he is able to return from Liz Franck, French gynecologist and doctor. Did you know that?
I did know that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Liz Franck.
Mm-hmm.
Big gynecologist guy.
He knew about toes and crevices.
He did.
Yeah,
he was
sure
a
did.
crevasse guy.
A real spelunker.
Pastor Crevassier. What?
But if you were able to get J.K. Dobbins back, I mean, frankly, that's about the only running back in Sean Payton's tenure here in Denver that we could even point to saying
he trusted.
He kind of trusted.
No,
right?
he trusted
It took a
Dobbins.
while.
Yeah.
Remember, like early on, we're like, can we just get the 100-yard J.K. Dobbins game? And finally, it came, and it came twice.
Yeah.
It was Sean Payton hadn't had a 100-yard rusher in his tenure as a Denver Broncos head coach. Am I right?
No,
it was prior to.
I don't
Wasn't
think Javante had one.
Wasn't
for
it Latavius Murray that was the last?
Might have
He
been.
was.
I think it was the last 100-yard back performance.
Now hold on, wasn't that a
I think that was
Hackett?
a Hackett game.
That was
yeah.
a Haxie.
10 carries for the backs, 12 carries by Bo Nix in the victory for Denver.
You're going to miss that.
I would say.
There are two things that no matter how you slice it, you can put on your orange-colored glasses all you want, and I am, because I believe the Broncos are going to beat the New England Patriots. And I think there are things that Jarrett Stidham does actually better than Bo Nix, as in just purely throwing the football.
Yep.
I think he's a more naturally accurate thrower of the football. From the pocket, he's going to look calm. Bo Nix, as awesome as everything was, and the end of games shenanigans that he continues to deliver on, I saw a tweet that said that Bo Nix is a highly caffeinated brand of quarterback play. And that's true. I think that Jarrett Stidham will be a lot smoother. But one thing we do know that we'll miss, it's twofold. We're going to miss the known clutch performances, like you said, Andy, because you knew what you were going to get in those moments, which how many quarterbacks in the NFL can you say that about?
And it inspired his teammates. They believed too.
And then the second thing is the mobility of Bo.
Yeah.
Jarrett's sneaky athletic, but he is not what Bo Nix was, which was the number one rated dual threat quarterback as a high school recruit in a time period where dual threat quarterbacks were all the fuss.
But I'm telling you, there's no tape. There's no tape on what they're going to do, and that gives the Broncos a huge advantage at least this week. So.
I mean, there are the two games at the end of 23 that were Sean Payton coached, Jarrett Stidham quarterbacked games.
Yeah,
Sparky.
No Mims.
Remember Sparky?
He let's see, he defeated Easton Stick and then was out-dueled by Aiden O'Connell at the end of that
classic.
season.
It was a classic.
Who can forget? After Russell Wilson got benched.
Was that the first double mustache quarterback game in NFL history?
With no chance that's true.
Yeah, you come on.
Come on.
That's my
League was around when there were a lot of mustaches floating through
the 60s, the 70s,
pop
the
culture.
80s.
My dad himself had a lip curtain for 42 consecutive years.
He never shaved it once. He didn't go Grover Cleveland anywhere in
He did
there.
it one time on vacation.
Okay.
He caught the Montezuma's revenge in Cancun one year.
He took a vacation from himself.
Same resort that Josh Allen's currently at in Cancun. But we were there, and my dad couldn't. He went out to dinner. He hadn't shaved his mustache in over 40 years. We come back and it was shaved. Like, whoa.
Was he sweating buckets or what
He
was the deal?
sweating buckets, and he just decided to part ways with his lip curtain.
I want to read a section of Mike Sando's Pick Six column from today that includes a very interesting quote from an NFL executive. Okay? The injury that Bo Nix suffered came in a game in which only 10 of Denver's 68 offensive plays involved Nix handing or tossing the ball to a runner. The injury was Nix's 7th design rush of the game, including 2 sneaks and excluding kneel downs. It was also the only running play in 9 early down chances when Denver was tied or leading in the fourth quarter or overtime. God, Sean Payton just hates running the ball. That is the second lowest team rushing rate at 11% among 289 playoff teams with at least 6 plays in those situations since 2000.
Situations.
Yes. Only the 06 Patriots had a lower rushing rate in those situations during the playoffs this century, that being Tom Brady handing the ball off instead of running with it. Some saw this as a case of an offensive-minded coach drafting a quarterback earlier than expected, then trying to prove he made the right selection on a big stage. Listen to this quote. Quote, he's going to do whatever he can to make the quarterback look good because that is his guy. I think they may be better off with Jarrett Stidham. Close quote. That's from an NFL exec from another team.
Interesting.
Okay. So if we're gonna bang the drum for the things that Stiddy does well, that Bo does not do well, is this a case of Jarrett Stidham could force Sean Payton into a more disciplined play-calling game?
See, I don't know. Part of my concern would be, does he try to unlock all the pass plays he feels like he's maybe kept under wraps for Bo?
That he's missed out on because Bo's uncomfortable in the pocket?
Well, could we finally see a game that truly earns Evan Ingram Joker title? Because he just goes nuts with him.
I mean, what's so funny about this is everyone wants to point to Hostetler and Foles, and I get it because of the situation, and that's fun. No. The situation to look at, 2019 New Orleans Saints, when Teddy Bridgewater went 5-0 with Drew Brees on the shelf and injured.
That's Teddy Bridge.
And if you go back and look at those 5 games, Teddy Bridgewater won all kinds of football games, okay? In that 5-0 stretch, he had games where he won scoring 33, 31, and 36 points, and he had games that he won scoring 12 and 13 points in that stretch, meaning that with Teddy, he was able to say, I can win a shootout if I need to, or I can win a slugfest. But when you hear that right there, that speaks to exactly what Sean Payton is, a guy that has the chameleon-like effect of just being able to win whatever football game is standing directly in front of him.
You know what I really, really like about this particular spot for the Denver Broncos? I don't think there's any motivator greater for the best version of Sean Payton than for more recognition, more notoriety, more credit.
Yes.
And this is the ultimate spot, and I'd ask this question of both of you. Who benefits the most from the big old Stiddy committee if there's a big-time Stiddy performance in 2 games?
Sean Payton.
Sean, Davis Webb, Jarrett Stidham himself. What's the hierarchy of greatest beneficiary of a great Stidham performance in AFC Championship and Super Bowl?
Sean punches his ticket to the Hall of Fame.
It's over, right? It's a done deal.
Davis Webb's an offensive coordinator and a play caller next year.
Maybe anyway.
Yeah.
A lot of teams apparently want to talk to him again. I saw a little note that said he and Josh Allen are apparently really tight.
And some owner somewhere is going to say, I'm trading for Jarrett Stidham.
Would it happen to be both Davis Webb, head coach, and Jarrett Stidham,
great call,
quarterback?
Yeah, great call.
If you see magic over the next 3 weeks,
you sit there on draft day and you trade Jarrett Stidham for a second-round pick.
After Fernando Mendoza, there is not a quarterback in this draft class that, if Jarrett Stidham delivers in these 2 spots, that you would say, I want, because this isn't Matt Castle. That was regular season football.
What did Foles get from the Bears after he won the Super Bowl with the Eagles? I mean, he
got a healthy contract, like $20 million a year.
Substantially. Now, Stiddy's under contract for next year. He's on a 2-year deal, meaning Denver can trade him. and he becomes a very valuable trade chip.
Yeah, if you like Ellinger as much as you say you do.
Exactly.
You know what you could go out and get with that?
Teddy Bridgewater.
You could go out and get yourself a tight end.
You sure could.
Oh, I'd love one.
What a concept.
How about Cole Kmet? How about, just real quick, I know it's not anybody's guy here. That throw from Caleb Williams. Hey, you know, you and I do the bit, I'm sorry, every once in a blue moon.
55 air yards.
There are a lot of people that need to say, I'm sorry.
You guys remember
Caleb Williams.
But you remember the early comp for Caleb Williams back at SC, even heck before that at Oklahoma when he was being recruited. New generation of football and quarterback play. It was all Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
He looked more like Patrick Mahomes than we've seen out of Patrick Mahomes
He
in several years.
was 24 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he let that thing go, which, like, it just kind of goes to show you, like, they should put that tape on and put it in front of Shedeur Sanders and say, do you have that arm?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't? Stop doing that.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That guy can do it. You don't get to do that anymore.
You know what else made me laugh about that play? That DB knew he just got baked, turns around, sees his buddy calling for the push off. He's like, yeah, I was pushed off. Then they go and show the replay. Or want to push off anywhere.
That game was entertaining, to say the least, last night. Kreckman and Lindahl, Sandman, well done. We talked to Jeff Legwald. We get the latest on Jarrett Stidham replacing Bo Nix. We get the latest on the health of J.K. Dobbins. And we get the latest on what's going on with those Broncos ahead of the AFC Championship game, which you can listen to right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Leggy, the whiplash of the way that things went on Saturday. You were there, you were covering it. I knew you had an inkling before Sean Payton walked in the room. Kind of give us a little bit of the behind the scenes of how all of that went down, from the injury to the initial news being reported, to Sean Payton then walking into the press conference room, making the decision to inform the media about an injury right there. How did all of that go down?
Well, I mean, in this world of covering a team, there are always some tells here and there, or people who tell you. And my understanding was that, at the time, right after the game and all the frenzy, is that, Bo Nix is getting treatment. I've been told he's possibly going to get X-rayed, which is very common after games. I don't want to make that sound like that's a unique thing. They've got an X-ray machine right there by the locker room, and it's a common thing for players to go in there still in full uniform just to see if they've got something going on. So, I had made a little note to myself that, okay, better check on all this at some point. And then, when you didn't see Bo at his locker in any of the post-game interview time or any of that, usually guys are really trying to get going, to get with their families and get out of there. So then you don't know the extent of it. You don't know that, it's going to be he's out of the playoffs. You just know something's happening. And then when Sean Payton walked in instead of Bo Nix, to the podium, then at that exact second, I figured, okay, this is about Bo. But again, I'm not sure even I would have thought, fracture done for the postseason.
What will Stidham bring to the proceedings now? What are you getting, and how much do you think, if anything, the offense changes? Will Sean call different plays? How do you think this affects everything for the AFC Championship?
Well, it's going to look a little different. I mean, you don't have Bo Nix's the mobility in the run game as sort of a called run, as and we just finished the playoff game where Bo Nix led the team in carries with 12. So that component is much different, looks much different. Jarrett Stidham has some mobility, but I don't think he'll be in the called run area of the play sheet very often. And they will have to adjust some protection schemes. Jarrett Stidham hasn't started many games, 4 in his career, but he's been sacked 13 times in those 4 games. So, 6 in one of them. So you're going to have to figure out how you're going to protect, how that's going to look different. Does that mean fewer guys in the route, in the pattern? That adjusts a passing game. If you got 2-man routes and 3-man routes because you're trying to protect a little more, then that's a different deal too. But I do think he knows the offense as well as anyone, frankly, and we'll be comfortable with that. There won't be any, issues with terminology or line of scrimmage or audibles or checks or any of that. There'll be none of that, none of those issues. And I do think he will be more apt to push the ball down the field as a solution to pressure. So I think that could bear watching, because I think if he feels trouble or feels heat, I think he will be more apt to test that down the field a little more. So, I think in the scramble drill, I think the 2 deep receivers suddenly become a bigger option.
Jeff, we know Sean Payton really likes Jarrett Stidham. When you sign a quarterback to 2 different contracts, you have made your feelings about that player clear. What is it about Jarrett Stidham that has appealed to Sean and this coaching staff so much?
Well, Nate, he's got the one attribute coaches love in quarterbacks. He's really smart. You could pile on the information and it gets digested. And anyone who's here with, years from now, when the retrospectives are done, a lot of the early times of whatever becomes of Bo Nix as Broncos quarterback, Jarrett Stidham has had a big hand in that, as far as how you handle the day-to-day, how you bounce back from tough plays, just how to be the quarterback of an NFL team, because, Stidham watched Brady do it, and there aren't too many guys you can watch do it better than Brady. So, that, I think that's why you're good in the locker room and you're smart. And it is not an exaggeration, what people may have heard. His teammates do care about the guy. I mean, he's got a presence in the locker room. He's funny. He's got the whole group dynamic thing down, and people like him. I think guys will play hard for that guy, and that can count for something.
All right, J.K. Dobbins. You think things are as positive as it's trending, Jeff? Look, you and I think both. Well, I remember going to New York with you in the Liz Frank thing and just watching Champ, and Champ felt like he could run okay, but then just gave you a Sean Payton in the Super Bowl. Just didn't feel like he had kind of the wheels that he wanted. That's a DB that's got to chase guys. Dobbins will at least know where he wants to go and what he wants to do. Are you optimistic Dobbins can contribute if activated?
I would never say optimistic till I see him in pat. I mean, did he look good working off to the side the other day? Yes, he did. But again, that's cones and your first time out in the sunshine, in the afternoon, and life was probably pretty good right then for J.K. Dobbins after rehabbing for weeks. But he did look good moving around, and more importantly, he looked pretty balanced in going through the drills, which is what I always look for, when a guy's coming back from a lower leg or a foot injury or something like that. So I think this is really a testament of let's open the window and see, because, if you can get him back for this, or if you get lucky and fortunate and win and make a Super Bowl, or get him back for that, it's a bonus either way. But you might as well open the window now and see Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then see what he looks like at the walkthrough on Saturday, and go from there.
What do we know about Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin?
Not much, but it is Pat Bryant's second concussion this year in a very short time. And look, I always joke I wasn't at medical school the day they taught medicine, but I have talked to enough people over the years to know once you've had a significant concussion, it's easier to get the next one. And once you've had the second, it's even easier to get the next one. So I think that will bear some watching, because that's a pretty short period of time to have two concussions. So that's a wait and see. And a hamstring this time of year, those are tough injuries, for Franklin. So I would guess, or it would be surprising if those two guys are anywhere close to the practice field this week.
Jeff, did I love the whole game? No, I did not. Were there warts? Certainly there were. But I got to tell you, man, Bo Nix, when the game's on the line, fourth quarter, you give him a drive. I don't know what happens. I don't know what switch he flips. But I can't get over how clutch the kid's been all year long, and does it again. Is that going to be his lasting takeaway from this year? I mean, I know there's going to be some things you're going to want to not have two quarters where you can't get a first down, right? And that happened too often in too many games this year. But what do you think we'll remember about this year of Bo Nix, his second year of the career?
Well, the close game data is pretty revealing. And, it's one of those things. If you have a good defense, that's the perfect kind of quarterback, man, who can put it together no matter what kind of afternoon he's having or evening he's having. And if the defense can keep you close, get you that one drive, that might be the difference. And I think a lot of it is, at this point in his career, I'm still going to continue to say, I think the 2-minute and 4-minute situations where the menu gets shorter, he's much more efficient. And, I know they're not apt to do that for a whole game or anything, but he is proficient. Whatever they have chosen in that menu and give to him, those are his greatest hits, out of the playbook. And I think it shows. They're very smart about how they've constructed those 2-minute and 4-minute situations, and they've been very careful of, to me, it looks like, at picking what he's really, really good at and what he's really, really comfortable with. A lot of times that's first day install stuff that you would have done the most, but if you're going to be a quarterback in the NFL and you're pretty good late in games and late in halves, you're going to be around for a while, and you're probably going to play in some big games.
Talking to Jeff Legwold of ESPN on a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Jeff, we're going to extend the conversation a few minutes here because we need to now start talking about the matchup that is coming up. This New England Patriots team is off to the AFC Championship in a road game at Denver, and they have done so surviving two really, really good defenses in beating the Chargers and then beating the Texans yesterday. Talk about a performance with warts. I mean, Drake May fumbled 4 times yesterday. That thing was ugly at times, but the Houston pass rush is going to do that to you. Give me your initial thoughts on this matchup, and let's start with Josh McDaniels, Drake May, and that New England offense going up against the formidable Broncos defense.
Well, New England's the model of efficiency on offense, and they run the ball good enough, well enough to be a problem for the Broncos. But Drake May is the youngest player in NFL history to lead the league in completion percentage and yards per attempt. And when you pair, I know counting statistics aren't always great to evaluate a player. I realize that. But those two, when you hook them together, that means you're the most accurate guy going down the field the most. And that is a tough combination. He is king of the tight window right now. And that can beat good coverage. I mean, I don't know a defensive back from Champ Bailey to, Brian Dawkins to Steve Atwater, whatever Hall of Famer I've spoken to over the years, who won't tell you a perfectly thrown ball cannot be defended. And he throws an awful lot of well-thrown passes, and that's an issue. So you gotta get him off the rhythm. If you let him just stay in rhythm, he is going to crush you. So being disruptive is going to be a priority for the Broncos. And he moves well and he can run at times, but he's not like the pure run threat of Josh Allen. So that does impact how they can rush him as well. So that's going to be the issue, is get him out of rhythm, and you cannot have the kind of day on run defense the way you had against Buffalo.
All right. What kind of defense are they facing there, would you say? How good do you think this is Stidham going to have to do? Well, really, it'll be the whole offense, but what is the challenge here? Do they rush? I bet. Watching their 2 playoff games, are they quite the pass rush team like the Broncos? Where would you rank them as far as in the neighborhood of the Broncos pass rush-wise?
Well, nobody rushes like the Broncos. I mean, they were 11 sacks ahead of everybody this year, and Zach Allen led the league in quarterback hits, and Nick Bonito's the 3rd highest pressure rate. I mean, nobody's got that combination, but Vrabel was a really, really good defensive coordinator. Well, he's a really, really good defensive player in his career. He was a really, really good defensive coordinator in his career, and he's been a really good head coach because they mix it up. They don't give you a look. They don't give you a look that at the snap that you're comfortable with. They know they don't have quite. They're still in year 1 of like a rebuild. They went from 3 wins to 14. That's epic. It's unbelievable. But what that means is their personnel isn't quite what some of the other 14-win teams are, because they're not that far along in what they're doing. But everyone on the defense knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and they don't make many mistakes. So you've got to beat it clean. You've got to win the matchups. And I think it'll be really important for the Bronco receivers, whoever they can get in the lineup. You have to win one-on-one matchups every time you get the chance, and you cannot put the ball on the ground. And that's the bottom. I think the basic root of it. but he'll give Stidham a lot of looks to see how comfortable Stidham is with what he's seeing.
Yeah, and they got one of those guys that he's not Surtain because Surtain's alone on top of the mountain, but on the next tier of the pyramid, I think Christian Gonzalez, he exists in that spot. The former Buff had a huge forced fumble yesterday. That dude is pretty damn good. Jeff,
and they do it the same way, Nate. They use the one maximum chess piece they have in the secondary to adjust everything around it.
Yeah, and it's been effective. And, man, they made life hell on C.J. Stroud yesterday. Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Go to ESPN.com. Get Leggy's coverage all week long. His latest on the opening window for J.K. Dobbins to potentially return. Leggy, man, great stuff. We'll talk to you more this week.
Thanks, pal. See you.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there. Good little AFC Championship preview talking about what Stiddy and the Broncos are up against as they get ready to take on Mike Vrabel and Drake May and company and the New England Patriots. Hey, tune in tomorrow for your chance to win one of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avalanche and the Ducks this week. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. Andy, I got a little bit more on that. Let's
on a $10 Tuesday?
Well,
how could you? It's $10 Tuesday.
$10. Can't do a better
it's
deal
real
than
cut
that.
And dried.
And yet. No, I got we will roam the streets of Stiddy City coming up here in just a moment. Plus a couple of notes of what he is up against with those New England Patriots. Let's talk about that coming up next. Little AFC Championship preview before we jump back into celebrating a divisional round win over the Buffalo Bills. Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy, what a day on Saturday out there at Mile High for a Wyoming legend. The real Wyoming legend that was playing in that game. Big number 73, Frank Crum.
The Crum Man.
A 7-yard touchdown reception for Frank Crum to put the Broncos on top 10-7 at that point of the football game. First off, sick play call by Sean Payton. You knew he had that one in the holster all year long. The hands.
Yeah.
Did you see? I mean, he reached out, Andy. He got the perfect diamond, sucked that ball in, secured the football. I do want to give a little bit of credit to Cam Lewis of the Bills. He did get in front of Frank Crum and lowered his shoulder and hit him and tried to make a play, even though he's giving up well over 100 pounds to Frank Crum. He's more of a man than I am. I would have just gotten out of the way.
Yeah, and no, but I thought what was funny to your point is at one point I don't tweet much during games anymore because I feel like it's just a recipe to look like an idiot later on. He had better hands than some of the Broncos receivers on a couple of.
Certainly better than Lil Jordan Humphrey.
I still can't get over the first pass to Lil Jordan Humphrey that literally hit him in the numbers, and that went right through the old bucket.
Dude.
Are you kidding me?
If you lose that game in overtime, we're cursing his name all over the place. Now he came back. He made a touchdown catch later on, a 29-yard touchdown. Nice job by Lil Jordan. But a shout-out to Frank Crum and his unbelievable blonde, flowing, curly locks.
That ended up being our That Helped Nobody. You know what I mean?
It really was.
We were talking to Adam Rank, and we thought it might be Caleb Lohner, and instead it was Frank Crum.
It was Frank Crum.
They had another tall guy in mind to catch a TD.
Made it a 10-7 game, and the Broncos went into halftime, by the way, up 20-10, because Josh Allen was making terrible decisions. Again, Frank Crum, best Wyoming Cowboys alum that was on the field on Saturday. Nice job by the Crum man. Mm-hmm.
I am curious in your mind. You know, the midday guys are debating this, and I don't know how I feel about it right now. Pressure on or pressure off for the Broncos? And I ask it for this reason.
Pressure's off.
Well, but you also have home field, and you're one win away.
You're 5.5-point dog. You lost your starting quarterback. House money, baby. Just go and get him.
I don't
play
know,
loose.
Man. I don't know. You have a backup for a reason.
You have no reason to be tight. Just go out there and fire
be tight.
it up.
I don't like that.
Yeah, you have no reason whatsoever. You don't. Again, to me, this is pressure's off. This is you see what you got, and if you don't, nobody expects you. You're a 5.5-point dog at home. You're one of the biggest underdogs in AFC Championship history as a home team because you're playing your backup quarterback. So to me, pressure's off. Completely off the Broncos. Just go ball out and let the chips fall where they may. And you know what? If you win, you're a fun story. You're Jarrett Stidham going to the Super Bowl.
Should you think about pulling an index card out of the plans and the playbook of the Colts and holler at Drew Brees?
Just see if he wants to sign
for
a game.
A guy that knows the offense. Give Stiddy his chance.
I think Drew Brees' reaction to that would be, you guys can't afford me right now. I am not going to break my body for you.
Okay,
I've done enough for you,
What
Mr.
about
Sean
in the
Payton.
weirdest thing ever, and I don't think they can anyway because I believe he's still in the Colts roster.
Oh, Phillip Rivers?
Do you try to mend the bridge and just say, look, you need a Super Bowl. Yeah. We need a Super Bowl.
When a guy ends a season under contract with another team, he's not available, unfortunately.
You don't want to just lob the old text and go, hey, you
can't call Aaron Rodgers or Phillip Rivers, unfortunately.
What about Teddy Bridgewater?
Somebody said Cam Newton.
No, I know. I was like, come on, dude.
An idea. Again, that's another one where if I was Cam Newton, I would look at the Broncos, I'd go, you can't afford me. I
fire the Broncos and go, we don't need to.
My body is broken.
Hey, by the way, I just want to put this out. I just want to float this little boat out into the water for you because I know you love these kind of things. And if they lose, I won't get to. You do realize that if the Broncos get to the Super Bowl, they're the home team, which gives them uniform choice.
Yeah.
They must pick the away jersey. They have done nothing but get slaughtered in orange in the Super Bowl.
So no orange.
No orange. Cannot be orange.
Okay.
Now, if they want to pull out one of these funky, like all white, snow-capped mountain whites, I guess you could give that a thing. But Super Bowl 48 wore the new orange. The Niners Super Bowl.
Aren't they better in white in the Super Bowl in that kind of
Yeah,
Denver's
that's what I'm
whole
saying.
thing? Yeah.
They got it. They cannot choose the home jersey. Just be aware of that.
Okay.
The Niners whoop their butts in the orange jersey, too.
So, Andy, Jarrett Stidham, 4 career starts in 6 seasons in the NFL. He is 1-3 as a starter. He was 0-2 in his 2 starts for the Raiders, although one of them he balled out and threw for 365 against the Niners in an overtime defeat. And then he got blasted by Chiefs the following week. He made 2 starts for Denver at the end of the 2023 season, courtesy of the Broncos' petty contract fight with Russell Wilson. So Stiddy got to start a couple of games at the end of that year. He was 1-1 in those 2 games. Got a victory over Easton Stick in the Chargers, and then was defeated by Aiden O'Connell in the Raiders. In his 2 starts that he made. He has not taken, or he's taken snaps. He hasn't thrown a pass since 2023 in a regular season NFL game.
But my God, did he have an immaculate preseason game against Arizona?
He was fantastic this preseason.
He was dealing.
30 of 38 chucking the football
It
around.
was incredible.
Okay, Andy, I get it. I get pigeonholed as the Bo Nix hater. But in all seriousness, you and I watched every throw of that training camp this year. Jarrett Stidham's not that far behind Bo Nix.
No, there isn't. Again, the clutch factor is we won't know until he actually plays.
Athletically.
But athletically,
making
Bo's a
plays
better
with his
runner.
legs, Nix is undoubtedly better. Now, Nix has the experience factor. I worry about an ice-cold quarterback walking into an AFC championship game.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a real thing to have some concern about. But Jarrett Stidham displayed in training camp this year certainly a competence in running this offense in a training camp in which the offense never really looked all that good.
No, it didn't.
And yet here they are in the AFC championship game.
Look, Jared and Jeff Legwald said it there. Jared is more apt to try the deeper third of the field than what Bo is.
Yep.
And we'll see what the weather holds. Now, I'm not telling you, I don't think Jared's arm is much better than Bo's by whatever that measurable's worth. Look, if Jared can get this offense running effectively and they can throw some new wrinkles that the Patriots have not. Look, I'm telling you, I don't know if it'll matter because the Patriots are really good whether you like it or not. There's a reason why they're the number 2 seed.
Won the same amount of games as Denver.
Yeah, and only because of a Raider loss is Denver getting to host this game.
And I tell you what, Andy, what wowed me about the Patriots yesterday, Houston's defense gave Drake May hell yesterday, which is what Houston's defense does. The Patriots defense, C.J. Stroud, they sacked him 3 times. They hit him more times than that. They forced 4 interceptions. I mean, C.J. Stroud was seeing ghosts out there.
Yeah.
And Vrabel clearly had an excellent game plan to make his life hell.
Yeah.
I am a little concerned with the New England defense. Again, given what I just watched yesterday, and I know, Stroud didn't have Nico Collins out there. That's an impact player that you are missing.
But the Broncos may not have Pat Bryant.
Yeah, they played really well in that game yesterday. They got dudes, man. Christian Barmore. I mean, sure, he could be going to jail in the offseason, but for now, I mean, that is a guy that jumps off the page. Harold Landry is a monster, and Christian Gonzalez, the former Buff, that guy is as good as any corner to me in the NFL non-Patrick Surtain category.
But I also believe Jared Stidham's going to make you account for the tight end and more of the middle of the field, different parts of the middle of the field than what you've had to in the past.
Yeah, good call. Absolutely.
And
if he can show that kind of comfort in the pocket, which, again, you worry about a guy that hasn't played, but I think this is a guy that prepares hard every single week. And while he may potentially look a little shaky early on in that game, I think one of the things the Broncos are going to have to be able to do in this game is survive the first quarter and a half, whatever it may be, and let Stiddy settle into the game a little bit.
Well, I would even go this far. New England may take at least a quarter, if not a half, to figure out what you're doing.
Yep.
And then they're probably going to adjust. You may be able to use the roadmap that you used the last time you were in the AFC Championship 10 years ago, where, if you remember, Broncos came out early, got a couple nice touchdowns to Owen Daniel, then just held on for their life and were able to get it done at the end. And that may be what you have to do here. While they're not quite sure what they're going to get from you in the early going, you need to take advantage of it, hopefully throw a couple touchdown drives up and make them play from behind if you can.
A couple of other notes here on Stiddy I want to get to really quickly. First thing I would question with his judgment, he did commit to go and play for Art Briles at Baylor. Now, upon a massive investigation, he quickly got out of there and went to Auburn and put together a nice collegiate career before eventually being selected by New England in the 4th round in the 2019 NFL Draft. He started his NFL career, Andy, as a backup to Tom Brady. Okay, again, that's a pretty good guy to hang around with right there. 3 seasons with the Patriots before getting traded along with a 7th rounder during the 2023 NFL Draft to the Raiders. Josh McDaniels liked him and wanted him. Obviously, McDaniels stuck with Carr as his starter, but he had Stiddy as a backup, and Stiddy was able to play at the very end of that season. And again, he had that one very good game against the Niners when he threw for 365. Then he came to Denver. He has been here now for 3 seasons as the backup quarterback, and he is on his 2nd contract with the Broncos. Again, this is a guy that has done quite well to get himself into favorable situations and make himself some money. But if I was looking for one thing that would suggest the best judgment on the part of Jarrett Stidham, I go to the personal life section of his Wikipedia page. Stidham has been married to Kennedy Stidham, née Brown, since 2019. They met as students at Baylor. Kennedy Stidham is the daughter of Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment CEO Tad Brown. That guy is one of the executives with Josh Harris, who owns and operates the Philadelphia 76ers and the New Jersey Devils. So no matter what, Jarrett Stidham, while making a fine income as a backup NFL quarterback, has got himself set up pretty damn near for life, as he is married to the CEO of the Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment LLC. So again, that's good career planning. That's good game planning on the part of Stiddy. That tells me I'm confident he'll be prepared for the AFC Championship game on Sunday, because he's always thinking a few steps ahead.
Yeah, he should be.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wise by Stiddy. Well done. Well done.
Boy, I hope that's good
for
enough.
you, bud.
I really do.
Got great hair, too.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, I keep going to this comp because the guy was not necessarily anybody's All-American. Jeff Hostetler, baby. Came in for the Giants.
Sweet stash, too.
Sweet stash.
Yep.
Got him through the playoffs.
Sure did.
Helped beat Buffalo with the old famous Norwood wide right.
Yep.
And you know what they did? They leaned on a run game.
20-19 won that Super Bowl, did Jeff Hostetler. I mean, Nick Foles came in and he carried, after Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate and went down with injury. Now, again, both these guys had a little bit of a ramp up to the conference championship game.
Yeah.
A little bit of a different situation for Stiddy. But nonetheless, an opportunity to go and be a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
And listen, if you want to fill the text line with hate that you guys are nuts, fine. If you just want to go ahead and have it as a loss, go ahead.
Oh, the starting quarterback's hurt. They're screwed.
But in my house, we're going to think of ways that we can win. All right?
And you know whose house? You know another house where they're doing that right now? Sean Payton's house.
And the Stidham house.
That's right. Sean Payton's confident going into this game. He's and I'm dead serious about this, Andy. Sean Payton is going to mind game the bleep out of this thing this week. He's not only going to have his team believing, he's going to have national media believing, he's going to have local media believing. Sean Payton, who has been absolutely just he's just been pulling the strings all year long to get it through to his locker room that you are Super Bowl good. He's only going to step it up this week. There's no roadblocks.
No.
There's no challenges. There's only opportunities for Sean Payton.
And he's going to tell Stidham, you better get ready. I'm going to be switching. I may switch personnel twice before you call a play, just so you know.
Yeah, that's right.
We're going to be switching personnel all day, baby.
And Leggy talked about it right there. Stiddy's smart.
Yeah.
High football IQ. Sean Payton loves a guy like that.
He won't care. Switch it up all you want. Just give me at least 8 seconds on the clock.
You suggested this earlier, Andy, and I don't think it's off base. Is I do think in a twisted way, Sean Payton likes a weird challenge like this.
Yeah, because now he can just show you stuff he's not shown you all year.
Exactly.
You got no idea what this guy's cooking up, and he does have that as an advantage. Now, again, they've got the better quarterback, but we'll see. Whatever.
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 o'clock. It's a Rally House Football Monday. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And you tune in tomorrow for your chance to win 1 of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avs and the Ducks this week. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. Rally House Football Monday. Shop every team in town. Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer producing the program. Avalanche, by the way, taking on the Washington Capitals right now. And the Avalanche are not happy currently with the officiating crew.
But now they are happy again after having a goal disallowed for goalie interference in which Martin Necas was at the top of the crease. Never touched the goalie, got out of the way. The goalie was able to go side to side. They disallowed it, and McKinnon to Lehkonen, beautiful pipe-to-pipe action. Bam! 4-2.
Terry Lehkonen, 4-2. Avalanche leading the Caps in MLK Day action down there today at Ball Arena. So the Avalanche in progress right now. Nuggets, by the way, will take on the Lakers tomorrow. They got destroyed by the Hornets.
Get nailed by the King.
Yeah, man.
Night.
That thing was annoying last night. I kept...
The thing you want to do is, and this is high-level basketball analysis, Andy, the thing you want to do is make your shots.
Yeah.
That
make your shots, try to alter theirs.
That tends to help.
That never happened. Did they? I can't even remember now. Did they beat Washington?
They did.
Okay.
Yeah, impressive finish for AG and Jamal. They looked really good down the stretch. And then AG didn't play last night, and they got absolutely annihilated, which, look, let's be honest. Right now, as shorthanded as this team is, it's a miracle that's not happening all the time.
Yeah, I know. I've always, this is why I told you, can we just get our team back? This has all been fun, but I just like our team back, please.
Let's get around to doing that. Speaking of getting a team back, Bo Nix, done for the year, fractured ankle. Unbelievable, just surreal, the whiplash that Broncos country and Bronco land and Broncos Nation dealt with on Saturday.
Land, Broncos Nation.
When they had to go from the euphoria of the victory to the stunning news, because he didn't miss a snap, Andy, the stunning news that Bo Nix had broken his ankle. That's what made it so much more bizarre, was like, you didn't even know it happened. And then the game ends, and an hour later we find out, I don't even know if it was an hour, a half hour, 40 minutes, whatever it was.
He was standing there talking to Tracy Wolfson in postgame, not acting like too much was wrong. Now, he looked exhausted, but no sign the dude was in massive pain, which he had to be.
Well, you go back to the locker room, and then adrenaline starts to wear down a little bit, and then it's like, oh, this really hurts.
Well, and then, we always have the internet sleuths that got on it and found him wincing in pain as Will, Lutz made the big kick.
Yeah, you can see it.
He limps off after he spots the ball down. And
Andy, quite frankly, I was a little bit taken aback at Sean Payton's transparency in this moment, because that's not typically his MO. Normally, he likes to play everything as close to the vest as humanly possible. But in this moment, preparing for the AFC Championship, knowing that was what was next for his team, Sean Payton walked back into the press conference area, back to the podium. At the point where Bo Nix was supposed to be talking to the media, instead, they got Sean Payton and they got this announcement from Sean Payton about the status of Bo Nix.
I love you guys so much, I wanted to come back. Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle. He's scheduled to have surgery Tuesday of this week, which will put him out for the rest of the season. Stiddy's ready to go. And it was the second to last play before he threw the pass to Mims. Birmingham is where he'll have the surgery with Dr. Waltrip. And I don't really think there's any other questions. In other words, this is what it is, and we felt like it'd be best to just tell everyone now.
Yeah.
Best to tell everyone now. Sean making the choice that it was better off to let it be known as quickly as humanly possible. Andy, there's a flip side to it. Did Sean lose any kind of competitive advantage by not leaving a mystery before announcing a starter on Wednesday?
I don't know. I understand exactly where you're coming from, but I mean, look, man, the sideline reporters can't even get the injury report on the air during broadcasts that they're doing where they're there, and Rappaport and Schefter and Pelissero and all these guys aren't, and we're still getting injury news on Twitter before we ever get anything from a broadcast. It's literally on site. So, no, I don't think in this case, and like I said, I think one of the reasons that maybe even influenced Sean, Tracy Wolfson had put out before the end of the game something to watch. Now, she thought it was a knee injury, but she had tweeted out that Bo Nix had hurt his knee towards the end of the game, something to watch. So the news was already out there before anybody had even really left the stadium that Bo Nix may be dealing with something. So
Also, Andy, whatever minute competitive advantage is gained between Vrabel and company sitting around going, is it going to be Jared Stidham or Sam Ehlinger? Like whatever you gain in that moment is, to me, like not worth an opportunity to go in there and throw the full weight of the organization and the city and Sean himself behind Jarrett Stidham, which does two things. Number one, it fluffs up Stiddy, but also it tells the locker room nothing's changed.
Yeah.
I still expect to win this football game, and I still be prepared. I'm still fully anticipating that we have a guy that can go in and play because he's on our team. I selected this guy. He's here every single week. Nothing's different now.
You know, you're absolutely right. He got to give his mea culpa on, here's the deal. We love this guy. I'm confident in him. Ehlinger is going to be the backup. Don't anybody worry about anything. And again, the Broncos players didn't have to deal with anything in the locker room. They didn't have to deal with anything on the Zoom calls today. It's just out there and it's done. This is exactly how Gary Kubiak handled the whole Brock Osweiler, Peyton Manning kind of flip round, if you remember. And I applaud Sean for taking it the same way.
Here's Sean yesterday taking everyone behind the curtain. Why is he so confident in Jarrett Stidham?
It started with our evaluation in New Orleans of, he was a target for us in the draft. That doesn't really mean anything other than we like this player coming out. I know how he was coached in New England. I know exactly how he was coached in New England. And then I know how McDaniels felt about him when he brought him from New England to Vegas. And then I know reports on how he played, and then we saw him play real time. And then, but ultimately, and to answer your question, it's our 3 years here, in our 3 years watching him day in and day out, that you guys don't have access to. And so he will be ready to go and ready for the moment.
Ready to go, ready for the moment. I believe in him. This is why I liked this guy as much as I do. Real quick, by the way, Andy, before we get to the top of the hour, I have your Western Conference All-Star starters for the NBA All-Star game.
Any familiar names?
Yes. Well, they're all familiar names. They're the best basketball players in the world.
Okay, any locally familiar names?
Your Western Conference All-Star starters, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Victor Wembanyama, Steph Curry, Nikola Jokic. Joker is once again named a starter for the Western Conference in the All-Star game. It's interesting when you look at the West starters, 4 of the 5 will occupy the world squad. So the world team, so that would be Luka, Shai, Wemby, and obviously Joker. And then in the Eastern Conference starters, actually, I believe, top of my head, 4 of the 5 are Americans, Giannis being the only world team starter. So that is 5 world guys right off the jump, which leaves now 3 world slots available. And Jamal Murray will occupy one of them.
Boom.
So there you go. Kreckman and Lindahl, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. The Dolphins have a new head coach. The Bills are searching for a head coach, and all the latest on the Bo Nix injury and the hopeful return of J.K. Dobbins. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, it's Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's a new year. You know that. I don't need to tell you that. Matter of fact, we're more than halfway through the first month of the new year. And have you been thinking about maybe trying to get your erectile dysfunction fixed? Is this something that you've thought about going and at least having a conversation with someone about? The new year is a perfect time to get things done that you've put off in the past. So why don't you get on over there and have a conversation? And don't let erectile dysfunction ruin a relationship for you. You know, they've got treatments over there, and they've got more than just one. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90% and treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. So get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and make your New Year's resolution one of the easiest ones to mark off. Schedule your consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's going to be $99 for that first visit. It does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose is not working in the office, your visit is free. And if you're like a lot of guys, you can be ready for action the day after your visit. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Also, a great new revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
AFC Championship game Sunday at 1 o'clock. Denver 5.5-point home dog. You listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's right. The AFC Championship game is right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick will be on the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio. We've had Golick on the show already this season. Radke's an old bro of mine. That guy, he can describe some action without pictures. That man, he's a maestro of the radio broadcasting. So you will get that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio. But right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, let's do this thing.
Hey, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Hey, let's talk about
the Denver Broncos.
They're going to the AFC Championship game to face an old foe, a familiar foe, the New England Patriots. Today, the Broncos opened the practice window, the 21-day practice window for running back J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, just kidding. Dobbins is able to potentially return in this game. He is coming back from a foot injury of the Liz Franck variety. Leads the team, Andy, in rushing yards, carries, and runs of 10 or more yards. We talked about this with Sandman way back in hour number 1. Early on, we saw the ball go on the ground from both R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin. Neither time ended up stinging Denver. One time because Buffalo was lined up offsides, and the other time because the Broncos were able to recover, although, man, that one was close. And that could have been an absolute disaster. Sean Payton never leaned into his run game. As much as he was going up against a subpar Bills run defense, he never leaned into it. Bo Nix, 12 carries for 29 yards, was the leading rusher in the game for the Broncos. Nothing would help Jared Stidham more than the return of J.K. Dobbins this week.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this thing progresses. I mean, again, Jeff Legwald did caution us in his 4 o'clock interview. Go and check the podcast if you missed it. But he'd said, and I remember this with Champ too, guys look good running on a field. Now when it's time to play football and cut and make that thing go 12, different directions or whatever you do on a football field, it can be a little bit different. And again, how does he feel after he gets tackled on it one time and a dude actually falls on the foot? We'll see. But again, I had said all along, if there was one Denver athlete I would bless health to if I could, it would be J.K. Dobbins right now, because I think his return could be massive for the Broncos if they were to get that done.
Other injury situations that the Broncos are dealing with. Pat Bryant was ruled out of that game on Saturday with a concussion. Like Leggy pointed out, that's 2 concussions in a short span of time. That's not great for Pat Bryant. Troy Franklin left the game with a hamstring injury, and Alex Forsythe had to go out with an ankle injury, although Luke Wattenberg is eligible to move off of IR. We don't know if he's going to or not, but he is at least eligible coming up here this week. So another thing to keep an eye on when it comes to the center position for the Denver Broncos. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, so Jarrett Stidham is starting for Denver on Sunday. Sam Ehlinger will back him up. Sam was on the practice squad. Broncos need a new practice squad quarterback. Well, they have signed the Nooch. Ben DiNucci is back with the Broncos on their practice squad.
One of the more notable quarterback retirements in some time, DiNucci announcing his retirement, sitting in an airport bar with a cold one in front of him, an icy cold draft. But hey, the lure of an opportunity to come back and hang out with Davis Webb and Stiddy was too much for a week. The DiNucci is back on the Broncos practice squad, Andy.
It feels right, I think. I don't know.
There you go. You see, man, nothing but optimism for this week. The DiNucci is back. Ben DiNucci is back with the Broncos. Stiddy will start, and Ehlinger will serve as the backup. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Well, the Bills fired their head coach
Sure
after
did.
That loss. Sean McDermott is out in Buffalo. Brandon Beane, their GM, got a promotion.
He got promoted today. Sean McDermott got fired. And how does that work? Do they just knock down the wall to give Beane a bigger office? Is that what he gets McDermott's office space now? I think that's how that would have to work.
Some Bills players are not happy with the decision. I saw Cameron Wolfe tweet something out about He talked to 3 Bills players this morning. They were all shocked. One texted Cameron Wolfe, WTF. Bills defensive tackle Jordan Phillips took to social media. He wrote, quote, "This bleep here is so stupid, honestly, sickening. The best coach I've ever been around."
Yeah, I think Sean McDermott's a really good football coach. You have an opportunity, all of that no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow thing.
It's a real deal.
The Pagula family was reading all that same stuff, okay? They also looked at it and said, this is the most glorious opportunity that we have in a year without those dudes who have always been our foil to go ahead and get it done. And then if you're the ownership and having watched that game and seeing how many opportunities your team had to be able to win that game, to be able to put it away, and they were not able to, you're going to point the finger somewhere. Look, would I go fire in Sean McDermott this year in this head coaching pool? No, I wouldn't. But at the same time, all I can say to those Bills players is, if you guys didn't want him to get fired, you should have won.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 more plays, man, and you didn't.
The pressure was always going to be on.
Now, to your point, this is when you look around and Brian Daboll's getting some hot interest, you probably should have held off.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah. You're
Davis
people
Webb.
are talking to Antonio Pierce.
Davis Webb has a history with Buffalo. That is something to keep an eye on. Davis Webb certainly could be a candidate potentially for that gig. Although, hasn't he said in the past that Josh Allen's his best friend?
Yeah,
Yes.
I wouldn't be shocked if he's OC.
Okay.
Doesn't it feel like he's got at least OC before he becomes head? Maybe not. I guess Sean McDermott didn't.
Guys have
He
skipped
went from
steps
tight
before.
ends coach and all that to move on. I'm just telling you, I feel like a few NFL owners would probably want to see him call plays, but who knows? Maybe
I
not.
saw that McDaniel is the favorite.
It's not surprising in the slightest bit. Again, if you have an outstanding quarterback, and Allen certainly is that, and you need the thing that you think can then take him to the next step, McDaniel he's the sexiest offensive name that is out there. He makes all the sense for that the Pagulas would like a coach like that, right? Because McDermott's a defensive guy. They're going to go in an opposite direction now.
Yeah, you would think. I just think McDaniel might be interesting up there. We'll see.
Oh, he'd be great. Well,
I think he'd be great. I'm with you. I
You
just
look
think
at it and
NFL
you go, well, he
owners, though, are
knows the division, etc.
sure.
Yeah.
But again, that guy just got fired too. This is who you're talking to.
Yep. That's very, very true. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, so we have the NFC Championship game set as well, of course. It is the Seahawks hosting the Rams for Seattle. Running back Zach Charbonnet will have season-ending knee surgery.
Andy, I'm going to say something that I don't think anybody around here wants to hear, but how much does the NFL not want to have a Sam Darnold, Jarrett Stidham Super Bowl?
In the worst way possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll take LA being all in on it again. That's for sure.
Certainly.
They'd be psyched about that, but I don't think I think they'd love to. I think they'd love to have handsome Drake May up at the podium all week, doing the Super Bowl interviews over Jared Stidham.
If you're talking handsome.
I know. Hey, Stiddy's a good-looking guy now.
Stiddy is elite, but you would be talking about having your top 2 dudes in the MVP race going head-to-head for a Super Bowl. Natural talking point for them.
Or how
right
much
there.
fun would it have been even if you would have had Caleb Williams and Bo Nix of the same draft class, or Caleb Williams and Drake May?
Certainly.
Unfortunately, did you see someone from out of town even kind of took a shot at it? They kind of did Stiddy dirty, where the NFL put out some graphic of the final 4 quarterbacks for the champion. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. That is not right.
Yeah. No, that's kind of one of those where it's like, couldn't you put Surtain or Benito in there?
Yeah, not to be a jerk to Stiddy. I get what you're doing there.
But the Broncos, if they're going to win anything, they're going to win it on defense anyway. So you
You're
don't
right.
have to make it a quarterback
You're right.
matchup.
Well, that's the funny thing about it. All these teams are kind of living off their D.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because even New England has not been the potent offense they were during the regular season in these playoffs.
No, they've had to kind of scratch and claw and survive. That Keyshawn Booty catch yesterday.
No, that was sick.
That was pretty good.
Sick.
That one was pretty good. I say this for Houston, man, and C.J. Stroud was an absolute disaster. That pass rush, it's violent.
What has happened to that dude? God, he was good in his rookie year.
He really was. He really was. And I tell you what, if you wanted to be a C.J. Stroud defender, wouldn't you simply go, all the guy ever does is make the playoffs and then get to the second round every single year? What do you want out of the guy? But I would also say, like, he was seeing ghosts out there yesterday.
Oh, yeah. They if you're not playing Pittsburgh, I don't think you see the second round, to be fair.
I agree. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, a couple of coaching notes. The Dolphins are hiring Packers DC Jeff Hafley as their new head coach. They had previously hired someone from the Packers organization, John Eric Sullivan, as their new GM. So big Packers vibes going on with the Dolphins. The Chiefs are going to hire Eric Bieniemy. They're going to rehire him as their offensive coordinator. Matt Nagy is out. He's on an expiring contract, and he's also interviewing for head coaching jobs elsewhere.
Yeah, he really is. Andy, I didn't think the Packers defense was anything special, and yet according to reports, Hafley was at the top of the list for a lot of these teams in this hiring cycle right now. So maybe the guy's a great interviewer.
Listen,
he's got the charisma, the riz, as the kids would say.
This is what Dan Campbell has taught me forever. Get good coordinators, you'll be just fine.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if Hafley hires the right coordinators, he'll be just fine.
Yeah. Maybe he's a great vibes guy. We don't know.
By the way, how about Robert Saleh popping back into this cycle too? I mean, again, could not have gone worse for him as the Jet. This is why we're talking when we say we don't know why some of these teams are ditching their coaches. Are you really going to get something better? You're just going to get something different.
Does Saleh go on the list of, but it was the Jets?
I don't know, man. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, but Brick Johnson was making your personnel decisions.
I would say this, though, dude. And first off, we know a lot of guys, and oftentimes it's more defense than offense. I don't know why, but some guys just are better coordinators.
That's true.
That dude, after watching Hard Knocks, you and I both came away. That guy is not a good time.
I was not a fan in the
Dodgers
slightest bit.
Just like you just it's all right. Relax here and there.
33-30 in overtime. The Broncos over the Buffalo Bills. We relive the game. Highlights from Nance and Romo and company when we come back. We're gonna go through all 70 minutes of this football game. I guess 71 really. When we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, what a game it was. 33-30. Let's relive it. Time for highlights here on a Monday edition of the show. We got all week to wring our hands over Stiddy and Drake May and Peyton v. Vrabel, etc. Stephon Diggs, Kayshawn Booty. Why, I think it's Booty. Yes, we've got all week long for that. Right now, it's time to celebrate a Bronco playoff win. Because, Andy, playoff wins, they don't happen all the time. They're rare. We haven't had one since 2015 in
a decade.
Parts. Yep. So let's celebrate it. Start opening quarter. Broncos first drive, 3 Pat Bryant catches on the opening drive. He was balling out. Plus, another play I just want to mention really quickly, the 4th and inches where Nix was in the shotgun and then stepped up and took it under center and rushed it for 4 yards. That play was pretty sweet. Unfortunately, a little Jordan Humphrey dropped a touchdown, and the Broncos had to settle for a Will Lutz chip shot 3-0. Not a terrible opening drive, but certainly not the ending you would have liked. Buffalo's opening possession, in a lot of ways, Andy, kind of mirrored the Broncos' first possession. Listen to this. Broncos opening drive, 14 plays, 64 yards, 7:31 off the clock. Bills opening drive, 12 plays, 67 yards, 7:24 off the clock. Of course, the difference here being the Bills got 7 instead of 3.
Davis is the running back. Pass, open, touchdown, touchdown, Buffalo Bills, McCole Hardman. That's the same play that he scored the game winner in the Super Bowl in Las Vegas in overtime for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, and he was in motion, sprinted back out. Surtain got a little confused on the coverage. 7-3 Bills with 5 seconds left in the opening quarter. So right there, narrative, Broncos getting field goals, Bills getting touchdowns.
Well, you were worried about it, weren't you?
You sure were.
And frankly, the Bills went through the Broncos defense a little too easy for my liking on that first drive.
The Broncos' next drive would result in a 3-and-out, including a fumbled exchange between R.J. Harvey and Bo Nix. It didn't look good in this moment. Buffalo gets the ball back, and they're putting together a pretty solid drive, including a 26-yard scramble from Josh Allen. James Cook was on a roll, and then with one hit, Alex Singleton completely changed the momentum of the football game.
They already have 75 yards on the ground on 10 rushes. Here's another one to Cook. And Cook fumbles, and the Broncos are right there. Singleton delivered the blow that knocked the ball out, and Denver has the recovery with Hufanga.
Andy, textbook form tackle, helmet to ball, and the ball comes out. Alex Singleton, that thing was incredible.
And I know it was early, but that might have been a play that saved the game right there because Buffalo was moving down the field. They were feeling good, and you thought the Broncos are in some real trouble.
Yeah, they go down and score a touchdown right there, 14-3. You get a little worried. Instead, Denver gets the football back, and they're +1 in the turnover margin. This next drive was really good by the Broncos, included runs of 10+ by both McLaughlin and R.J. Harvey, plus a 27-yard completion to Marvin Mims, wide open. Broncos with a 3rd and 1 at the 7-yard line, and Sean Payton goes into his bag.
Ready? They fake the handoff to Harvey. They little sidearm pass. It's wide open to the lineman we just mentioned. Crum comes in as an eligible receiver. He reports, and he receives, and he runs it the rest of the way for the touchdown.
Ball security, great hands. Frank Crum showing all the versatility you want out of a 6th offensive lineman.
And despite a two perfect passes, one was a touchdown, one wasn't. One was caught by a lineman, the other completely dropped by a receiver.
Honestly, credit to Cam Lewis for sticking his head in there against giant Frank Crum. But great ball security by Frank Crum. That's how they teach it up there in Laramie, Wyoming. 10-7, the Broncos take the lead. Buffalo answers with a field goal drive. Kind of weird end to it. Remember that play where Hardman dropped the ball in the back of the end zone, but it wouldn't have mattered because it was holding on Buffalo anyway? Weird stuff. But either way, 10-10 game. Broncos get the football back. Marvin Mims made a really Tough catch on a 3rd down and 3, plus another 15-yarder, 3rd and 10 to Mims. Really great pocket for Bo Nix, and he was able to make that throw. And then, with 22 seconds remaining in the half, Bo Nix, redemption time, thy name, Lil Jordan.
I'd send someone right downfield if the safety's there to make the outcut.
On 2nd and 10, he's rolling, planting, going. Here's you go, Tony, to the end zone. They got it! What a call! It's Humphrey hauling it in for the Bronco touchdown.
Bo Nix attacking 3rd-string safety Darnell Savage. What the hell was he doing on that play?
I have no idea, but I'm glad he was out there.
If he merely just maintains his positioning, he just has to play center field and knock that ball away from Lil Jordan. But instead, he completely pursued to the right side, and Bo found Lil Jordan. And hey, again, nice job, Lil Jordan, making the catch right there. Okay, this is where the game got a little drunk. Right before the end of the half, Buffalo takes over with no timeouts and 22 seconds left on the clock.
This is why a lot of teams just kneel it, even though it drives you as a fan nuts.
Yeah. What exactly with no timeouts did you think you were going to accomplish right here? Nothing but disaster for Josh Allen.
No kneel down. No timeouts. Tried to load it up. Better head to the sideline if he wants another play. Oh, he lost the football.
That's why you never do that.
It is picked up by the Broncos, and there's time on the clock. It's picked up by Key, the first-team All-Pro special teamer who was in as an extra defensive back, and they have chance to add 3 more. 50 yards it is. Lutz to end the half with a Denver 10-point lead. 10 points in the final 22 seconds.
Dude.
Absolute disaster for Buffalo.
And if Devin Key tries to run it all, you don't have any time. He got out at the last possible second to preserve enough time to get a snap off.
What a play by Nick Bonito to not give up. Again, Andy, a lot of guys just would stand and watch Josh Allen and go, well, he's not going to score anyway. Who cares? Bonito busted it, went after him, hit him on the arm. Bad ball security by Josh Allen, and the ball came out. That was a pure hustle play by the Pro Bowler.
Well, and I also want to add savvy. He went ahead and smacked the ball away from he hit Josh Allen on the top of the hand and basically just knocked it backwards where he had no ball security, right?
Yep.
He didn't go in there and try to Lawrence Taylor monster the thing. He just simply knocked it back from where Josh came. It was. I thought it was a very savvy way to knock that ball out.
Complete bozo play by Josh Allen.
And again, another offensive lineman, one of the most massive people on the field, tries to fall on it. It has no shot.
So you get to halftime, and Josh Allen's 8 of 10 for 81 yards and a tutty. James Cook, 10 carries for 57 yards. But both of them had back-breaking fumbles that Denver recovered. Bo Nix, 29 rushing yards, 150 yards through the air, a couple of touchdowns. Run game wasn't doing much, but the Broncos had a 20-10 lead because they played cleaner football. And in some ways, they just had the better fumble luck.
Yeah, I mean, look, the ghosts of Mile High seem to have found the place again, so that's good for the Broncos.
Opening drive of the second half for the Buffalo Bills, 2nd down and 10, and let's call his name again, Nick Bonito.
Who will take the snap from McGovern, the starter who has returned. And look at Cook, line up right behind the right guard. Here they come, and they fumble again. They got to him from behind with Bonito. And the recovery belongs to Denver.
Andy, one thing I loved about that play, Nick Bonito was lined up wide of the slot receiver, Khalil Shakir. He was supposed to chip. Instead, he kind of pushed Bonito into the backfield, which sort of gave Bonito momentum to then beat Deion Dawkins around the corner. Like in some ways, Shakir kind of he kind of assisted on the play a little bit for Nick Bonito, and then bam, hits Allen from behind, ball out, and the Broncos recover.
You ever see those ripcord motorcycles from the early 80s?
Yeah,
That's what they did to Bonito.
Pretty much.
Was his ripcord.
Yep. Recovered by Malcolm Roach. Broncos get the football back, go down and kick a 33-yard field goal to take a 23-10 lead. All right. Broncos are in good shape. However, Bills would answer with a touchdown drive of their own mid-third quarter, capped by a Josh Allen to Keon Coleman touchdown.
Kincaid on a wing, quick toss. It's Coleman, sidesteps the defender and slides in for the touchdown. Keon Coleman had a big catch last week at Jacksonville, and today he scores on a desperately needed drive for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, they needed it in the worst way on that drive. That made it a 23-17 game. All right, okay, Buffalo has still got life, and unfortunately, Bo Nix probably is, probably, without question, his worst throw of the game, intercepted by Buffalo on the next Denver possession.
On 3rd and 5, Bills rush 4, pass is intercepted. Oh, look at one of the linemen just jump up and take it out of the air. It's Walker. Yeah, Walker, the rookie.
Yeah, Deonte Walker went up and got that. Andy, that was one of the few times Bo got the pocket zoomies on that play. He had time. He just rushed the throw for no good reason at all.
Yeah, and you don't want to see a D lineman. Wasn't that the D lineman pick? Yeah. So,
yeah.
Pretty good. Did he have another one? That was it, right?
That was it.
But
mm-hmm.
He had a couple knockdown. Yeah, that's where you're just kind of like, uh-oh. After a good start for Bo, I was starting to think, well, this is a rough patch.
So, Bills get a 1st and 10 at the Denver 36. 2nd down and 14. Allen's got a chance and a short field to give his team the lead. Instead, another bozo play from Josh Allen.
2nd and 14. Deep ball down the field, and he is intercepted by Locke. Locke jumps right in front of the receiver and takes it right back for the Denver Broncos.
That was Allen's first postseason pick in 200 attempts.
Huge
play. It was intended for Curtis Samuel and underthrown. If Allen puts that thing up near the pylon with some air under it, Samuel can just run under it and make the catch. Instead, he doesn't see P.J. Locke and underthrew the ball, and P.J. Locke jumps in front and makes the play. Great play on the ball by P.J. Locke. Nice job. Beautiful.
And what was that? One of 3 at least passes where Josh could have had points. Didn't throw the right ball.
Yep. Without question. Next Denver drive, really good wheel route to Marvin Mims for 19 yards on a 3rd down and 8. That was pretty good, but the Bills force a punt, and Broncos punt from the plus 40. Khalil Shakir caught it at the 14 as Sean Payton did not want to try a 58-yard field goal. So it's Bills ball down 23-17. In that moment, we then go to the 4th quarter, and Khalil Shakir was able to burn Hufanga for a big play on the slant, and then Josh Allen, this was his best throw of the day to finish the drive and give the Bills the lead.
Here's Allen. Drop it back, throwing it to the end zone, and it is hauled in. Kincaid, just as he did a week ago, with the touchdown grab, and the Bills are a Prater extra point away from taking the lead.
Yeah, one-on-one with Hufanga. Great throw, great catch. 24-23. That was squeaky bum time in Denver, Colorado, man.
Yeah, I felt like they'd come to life. It
Yeah.
felt like this thing was going the wrong direction for the Broncos.
Yeah, it was a bad drive, too, for Talanoa Hufanga. He both missed the tackle on Shakir, and he got burned for the touchdown, made it 24-23. Broncos get the ball back and promptly punt. Remember, the 3rd down throw was tipped by Epinesa. Humphrey wasn't open anyway, and boom, they have to punt, touchback by Crawshaw, and the Bills get the ball back. And this drive right here, this is where the Bills had an opportunity to make it, potentially with a score and a 2-point conversion, they could have made it a 2-score game with inside 5 minutes to go. Would have been really, really tough for Denver. Instead, Buffalo's drive stalls out in the red zone, resulting in a Matt Prater 31-yard field goal. That made it a 27-23 game. Broncos need a touchdown. Get the ball back. Under 5 minutes to go. I want to play the 2 biggest throws of what was ultimately the go-ahead drive for the Broncos in the 4th quarter, a 3rd and 11 Nuggs to Cortland Sutton, who, by the way, did not have a catch in the game until this very drive, Andy.
Crazy.
Which is wild. And then finished off with one of the great throws of Bo Nix's life, a drop in the bucket to Marvin Mims.
Now it's 3rd and 11, Tony. And now you got all this stuff. You got to watch all these guys. Who's coming, who's not. Can you get the protection right, Bo? They bring 4. Guns it down the middle. Look, wide open is Sutton. Coming to life on this drive. Just in time. Hasn't played a ton today. Now it's like go out there and save our season. 1st and 10. They're going
Nuggs
after him.
Going for the end zone, over the shoulder. Oh, Mims hauls it in.
Unfortunately, Marvin Mims also took a camera to the small of his back.
That little handle on it that they used to move the tripod.
That probably hurt.
Oh, there's no way that felt good.
Yeah, he was clearly in pain, too.
Oh, he was not psyched.
You know what, though? Hung on to that ball to the end, made an unbelievable catch. Great play, man. That's you know what he did on that? Survive the camera and survive the ground. Could have learned from him, Brandon Cooks. That's all I'm saying. 30-27. Marvin Mims was great in this game, by the way. 8 catches for 93 yards and that touchdown to go ahead. Unfortunately, Buffalo would put it together. Field goal drive, although, Andy, and that included the hook and ladder for 27 yards from Allen to Khalil Shakir to Ray Davis. Sick play. Riley Moss, potential PI, handsy coverage, no flag. Nice job by the officials. Well done. 10 seconds to go. The Bills are in field goal range, but Josh Allen has Dawson Knox down the seam, and this could have been ball game. It was not, and Prater would have to kick a 50-yarder to send it to overtime.
Low snap, it's fielded. Can't take the sack, goes down the middle of the field, and it's over the head of Knox, who was open, Tony. Here's Prater from 50, and the kick. It's long enough and good.
He's automatic.
Andy, think about that. If Allen puts that on the money to Dawson Knox, or if Brandon Cooks doesn't let Jaquan McMillan rip the ball away from him in overtime, Sean McDermott is still in his office.
He has a job, and the Bills are going on to their first AFC championship in how long? Was that a couple years ago? Was the Chiefs-Bills game an AFC championship?
Oh,
or
yeah,
no?
Yeah,
okay.
They were there.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
Last year? Was it last year?
Mm-hmm.
My
last
gosh,
year.
I'll feel so long ago.
I know, right? McLaughlin takes a knee on the return. Broncos take a knee. We go to overtime. We're tied at 30. By the way, I needed Prater to miss that. I really wanted to nail that prediction. Matt Prater, though, not to be denied. Broncos punt on the opening possession of overtime. Wasn't looking good. Bills took over at their own 7. I will say this. Credit to Crawshaw, who got that thing to go out of bounds at the 7-yard line, Andy. Made Buffalo go a long way down the field. Good punt by Crawshaw right there in that moment. All right, let's do it. 3rd down and 10. Also, before the interception, by the way, I do want to highlight the 2nd and 10 throw to McCole Hardman before that. Another one where he was open. He threw it low and outside. Now, Hardman could have made the catch, but a more accurate throw, and Hardman does catch that thing, and Buffalo has the ball in field goal range. That was another bad missed throw by Josh Allen in that game. Again, I defend Josh Allen all you want. That guy had plays that he left out on the field.
Plays, plural, like
multiple.
Near 10.
So now it's a 3rd down and 10. He takes a deep shot for Brandon Cooks. Andy Cooks had 2 steps, by the way, on Jaquan McMillan. If Allen puts that ball out there, it's a touchdown and it's game over. But instead, he underthrew it just enough for McMillan to be able to make an adjustment on the ball, and then he makes a play that will go down in Broncos lore.
Coming after him, all out.
They pick it up, and they go deep down the field, and the pass is caught. No, it's McMillan has the football. How about that? Jaquan McMillan.
Got to survive the ground, my guy. Too bad, so sad. And don't complain about the speed of the review. They got it right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how quickly it happened. They took a quick look at it, Andy, and they said, I didn't survive the ground.
Again, they had one from the sideline where the Bills are on, where it shows as the rollover comes, Cooks loses one of his hands on the ball, and therefore, and since it was dual possession to begin with, on the catch, that's why it was still up for grabs.
Yeah,
So,
you got to complete the process.
Yeah.
That's one thing we know. The old way, I don't know what a catch is. Complete the process. We all know that part of it.
yeah,
Okay?
you can't lose one of your hands on the ball when the other guy still has two.
I want to play one key offensive play from the Broncos, what ultimately would be the game-winning drive, okay? Before the PIs and all of that nonsense.
And it was nonsense.
It was a 2nd down and 7. Another underneath throw from Bo Nix to R.J. Harvey. And Shaq Thompson whiffed. He could have put Denver in position to have like a 3rd and 3 or a 3rd and 4, and then who knows? Maybe Denver converts. Maybe Buffalo gets off the field and forces another punt. But either way, R.J. Harvey made a game-saving play in that moment.
Nix back to throw from the pocket, brings it over to Harvey. Nice move to get past Shaq Thompson and keeps his balance going as he approaches midfield. Big-time play by the rookie second-rounder.
Yep.
Spun away.
Got
I mean,
to
his
midfield.
best play of the day.
It was. And
when they needed it.
Honestly, he had a good receiving day. He didn't have
He
a great
did.
running day, but he had a very good receiving day because, quite frankly, that's what R.J. Harvey is at this point of his football life. He's a better receiver. He's a better pass-catching back than he is a running back at the moment. All right, so drive continues. Teron Johnson gets a DPI. That one to me was super ticky-tack, but there was also roughing the passer on Joey Bosa. So no matter what, Buffalo was going to get a massive penalty against them. 1st down and 10. Nick's keeper loses 2 yards. He also apparently lost structural integrity of his ankle on that play.
Is it like bones?
It sure was bones,
It is,
Brett. It was bones. Here we go. Let's go to the end of this game. 2nd down and 12. The defensive pass interference on Tre'Davious White, and then the Will Lutz game-winning field goal.
Oh, they're going to take a shot. And he's got a man wide open, and it's incomplete. White is flagged, and the Broncos are right at the doorstep of the AFC Championship game. You just move it right to the middle between the hashes, and you bring out a guy that Sean Payton had down in New Orleans, has a chance to take his team to the championship game. Here it is on the way, and the Denver Broncos have won it in overtime.
33-30. Will Lutz from 24 yards out.
And the Denver Broncos.
By the way, Andy, that field goal got even easier because Tre'Davious White got all mad at the ref and slammed his helmet. And,
dude. Wow.
Yeah. Uh-huh. That PI, you can't argue that one,
You
dude.
didn't look.
No.
My guy.
You were tackling him as the ball was coming.
And you got the one town that's not going to feel bad for you because their corner's been hit with that thing 900 times for not looking back.
That's what I'm saying, Andy. Like Riley Moss had handsy coverage and no flag, and then 2 DPIs on Buffalo. That victory was justice for Riley Moss.
Well, because he finally at least took a peek back, man. When you don't look back at all, they're going to flag you, and that's all we've seen all year.
Don't look back in anger, I heard you say.
Well, they are.
Because then it ended this way. Roughly 45 minutes after the end of the game. No game recap would be complete without this moment.
I love you guys so much, I wanted to come back. Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle. He's scheduled to have surgery Tuesday of this week, which will put him out for the rest of the season. Stiddy's ready to go. And it was the second to last play before he threw the pass to Mims. Birmingham is where he'll have the surgery with Dr. Waltrip. And I don't really think there's any other questions. In other words, this is what it is, and we felt like it'd be best to just tell everyone now.
The weirdest post-game celebration ever.
Yeah, man. Because everybody, we've got people texting left and right about how they thought they were being trolled and this can't be right. And because, again, he stood there and Tracy Wolfson did send out a picture today. I'll have to retweet it, where Bo's doing the interview and he's got I think where I think it's his left leg is cocked and all the freaking it's the right leg, no weight on it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's putting all his weight on the other one. He's just got his knee bent a little bit as he stands there. Kind of, like a cheerleader pose, if you will. So,
hey, Stiddy's up. Let's go do this thing. AFC Championship this week. There it was, everybody. Broncos 33, Bills 30. We'll always have a really fun 3.5 hours, no matter what happens from here on out. But hey, it's Stiddy
keep telling
City.
yourself that.
Stiddy City, my friend. We got that. That's right. The what gymnance?
The Broncos!
And yet, what city do they play in, gymnance? I believe they play in
The Denver Broncos!
He gets really excited when he says the name of this team.
It's like Josh Allen.
Very much so.
Josh Allen.
By the way, a lot of Josh Allen pauses.
Yeah.
Didn't Kirk Cousins have one at halftime?
I think someone said he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was at, we were giving away stuff at 38.
Josh Allen pauses left and right. Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen.
That gap is for how much he missed his receivers all day.
Wow, there it is. Hey-o.
That's right.
Hey-o.
Frank Crum, the real Wyoming Cowboy. Moving on to the AFC Championship. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll take a break. When we come back, we got an update on Val Nichushkin that you will want to hear when we return. Wrapping it up on a Monday edition of the show, AFC Championship week for Kreckman and Lindahl, a Rally House football Monday. Go get some Broncos gear at Rally House. You can shop every single team in town. Of course, you can shop for some Avalanche gear as well. The Avs back in the win column, bouncing back from a tough one against Nashville, defeating the Washington Capitals 5-2 today over there at Ball Arena in an MLK Day matinee as Denver gets the victory. Andy, back in the win column. That is certainly good to see for the Avs. For the game, huge game today for Nathan McKinnon. 2 goals and an assist to reach 1,100 career points. And the game went from 3-2 in the second to a 5-2 Avalanche victory. That was even with a disallowed goal. Now, you may have seen Val Nichushkin did not play today. According to reports, Andy, and our own DMac down on the scene this afternoon at Ball Arena, Val Nichushkin was in a multi-car accident that wasn't overly serious this morning, but may have been caused by the slick conditions